An ordinary high school student wakes up one day to find himself in a strange world filled with beast tamers and interdimensional spaces. This seemingly inconspicuous boy discovers he has awakened a mysterious choice system that grants various rewards for making decisions, setting the wheels of fate into motion. In the classroom, a bizarre laughter suddenly breaks the silence. All eyes turn towards the back row, where Chen Shu has his head buried in his desk, emitting inexplicable chuckles and trembling as if experiencing extreme excitement. Chen Shu, the homeroom teacher, Li Yuan, shouts from the podium, his face dark with anger. His cold voice slices through the air, but the only response is Chen Shu's continued giggling. Li Yuan finally loses his patience and hurls a piece of chalk like an arrow toward Chen Shu. Whoosh! The chalk, however, hits Chen Shu's deskmate, Zhang Dali, instead. Mr. Li, Zhang Dali looks innocent and confused, not understanding why he's caught in the crossfire. Sensing trouble, he quickly whispers, "Class is over. Let's go." Chen Shu springs up, knocking over his chair, prompting the entire class to burst into laughter. Chen Shu finally wakes up, rubbing his sleepy eyes, only to meet Li Yuan's dark gaze. "What the heck is going on?" he exclaims, shivering involuntarily. "Good morning, Mr. Li." Chen Shu greets awkwardly. "Having a nice dream?" Li Yuan's face darkens further, as if ready to explode. "No? Haha." Chen Shu quickly shakes his head but can't help but laugh again as he recalls the dream's vivid scenes. Suppressing his anger, Li Yuan points to the blackboard and demands, "What's the answer to the problem I just explained?" "Get it wrong and you're out of the classroom." Chen Shu looks at the blackboard and feels a chill down his spine. What is the incantation for beast tamers to form a contract with their spirit beasts during the early revival era? His mind goes blank. Who am I? Where am I? What is this? Desperate, Chen Shu starts to bluff. Smack! Li Yuan slams his hand on the desk, shaking the entire classroom. "What nonsense is this? Mr. Li, please don't be angry. Give me another chance." Chen Shu pleads. "Essay questions are beyond my knowledge. Multiple choice questions are my specialty." Multiple choice, multiple choice. Is that all you can do?" Li Yuan roars, his voice thundering, making the ground seem to tremble. At that critical moment, a strange voice suddenly echoes in Chen Shu's mind. Ding! Beast Tamer choice system successfully activated. 3 mysterious options appear before his eyes. Option 1. Honestly admit your mistake and promise not to repeat it. Reward: a small amount of beast power. Option 2. Spread your hands and sincerely say, "I wanted to be treated as a top student, but it only led to distance. Here's the truth. I'm a slacker and know nothing." Reward: low-grade flame potion. Option 3. Remain silent and keep your head down. Reward: contract spirit obedience 1. Chen Shu quickly scans the rewards and decisively chooses the second option. With a calm expression, he looks around, spreads his hands, and sincerely says, "I wanted to be seen as a top student, but it only led to distance. Here's the truth. I'm a slacker and know nothing." The unexpected confession plunges the classroom into dead silence. Everyone stares at Chen Shu in awe. Who would have thought that the usually inconspicuous Chen Shu would dare to challenge the authority of the Black Whirlwind so boldly? It was like dancing on the edge of a knife. "Chen Shu, come to my office," Li Yuan says coldly, his tone brooking no argument. Chen Shu follows Li Yuan to the office with a heavy heart. Li Yuan sits down, lights a cigarette, takes a deep drag, and asks, "Did you really not know the answer on the blackboard today?" "Teacher, I really didn't know. I don't even know what a beast tamer is now," Chen Shu replies honestly. He had just taken a nap in class, and when he woke up, the entire world had changed, and everything familiar was gone. Surprisingly, Li Yuan doesn't explode in anger. "It's Saturday today, and tomorrow is the weekend. Go home and rest for a day." He hands Chen Shu a leave slip, his tone carrying a hint of concern. Chen Shu takes the leave slip and leaves. He does need time to adjust. His worldview has completely collapsed after just one nap. After leaving school, Chen Shu rides a shared bike home at breakneck speed. His mother, worried, asks about his condition, clearly having received a call from Li Yuan. "Mom, I'm fine, just a bit confused." Chen Shu replies casually. "By the way, Mom, is it 2021 now?" "What are you talking about?" "It's the 980th year of the revival era," his mother replies, plunging Chen Shu back into confusion. Chen Shu returns to his room and starts frantically browsing the internet. After hours of information overload, he gains a basic understanding of this strange yet familiar new world. The world has changed drastically, with interdimensional portals appearing randomly, harboring fierce beasts. Humanity relies on beast tamers to fend off these interdimensional threats, struggling on the brink of survival and destruction. Just as Chen Shu is immersed in the flood of information, his father, Chun Ping, returns home from work, covered in dust. "Son, I heard you were sick. I bought you a big gift pack." just in time for a pharmacy sale. He tosses a bag filled with colorful potions. Seriously, Dad? Do you think this is candy? Chen Shu says, exasperated. By the way, Mom and Dad, are you beast tamers? Chen Shu suddenly asks, his tone filled with curiosity and anticipation. Of course, your dad works at a beast taming unit, Chen Ping says proudly, taking out a delicate red box. This is a reward from work, a low-grade flame potion. Chen Shu looks at the bottle of red liquid and then at the red coffee in his hand. Is this potion valuable? He asks quietly, already having a bad feeling. Of course, it can permanently enhance a contract spirit's fire attribute. This bottle alone is worth thousands, Chen Ping says carefully, storing the potion. We can't use it, so we'll sell it to make some extra money. Son, what are you drinking that's so red? Chen Ping suddenly notices Chen Shu's drink and asks, puzzled. Nothing, nothing, Chen Shu says hastily, finishing the coffee in one gulp. He can't believe the system's reward was worth thousands, and he used it to make a cup of coffee. No wonder he felt warm all over, like a fire was burning inside him. Chen Shu feels speechless but doesn't worry since there are no side effects. Dad, since you're a beast tamer, you must have a contract spirit, right? Of course, that's my contract spirit, his father says, pointing to the fish tank in the living room, where a small red fish swims around. Chen Shu, the fish they've been keeping for years, is actually his father's contract spirit. Is this fish really powerful? Chen Shu kept observing the fish swimming leisurely, speculating in his heart. Could it be a super fierce beast, ready to reveal its true form in a crisis? Powerful? What nonsense, his father, Chen Ping, scoffed, glancing at the fish dismissively. I'm a level 1 beast tamer. That fish just lives longer. Otherwise, it's no different from any other fish. Hearing this, Chen Shu's head drooped, disappointment written all over his face. Seeing his son's reaction, Chen Ping added, beast tamers are ranked from level 1 to level 9. Above level 9, there are iron, silver, gold, and the almost unattainable king levels. A level 1 beast tamer is basically an ordinary person. Their contracted spirit is just a pet for show. He patted his son on the shoulder. You brat, you're still at level 0. What are you talking about? Am a beast tamer too? Chen Shu asked in surprise. If you have a contracted spirit, you're a beast tamer, Chen Ping said matter-of-factly. What's my contracted spirit? Chen Shu asked eagerly. At that moment, his mother walked in with a steaming bowl of pork rib soup and tossed a slime plush toy to Chen Shu. This is the contracted spirit you signed with when you were 15. Chen Shu's forehead creased with black lines as he fiddled with the squishy slime toy. Do we have any normal contracted spirits in this family? What are you talking about? Eat. His father smacked the back of his head. Suddenly, a virtual panel appeared before Chen Shu's eyes. Name, golden slime. Personality, lazy, kind. Attributes, all-rounder. Species, special. Talent, narcolepsy, can fall asleep for extended periods, increasing defense. Skill, charge, rushes forward wildly. Damage depends on the opponent's weight. Do not use against enemies over 10 pounds. Potential rating, F. Contracted host, Chen Shu, level 0 beast tamer. Beast taming talent, ordinary. Chen Shu looked despondent. This talent, this skill, he rubbed the slime's head, feeling like he was squeezing a big piece of jelly. But he had to admit, it felt pretty good. Suddenly, Guji, Guji. The slime seemed to feel its owner's affection and woke up from its slumber. It opened its big eyes, looking very gentle as it nuzzled Chen Shu's hands. Despite being a golden slime, its color was more of a dull yellow, making it look like a moving pile of poop from a distance. Dad, if I have a contracted spirit, why didn't I join the beast taming class? Chen Shu asked, puzzled. Didn't you see the reason on the panel? His father replied. No. The potential rating section. Chen Shu was speechless. Seeing this, his mother comforted him. Son, it's okay. Even in a regular class, you can still achieve great things. She handed him a piece of pork rib. Chen Shu sighed, thinking that maybe it was possible in the past, but not now. Regular students' college entrance exams heavily focus on beast taming knowledge. At this point, he felt utterly lost. No, I must join the beast taming class. Chen Shu resolved in his heart. No matter what, I can't let anything stop me from becoming a beast tamer. I've crossed worlds and awakened a system. Becoming an ordinary person is not an option. Just then, 2 options appeared before his eyes. Option 1. Tell your parents you must join the beast taming class. Reward, medium beast taming power. Option 2. Promise your parents you'll get into a top university as a regular student and strive to be an ordinary person. Reward, 10 million in cash. Beast taming talent disappears. What the heck? Chen Shu's firm resolve instantly crumbled. The system's offer was too tempting. Dad, if you had to choose between 10 million cash and becoming a powerful beast tamer, what would you pick? Chen Shu asked tentatively. A kid would choose. Adults know it's all nonsense, Chen Ping replied, looking at him like he was an idiot. Ahem, you're quite rational. Chen Shu coughed awkwardly, then turned serious. Dad, I want to join the beast taming class. He expected immediate opposition from his parents, especially since he was in the second semester of his sophomore year, about to enter the crucial junior year. Switching classes now was like switching from arts to science. It was nearly impossible to get into a good university in such a short time. His father, who had been focused on eating, suddenly burst out laughing. Chen Shu was speechless. It seemed his personality was entirely inherited from his father. Can you be serious? This is your son's future. Son, stop joking and eat, his mother interjected. Chen Shu rubbed his temples. Dad, I really want to be a beast tamer. Being an ordinary person isn't my goal. He thought to himself, I gave up 10 million in cash for this. I'm destined to become a beast king. Seeing Chen Shu's serious expression, Chen Ping suddenly stopped laughing. You really want to join? Yes. All right, then join. Chen Shu was baffled. That easy? Old Chen, don't be so reckless, his mother said, clearly thinking the father and son were being too hasty. If our son has a dream, as his father, he'll support him, Chen Ping said firmly. His mother seemed to realize something and didn't object further. Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief, glad he didn't face the expected obstacles. Dad, honestly, are we rich? Chen Shu asked hopefully. I used to ask your grandpa the same question, Chen Ping replied disdainfully. Chen Shu was speechless. He'll talk to the school on Monday. Now, eat before the food gets cold. Chen Ping interrupted his son's unrealistic fantasies. Over the weekend, Chen Shu stayed in his room, immersed in studying. Monday, Nanjing Second High School. You want Chen Shu to transfer to the beast taming class? Li Yuan, nicknamed Black Whirlwind, frowned. Transferring in the second semester of sophomore year is a big deal. Old Chen, it's not that I don't support you, but if he transfers now, Chen Shu is practically doomed. 1 year isn't enough to become an excellent beast tamer. Old Li, you don't need to worry about that. My son has a contracted spirit and beast taming talent. He meets the requirements for the beast taming class, Chen Ping replied. He and Li Yuan were former classmates and had a good relationship. Li Yuan, concerned about Chen Shu's future, shook his head firmly. No way. To get into a top beast taming university, there are requirements for the beast tamer level. He handed a cigarette to Chen Ping and continued. With Chen Shu's ordinary talent, he can at most reach level 2 in a year, not even enough for a regular beast taming university. Mr. Li, may I interrupt for a moment? Chen Shu suddenly spoke up. Well, I've just reached level 1 as a beast master, Chen Shu announced, immediately drawing the attention of both men. With a thought, a golden slime appeared in his palm, emitting a faint glow. Every beast master has a unique beast space where their contracted spirits reside. Initially, Chen Shu had treated the slime as a mere ornamental pet at home. But now, the two men could clearly sense the powerful aura of a level 1 contracted spirit emanating from it. Advancing in beast master levels not only enhances one's own strength, but also boosts the attributes of their contracted spirits. If a contracted spirit has high potential, it might even awaken new talents or skills. After making his last choice, Chen Shu received a moderate amount of beast power, allowing him to advance to a level 1 beast master. Dad, there's no issue now, right? Chen Ping looked at his son with a mix of surprise and pride. He hadn't expected Chen Shu to advance in level so quietly. It seemed the boy was serious. Li Yuan sighed. All right, since you're so persistent, I'll talk to the school. Father and son left the office, satisfied. Li Yuan muttered to himself. I can't tell if this is good or bad. He reached for another cigarette, but found his lighter missing. Damn it, Lao Chen must have taken it again. Back in class, Chen Shu was immediately surrounded by curious classmates, bombarding him with questions. When it was clear that Chen Shu was unharmed, they all felt a bit disappointed. I thought we'd have a feast. Too bad. I wanted to sit with the kids, Zhang Dali sighed, looking regretful. A feast? What feast? Chen Shu laughed and scolded, taking his seat. Did Black Whirlwind give you any trouble? Someone asked. Chen Shu put on a serious face. Of course he did. Oldly insisted I join the Beast Master class. I told him I wasn't interested in becoming strong and just wanted to be an ordinary person, but he kept persuading me. Get lost. His classmates jeered in unison, returning to their seats and ignoring him. Chen Shu laughed even harder, then suddenly recited loudly, a cloud in the northwest sky. Truly a phoenix among crows. He was met with disdainful looks from the entire class. Clearly, they were used to his antics, and some even suggested calling him Chen Pai or Chen Jian instead. The bell rang, and everyone sat upright, ready for class. But instead of Black Whirlwind, a scholarly male teacher walked in. Which one of you is Chen Shu? Come with me. Chen Shu stood up slowly, coughing a few times to draw attention, and then sauntered out of the classroom. Inside, the students buzzed with speculation. That's a teacher from the Beast Master class. Could Chen Pai really be transferring? Seems like it. He always had beast master potential, but gave up because his contracted spirits rating was too low. Looks like the school will have one less troublemaker. The atmosphere in the classroom grew noticeably lighter. Outside, Chen Shu was surprised to see that the teacher was Fang Kuo, the head teacher of Beast Master Class 5, whom he had met last Saturday. "Oh, it's you. Feeling better?" Fang Kuo asked. Chen Shu thought for a moment and replied, "Better, but not completely." Fang Kuo looked exasperated. "Oldly asked me to tell you to pack your books and report to Beast Master Class 5 this afternoon." "Why Class 5? What about Class 1's head teacher?" "Dream on." Fang Kuo couldn't hold back. He explained that Beast Master Class 1 was for top students, each with at least a drat contracted spirit. Unlike regular students, the competition in Beast Master classes was fierce, divided into 5 classes based on overall performance. The goal was to foster a competitive spirit and drive students to improve. Chen Shu sighed. Class 5 it is then. He thought to himself that his strength would eventually rise. One choice had already made him a level 1 Beast Master. A few more could make him soar even higher. That afternoon, Chen Shu packed his belongings and waited outside the Beast Master Class 5 classroom. Fang Kuo, wearing black-rimmed glasses, walked into the classroom and announced, "Class, we have a new student joining us today. He's Chen Shu from the regular class. Please welcome him." Chen Shu walked in with his hands behind his back, like a leader inspecting his troops. "Hello everyone. I'm Chen Shu from regular class 3. I'm in good health, handsome, with no bad habits. I'm proficient in all subjects and known as the immaculate young gentleman. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Chun or just Uncle." The classroom fell silent. No one expected such an outrageous introduction. "All right, that's enough." Fang Kuo forced a smile, sweating slightly. He thought to himself that the class was getting harder to manage with all these oddballs. "Teacher, I haven't finished my introduction. Chen Shu, your seat is over there." Fang Kuo pointed to a seat at the back, fearing he might lose his temper if Chen Shu continued. He sighed inwardly, thinking that Oldly was right. Chen Shu was indeed a handful. Chen Shu felt a bit disappointed. He had prepared a 1,000-word self-introduction, mostly filled with praises, but now he had no chance to deliver it. Carrying his stack of books, he returned to his seat, nodding and smiling at the curious glances from his new classmates. Beast Master classes were fixed at 24 students each, but with Chen Shu's addition, Class 5 became the only special class in the grade. "Let's start the lesson. Chen Shu, try to catch up with the class as soon as possible." Fang Kuo resumed a serious tone, beginning the afternoon session. "Take out your 3 years as a Beast Master, 5 years to success book. Today, we'll do a set of test questions for the monthly exam. Take it seriously." "Why does that name sound so intimidating?" Chen Shu muttered under his breath. The test covers a wide range of subjects, including history, geography, biology, and materials, all related to beast taming. In history, students learn about the wars, changes, and reforms that occurred over 900 years of the revitalization era. Geography involves the locations of dimensional gates around the world and the climate characteristics within these alternate dimensions. Biology studies the habits and combat traits of ferocious beasts from these dimensions, and materials focus on the appearance, characteristics, and value of rare materials found within these spaces. The scope of knowledge at the high school level is broad but foundational, with deeper study reserved for university. This is quite similar to the world Chen Shu is familiar with. As the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day, Chen Shu hurriedly finished his multiple-choice questions. He sighed, finding the material almost incomprehensible, but he estimated he could at least score in the double digits. Fang Kuo stood up and announced, "All right, everyone. Hand in your papers, and you can go home." Unlike regular students, beast taming students don't have evening self-study sessions. Instead, they spend their time cultivating beast taming power. This involves humans absorbing spiritual energy from the world around them. The term revitalization era actually stands for the spiritual energy revitalization era. 980 years ago, spiritual energy began to appear on the planet, enabling humans to become beast tamers. Regardless of their family background, the only way to improve their power is through consistent cultivation of beast taming power. Of course, students from well-off families use various elixirs and cultivate in environments rich in spiritual energy to speed up their progress. After handing in their papers, the students left the classroom. As Chen Shu was about to leave, a voice suddenly called out, "Chen Shu, stop!" Chen Shu turned around to see a boy in a black t-shirt, arms crossed, with an unfriendly look in his eyes. Several other boys gathered around, rolling up their sleeves, creating an intimidating atmosphere. Is this school bullying? Chen Shu thought, already considering whether to shout and run or just bolt immediately. The boy approached and said menacingly, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Ming from Beast Taming Class 5. I hope you don't cause trouble and disrupt everyone's studies, or you'll have to answer to me." Chen Shu was taken aback, not expecting this kind of situation. Are beast taming students really this conscientious? He wondered. "Do you understand?" Wang Ming frowned and repeated, "I understand. I totally understand." Chen Shu nodded quickly, trying to appear obedient. Wang Ming nodded, his tone softening. Good. I'm the class monitor of Beast Taming Class 5. If anyone from another class bullies you, let me know. Chen Shu shook his head, realizing that what he thought would be a fight turned out to be encouragement from a top student. He decided to head home and start cultivating his beast taming power. Evening cultivation time is flexible, but regardless of their background, all students diligently practice. Beast taming students may have weak academic scores, but their beast taming level must be high, as it is the most crucial metric for college entrance exams. Every year, the tuition for beast taming classes costs thousands, excluding additional expenses. Students from ordinary families must work hard to improve, hoping to rise to prominence. Those from affluent families work even harder to ensure their family's continued prosperity and to inherit wealth. Chen Shu rode a shared bike home, quickly ate a few bites of dinner, and eagerly began his cultivation. His mother watched him with a mix of amusement and concern. In his bedroom, Chen Shu sat cross-legged, cleared his mind, and tried to sense the spiritual energy around him. After 2 hours in the same position, he kept murmuring, "Spiritual energy, come to me, spiritual energy, come to me." Eventually, he gave up, lying flat on the floor. This cultivation is too hard, he sighed, understanding why high-level beast tamers are so highly regarded. Not everyone has the patience for such rigorous training. Lacking natural talent, Chen Shu had to rely on his system. A few simple choices had already made him a level 1 beast tamer, equivalent to 6 months of hard work for others. Having tasted success, he was no longer patient enough for traditional cultivation. "Mom, I'm going out for a bit," Chen Shu told his mother. "For what?" "To do some multiple choice questions." Ignoring his mother's puzzled look, Chen Shu left the house eagerly. He thought that using basic beast taming elixirs would significantly speed up his cultivation and decided to check them out, hoping for some luck. Riding his bike, Chen Shu reached the city center. At night, Nanjing City was brightly lit and bustling, much like the world he remembered. Though it was a small city, it was still very lively. Chen Shu arrived at a mall called Beast Taming Emporium, which sold various items for beast tamers. He saw descriptions and prices for different elixirs: low-grade ice elixir, low-grade fire elixir, low-grade strength elixir, each costing 5,000. A salesperson approached and asked, "Hello, sir, can I help you with something?" Just as Chen Shu was about to respond, 3 options appeared before him again. Option 1. Tell the salesperson you don't have money and are just looking around. Reward: slime weight 1. Option 2. Boldly say you want to buy everything. Reward: 2 bottles of low-grade strength elixir. Note: may involve some risk. Option 3. Ask the salesperson where you can learn about making elixirs. Reward: slime defense 1. Chen Shu didn't expect to trigger options just by shopping. Most people would choose the first option to avoid any trouble. If the second option didn't come with a risk warning, he would have chosen it for the valuable elixirs worth 10,000. Ultimately, Chen Shu decided to go with the third option. Chen Shu asked earnestly, "Can I learn pharmacology?" His heart was ignited with a desire for it because he knew that any potion for beast tamers was incredibly expensive. Even low-grade potions for level 1 to 3 contract spirits were shockingly priced. He couldn't help but imagine the astronomical cost of potions needed by a king-level beast tamer. It was like a golden road paved with wealth. However, the salesman's reaction was like a cold bucket of water poured over Chen Shu's head. The man rolled his eyes, turned around decisively, and left, leaving Chen Shu bewildered. Damn it! Chen Shu was taken aback by the disdain he encountered, making him question if his inquiry was too foolish. Eventually, Chen Shu wandered around the department store, filed a complaint about the rude salesman, and then quietly left. Although he couldn't afford any potions, he at least managed to boost his slime's defense a bit. Chen Shu resolved to study potion making more thoroughly when he got back. As he rode his bicycle towards home, he suddenly heard a woman's cries for help. His eyes quickly scanned the dim alley, and under the faint streetlight, he could barely make out what was happening. 2 men were surrounding a woman, each holding a sharp fruit knife, clearly in the middle of a robbery. At that moment, 3 options suddenly appeared in front of Chen Shu. Option 1. Ignore it and quickly leave. Reward: a small amount of beast taming power. Option 2. Confront the criminals and take them down. Reward: a large amount of beast taming power. Note: life-threatening risk. Option 3. Intervene to stop the criminals. Reward: skill book, gigantification. Chen Shu's mind raced, and he decisively chose the third option. He took a deep breath, gripped the bike's handlebars with his right hand, pointed towards the alley with his left, and shouted, "Stop! How dare you commit a crime under the broad daylight, in the dead of night? I, Zhang Dali, will not let you go unpunished." In that moment, Chen Shu seemed like a righteous hero, with the streetlight casting a holy glow over him. But in the next second, he quickly gripped the handlebars with both hands and pedaled away with all his might, like a whirlwind, leaving the 2 robbers dumbfounded. The fluidity of his actions left the two robbers completely stunned. From afar, a powerful voice could be heard singing, "When injustice appears, give a shout, and then keep moving on." Is that guy crazy? One of the robbers wondered in confusion. I didn't expect to encounter someone like that. Both he and his accomplice were astounded. At that moment, the woman in the alley seized the opportunity, pushed the two men away, and ran towards the distance while calling the police. "Boss, should we chase her?" "Chase what? Didn't you see she called the cops?" "What a lousy day, running into someone like that." Chen Shu hummed a tune as he returned home. Soon, he received the system reward, a golden skill book. Although he couldn't read it, he chose to use it. In an instant, the skill book disappeared, and a new skill, gigantification, appeared in the golden slime skill list. Gigantification temporarily doubles its size, with a slight decrease in speed. Chen Shu calculated that if combined with the slime's charge skill, it could now tackle an opponent weighing about 20 pounds. Although it didn't seem very useful, he realized, it actually wasn't very useful. "Little yellow, when will you grow to weigh a few thousand pounds?" Chen Shu patted the slime, shaking his head helplessly. A level 1 contract spirit's combat power was nearly zero. The next day, Chen Shu arrived at class with dark circles under his eyes. After a night of online research, he finally had some understanding of pharmacology. It was a highly esteemed profession known as an apothecary. But the first requirement to become an apothecary was to graduate from a prestigious university with a degree in pharmacy. No wonder the salesman had looked down on him the previous night. It seemed that becoming an apothecary was not an option. Just as Chen Shu was about to doze off, his homeroom teacher, Feng Ku, appeared at the door. "Chen Shu, come to my office." Chen Shu perked up and headed to the office. Feng Ku's usually kind face had turned extremely stern, exuding an oppressive aura even more intimidating than a storm. With a wave of his hand, he tossed a test paper to Chen Shu. Caught off guard, Chen Shu failed to catch the paper. Glancing at the score, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Teacher, I admit I've been a bit distracted lately and only scored 91. I'll work harder next time," Chen Shu said earnestly, looking as sincere as ever. "That's a damn 16. Feng Ku exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. Chen Shu was taken aback. He bent down to pick up the test paper, examining it closely. An embarrassed expression spread across his face. Turned out he had looked at it upside down. The glaring score of 16 was printed on the paper, a painful reminder. Feng Ku's expression grew stern, his brows furrowed. "Did you spend 2 years of high school playing in the mud?" His tone was laced with disappointment and reproach. Such a score was far beyond what he could tolerate. Even more baffling was the fact that Chen Shu was the last in the class, while the second last had over 60 points, a staggering gap. Chen Shu stood there, dazed. Just then, 3 options suddenly appeared before his eyes. Option 1. Admit your mistake honestly and promise to do better next time. Reward, double cultivation speed for 3 days. Option 2. Earnestly tell Feng Ku that there's no mud at school. Reward, master the crafting of strength potion. Unlock basic alchemy. Option 3. Request a retake to demonstrate consistent performance. Reward, moderate beast taming power. Chen Shu was secretly astonished. He hadn't expected Feng Ku's words to trigger system options. He quickly weighed the pros and cons. The first option was too simple, and the reward was mediocre. The rewards for the second and third options were highly attractive. Moderate beast taming power would bring his level close to that of a peak first-level beast tamer, though still at the bottom of the beast taming class. However, the second option was even more enticing, directly granting him the knowledge to craft strength potion. After a brief contemplation, Chen Shu made his decision. He put on a serious face and said to Feng Ku, "There's no mud at school." Feng Ku was initially stunned, then reacted with fury, shouting, "Get out and copy the test 10 times." He had never seen such a disrespectful student. It was infuriating. Despite being scolded, Chen Shu left the office with a spring in his step. He couldn't hide his grin though he had been reprimanded. He had gained the skill to craft strength potion and unlocked the alchemy system. "I'm gonna be rich. I'm gonna be rich," he muttered to himself, looking like a peculiar student. Lost in his own world, Chen Shu was abruptly brought back to reality when a staggering figure suddenly collided with him, breaking his train of thought. Class leader Wang hobbled over, his face bruised and battered, clearly showing signs of a fierce battle. Seeing this, Chen Shu's anger flared up instantly, and his golden slime appeared in response. Despite being only 3 decimeters tall and seemingly weak, Chen Shu shouted indignantly, "Is there any justice? Any law?" Wang Ming quickly intervened. "Chen Pai, put away your contracted spirit. Huagua regulations prohibit summoning at will." Before he could finish, a boy with glaring green hair emerged from Beast Taming Class 3, arrogantly claiming he was the one who beat Wang Ming and demanding Wang Ming hand over this month's Beast Taming beads. Chen Shu was about to act, but Wang Ming pulled him back into the classroom. It turned out that every month there was a beast tamer competition, and the losers had to give up the beads issued by the school. Only then did Chen Shu realize that the top 3 in the monthly exams received these beads, which explained why he had never heard of them. Back in the classroom, classmates crowded around Wang Ming with concern. Just then, a girl in a white dress with a ponytail coldly remarked, "Useless, losing 3 months in a row." She left the classroom immediately after. Wang Ming explained that she was Xiaobing, the class monitor. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Xiaobing is challenging all of beast taming class 3. Wang Ming sighed, saying that Xiaobing was standing up for him. Chen Shu excitedly declared he would go cheer her on, instantly uniting the whole class. The school bell rang, and Xiaobing returned to her seat. Teacher Fang Ku entered the classroom and announced the top 3 from the last test. Xiaobing, Wang Ming, and Li Zixuan, distributing precious lower-grade beast taming beads to them. Fang Ku specifically reminded Xiaobing to be careful in the afternoon. Chen Shu confidently stated that everyone would go watch the match, only to be told by Fang Ku that he didn't need to go. Chen Shu thought to himself, "I'm the main character. How can they do this without me?" The day passed quickly. Chen Shu wanted to study cultural subjects, but his basics were so weak that he felt sleepy as soon as he opened a book. A few minutes later, he unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Ding-a-ling! A sharp bell suddenly rang out, and Chen Shu instinctively opened his drowsy eyes, instantly alert. School was over. The atmosphere in the classroom changed immediately. Students began packing their bags and stood up eagerly. Xiaobing swiftly slung her blue backpack over her shoulder and was the first to step out of the classroom. The other students followed quickly. Their footsteps hurried as they headed towards the Beast Hall. Inside the Beast Hall, the designated competition area was already set up. Besides the students from the 2 competing classes, many from 3 other classes had come to watch. Nearly 100 people crowded around the area, making the space feel cramped. At the center of the crowd, a large platform stood out, the stage for the contract spirit battles. With his arms crossed and a teasing glint in his eyes, Zhang Yi spoke up, "Xiaobing, I admit you're quite strong, but challenging our entire class is overly arrogant. Are your 3 beast orbs ready?" His tone carried a hint of disdain, clearly not believing Xiaobing had a chance of winning. Xiaobing shot Zhang Yi a cold glance and retorted dismissively, "Cut the crap." Before she finished speaking, she had already summoned her contract spirit. A tumper-long ice wolf suddenly appeared in the arena, its body a brilliant blue radiating an icy chill. The appearance of the ice wolf stunned the entire crowd, and gasps of surprise echoed through the hall. A level 5 beast master? The audience erupted in astonishment. The prowess of a level 5 beast master was enough to place in the top 10 of the elite beast master class, far exceeding everyone's expectations. Zhang Yi's expression turned grim. As class president, he was only a level 4 beast master, and his sense of superiority vanished. But he quickly regained his composure and said, "Don't panic. We have over 20 people. We can still win, even if it takes a series of battles." With that, Zhang Yi immediately summoned his contract spirit, a skeleton wielding a bone knife. The skeleton's eye sockets glowed with eerie green flames, exuding a sinister and terrifying aura. Though all were called beast masters, the types of contract spirits varied widely. Zhang Yi's skeleton was of the undead type, while Chen Shu's slime belonged to the special type, each with their own unique strengths. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the arena. Students from all classes began summoning their contracted spirits, violent monkeys, mud monsters, green-backed insects, each exuding a formidable combat aura. Chen Shu stood to the side, his face filled with resentment as he kneaded the blob in his hand. The golden slime seemed to enjoy it, shaking its round head and making gurgling sounds. A fierce battle suddenly broke out in the field. Xiaobing, focused, controlled her ice wolf to launch a fierce attack. Contracted spirits had limited intelligence and fought in a crude, primal manner, requiring beast masters to concentrate fully to control them. High-level beast masters needed to coordinate multiple spirits, combining their skills to maximize combat power. The ice wolf was agile and sharp-clawed, slowing down other spirits wherever it went. This powerful area skill instantly knocked several opponents away. "Everyone, attack him together," Zhang Yi shouted, commanding his skeleton soldiers, who wielded bone knives and engaged the ice wolf in a fierce battle. Amid the intense fight, Chen Shu faced a choice. Option 1. Shout encouragements to Xiaobing. Reward, golden slime obedience 1. Option 2. Wave his hands and loudly shout, "Stop fighting, everyone, stop fighting." Reward, a bag of contracted spirit feed. Option 3. Take advantage of the situation and ambush Zhang Yi, beating him up. Reward, significant beast master power. Chen Shu chose the third option without hesitation. While everyone's attention was on the spirits battle, he quietly sneaked over to Class 3's position. Zhang Yi, fully focused on controlling his skeleton soldiers against the ice wolf, didn't notice the danger behind him. Suddenly, A hand covered Zhang Yi's mouth from behind. Mm. Zhang Yi struggled desperately, but Chen Shu, being tall and strong, easily dragged him out of the crowd. Surprisingly, no one in Class 3 noticed their main fighter was missing. Chen Shu grinned wickedly and dragged Zhang Yi into the restroom beside the arena. He skillfully pulled out a bag of urea from behind and slipped it over Zhang Yi's head. Zhang Yi's vision went dark, and he struggled in vain. He wanted to summon his contracted spirit to protect himself, but the skeleton soldier was entangled with the ice wolf. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of a beating echoed from the restroom. Zhang Yi's eyes filled with anger and confusion. He had never seen a beast master personally engage in combat. This was madness. Without their master's control, the skeleton soldier's combat power decreased significantly and was soon defeated by the ice wolf. With their leader down, the morale of Class 3 plummeted, leading to their gradual defeat. Damn, that wolf is so strong, both in power and skills. How do we fight this? Even Zhang Yi lost. Let's just give up. Class rep, can I apply to surrender? Class 3 members discussed amongst themselves, turning to Zhang Yi for advice, only to find he was missing. Just then, a staggering figure emerged from the restroom, with a urea bag on his head. What the heck? The crowd took a few cautious steps back. Whose contracted spirit is this? It's me. Zhang Yi removed the bag, revealing a bruised and battered face. Zhang, what happened? Class 3 members rushed to show concern, though they were clearly holding back laughter. They hadn't expected someone to ambush Zhang Yi and put a urea bag over his head. This was beyond absurd. It must be someone from Class 5. Zhang Yi, bruised and swollen, glared with hatred, his injuries worse than Wang Ming's. Nonsense. Chen Shu, having returned to his class earlier, stood up righteously. Everyone in Class 5 is honorable. We would never stoop to such tactics. But rest assured, I will personally investigate and give you a satisfactory answer in the name of Chen Shu. The crowd was speechless, staring at the righteous-looking Chen Shu. Wang Ming whispered, Chen Pai, where did you go earlier? To throw away the urea bag, Chen Shu whispered back. Wang Ming found Chen Shu's actions bizarre but couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of satisfaction. You've lost. Hand over the 3 beast pearls, Xiaobing said, glancing oddly at Chen Shu before turning to Zhang Yi. The ice wolf stepped forward, exuding a powerful presence. Zhang Yi, unwilling, finally took out 3 beast pearls. I remember the person was quite tall, he said, scanning Class 5 and finally fixing his gaze on Chen Shu. Don't worry, you can always trust me, Chen Shu solemnly promised again. The students in the arena began to disperse. Although Xiaobing had showcased impressive skills, the topic of most discussions was Zhang Yi and the mysterious assailant. Zhang Yi clenched his fists in embarrassment, his head buzzing. This was a disgrace. Ask the spectators. We must find out who ambushed me. Zhang Yi ordered his classmates as he retracted his skeleton soldier. Chen Shu, in high spirits after gaining significant beast master power, was promoted to a level 2 beast master. Although the golden slime hadn't developed new talents or skills, its attributes had improved. He secretly hoped that by becoming a level 3 beast master, the slime would gain some combat abilities. As Chen Shu was riding a shared bike home, Xiaobing caught up and handed him a beast pearl. Here, this is for you. If it weren't for your intervention, I wouldn't have won so easily today. My intervention? What did I do? Chen Shu scratched his head, puzzled. I saw the bag in your backpack earlier. Fine, you caught me. It was me, Chen Shu replied nonchalantly, accepting the beast pearl. Why did you decide to act personally? Battles between beast masters are extremely dangerous. You must protect yourself first. What's the big deal? Shu, love sneak attacks the most, Chen Shu said proudly and rode off on his bike. Watching Chen Shu's retreating figure, Xiaobing shook her head. What a peculiar person. Pharmacology. As soon as Chen Shu got home, he eagerly began to explore the new features of the system. Suddenly, a new interface appeared before his eyes, resembling a lush tree. Various potions hung from the branches: strength potion, fire potion, ice potion, giant potion, and more. However, only the strength potion was glowing brightly, while the others were dim. Chen Shu noticed that the lower the potion was on the tree, the rarer and more precious it seemed. With a thought, he focused on the glowing strength potion. The system immediately provided detailed information. Strength potion permanently enhances the power of the contract spirit. Proficiency, master level, reduces potion crafting materials by 30. Current materials insufficient, unable to craft. Note, each crafting attempt increases proficiency. Proficiency levels are beginner, master, expert, grandmaster. Additional note, different proficiency levels provide different extra effects. Chen Shu was ecstatic as he carefully studied this new feature. As one of the main disciplines in human society, the importance of pharmacology could not be overstated. Mastering it would be like finding a pot of gold. After some thought, Chen Shu reached a key conclusion. Ordinary people need to be fully focused when crafting potions, and even the slightest mistake could lead to failure. Despite this, the possibility of failure still exists. Although pharmacology has developed over hundreds of years, it has not yet achieved mass production, and potions cannot be crafted using machines. Each potion requires a pharmacist to personally craft it, which is why they are so expensive. However, Chen Shu was different. He had the system, which could automatically craft the corresponding potion as long as he added the materials. This advantage thrilled him. Strength flower, I need strength flower, Chen Shu muttered to himself as he lay in bed. Most of the materials needed for the strength potion were common and easy to obtain, but the main ingredient, the strength flower, came from a different dimension and was quite rare. Large stores in the city center were sure to have it, but without the identity of a pharmacist, he couldn't buy it. I need to check out the black market, Chen Shu whispered. He urgently needed money. Enhancing the power of the contract spirit depended not only on its advancement, but also on consuming various potions. Contract spirits from prominent families enjoyed a steady supply of potions, often allowing them to fight beyond their level. Chen Shu remembered that Zhang Dali seemed to know the location of the black market. He opened his messaging app and found Zhang Dali's profile picture, a prairie wolf named Lone Wolf. Dali. Hey, Chen Shu, what's up? Why the sudden message? Since you left, I'm the only one holding down the fort in the regular class. It's lonely, man, lonely. Your uncle just beat up the class president of the third beast taming class. It was epic. Tell me more. I'll tell you next time. Do you know where the black market is? Why? Are you looking to buy something? I just want to check it out. Great timing. I skipped evening self-study tonight. Let's go together. By the way, can you lend me some money? Dali. Come on. Are you really going silent when I mention borrowing money? Chen Shu kept sending messages persistently. Finally, Zhang Dali couldn't take it anymore and replied. We're the same age. If you don't have money, how could I? By the way, can't you use your credit line? Don't you get a limit every month? No way, that has to be paid back. Lone Wolf? Zhang Dali decisively closed the messaging app. Not long after, he arrived at Chen Shu's door. Hey Chen Shu, are you really broke? Really broke. My pockets are cleaner than my face right now. Fine. Let's just go check out the black market first. Despite being short on cash, Chen Shu thought to himself that maybe he could trigger a system option. If he could get a bit of potion, he could sell it on the spot and have money. The two of them rode their bikes, wobbling towards the outskirts. Zhang Dali warned along the way. I've been fortunate enough to visit the black market a few times with my parents. It's a mixed bag in there, so we need to keep a low profile. Zhang Dali's parents were both iron-level beast tamers, and their family was well off. Unfortunately, he didn't have the talent for beast taming and could only be an ordinary person. There's a saying that a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. I get that. Chen Shu nodded in agreement. The two of them looked like they were about to stir up trouble in the black market. However, when they reached the entrance, they were dumbfounded. Sorry, without a beast tamer of level 5 or above, you can't enter, the guard said coldly. Come on, buddy, cut us some slack. We're people of status, Zhang Dali tried to flatter. May I ask, aside from your ID, what status do you have? The black market staff crossed his arms, looking disdainful. As a beast tamer, he could slightly sense their Orison was just an ordinary person, and the other was at most level 3. The two of them didn't expect the guard to be so uncooperative. Zhang Dali cleared his throat, realizing it was time to properly introduce himself. At the regular Class 3 of Nanjing Second Middle School, Zhang Dali once served as the class representative for materials. At this moment, he was standing at the entrance of a mysterious black market, with his friend Chen Shu by his side. Get lost, the guard barked harshly. All right. Zhang Dali turned around without hesitation and yanked Chen Shu along. Chenpai, looks like we can't get in. I'll have my dad bring you here next time. However, Chen Shu remained rooted to the spot. 3 options suddenly appeared before his eyes. Option 1. Use the golden slime to force your way into the black market and show your prowess. Reward, Beastmaster level up by 1. Option 2. Leave reluctantly and look for another opportunity next time. Reward, slime strength doubles for 3 days. Option 3. Top-level provocation. Lean close to the guard's ear and whisper, Wanan die. Reward, skill giant growth level up by 1. Chen Shu pondered for a moment until Zhang Dali's urging voice brought him back to reality. Dali, are you familiar with the layout here? Chen Shu suddenly asked. Sort of why? Zhang Dali replied, puzzled. Get ready to run, and whatever you do, don't look back. Chen Shu whispered mysteriously. Before Zhang Dali could react, Chen Shu had already approached the guard. Hey, I know the secret code. Can we get in? Chen Shu pretended to be mysterious. The guard looked confused. Huh? What? At that moment, Chen Shu leaned closer to the guard's ear and whispered, Wanan die. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Shu turned and bolted. Zhang Dali, seeing this, immediately followed. The two of them vanished down the street at an astonishing speed, leaving the guards staring in bewilderment. Chen Pai, what did you say? Zhang Dali asked, panting. Nothing much, just tried the secret code. Chen Shu grinned, secretly pleased that the giant growth skill of the golden slime had indeed leveled up. Giant growth. Temporarily increase your size by 4 times, slightly reducing speed. Chen Shu silently recited his newly acquired ability. Looks like we'll need to come up with another plan to get into the black market. Chen Shu mused. Let's talk about it later. How about some ramen? Zhang Dali suggested, pointing ahead. Looking up, they found themselves in front of a ramen shop called La Damian. This name sounds kind of gross, Chen Shu frowned. It reads like La Dabian, a pun on poop. Zhang Dali didn't seem to mind. Shows it's special, I guess. I haven't had dinner yet. With that, he pushed the door open and walked in. Boss, 2 bowls of ramen. Zhang Dali called towards the kitchen. Big bowls? The owner replied. Big, definitely big. Zhang Dali answered enthusiastically. It'll be out soon. Eat it while it's hot. The owner's response left the two of them looking at each other, unable to suppress their laughter. Chen Shu and Dali stood at the entrance of the ramen shop, their foreheads lined with confusion and their expressions odd. They looked around, puzzled. Does anyone actually come to such a remote place? Inside, the owner beamed with enthusiasm, finally welcoming his first customers in a week. He recalled his optimistic dreams before opening the shop, imagining the bustling crowds near the black market, rivaling the city center. Reality, however, had been disappointing. By the way, for an extra 2 yuan, you can get 2 cans of cola. Interested? The owner eagerly suggested. No way, what kind of place is this? Chen Shu muttered under his breath, his mouth twitching. Just then, Chen Shu's eyes caught sight of a striking figure outside the shop. He quickly turned to Dali, excitedly saying, Dali, come with me. I know how to get to the black market. Seeing this, the owner hurriedly asked, You two aren't staying? Chen Shu quickly made up an excuse. Your ramen is too hot. I'm worried it will burn my mouth. With that, the two of them rushed out of the shop. The owner watched their departing figures, deep in thought. Could it be that my ramen really isn't good? He began to reflect, trying to figure out the problem. On the busy street, Chen Shu and Dali weaved through the crowd and soon arrived at the entrance to the black market on the outskirts. Despite its remote location, the place was bustling with activity. Xiao Yu Jia, Xiao Yu Jia. Chen Shu suddenly shouted enthusiastically. In the crowd, a girl with a ponytail turned her head. She had a delicate face, fair skin, and clear, bright eyes, making her the goddess in many boys' hearts. Seeing the two approaching, Su Xiaoyu looked puzzled. Who are these two? Chen Shu and Dali, panting, introduced themselves. Xiao Yu Jia, we're classmates. I'm Chen Shu from the Beast Master class. I'm Zhang Dali. You must have heard of my legendary stories. Su Xiaoyu was well known as the top student in the school, consistently ranking first in her grade. She excelled in almost all subjects and had exceptional talent in beast mastery. She had even contracted a rare A-level spirit beast, making her a future star in Huaxia Academy. In comparison, Chen Shu and Dali were on a completely different level. At that moment, a handsome boy stepped beside Su Xiaoyu, subtly positioning himself between her and Chen Shu and Dali. Xiaoyu, do you know these two? Though the boy's tone was friendly, a hint of arrogance and disdain lingered in his eyes. Zhang Dali, seeing through the boy's facade, retorted unhappily, we're classmates. Who are you? The boy raised an eyebrow, a slight smile on his lips. You don't know me? Are you the national currency? Does everyone have to know you? Dali shot back without hesitation. You little. The boy's face darkened, clearly unused to such disrespect. Sensing the rising tension, Su Xiaoyu quickly intervened. This is Wang Teng, the top student from 3rd high school. Oh, Wang Teng. Zhang Dali exaggeratedly exclaimed, feigning realization. Wang Teng, pleased by the recognition, couldn't help but smirk and hum slightly. However, Dali immediately followed with a blow. Never heard of him. Turning to Chen Shu, Dali asked, Chen Pai, do you know him? Chen Shu shook his head, no idea, but I have a feeling you could be an emperor someday. Huh, what? Wang Ting looked at them, bewildered. Though he didn't understand, he sensed it wasn't a compliment. As a genius, he felt mocked for the first time. Seeing this, Su Xiaoyu quickly changed the subject. Is there something you need from me? She knew that while Chen Shu and Dali might seem eccentric, they were just ordinary students. If Wang Teng held a grudge, it wouldn't bode well for them. Dali's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Xiao Yu Jia. We want to check out the black market but couldn't get in. Perfect timing, I was heading there too. Let's go together. Su Xiaoyu agreed readily. Wang Teng, however, decided to leave. Since you have things to do, I'll take my leave. Chen Shu and Dai Li's presence unsettled him. Before leaving, he gave Su Xiaoyu a meaningful look. Xiaoyu, I hope you'll seriously consider my proposal. With that, He turned and left. Xiao Yujia, what proposal? Dali asked bluntly. Surprisingly, the usually talkative Chen Shu remained silent. Su Xiaoyu briefly explained. It's about forming a team for the city-level Beast Master competition in our senior year. Wang Ting wants to assemble a team early. She didn't elaborate, perhaps thinking such a competition was still too far off for Chen Shu and Dali. Let's go check out the black market, Su Xiaoyu said, leading them through another entrance. As a 7th-rank Beast Master, she had long been qualified to enter freely. I have some errands to run, so you two can explore on your own. After bringing them in, Su Xiaoyu prepared to leave. She was kind-hearted, but she didn't have to waste time with them. Thanks, Xiao Yujia. If you need anything, feel free to find me in Beast Master Class 5. Chen Shu quickly thanked her. Su Xiaoyu nodded and walked away. Chen Shu and Dali, like curious children, glanced around the black market. This was the 7-star street of Nanjiang City, where 7 streets intersected, lined with stalls and bustling with people, just as lively as the city center. Despite its name, the black market had official backing. Otherwise, it would have been shut down long ago. Dragon King's Beast Core for sale. A rare treasure from the only disaster-level dimensional rift in China. A raspy voice called out over the bustling street. Priceless and can be forged into a contract spirit artifact. Don't miss this chance. Immediately, another voice chimed in. Breaking news. A high-level beast master is selling a divine beast egg due to financial difficulties. Consuming it can directly elevate your contract spirit to gold rank. Good news. Good news. A third vendor shouted. Spend over 50,000 yuan at my stall today and get an autographed photo of me. First come, first served. These incessant shouts filled both sides of the street, creating a unique marketplace atmosphere. Although most of the vendors seemed like charlatans, discerning treasure hunters could still find genuine artifacts. After all, the materials from dimensional rifts often surpassed human understanding, and who could say if there weren't hidden treasures waiting to be discovered? Zhang Dali wandered through the stalls with great interest, his eyes scanning the myriad of items. He stopped at one stall and bent down to ask, Uncle, how much for this Dragon King's Beast Core? The vendor's eyes lit up, and he responded enthusiastically, Young man, you have a keen eye. With your natural talent, you're destined for greatness. I'll give you a special price today, just 10,000 yuan, and the Dragon King Core is yours. Zhang Dali blinked and tentatively asked, Can you make it cheaper? How much are you willing to pay? The vendor countered. 10 yuan. Zhang Dali blurted out. Chen Shu, who was standing nearby, was shocked by the offer. He expected Zhang Dali to be scolded, but to his surprise, the vendor readily agreed. Deal. Overjoyed, Zhang Dali quickly took out 10 yuan and carefully pocketed the yellowish orb. As they walked away, Chen Shu couldn't help but notice the vendor pulling another Dragon King's Beast Core from a large wooden box behind him with a pained expression. Dali, Chen Shu couldn't help but say, Are you out of your mind? That's clearly just a lump of mud. And you still bought it? Zhang Dali grinned smugly. Do you think I'm stupid? There's no such soil on Earth. It's definitely from another dimension. 10 yuan for a souvenir is a steal no matter how you look at it. Chen Shu shook his head in disbelief and continued to browse the black market. They wandered from stall to stall, their eyes sweeping over a wide array of goods. Finally, in an inconspicuous corner, Chen Shu's eyes lit up as if he had found the real target of their trip. At one of the stalls, a variety of exotic plants were on display, looking exceptionally unique. Chen Shu approached the stall, curiously examining the diverse array of flora. How much for the Dali flower? He asked. 5,000. The vendor replied without hesitation. As soon as Chen Shu asked, 3 options suddenly appeared before his eyes. Option 1. Loudly accuse the vendor of selling a fake. Reward. Moderate beast taming power. Option 2. Don't expose the vendor and walk away. Reward. Golden slime increases in size by 10. Option 3. Angrily say, using paint to fake a Dali flower is too much, and it's not even dry. Reward. Mid-grade wind attribute potion. Chen Shu was speechless, realizing how much of a scam the black market could be. Just as he was deciding which option to choose, a familiar voice rang out. Vendor, I'll take it. I'll pay 10,000. Chen Shu thought to himself, Huh? Who's this fool? He turned around and saw it was Zhang Yi from Class 3 of Beast Taming. Zhang Yi's face was still bruised and swollen, and his eyes were filled with resentment. Chen Shu, you despicable person. How dare you ambush me? Zhang Yi said through gritted teeth. What are you talking about? Chen Shu responded, bewildered. I'll remember you. You'll get what's coming to you. Zhang Yi glared at Chen Shu. If you want the Dali flower, maybe in your next life. Chen Shu knew the Dali flower was a key ingredient for making the Dali potion, rarely seen in black market stalls. Only large shops had a few in stock, but they were very expensive. Then I'll offer 15,000, Chen Shu said calmly. Huh, do you even have 15,000? Zhang Yi sneered. None of your business. I'll offer 20,000. Zhang Yi bit his lip. He calculated that a Dali flower could make about 5 bottles of Dali potion, worth around 25,000. Spending 20,000 wasn't a loss. 30,000. Chen Shu said casually, even though his pockets were empty. He was confident that if the vendor forced him to buy it, he could expose the scam. No one would pay 30,000 for a fake flower. The vendor was ecstatic, having heard that people in the black market were gullible and rich, and now experiencing it firsthand. Zhang Yi hesitated, feeling defeated. Chen Shu shook his head, looking regretful and mocking. Seriously? A rich kid hesitating over buying a flower? Where's your backbone? Zhang Yi's competitive spirit flared up. 40,000, he shouted. Great. Now that's guts. Uncle Chen approves. Chen Shu turned and walked away immediately. Zhang Yi was stunned by how quickly Chen Shu gave up. Something felt off, but he could afford the loss even if 40,000 was a bit steep. As Chen Shu walked away, he turned back and said, "Oh, by the way, class leader Zhang, if you need paintbrushes, hit me up. I'll give you a discount." Zhang Yi was left bewildered. The vendor quickly completed the transaction and hurriedly left the black market. Chen Pai, I can't believe Zhang Yi showed up out of nowhere. What bad luck, Zhang Dali complained, seeing how Zhang Yi targeted Chen Shu. Let him be. He'll have a hard time explaining this at home. 40,000 is no small amount. Chen Shu whistled, looking pleased. By the way, how did he find out it was me so quickly? I better not find out who snitched. Chen Shu grumbled, clearly annoyed at the informant. Of course it was me. Zhang Dali proudly admitted. You? Yeah, you told me last night, so I shared it in the grades group chat. Everyone's talking about you. Chen Shu checked his phone and saw countless messages in the group chat. Lonely Wolf Zhang Dali. Zhang Yi, the one who beat you up is my buddy Chen Shu. If you dare retaliate, come find me. Zhang Dali, don't mind playing with you. Zhang Yi, Chen Pai, it was you who ambushed me. I won't forget this. Wang Yu Gang. Chen Pai is ruthless, a true role model. Teacher Fang Ke. Chen Shu, come to my office tomorrow. Zhou Bu Wei, this is the brute squad. Shouldn't we beast tamers leave? Wu Kai, as a beast tamer, choosing to physically ambush someone is disgraceful. Oh, I've done it too, so it's fine. Chen Pai, look at how lively the group is. Everyone's talking about you. Zhang Dali grinned, oblivious to the trouble. Dali, we don't need to be so high profile. Loki is the ultimate show-off. Got it? Chen Shu advised, realizing Zhang Dali had unwittingly exposed him. Got it, got it. Zhang Dali nodded, understanding. Let's go see if we can find another Dali flower. They continued to browse the black market, but unfortunately, there were no more Dali flowers to be found. Such rare resources were mostly bought up by large corporations and the government since Dali potions were commonly needed to boost the strength of contracted spirits. Let's check out the shops here. Eventually, Chen Shu reluctantly decided to enter the black market shops. There were only a few shops, but they had a comprehensive range of goods. More importantly, as long as you had money, you could buy anything without needing any special qualifications. A Dali flower for 20,000? No thanks. Chen Shu muttered as he stepped into a shop. The prices were outrageous. Including other materials, the cost would be 25,000. Most alchemists could only make 5 bottles, breaking even at best. Chen Shu wasn't interested. By the way, are you hiring? Chen Shu suddenly asked. With the end of his sophomore year approaching and summer break on the horizon, he wanted a part-time job to earn some money and gain experience. The more people he met, the higher the chances of triggering system options. Yes, we are. The notice is posted outside. Chen Shu quickly went outside and saw the job posting. Urgent, urgent, urgent. Hiring shop assistants interns. Job description. Primarily responsible for sorting and categorizing various goods. Working hours, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Salary, 400 per month, with double pay upon permanent employment. Note, summer job applicants will receive half the salary. Wow, this place is a real ripoff. Chen Shu was speechless. The black market shops were truly cutthroat. Even Wall Street wolves would shed a tear. Young man, interested? You look decent. I can skip the interview and hire you on the spot. Give me a break, muttered Chen Shu as he and Zhang Dali decisively turned away from the black market, quickening their pace to leave without a second glance. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the area, shaking the entire black market. Chen Shu looked up and saw 2 contract spirits clashing fiercely on a distant street. A fiery red bird soared through the air, its talons glinting with a faint glow of fire. Opposing it was a towering black shadow, standing nearly 2 meters tall, seemingly intangible yet undoubtedly solid. The 2 spirits were locked in a vicious battle. Although the red bird had the advantage of flight, it was being relentlessly suppressed by the shadow. The shadow extended a rope-like black line, binding the firebird tightly. Nearby, Su Xiaoyu watched the scene with a grave expression. She hadn't expected to encounter such a crisis in the black market. The trapped fiery red bird was her 11th contract spirit, the flamebird. The crowd around them murmured in concern, gradually distancing themselves from the combat zone. Although there were high-level beast tamers in the black market, none seemed willing to intervene. The beast tamer controlling the shadow had reached level 9, and subduing him would require a black iron level beast tamer. However, such powerful individuals typically formed their own beast tamer groups and ventured into alternate dimensions, rarely appearing in the black market. Zhang Dali, though an ordinary person, could act recklessly here because both his parents were black iron level beast tamers. He recognized Su Xiaoyu's flamebird and recalled the awe-inspiring moment when she awakened it, stunning the entire grade. Chen Shu, what do you think? Looks like it's our turn to step in, Zhang Dali said, turning to Chen Shu with a serious expression. Indeed, it's time to act. Chen Shu clenched his fists slightly and exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Dali. They nodded in silent agreement. To everyone's surprise, the next moment, the two of them bolted towards the nearest southern exit. Their years of surviving in the underworld had honed their escape skills to perfection. With the battle between the contract spirits about to spill over, they knew it was now or never to make a run for it. As Chen Shu sprinted, a series of options suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Option 1. Release the golden slime and overpower the shadow creature. Reward: Beast Tamer level up. Option 2. Ignore the situation and escape amidst the chaos. Reward: Slime gains the charge skill. Option 3. Attack the shadow creature's master directly. Reward: Golden Slime's attributes increase by 5, and the master's position is locked. Option 4. Shout for help and rally the crowd. Reward: Gain the title non-human, increasing damage to non-human entities by 20. Chen Shu's heart skipped a beat. The title non-human sounded impressive, but its effect seemed rather niche. He abruptly stopped and shouted, Dali, let's go beat him up. He pulled out a large bag from his backpack. Are you seriously carrying a fertilizer bag with you? Zhang Dali was stunned. He had always considered himself invincible, but he hadn't expected anyone to be even crazier. Cut the crap, let's go. Chen Shu's vision suddenly shifted, revealing a figure bathed in a crimson glow at the end of the street. It was a burly man with a buzz cut, calmly controlling the shadow creature with a sinister smile on his face, as if he were a textbook villain. To distract the man, Chen Shu released the golden slime ahead of time. Though he was only a level 2 beast tamer, his slime had evolved significantly through multiple choices, now standing nearly half a meter tall, resembling a giant moving blob. Squish! The slime, with its big eyes, bounced around happily. Under Chen Shu's command, it quietly approached the battlefield. The burly man suddenly noticed a strange yellow mass appearing out of nowhere, crashing directly into the shadow creature. What the hell? Where did this poop come from? He was startled, instantly realizing another beast tamer had joined the fray. The slime had already used its gigantify ability, swelling to nearly 2 meters tall, exuding a formidable presence. While the man was momentarily distracted, Chen Shu and Zhang Dali stealthily approached him from behind. Their stealth skills were on par with professionals, clearly indicating they had done this many times before. When they were less than a meter away, they couldn't help but chuckle, emitting a hee-hee sound. The man sensed something and turned around abruptly, but it was too late. A bag was swiftly thrown over his head, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. Stop it! Damn it, stop! Lu Wui shouted, feeling dizzy and almost fainting. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali, like berserk brutes, showed no mercy, knowing that if the man controlled his contract spirit to counterattack, their lives could be in danger. Captain Zhang Yi of Beast Tamer Class 3. Let's knock him out first. Top student of 3rd High School, Wang Tong. Are we going too far? We can't worry about that now. The two shouted in unison, instantly selling out Zhang Yi and Wang Tong. The onlookers were dumbfounded, thinking, who calls out their comrades like this? Lu Wui, already dazed, was suddenly overwhelmed by pain and passed out. With its master incapacitated, the shadow creature immediately returned to the beast's space. Chen Shu also recalled his slime. Su Xiaoyu stood in stunned silence, having expected a powerful individual to come to her aid, only to find it was these two clowns who had resolved the crisis. She retrieved her flamebird and approached the crowd, seeing the two students still kicking the man on the ground with the fertilizer bag over his head. You two. Su Xiaoyu recognized Chen Shu and Zhang Dali. Xiaoyu, you're just in time. This scoundrel dared to attack you, but don't worry, I've already subdued him, Chen Shu said, kicking the man a couple more times for good measure. You guys handled this? Su Xiaoyu was completely baffled. She never expected these two jokers to be the ones who saved the day. Chen Shu nodded slightly and removed the bag of urea, revealing Lu Dai's face. Lu's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Hey, I know this guy. Isn't he the wanted criminal from the internet? As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding crowd began to recognize Lu Wui as well. Whispers spread through the crowd, and some people quickly pulled out their phones to search. Confirmation soon followed from all directions. He's really a high-risk wanted criminal. Chen Shu's eyes were drawn to the reward amount, causing his heart to race. 10,000 yuan. Before long, officials from the Spirit Enforcement Bureau arrived on the scene. Dressed in uniforms and wearing stern expressions, they specialized in handling beast masters who broke the law. The black market crowd was swiftly dispersed, and Chen Shu and his two companions left Qixing Street. As they exited the street, Chen Shu left his phone number. The Spirit Enforcement Bureau staff promised that if the identification was confirmed, he would receive the reward. Zhang Dali, however, adopted a lofty demeanor, scoffing at the reward. Do good deeds without seeking recognition, he said, feigning nonchalance. Not to be outdone, Chen Shu puffed up his chest. It's nothing. Justice is what I, Chen Shu, love the most. They both struck heroic poses, as if they were dedicated to righting wrongs in the world, completely forgetting the panic they had shown earlier. Su Xiaoyu said earnestly, I owe you one for this. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Chen Shu quickly responded, Sister Xiaoyu, we didn't help you for a favor. He then changed the subject. By the way, I'm looking for a job over the summer. Zhang Dali couldn't help but interject. Didn't you just say you weren't looking for a favor? You're really something. Su Xiaoyu brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, looking particularly charming in the night breeze. What kind of job are you looking for? I might have some recommendations. Without hesitation, Chen Shu replied, Sister Xiaoyu, I'm not picky. As long as it's easy, close to home and pays well. Zhang Dali chimed in. Who wouldn't want a job like that? Chen Shu immediately turned to Su Xiaoyu. Sister Xiaoyu, I just want a job where I can lie at home and count money. Su Xiaoyu laughed awkwardly. Ha, ha. You two really aren't choosy. My company happens to be hiring. If you're interested, you can give it a try. What kind of job? They asked in unison. Su Xiaoyu hesitated a bit before explaining. Mainly patrolling the company and providing security services. Security guard? Chen Shu frowned. He was actually looking for a job related to being an alchemist. Zhang Dali, however, suddenly got excited. Really? There's a security guard position available? Su Xiaoyu looked puzzled, not understanding why a security job would elicit such excitement. Chen Shu also found it strange. Dali, are you out of your mind? If your black iron level beast master parents find out, they'll beat you up. Zhang Dali proudly retorted. Chen Pai, you don't get it. If you haven't worked as a security guard this year, you're out of the loop. Chen Shu shook his head helplessly and turned to Su Xiaoyu. Sister Xiaoyu, I can mix potions. Do you have anything more fitting? Su Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. You can mix potions? She explained, that's not something just anyone can do. Becoming an alchemist requires extensive knowledge of complex pharmacology, usually attainable only by graduates from top universities. She hesitated for a moment. I can't make that decision, but if you really want to try, you can check out my company. But if you want to be a security guard, just say you're my classmate. Su Xiaoyu gave a slight bow. Thanks again for your help. The three exchanged contact information and then went their separate ways. On the way home, Zhang Dali sighed. Who would have thought we'd save a top student just by helping out? Chen Pai, do you think we're the main characters? Chen Shu teased. I'm not, but you might be. Why do you say that? You have the traits of a main character. Zhang Dali was instantly thrilled. I've been hiding it for 17 years, and you still saw through me. Chen Pai, your insight is incredible. Chen Shu's mouth twitched. Can we have a bit of humility? Huh. You just said I have main character traits. Yeah, most main characters start out as underdogs. You fit that perfectly. You're such a jerk. Zhang Dali flipped him off in disdain. The two bantered as they walked back to their neighborhood. Once home, Chen Shu prepared for bed. Suddenly, a set of options appeared before him. Option 1. Train all night, absorbing spiritual energy. Reward, title, diligent talent, which boosts training efficiency by 10. Option 2. Go straight to sleep. Reward, a small amount of beast master energy. Without hesitation, Chen Shu chose the second option. He turned on the air conditioner, covered himself with a blanket, and lay down. If I have to train hard even after activating the system, what's the point of having it? Who doesn't understand the perks of being the main character? The next day, as soon as Chen Shu walked into the classroom, he felt the admiring gazes of his classmates. Paigu, you're amazing. Everyone else fights with their contracted spirits, but you go hand to hand. You've really paved a new path in combat. Of course, Pai Ji's reputation in the regular class is even bigger than Su Xiaoyu's. Just the way you handled that urea bag is something we could learn from forever. Paigu, do you have any more urea bags at home? Give me one. I want to hang it on the wall to ward off evil. Chen Shu waved his hand modestly, closing his eyes slightly. Everyone, keep it low-key. It was mainly thanks to class monitor Zheng's cooperation. Just as he was bragging, a harsh voice suddenly rang out. Move. Who the hell is Chen Shu? A thin, sharp-eyed student appeared at the classroom door. Zhang Nan from senior year? What are you doing here? Wang Meng was the first to stand up, blocking Chen Shu. Zhang Nan sneered, crossing his arms. What? Not welcoming me? I heard someone in junior year bullied my brother and made my family lose 40,000 yuan. As his big brother, I have to ask about it. What's wrong? Afraid to own up now? Think you can just get away with it, you little punk? Zhang Nan's gaze locked onto Chen Shu like an eagle eyeing its prey, and he strode forward with unwavering determination. The tension in the classroom soared instantly, and the other students instinctively took a few steps back, as if pushed by an invisible force. The natural authority of a senior student was on full display, a tacit rule in the school. Zhang Nan looked slightly up at Chen Shu, a contemptuous smirk playing on his lips. So, you must be Chen Shu, huh? His right hand shot out, aiming to slap Chen Shu's face. However, Chen Shu's reaction was lightning fast. He grabbed Zhang Nan's wrist, his expression calm and unflinching. In that split second, 3 options flashed before Chen Shu's eyes. Option 1. Release Zhang Nan's hand. Allow him to slap your face, and smile ingratiatingly while saying, "Nange, that feels great." Reward, title, one who knows when to yield, which increases food intake by 50. Option 2. Seriously say, "Big brother, you've got the wrong person. My name is Zhang Dali." Reward, golden slime size 10. Option 3. Directly counterattack and show your prowess. Note, Zhang Nan is a level 6 beast tamer. Reward, skill book, dominant body. Chen Shu almost burst out laughing at the first option. The content was absurd, and the reward was even more ridiculous, a title that increased food intake. Essentially, one who knows when to eat. Without wasting another second, he decisively chose the third option. After all, if he could take down a level 9 beast tamer fugitive, what was a mere level 6 beast tamer? Chen Shu tightened his grip on Zhang Nan's wrist with his left hand and swung his right hand like a flash of lightning. With a loud smack, Zhang Nan's head snapped to the side, his ears ringing. Yeah, I'm Chen Shu. Got a problem with that? Chen Shu's voice was as cold as ice. Zhang Nan hadn't expected such ferocity from a fellow student. Where were the rules of the school? The respect for seniors? Though he was a level 6 beast tamer, his thin frame was no match for Chen Shu. You're asking for it. Zhang Nan's face turned livid, his fists clenched in rage. Oh, thinking about summoning your contract beast? Chen Shu raised his right hand again and delivered another heavy blow. Classmates from Beast Taming Class 5 shouted warnings. If you dare summon, well, call the Spirit Bureau. According to the official Beast Taming Code, beast tamers were not allowed to summon their contract beasts at will, or the Spirit Bureau would intervene. Meet me at the school's beast taming arena if you've got the guts. Zhang Nan roared, humiliated beyond measure. Chen Shu sneered. You think I'm as dumb as you? Walk into a trap willingly? His tone was dripping with sarcasm, only adding fuel to the fire. I bet you've played too much Plants vs. Zombies. Huh, what do you mean? Dazed from the blows, Zhang Nan asked reflexively. Your brain's been eaten, duh. Chen Shu lightly patted Zhang Nan's face, arrogantly saying, Last chance, Chen Shu. Any issues? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unsure who the real villain was. No issues. Zhang Nan conceded, swallowing his pride and thinking he should have brought more people. At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Feng Ku, arrived late. All right, break it up. Chen Pai, what's going on here? Chen Shu quickly covered. Teacher Feng, we were just messing around. Nan here recently leveled up and wanted to spar with me. The crowd silently criticized the flimsy excuse. Which beast tamer would choose to fight personally over the arena? However, Feng Ku accepted the explanation with a nod. All right, Zhang Nan, get back to your class. As Zhang Nan left, his face bruised and battered, he shot Chen Shu a venomous glare. Feng Ku warned, Chen Pai, be careful. Zhang Nan is a troublemaker. Push him too far, and he might do something drastic. Chen Shu scoffed, yeah, right? If he can do anything, let him solve a set of college entrance exam questions. Feng Ku sighed, stop joking around. Come to my office. Chen Shu's face fell, and he reluctantly followed her. In the classroom, discussions erupted. Chen Pai is really tough, beating up both Zhang brothers. They're pretty well known in Nanjing City No. 2 High School. No kidding, Zhang Yi is the class president of Beast Taming Class 3, and Zhang Nan is a member of Beast Taming Class 1. Both future top university candidates. Won't Chen Pai face retaliation? If they ambush him, it could get serious. Worry spread among the students. Although beast tamers couldn't summon their contract beasts arbitrarily, in secluded places, anything could happen. As long as there were no serious injuries or deaths, the Spirit Bureau wouldn't dig too deep. Even the usually aloof Xiaobing quietly said, I don't think Chen Shu will be ambushed. Everyone was momentarily stunned, but quickly nodded in agreement. Although Chen Shu's beast taming skills were not particularly advanced, his devious and cunning nature made him a formidable opponent. The most troublesome aspect was his ability to take everyone by surprise with his unexpected actions. Fang Ke frowned at Chen Shu and said sternly, "Teacher, I really didn't hit him. Zhang Nan just came to me to discuss a problem." "What problem?" Fang Ke pressed further. Chen Shu innocently explained. "He asked if my name was Chen Shu, and I kindly answered him." Fang Ku was speechless and pointed to the wounds on Zhang Nan's face, questioning, "Then how did he get those injuries?" Chen Shu blinked and replied casually, "Every time I answered, he was so moved that he headbutted my hand." It left me quite bewildered. Seeing Chen Shu's innocent demeanor, Fang Ku couldn't help but marvel. How can this kid lie so calmly? Fang Ku sighed. "All right, I won't pursue this matter further since he provoked you first." In truth, he already knew what had happened and had deliberately delayed taking action, hoping Chen Shu would teach Zhang Nan a lesson. However, Fang Ke's expression turned serious as he continued. "Zhang Nan brought this upon himself, but what you did to Zhang Yi was wrong. The school doesn't allow students to fight personally in battles between beast tamers. If someone gets hurt, how are we supposed to explain it to their parents? If everyone behaved like you, the school would be in chaos." He went on to explain, "From a young age, we're taught that the human body is fragile and that in battle, we can only rely on our contracted spirits. These spirits have strong vitality and can recover even from severe injuries. But if a person dies, it's all over." Chen Shu nonchalantly retorted, "Teacher, I was just showing him how dangerous the world can be. If he goes through a dimensional gate, the beasts there won't only target his contracted spirit. If he can't protect himself, no matter how powerful his spirit is, it's useless." With a sly smile, he added, "Tough love breeds strength." Ahem, I was just trying to toughen them up." Fang Ku was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Seeing this, Chen Shu smugly said, "It seems my words have deeply touched your soul." With that, he clasped his hands together in a formal gesture and said, "Mr. Fang, take your time to reflect on this. Farewell." As he watched Chen Shu walk away, Fang Ku could only shake his head in exasperation, unsure how to handle this cunning and peculiar student. Chen Shu returned to the classroom, whistling cheerfully. His golden slime had just mastered its third combat skill immunity, allowing it to temporarily ignore control effects from contract spirits of the same level. Combined with its previous skills, charge, and gigantification, this Frank slime was now quite formidable. Chen Shu couldn't help but feel elated. The chances of a regular Frank contract spirit learning new skills on its own were almost zero, which was why he hadn't chosen the beast taming class initially. But now, with the system, acquiring new skills was a breeze. He felt an overwhelming urge to shout, "Everything's going smoothly, the future looks bright." Just then, Fang Ku walked into the classroom, appearing to have snapped out of deep thought. With a serious expression, he announced, "The final exams are just a month away. I hope everyone gives it their all. The school offers generous rewards. The top 30 in the grade will receive beast taming pearls, the top 5 will get mid-grade beast taming pearls, and the first place will be awarded the enlightenment pill." As soon as Fang Ku finished speaking, the classroom fell into a dead silence. Everyone knew that although the enlightenment pill was precious, increasing the chances of a contract spirit learning new skills and worth tens of thousands, it was practically unattainable for them. The top student, Su Xiaoyu, was already a level 7 beast tamer, while the strongest in their class, Xiaobing, was only at level 5. Seeing the lack of enthusiasm, Fang Ke tried to boost morale, even if the enlightenment pill is out of reach. Aiming for the top 30 is still possible. You have to dream big. You never know when it might come true. At that moment, Chen Shu suddenly spoke up. "What about the other 99.99 chance?" The classroom fell silent again, with many students nodding in agreement, feeling that Chen Shu had a point. Fang Ke gritted his teeth and shouted, "Chen Shu!" He silently cursed Li Yuan for placing this student in his class, thinking it was undermining his efforts. Chen Shu looked innocent. "Mr. Fang, I'm just being honest." Fang Ke finally snapped, "Enough. If you don't pass the cultural subjects this time, you don't need to stay in beast taming class 5 anymore." As soon as Fang Ku finished speaking, a new set of options appeared before Chen Shu. Option 1. Apologize sincerely, reward a small amount of beast taming power. Option 2. Proudly vow to pass, or voluntarily leave the school, reward mid-grade strength potion. Option 3. Ask if he could go to beast taming class 1, reward high school beast taming history knowledge. Despite the second option aligning more with his personality, the reward for the third option was too tempting. Without hesitation, Chen Shu chose the third option and seriously asked, "Is it because beast taming class 1 wants to recruit me?" Fang Ku took a deep breath, struggling to contain his anger. "Are you out of your mind? I said you don't need to stay in class 5, and you think you can go to class 1? I have something to attend to now. Start self-studying and maintain order." With that, he stormed out of the classroom. Outside, Fang Ke ran into Li Yuan and immediately began to complain about Chen Shu's various misdeeds. Li Yuan, however, remained calm, as if saying, "You haven't seen the worst yet." In the classroom, Chen Shu's eyes sparkled as he swiftly went through various test questions, easily finding the answers. All morning, he absorbed the newfound knowledge in his mind, not only preparing for the exams but also gaining a deeper understanding of beast tamers. His classmates noticed Chen Shu's unusual behavior, speculating that he might be aiming for second to last place. Even in the afternoon, Chen Shu continued to study diligently, which was highly unusual. Xiaobing, wearing a white dress, approached with a concerned look more like she was examining a patient. "Chen Pai, are you okay?" Only then did Chen Shu realize the strange looks from everyone. He quickly explained, "I'm just reading, that's all." This made everyone even more convinced that he had lost it, with some suggesting he should be sent to the school clinic. Suddenly, Xiaobing said, "Chen Shu, if you want to study, I can tutor you. There's no need to push yourself so hard." Her words instantly triggered a chorus of suggestive whistles from the class. Xiaobing blushed and hastily clarified, I'm the class monitor, so of course, I should help with his grades." Chen Shu stood there, stunned, as another set of options appeared before him. Option 1. Politely decline, reward. A small amount of beast taming power. Option 2. Grinningly accept, reward. Slime's ice resistance 20. Option 3. Righteously question her, reward. Slime's all attribute resistance 20. Faced with this straightforward choice, Chen Shu already had his answer in mind. Chen Shu stood up abruptly, his eyes blazing as he stared at the petite Xiaobing. With a tone as serious as a declaration of war, he said, "Class leader, are you questioning my academic abilities?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the classroom fell into a dead silence, as if time itself had frozen. The classmates exchanged bewildered glances, their faces full of shock and disbelief. Someone couldn't help but whisper, "Isn't this a bit too straightforward? Even if the god of love tied their red thread with steel, it wouldn't survive this." However, Chen Shu seemed oblivious to the reactions around him and sat back down as if nothing had happened. Those who knew him well understood that he wasn't really that straightforward. He was just a bit eccentric. Xia Bing stood there awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face. She had thought that the beast control orb she gave him yesterday had brought them closer, but Chen Shu's reaction was completely unexpected. Feeling helpless, she quietly returned to her seat. Wang Ming watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but sigh. "Chen Pai, your silence is more inscrutable than Mulan's disguise." In truth, Xiaobing's offer to tutor was purely out of concern for Chen Shu's grades. She knew that failing the cultural subjects could cost him his chance at his dream university, which would be a real regret. The afternoon passed quickly, and the pleasant sound of the school bell signaled the end of class. Chen Shu stretched and let out a huge yawn, so loud that it set off a chain reaction of yawns among his classmates. Someone complained, "Did you really have to yawn that long?" As he walked out of the school gates, Chen Shu started planning his study schedule. With a month left until the final exams, he figured that doing more multiple-choice questions should help him nail the cultural subjects. As a level 2 beast master, his goal was to advance to level 4, which would place him in the top 30 of his grade. Lost in his thoughts, Chen Shu suddenly found himself surrounded by 7 or 8 people. Leading the group was Zhang Yi's older brother, Zhang Nan. Unfazed, Chen Shu quipped, "Oh, isn't it Brother Nan? Your face looks even more swollen, but I can still barely make out your dashing aura." Zhang Nan's face contorted with anger, as if he'd been punched in the gut. A bespectacled, scholarly-looking man beside him spoke up, "Are juniors in their second year of high school this arrogant now?" Chen Shu scoffed, "Come on, what century is this? Using age to intimidate people?" He remained calm, knowing the school guards were nearby. Just as the group was about to make a move, Chen Shu suddenly shouted, "High school seniors are committing murder." The outcry nearly scared everyone senseless. Zhang Nan and his gang panicked and tried to flee. At that moment, several guards in blue uniforms rushed over. One of them recognized Chen Shu and asked what was going on. Chen Shu immediately switched to a pitiful demeanor and exaggeratedly accused Zhang Nan and his group of their crimes. Just then, several formally dressed individuals arrived at the school gate, including Mayu, the senior year head teacher. After listening to Chen Shu's far-fetched story, Mayu felt a headache coming on. He interrupted, "All right, student, I get the gist. You can go home now. I'll handle the rest." Chen Shu reluctantly left, leaving Zhang Nan and his group to face Mayu's scolding. Mayu sternly warned them not to cause trouble, especially with the college entrance exams approaching. Back home, Chen Shu focused on his studies. Although he had a good grasp of beast control history, he knew he needed to practice more to master it. Besides, after offending the Zhang brothers, he didn't dare venture out alone at night. A week flew by with Chen Shu keeping a low profile and staying out of trouble. During this time, he triggered 2 choices, gaining the strength of a slime and an increase in size. Though still a level 2 beast master, his contracted spirit's power was now comparable to that of a level 3. Finally, the holiday arrived, and the classmates were buzzing with excitement. As one of the exam centers for the college entrance exams, Nanjing's second high school gave students from other grades a 3-day break. Some planned to visit beast control dojos, while others signed up for beast control tutoring classes. Despite their excitement, everyone remained focused on preparing for the upcoming exams. Wang Meng and several classmates were enthusiastically discussing their holiday plans. As top students, a 3-day break for them meant only one thing: burying themselves in their studies. The Beast Taming Dojo, a social education institution renowned for its rich spiritual energy, was highly sought after. Countless students were vying to get in and improve their beast taming skills. Chenpai, what about you? Any plans? Wang Meng turned to Chen Shu. Chen Shu answered nonchalantly, Me? I'm planning to interview for a summer job. Hearing this, Wang Meng raised an eyebrow. You really have a laid-back attitude. He thought to himself that Chen Shu, who was at the bottom of the class in academic subjects and equally lacking in beast taming skills, seemed to have given up completely. Chen Shu yawned and didn't bother to explain. With a system backing him, he had become more carefree. In his view, the world didn't need saving by him, and he had no deep-seated grudges to avenge. Everything could just take its time. Just then, a dark-skinned figure appeared at the classroom door. Chun Pai. It was their former homeroom teacher, Li Yuan. Chen Shu was taken aback, not expecting Mr. Li to be looking for him. He crossed his arms behind his head and lazily asked, Mr. Li, what's up? Li Yuan gave Chen Shu a smack on the head. You little rascal. But he quickly got to the point, his expression serious. Did you get into trouble? The Spirit Regulation Bureau is here looking for you. The Spirit Regulation Bureau? Chen Shu sat up straight, knowing their authority far surpassed that of the police. They hurried to the office, where they found Zhang Dali chatting animatedly with a man in a black, short-sleeve shirt. Zhang Dali stood up immediately upon seeing Chen Shu. Uncle Wang, this is my buddy Chen Shu, but you can call him Chen Pai. He then vividly recounted the heroic deeds of that day, spitting as he spoke and occasionally twitching as if reliving the intense moments. Wang Qian shook his head with a wry smile. All right, I've watched you grow up. I know what you're like. He turned to Chen Shu, a glint of admiration in his eyes. I bet it was this young hero who led the charge, right? A set of options appeared before Chen Shu. After a brief thought, he decisively chose the third one. He dramatically turned around, hands behind his back, looking out the window with a lofty tone. Uncle Wang, your judgment is spot on. He vividly recalled the scene of that day. That thug was too brazen, acting out in broad daylight right in front of me. Without a second thought, I pulled out a bag of urea and covered his head, then delivered a dose of justice. Stop. Wang Qian quickly interrupted, his mouth twitching. You two have been thick as thieves since you were kids. He thought to himself that these two had such quirky thought processes, like they were from another planet. I want to know, how did you pinpoint his location? That fugitive only summoned his contract spirit and hid among the crowd. Even experienced beast tamers found it hard to identify him quickly. Chen Shu replied earnestly, I could tell by his evil face. He just looked like a bad guy. He couldn't reveal that the system had given him a clue, showing a red glow around the man that nearly blinded him. That's it. Wang Qian was incredulous. Could you be any more reckless? What if it wasn't him? You could have attacked the wrong person. Chen Shu shrugged. No worries, we had bags over our heads. He couldn't see us. Wang Qian and Li Yuan stood in the office of the Spirit Suppression Bureau, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They had just learned that their heroic deeds, which they had been so proud of, were actually the result of a mere coincidence. Seriously? We just got lucky? Wang Qian thought to himself in shock. And we even had a backup plan? Despite this, the officials at the Spirit Suppression Bureau still acknowledged their efforts. Regardless, you did save Su Xiaoyu, the heiress of 666 pharmaceuticals. If something had happened to her, we would have been in for a lot of trouble. As he spoke, the official pushed a check for 100,000 yuan towards them. Here is the Spirit Suppression Bureau's reward. Wang Qian had no desire to ask any more questions. To him, these two were just lucky. He had initially thought that Chen Shu's contracted spirit had mastered some advanced detection skills, but it turned out not to be the case. From Li Yuan, he learned that Chen Shu's contracted spirit was actually a Slimia low-level spirit with almost no chance of mastering high-level skills. Zhang Dali, however, had no interest in the reward. With a face full of dissatisfaction, he asked, Uncle Wang, isn't there going to be any citywide coverage? Clearly, he was eager for fame and recognition. Wang Qian shook his head. A 9th-level beast tamer isn't enough to warrant that, unless it's an iron-rank criminal. If you really want it, you can pay for a media interview yourself. With that, Wang Qian got up and left the office. The college entrance exams were approaching, and the Spirit Suppression Bureau was getting busier to prevent any disturbances. The city might seem peaceful on the surface, but it was thanks to the protection of various official agencies working behind the scenes. Back at school, Zhang Dali was still not giving up. He pitifully asked Li Yuan, Mr. Li, can we arrange a school-wide announcement? If he couldn't get citywide fame, at least he wanted to be recognized in school. Li Yuan was surprised. You guys actually caught a wanted criminal? He was astounded. These two students not only saved the top student Su Xiaoyu but also captured a 9th-level beast tamer? Zhang Dali boasted. No need to doubt, Mr. Li. It wasn't a coincidence. What did you call me? Li Yuan's face suddenly turned stern, his fierce expression making Zhang Dali shiver. Mr. Li, Zhang Dali quickly lowered his head. Li Yuan coldly replied, forget about the 3 days off for the exams. Go home and copy the history notes 10 times. Can't control Chen Pai, but I can definitely control you. Zhang Dali's head drooped as he sighed inwardly. Great, not only did I not get famous, but now I have to copy history notes as punishment. Li Yuan looked at the two students with a serious expression and said earnestly, both of you should go back. You got lucky this time, but you can't count on that next time. Even when standing up for justice, you need to consider your own abilities, understand? As a teacher, he didn't want his students to sacrifice themselves heroically. Without the necessary skills, they'd only bring harm to themselves and others. As for the dream of being publicly commended by the school, they should abandon that thought. The two students left the office dejectedly, walking home together. On the way, one of them spoke up, Dali, you deserve half of the reward this time, but I know you won't take it. So I'll just hold on to it for now. Dude, I haven't even said anything yet, Dali responded helplessly. After a pause, he added, by the way, come with me to the 666 potion company tomorrow. I want to try out for a position as a potion maker. Sure. I was planning to apply for a security guard job there anyway. Chen Shu agreed, then asked curiously, why are you so interested in being a security guard? Did you, like me, awaken some sort of security guard system? Dali replied earnestly, because I've always wanted to protect people. Just as Chen Shu was about to say something, a black Mercedes suddenly stopped at the school gate. The window rolled down, revealing a rugged face wearing sunglasses. The man called out to them, son, get in the car. Xiao Pai, you're here too? Perfect, let's go home together. Dad, you're back from Daxing City? Dali asked in surprise. The man was his father, Zhang Feng, a powerful black iron-level beast master. Zhang Feng smiled and replied, the job's done. So I came back. The three got into the car and quickly drove away. Inside, Zhang Feng asked, Xiao Pai, I heard you're in the beast master class? Yeah, Chen Shu replied briefly. Zhang Feng sighed, that's ambitious. Too bad Dali doesn't have the beast master talent. Otherwise, I'd lift him to black iron level myself if I had to. Dad, stop, Dali said, pouting. I've been wondering for 17 years. Both you and Mom have the beast master talent, and according to geneticists, mine shouldn't be bad either. But here I am, with none. Sometimes I wonder if I'm really your son. Zhang Feng patted his rugged face and laughed. Who says that? At least you inherited your dad's handsome looks. But seriously, the odds of you not having the talent are like winning the lottery. Maybe you did something really bad in a past life. Whatever. I've come to terms with it, Dali said, looking out the window with a carefree expression. With you guys around, and Chen Pai and Sister Fong Si watching my back, no one would dare mess with me. Chen Shu suddenly asked, Uncle Zhang, can you tell me about the dimensional spaces? His eyes sparkled with curiosity. A flicker of emotion crossed Zhang Feng's eyes, and he replied gravely, dimensional spaces. Some say they're hell, others say they're paradise. They're filled with fierce beasts and precious resources. You could strike it rich overnight, or find yourself in mortal danger. Without strong abilities and a reliable beast team, it's best not to venture in. He said no more after that. When they returned to the neighborhood, Zhang Feng and his son were invited to dinner at Chen Shu's home. The two families were neighbors and had always had a good relationship. After a hearty meal, Zhang Feng and Dali said their goodbyes. Before leaving, Chen Shu and Dali agreed to meet early the next morning for their interviews at the 666 Potion Company. Back in his room, Chen Shu lay on his bed and picked up his phone. He was considering whether to ask Su Xiaoyu for some advice. Although she might not be able to help with the potion maker position, she could still offer some insights. Just as he was about to open his messages, a series of notifications popped up. Why is Sister Fong Si messaging me all of a sudden? Chen Shu wondered as he saw a string of long voice messages. The last one was a text message. Can you understand this feeling? Looking at the voice messages, Chen Shu felt a headache coming on and replied directly, Sister Fong Si, I totally understand. This is really something else. Fong Si was the neighborhood's older sister, 3 years older than Chen Shu. Back in the day, Fong Si, Chen Shu, and Dali were a famous trio at Nanjiang Second High School. Unlike Chen Shu and Dali, Fong Si was a true beast master prodigy, with her first contracted spirit reaching level, breaking the school's record. With a college entrance exam score of 700, she got into the prestigious Huaxia Academy, becoming the top student in Nanjiang City that year. Fong Si had a fiery personality and was a force to be reckoned with at their school. striking fear in everyone who saw her. As Chen Shu reminisced, another notification came through. I sent blank voice messages, Chun Pai. Are you itching for trouble? Chen Shu realized his mistake and quickly checked the voice messages, which were indeed blank. Thinking fast, he replied, yes, Sister Fong Si. It's exactly this kind of empty, powerless feeling. I really get it. Fong Si was silent for a moment before replying. Stop joking around. Has anyone been bullying you and Dolly at school? I might come back for a while during the summer break, and I'll take care of them. Chen Shu replied politely, no need, Sister Fong Si. You're busy with your studies. Then he quickly typed, I'll send you a list. So you weren't joking at all, and you even have a list ready. Chen Shu started listing names in his mind. Zheng Yi, Zheng Nan, Wang Teng, anyone he didn't like was added to the list. After all, Fong Si was a force to be reckoned with in Nanjiang City. 2 years have passed, and the King of Mischief is back. After a brief chat, Chen Shu and Fong Si ended their conversation. While Chen Shu had plenty of free time, Fong Si's schedule was incredibly tight. As the top-ranked beast tamer university, Huaxia Academy was fiercely competitive. Chen Shu opened his contacts and sent a message to Su Xiaoyu. Sister Xiaoyu, I have an interview tomorrow. Can you give me some insider tips? After waiting for a while without a response, Chen Shu couldn't hold back and asked again, Sister Xiaoyu, are you busy? I'm eating melon, Su Xiaoyu finally replied. Intrigued, Chen Shu asked, is the internet buzzing with gossip again? Whose scandal are we talking about? Unexpectedly, Su Xiaoyu quickly responded. A Hami melon. Chen Shu was baffled. You're actually eating a melon? A few minutes later, Su Xiaoyu got serious. Are you applying for the pharmacist position? If you're really good at high school material science, you could become a pharmacist assistant. Her words were clear. For a high schooler to become a pharmacist was a pipe dream. And don't call me sister. Just call me Xiaoyu. I just turned 16. She added. Most people undergo the awakening ceremony in their 3rd year of middle school, but she awakened in her 1st year of high school and was immediately placed in the top beast taming class. What if I can proficiently brew a potion? Chen Shu asked. His mastery of the strength potion was at the expert level, with a 100 success rate and a 30 reduction in materials. A cold remedy? Su Xiaoyu's tone was skeptical. Anyway, just give it a shot. Maybe you'll catch a pharmacist's eye. Lying in bed, she thought. A high schooler proficient in brewing potions? If it were that easy, potions would be commonplace among beast tamers. Su Xiaoyu, used to Chen Shu's eccentricities, turned off her phone and focused on cultivating her beast taming power. Seeing her disbelief, Chen Shu shook his head and turned off the light to read a novel. At 1 a.m., as he prepared to sleep, a set of options appeared before him. Option 1. Train all night, absorbing the world's spiritual energy. Completion reward. Earn the title Super Diligent Talent, with a 20 increase in training efficiency. Option 2. Fall asleep immediately. Completion reward. A small amount of beast taming power. Without hesitation, Chen Shu chose to sleep. Suddenly, a surge of beast taming power filled his body, roughly equivalent to 2 days' worth of training for a highly gifted beast tamer. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains. Groggily, Chen Shu picked up his phone to check the time. 12:07 p.m. Why is it so early? It's only midnight. Chen Shu mumbled, almost drifting back to sleep. Suddenly, he jolted awake. How can there be sunlight at midnight? He checked the time again and exclaimed, wow, I slept until noon? Only then did he realize why holidays seemed to fly by. There were no mornings. After a quick wash, Chen Shu headed to Zhang Dali's house and knocked vigorously. Dali! Zhang Dali! With no answer, Chen Shu shouted, fire! Fire! Soon, a group of neighbors, holding fire extinguishers, rushed over, looking worried. Where's the fire? Embarrassed, Chen Shu explained. Uncle Wang, Aunt Lu, I was just trying to liven things up. The neighbors sighed in relief, scolded Chen Shu briefly, and left. Moments later, a sleepy Zhang Dali appeared at the door. Chen Pai, why are you shouting in the middle of the night? Whoa, what a big moon. But why is it so bright? He shielded his eyes from the glaring sunlight. It's already noon, Chen Shu said exasperatedly, realizing he wasn't the only one who thought it was still night. Why is your house so dark? He peered inside to see complete darkness, with not a ray of sunlight. My dad's contracted beast has a skill called nightfall. It improves sleep quality. Cool, right? Zhang Dali stretched and turned on the lights. Give me a minute to get ready. 10 minutes later, the two left the neighborhood, heading to the 666 Potion Company for their interview. The high-tech zone of Nanjiang City was home to many major companies, with 666 Potion Company being one of the top firms, specializing in various potions for beast tamers. They splurged on a taxi to the high-tech zone. Let's grab some food first, get energized, and then head to the interview. They went to a quiet Chinese restaurant and ordered a few dishes. Boss, what kind of signature dish is this? Zhang Dali complained as he was about to dig in. Tomato stir-fry with tomatoes. No mistake, a waiter replied. Then why are there only tomatoes and no tomatoes? Zhang Dali poked at the dish with his chopsticks. The tomatoes are in there, the waiter said seriously. Oh? Chen Shu and Zhang Dali looked at each other, both equally confused. Tomatoes stir-fried with tomatoes? Are you serious? Chen Shu and Zhang Dali exchanged puzzled glances, their mouths twitching involuntarily. The dish name completely shattered their expectations, as if opening the door to a whole new world. Seeing their confusion, the waiter couldn't help but chuckle and explained, it's just a regular stir-fried tomato dish. The boss added some extra words to make the menu look more interesting. He offered a slightly apologetic smile, laying it all out plainly. Chen Shu shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. Whatever, let's just eat. Despite the odd name, he had to admit the dish was quite well cooked. The two of them quickly finished their lunch and soon arrived at the entrance of 666 Pharmaceutical Company. They looked up at the imposing office building, feeling a slight sense of intimidation, but they quickly composed themselves and walked in with determined strides. The security guard at the entrance politely asked, "Who are you here to see?" Zhang Dali eagerly replied, Senior, I'm Zhang Dali, a classmate of Su Xiaoyu. I'm here to apply for a security guard position." The security captain, recognizing the names, couldn't help but smile. "Oh, it's you two. Miss Su has already informed us about you." His tone was friendly, clearly indicating that Su Xiaoyu had given them a heads up. After all, these two had saved her life, and this small favor was the least they could do. Turning around, the captain called out, "Xiao Wang, take this gentleman to the pharmaceutical department." A young security guard responded and led Chen Shu inside the company. Zhang Dali stayed with the security team, confident that with Su Xiaoyu's help, his position was practically guaranteed. As for Chen Shu's job, that would depend on his own abilities. In the elevator, Xiao Wang couldn't help but glance at Chen Shu with a hint of curiosity. "Brother, becoming a pharmacist's assistant isn't easy," he said, his tone carrying a friendly warning. Chen Shu, however, remained unfazed. "I'm not here to be an assistant. I'm here to make medicine." His eyes roamed over the elevator's sleek interior. "Make medicine?" Xiao Wang chuckled. "You're quite the comedian." The elevator soon reached the 10th floor. As the doors opened, they revealed a solid glass door. Through the glass, small laboratories could be seen, each bustling with several lab-coated staff members. Turning back to Chen Shu, Xiao Wang gave him another once-over and asked uncertainly, "Are you really here to become a pharmacist?" A cold, indifferent voice pierced the silence as a woman with flowing long hair and a stern expression stepped into view. Her tall stature and innate air of arrogance made the security guard, Xiao Wang, avert his gaze. He mumbled a few words and quickly left. Chen Shu, eyeing the imposing woman, mustered his courage and said, I'd like to give it a try." Without even looking at Chen Shu, the woman coldly replied, "This isn't a place for children. Go home." She then turned and walked away, muttering to herself, "What Xiao you thinking? Introducing all kinds of people to the company and causing trouble." Unwilling to be dismissed so easily, Chen Shu shouted, "My interview hasn't even started yet." The woman's voice echoed from the laboratory, "It's already over." 3 options appeared before Chen Shu. 1. Stay silent and go home dejectedly. Reward, title, defeated before the battle. Bad luck 1. 2. Kick the woman when she's not looking to break her composure. Reward, moderate beast taming power. 3. Sneak into the lab and look for an opportunity. Reward, collision skill 1. Although the second option was tempting, reason made Chen Shu choose the third. After the woman walked away, he casually approached the lab door and noticed a lab coat hanging nearby. He quickly put it on, donned a mask, and easily blended into the lab. Chen Shu entered a small laboratory where 3 people were focused on concocting a flame potion. Acting like a leader, he greeted them with his hands behind his back. The 3 didn't know him but responded politely. After making a show of inspecting the lab, he left, almost losing his balance when he heard someone respectfully say, "Goodbye, leader." Finally, Chen Shu found the lab for the strength potion. It was empty, but the table was filled with ingredients, including 5 precious strength flowers. The system prompted him that he could make the strength potion, and Chen Shu, driven by curiosity, chose to proceed. Instantly, Chen Shu felt his body taken over by the system, his hands moving with the precision of an experienced alchemist. Before long, a bottle of fragrant, sweet-smelling white potion was completed. The system indicated it was a low-grade strength potion, and after 10 successful attempts, he could unlock the medium-grade version. Chen Shu continued making potions and eventually ended up with 13 bottles, worth over 60,000 yuan. Just as he was about to celebrate, he heard footsteps approaching. He quickly stored 7 bottles in the system space. The door opened, and 2 people in lab coats walked in. One of them was the woman who had previously dismissed Chen Shu. She frowned and asked, Who are you?" Chen Shu's heart sank, but he feigned calmness, saying, "Nice lab layout." He then tried to leave. The woman immediately recognized him. "It's you, the student." Chen Shu had no choice but to remove his mask and admit, "Wow, you recognized me?" The woman angrily retorted, "How dare you enter the lab without permission?" Chen Shu tried to explain, "Miss, I'm really here for an interview. Why make it difficult for me?" As they stood in a standoff, the other alchemist noticed the 6 bottles of strength potion on the table. He exclaimed, "These are real strength potions." Su Qingxue, incredulous, asked Chen Shu, "Did you make these?" Chen Shu shrugged, "I told you, I can really make strength potions." The room fell silent. The idea that a high school student could produce 6 high-quality strength potions was beyond belief. After a while, Su Qingxue asked, "Is your failure rate high when making potions?" Chen Shu confidently replied, "I hardly ever fail." Su Qingxue immediately changed her attitude and formally said, "On behalf of the company, I'd like to invite you to join us as a department alchemist." Chen Shu raised an eyebrow and, with a teasing tone, said, "I didn't appreciate your attitude earlier, though." Su Qingxue was at most a few years older than him, so young that she hadn't even graduated from college yet. There was no way she could be a pharmacist. At best, she was an assistant. However, her surname was Su, which meant she must be related to Su Xiaoyu. Chen Shu thought to himself that even as an assistant, she couldn't be underestimated in this potion company. After all, pharmacists were indispensable to the company. "What do you want?" Su Qingxue asked coldly, her brows furrowing. Chen Shu replied calmly, "At the very least, you should apologize. You looked down on me from the start, and no one would tolerate that. Back then, you ignored me, but now you can't even reach me. Besides, I can attempt to brew both mid-grade and high-grade strength potions. I'm just not very proficient yet." His words startled Su Qingxue, and before she could respond, a nearby pharmacist exclaimed, "You can brew high-grade strength potions?" "Of course, it's easy. Anyone with hands can do it," Chen Shu said with a smug smile. Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment before decisively saying, "All right, I apologize, but if you're lying, don't expect to stay in the company." Is that the attitude of someone apologizing? Chen Shu frowned, his tone dissatisfied. Su Qingxue bit her lip and lowered her head, saying, I'm sorry." "What? I can't hear you without my glasses," Chen Shu said, rubbing his eyes and deliberately making things difficult for her. Su Qingxue cursed silently. What does glasses have to do with hearing? But she knew that someone with Chen Shu's talent was more important to the company. Even if higher-ups came, she would have to back down. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingxue finally said sincerely, "I apologize for my behavior. Please forgive me, Mr. Chen." "All right, that's more like it," Chen Shu said, no longer making things difficult for her. After all, she shared the Su surname, and offending her too much could create a rift with Su Xiaoyu. He continued, "But I'm only here for 2 months during the summer, so just pay me a temporary worker's wage." Chen Shu wasn't too concerned about the salary. His real goal was the strength potion. While others could only brew 5 bottles at a time, he could brew 13. By secretly keeping 8 bottles each time, he could make 40,000 yuan, making the salary seem insignificant. "All right, I'll draft the contract. Each pharmacist has a minimum daily output of 5 bottles, which shouldn't be a problem for you," Su Qingxue said, her tone probing. "No problem at all," Chen Shu agreed. 5 bottles were easy for him. 1 successful brew was enough. "Can I start working in 3 days? Daily wage settlement is fine," Chen Shu asked. "Of course," Su Qingxue said, then turned and left the potion brewing department. Although she was cold, Su Qingxue was efficient. Soon, she had drafted a contract specifically for Chen Shu. His position was listed as a pharmacist assistant since he didn't have a pharmacist certification. However, his pay was at a pharmacist level, earning 1,000 yuan per day. While it sounded like a lot, the profit from 5 bottles of strength potion was about 5,000 yuan. This meant the company took 80 and the pharmacist got 20. The contract also had an appealing clause. If more than 5 bottles were brewed from one batch, the extra bottles belonged to the pharmacist. Therefore, no potion rooms had surveillance cameras. As long as 5 bottles were provided daily, nothing else mattered. Though the company was greedy, it still gave high-level pharmacists a chance to make money. If you couldn't make money, it only showed your lack of skill. With this contract, both the company and the pharmacist profited, making it a true win-win situation. Chen Shu didn't hesitate and signed the contract. Since he could brew potions independently, the company had prepared a separate potion room for him. Those sharing potion rooms were mostly recent college graduates and intern pharmacists. With the system's golden finger, Chen Shu had a much higher starting point than others. As long as he kept unlocking new potion recipes, he could theoretically become the world's top pharmacist with ease. In one afternoon, while others could only successfully brew 1 batch, yielding just 5 bottles, Chen Shu had 20 bottles of potion on his desk. Brewing potions was extremely taxing on both the mind and body, and most 30-year-old pharmacists were already balding. But Chen Shu's desk was filled with 20 bottles of potion. Not bad. Chen Shu clapped his hands, and his system space already held 40 bottles of strength potion. This was faster than making money through any other means. Xiao Mao, get me a fifth set of materials. I want to brew another batch, Chen Shu said to his assistant at the door. Xiao Mao walked in, eyes filled with disbelief. Master Chen, aren't you tired? Not at all, I feel great. What's the matter? Chen Shu looked at Xiao Mao, who was in charge of preparing his materials. The company has run out of strength flowers. Xiao Mao said, looking troubled. Out of stock? How can there be so few? Chen Shu frowned, surprised that the company was limiting his potential. At that moment, a stern-looking middle-aged man walked in, followed by a delicate-looking girl. It was Su Xiaoyu, the top student. Xiaoyu, what brings you here? Chen Shu smiled. I came with my uncle, Su Xiaoyu replied simply. This must be your classmate. Truly a young prodigy, the middle-aged man beside Su Xiaoyu exclaimed. I'm Su Xiaoyu's uncle, Zhou Cheng. Nice to meet you. Uncle Zhou, you have a good eye. Chen Shu shook hands with him warmly. I heard you successfully brewed 4 batches of strength potion this afternoon? Zhou Cheng asked, still somewhat incredulous. Just basic operations, don't worry. Chen Shu said, looking calm. Everyone had the same thought, damn. He really knows how to show off. After a while, Zhou Cheng said, given your talent, you'll be solely responsible for brewing the strength potion. However, the company can only provide 3 sets of materials per day. The main ingredient, strength flowers, came from another dimension. The 666 Potion Company was a major company in Nanjing City, but it didn't have the capacity to purchase large quantities of strength flowers. 3 flowers a day was their limit. Moreover, the company produced various potions, not just strength potions, so they couldn't allocate all their resources to this one type. No problem, Chen Shu nodded. 3 sets of materials would allow him to brew an extra 24 bottles of strength potion, earning him 100,000 yuan a day, which was comparable to a high-level pharmacist's income. All right, Xiao Chun, I'll double your daily wage, and you can settle it daily, Zhou Cheng said with a smile, pleasantly surprised by the talent the company had acquired today. Paying 60,000 yuan a month to earn hundreds of thousands in return was a no-brainer for a businessman. Have you considered becoming a full-time pharmacist? The company can offer you a long-term position with a salary and benefits that will surely satisfy you, Zhou Cheng said eagerly. At that moment, a new choice appeared before Chen Shu. Chen Shu was once again presented with a choice. 2 options lay before him. Become the company's dedicated pharmacist or resolutely pursue the path of a beastmaster. He barely hesitated and immediately chose the latter. Despite the immense allure of becoming the world's top pharmacist, Chen Shu knew deep down that being a beastmaster was his true calling. Uncle Zhou, my journey is toward the stars and the sea, Chen Shu said earnestly, declining Zhou Cheng's invitation. Zhou Cheng smiled, unfazed. Ambitious. If you ever decide to become a pharmacist, the company's doors will always be open for you. The two shook hands and bid farewell. Zhou Cheng then turned his attention to Su Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I didn't expect your school to have such talent. You should definitely exchange ideas with Chen Shu and learn more about pharmacology. Despite being turned down, Zhou Cheng wasn't willing to give up on this potential talent. If Chen Shu could be retained, he would undoubtedly become a valuable asset to the company. It's the end of the workday. Do you need a ride? Zhou Cheng asked. No, thank you. I'll leave with my friend. Chen Shu politely declined. That's fine. Xiaoyu, see your classmate off, Zhou Cheng said as he left the pharmacy. Su Xiaoyu looked at Chen Shu in surprise. I didn't expect you to actually be able to make potions. Though she was top of her class and had a good chance of getting into Huaxia University, she knew nothing about pharmacology. In fact, many university graduates struggled to reach Chen Shu's level. It required long-term practice and honing. You're so young. How did you learn to make potions? Su Xiaoyu asked, full of curiosity. Chen Shu gave a mysterious smile. Well, that story starts when I was a kid. They chatted as they walked. That day, dark clouds gathered, and the sky grew dim. A storm was brewing, and I was walking down the street eating spicy snacks, Chen Shu recalled. Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged, and I saw a golden dragon swirling within the clouds. Its mouth was large enough to swallow a soccer field. It was terrifying. I looked up and met its gaze, and to my surprise, it spoke. Chen Shu paused for effect and swallowed. Su Xiaoyu was intrigued. What did it say? I'll never forget its words, Chen Shu said, pressing the elevator button. It exclaimed, unbelievable. Young man, you have a spiritual light emanating from your head. You are an ancient millennium genius. Here is a priceless book on potion making, and because I see potential in you, I'll sell it to you for 10 yuan. Su Xiaoyu fell silent, clearly finding the story absurd. So you bought it for 10 yuan and then just magically learned how to make potions? Chen Shu laughed. Do you think I'm that gullible? I questioned the dragon, asking why it was so expensive. The golden dragon roared. How dare you think I'm a swindler? We intellectuals have principles. Su Xiaoyu rubbed her temples. My head hurts. Just then, a security guard approached them seriously. I can vouch for it. It's true. I was that dragon. Chenpai, I can't believe you remember that from when we were kids. So, when are you going to pay me the 10 yuan? Zhang Dali asked. Su Xiaoyu couldn't stand the nonsense anymore and left decisively. She was afraid if she stayed, she would lose her sanity. Chenpai, how did the interview go today? Zhang Dali asked. From now on, you can call me by another name. Chen the Great Pharmacist. Chen Shu coughed, emphasizing the word pharmacist. That's my buddy. The two friends walked together, had dinner in the city center, and then went home. Once home, Chen Shu took out the money from his backpack. Mom, Dad, I forgot to tell you. This is the 100,000 yuan reward from the Spirit Bureau. His father, Chun Ping, frowned. Son, what did you do? Chen Shu explained what had happened, and his parents finally relaxed. No more next time, his father said sternly. A criminal with a 100,000 yuan bounty is definitely dangerous. This is not something students like you should deal with. Chen Shu nodded repeatedly. To his surprise, his parents refused the money. We don't need it right now, his father said. Use it to buy the potions you need for your Beastmaster training. If it's not enough, ask me. Don't need it? Dad, am I actually a rich kid? Chen Shu's eyes widened. His father didn't elaborate. Just don't worry about it. We don't need it. Chen Shu had no choice but to put the money away and return to his room. He began to wonder if there was some secret about his family. Uncle Zhang was an iron-level beastmaster, but often called his father Brother Chen without any arrogance. Was there a deeper reason behind this? Chen Shu shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He believed that if there was a secret, his father would tell him eventually. He took out all the strength potions from his system space and placed them on the table, feeling a sense of joy. 40 bottles of strength potion, each worth 5,000 yuan, amounted to a total of 200,000 yuan. Hope you won't disappoint me, Chen Shu thought as he summoned a golden slime from his pocket. Squishy, squishy. The slime wriggled happily in his arms. Although its potential rating was only E, it had a gentle temperament and over 80 obedience to its master. Chen Shu opened bottle after bottle of strength potion and fed them all to the golden slime. The strength potion could permanently increase the power of a contracted spirit, with each bottle boosting it by about 0.5. Squishy, squishy. The golden slime opened its mouth wide and gulped down all 40 bottles of strength potion. Burp, the slime let out a satisfied burp and bounced around excitedly. Though you're weak, at least you can eat, Chen Shu said, stroking the golden slime before putting it back into the Beastmaster space. The 40 bottles of strength potion had permanently increased the slime's power by 20, giving it a significant edge in battles. Paydoin never gets old. This is the power of a wealthy player, Chen Shu thought smugly. The maximum limit for the low-grade strength elixir is a 20 increase in power. At this point, the golden slime has developed resistance to the elixir and can no longer gain more strength from it. Chen Shu considered switching to other elixirs, or perhaps a mid-grade strength elixir as he planned his next steps. He realized that without the alchemy skill, enhancing the slime's strength by 20 would require purchasing 40 bottles of low-grade strength elixir, costing a staggering 200,000 yuan. This expenditure is astronomical for an average family, not to mention the additional necessary elixirs for speed and defense. Even in the beast tamer world, the disparity between the rich and poor is stark. Wealthier tamers naturally have stronger contract spirits than those from poorer backgrounds, a harsh reality that cannot be changed. This is why dimensional spaces are so appealing to ordinary tamers. Only there can they acquire the wealth needed to buy elixirs and enhance their contract spirit's power. For the next 3 days, Chen Shu focused on commuting between his apartment and the company. On the second day, he successfully concocted 3 batches, yielding 24 bottles of strength elixir. On the third day, he made 2 more batches of low-grade elixirs and unlocked the recipe for the mid-grade strength elixir. Although he wanted to try making the mid-grade elixir, he found he was short of 2 Dali flowers, so he had to settle for another batch of the low-grade elixir. As the 3-day high school exam holiday came to an end, Chen Shu had accumulated 48 bottles of strength elixir in his system space, significantly boosting his contract spirit's power. He felt that this holiday had been exceptionally productive. In the afternoon, Chen Shu left the company. Completing 3 batches a day took less than an hour, far surpassing the efficiency of other alchemists, leaving him with plenty of free time. He decided to check out the black market. He hailed a taxi and found a man already sitting in the front seat. Driver, can you take me to the black market? Chen Shu asked. The bathroom is just ahead. You don't need to go all the way to the black market, the driver responded, confused. Chen Shu was momentarily stunned, thinking this must be some kind of misunderstanding. I mean, can you drop me off at the black market on the way? Oh, I see. This passenger is getting off just ahead, the driver said, finally understanding. An hour later, Chen Shu arrived near Qixing Street. Even during the day, the black market was bustling, as lively as the city center. He waited at the entrance, looking for an opportunity to blend in since he couldn't enter directly without Su Xiaoyu to guide him. At that moment, a man strode confidently toward the entrance. Chen Shu quickly approached and greeted him. "Hey, Lao Zhang, long time no see." He enthusiastically put his arm around the man's shoulder, pretending to be an old friend. "Who are you?" Zhang Ming looked puzzled, not recognizing him at all. "It's me, Lao Chen. Remember, we had drinks together last time." Chen Shu continued, naturally guiding Zhang Ming into the black market. "Oh, right. Lao Chen, you look familiar. How have you been?" Zhang Ming, still confused, played along warmly. Chen Shu felt a twinge of amusement at Zhang Ming's convincing act. Same old, same old. Let's catch up another time. Gotta go now." He quickly turned and left, leaving Zhang Ming bewildered in the crowd. Navigating through the stalls, Chen Shu headed straight for the shops. "Only 3,000 yuan for each strength elixir? That's too low," he grumbled. "These are genuine products from 666 Elixir Company, complete with the trademark." "I know, but if they were black market goods, they'd only be 1,500 yuan, the shop assistant replied calmly. "That's really lowballing," Chen Shu sighed. "Do you have any Dali flowers?" "Yes, we do. They're 20,000 yuan each. We have 4 in stock." "All right, give me the materials for 4 batches of strength elixir," Chen Shu said. "That's 100,000 yuan. Do you have that much?" The assistant looked skeptical. Without a word, Chen Shu pulled out 48 bottles of strength elixir from his backpack and neatly placed them on the counter. The assistant's eyes widened. "Whoa, did you rob the 666 Elixir Company? I'm a law-abiding citizen, not a criminal." Chen Shu snapped, slightly annoyed. "Just exchange these for the materials and the rest in cash." Got it, got it. We don't ask questions about the source here." The assistant quickly packed away the elixirs. Chen Shu felt a sense of relief, surprised at how cheap the prices were. He had expected 5,000 yuan per bottle, the retail price, but naturally, selling them himself meant taking a discount. It was a pity he didn't have an alchemist certification. Otherwise, he could sell them at higher prices in a legitimate shop in the city center. "Here are the materials for 4 batches and 44,000 yuan. Please count them," the assistant said, handing over the goods and cash to Chen Shu. Chen Shu gave the powerful flower a quick inspection to ensure it wasn't a fake dyed version. His eyes then caught the price tag on the shelf, 5,000 yuan. The price made his mouth twitch slightly as he thought to himself, "Bought it for 3,000 yuan, and they mark it up this much right in front of me." Shaking his head, Chen Shu turned and left the shady shop. Walking through the bustling black market streets, Chen Shu pondered getting a vendor's license for his own stall next time. "If I sell it myself, I can get at least 4,000 yuan per bottle," he mused. "These shops are too greedy." Calculating quickly in his head, Chen Shu realized that 4 sets of herbs could be refined into 2 batches of medium-grade strength potions, yielding about 26 bottles. The value nearly doubles instantly, he thought smugly. The shady shops make a killing, but I never lose out. His immediate priority was to find a place to mix the potions. Looking around, the black market was too noisy and crowded to find a quiet corner. Suddenly, an unexpected option appeared before Hema public restroom. Without hesitation, he walked in. After waiting a while, a stall finally became available. Chen Shu swiftly entered, laying out all the herbs neatly on the floor. Just then, a system notification sounded, and a new recipe appeared in his view: medium-grade strength potion. "Do you want to refine the medium-grade strength potion?" Chen Shu chose yes without hesitation. Instantly, he felt his body being taken over by the system, his movements precise like those of a top-tier alchemist. The herbs were methodically placed into the container without a single error. The process was more complex than he had anticipated. After a full 20 minutes, 13 bottles of medium-grade strength potion were successfully refined. The system then prompted, "Medium-grade strength potion successfully refined. Unlock high-grade strength potion after 10 refinements." 110. Just as Chen Shu was about to start the second round of refining, he heard a commotion outside the restroom. A young man rushed in, only to find all the stalls occupied. He squeezed his legs together, his body trembling slightly, with a song playing repeatedly in his mind. "With my last bit of stubbornness, I'll never let go." There were only 3 stalls in the restroom, and the other 2 were also occupied. The young man had no choice but to wait in front of the last stall, suffering in agony. As time ticked by, his condition worsened, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Finally, he couldn't hold it any longer and shouted at the stall door, "Hey man, emergency, emergency." However, there was no response from inside. Hesitating for a moment, he finally mustered the courage to climb over the stall door to see what was going on. He easily climbed over, but the sight before him made his eyes widen in disbelief, as if he had seen the most unimaginable scene in the world. "Are you kidding me? Someone's mixing potions in the restroom." His worldview was utterly shattered as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Had modern pharmacists really gone this far? Or was he here to collect some special ingredient from the restroom? His urge to use the bathroom significantly diminished in an instant. His exclamation attracted quite a crowd, who gathered outside the stall. Dude, what's going on? Someone mixing potions in there? One of the onlookers asked, his tone filled with skepticism and curiosity. Most people looked at him as if he were crazy. After all, this was a restroom, and such an absurd thing seemed impossible. Don't believe me? See for yourselves, the man said, shaking his head. Immediately, the crowd's interest peaked, and they began tiptoeing to peer into the stall. This was quite a bother for the other two people using the restroom, who occasionally saw heads popping up with strange looks in their eyes. What are you all doing? Forming a group of weirdos. Someone couldn't help but complain. Although most were there to witness the potion-making spectacle, their eyes inevitably wandered to the other stalls. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "No way, there really is someone mixing potions." Incredible, completely unfazed by his surroundings. With that level of composure, I bet he'll be a master pharmacist one day. His hands are so steady, not a single tremble. But why does he keep fishing for something in the toilet? Chen Shu left only his back visible, with herbs scattered on the floor, sparking endless speculation among the onlookers. 20 minutes passed quickly, and the public restroom was packed, not with people needing to use it, but with curious onlookers. Finally done, Chen Shu thought with satisfaction. He had finished making 26 bottles of mid-grade strength potion. Once his slime reached level 4 as a contract spirit, it could take the potion and gain even more strength. With the system's rewards and the potions, he was confident he could turn even a pig into a divine beast. Clang! The stall door opened, and a dozen pairs of eyes turned to look. He's out. The restroom pharmacist is out. Quick, let's get a look at the master. Someone in the crowd shouted excitedly. Chen Shu's body tensed. What the heck? Restroom pharmacist? He thought. Bro, were you really mixing potions in there? Someone couldn't help but ask. Chen Shu's eyes showed confusion. Had everyone seen him mixing potions? At that moment, 3 options appeared before his eyes. Option 1. Flee the scene in panic to avoid being recognized. Reward, contract spirit obedience 10. Option 2. Nod in acknowledgement and announce your name and identity to gain fame. Reward, high-grade strength potion. Option 3. Flash a wicked smile and take a sip of the potion in front of everyone. Reward, a significant amount of beast mastery. Chen Shu hesitated for a moment, but quickly understood. He spoke up. Since that's the case, I won't hide it. Does anyone want to try it? As he spoke, he took out a container filled with a pale yellow liquid from his backpack. The crowd, already having preconceived notions, naturally thought of something unpleasant. Anyone want a free taste? Chen Shu offered the container. The crowd recoiled in horror, thinking it looked like urine. Chen Shu shook his head, then flashed what he thought was a wicked smile and opened the container. He's not really going to. The crowd watched in disbelief. Gulp. Chen Shu tilted his head back and took a sip of the strength potion. Not bad. Chen Shu found it slightly sweet and felt no other effects. After all, it was a potion for contract spirits, so it had little effect on him and no side effects. Wow, you're really brave. The crowd felt their scalps tingle and their stomachs churn. Tastes good, Chen Shu said with a grin, putting the container back in his backpack and calmly walking out of the restroom. The crowd parted, not daring to get close to him, as if he exuded an invisible aura of authority. He's a real madman. We have to post this online. Many people took photos of Chen Shu's back and posted them on social media. Shocking. A high-level pharmacist mixes a pale yellow potion in a public restroom. Is this human nature twisted or moral decay? A pharmacist spotted in a public restroom in Nanjiang City, calmly mixing potions even in a harsh environment. Are today's pharmacists this daring? A pharmacist creates a new type of restroom potion and drinks it in front of everyone. Is this performance art? Everyone added captions to their posts, accompanied by photos of Chen Shu's graceful departure. Chen Shu had no idea that his actions had gone viral. He quietly left the black market, and the significant amount of beast mastery he gained from his choice had elevated him to a level 3 beast master. He was no longer the underdog in his class. In just 1 week, Chen Shu had gone from level 0 to level 3, a testament to the system's power. As evening approached, he rode his bike home. As for Zhang Dali, he had lost interest in being a security guard after just 2 days. He was only doing it for the experience, not because he wanted to be a security guard. Such was the confidence of a rich second generation. Today is a good day. Everything I wish for will come true. Chen Shu hummed a tune, in a good mood, as he passed the dimly lit alley from before. Hopefully, there won't be another robbery today, he thought as he glanced at the alley, recalling his previous experience. Just then, a black figure suddenly darted out of the alley. A black snake about half a meter long shot towards him, its eyes gleaming with venomous malice. What the heck? Chen Shu was startled. The snake was incredibly fast, closing in on him in an instant. Behind a large tree at the alley's entrance, a man with a sinister expression watched. Dare to mess with young Master Zheng? Bad luck for you. Wu Li was a social beast master. Despite being nearly 30 years old, he was still only a level 4 beast master due to his lack of talent. However, he lived comfortably by currying favor with the Zheng brothers. Before the college entrance exams, Zheng Yi had told Wu Li to teach Chen Shu a lesson. Wu Li had coincidentally spotted Chen Shu at the black market today and had followed him, finally finding the opportunity. Although it was a harmonious society where murder was not an option, sending someone to the hospital for a couple of weeks was still feasible. Wu Li controlled his contract spirit, the black, venomous snake, which bared its fangs and lunged at Chen Shu. Just as the snake was about to strike, a sudden, unexpected yellow object appeared in the dim night. Boom! Wu Li felt the ground tremble as a huge pile of excrement appeared out of nowhere. What the heck is this? Wu Li was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Wu Li was utterly shocked. He knew Chen Shu's contracted spirit was a golden slime, but he had never seen it in action. What baffled him even more was that, according to the intelligence, Chen Shu's contracted spirit was supposedly non-combative. The scene before him completely shattered his perception. His black viper's eyes were wide open, blood gushing from its mouth, on the verge of death. The massive golden sphere pressing down on the snake's body likely crushed its internal organs. Although the black viper was a level 4 contracted spirit, known for its speed and venom, it stood no chance against this 2-meter-tall, 500-pound giant sphere. It turned out that, after several selective enhancements and the boost from potent potions, the golden slime had gained considerable combat power. With the added advantage of gigantification, most level 4 contracted spirits found it hard to compete. Damn it, fighting dirty with a sneak attack. Chen Shu fumed. He was usually the one ambushing others. He had never been humiliated like this. Crush it. Blub. Blub. The golden slime obeyed, bouncing in place. The black viper, pinned down, could only emit agonizing hisses. Damn. This thing is fierce. Wu Li, as the black viper's master, could clearly sense the endangered state of his contracted spirit. If he didn't retract it soon, it might actually die. For a beast master, losing a contracted spirit was a devastating blow. Return. Wu Li decisively retracted the black viper and turned to leave quietly. It is a contracted spirit, Chen Shu realized instantly. If it were a regular animal, it wouldn't be this aggressive. He had been closely monitoring his surroundings, and Wu Li's subtle movements did not escape his notice. Use the charge skill. Chen Shu grinned. Although his thinking was unconventional, underestimating him would be a grave mistake. Blub. Blub. The golden slime leaped slightly, then its eyes widened, and its body shuddered before shooting out like an arrow. Wu Li felt a gust of wind from behind. Turning around, he only saw a flash of gold before being sent flying several meters. Bang! Wu Li crashed heavily into a tree, looking extremely disheveled. Chen Shu retracted the slime and walked over to Wu Li. Though a contracted spirit's combat power could easily be lethal, Chen Shu had held back. If the Spirit Bureau investigated, he would also be in trouble. Who are you? Chen Shu asked, leaning over. Wu Li only groaned in pain, refusing to speak. Wait, I recognize you. Zhengnan sent you, didn't he? Chen Shu suddenly said. How did you know? Wu Li blurted out, realizing too late that he had been tricked. Just a guess. Get lost. Chen Shu ignored Wu Li and rode his bike home. Wu Li struggled to his feet and staggered away. His injuries were severe. He would likely be in the hospital for a while. Back home, Chen Shu kept playing with the golden slime, his eyes full of approval. You didn't let me down. Good job. Though today's victory over the Black Viper was mainly due to catching it off guard, it still showcased the slime's strength. A level 3 slime had already reached 70 centimeters, and with gigantification, it could grow to nearly 3 meters. Combined with its immense weight, anything it pinned down was in serious trouble, just waiting for you to become a level 4 contracted spirit. The potions are ready. Chen Shu's system space stored 26 bottles of mid-grade strength potions, promising another significant boost once used. The next day arrived quickly. Chen Shu went to school as usual, but the atmosphere felt strange. He noticed everyone giving him odd looks. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, his classmates' eyes were all on him. What the heck is going on? Why are they looking at me like that? Chen Shu crossed his arms, warily scanning the room. Class monitor Wang Ming suddenly took out his phone and showed Chen Shu a picture. Chen Pai, is this really you? In the photo, someone squatted in a bathroom stall. Under the dim light, his yellow shirt featured a lifelike alpaca. Yeah, that's me. What's the big deal? Chen Shu was wearing the same yellow alpaca shirt today. Dude, you're famous now. The alchemist of Nanjing public restrooms. Wang Ming said. Chen Shu took the phone and saw the comments and shares, stunned. Is this the legendary epic potion? Art imitates life. Not bad, just a bit gross. Wow, I'm really famous? He had just casually made a potion, not expecting it to become a citywide sensation. Pige, you didn't really use stuff from the toilet to make potions, did you? Can that stuff be used in alchemy now? The shock and curiosity were evident on everyone's faces. Chen Shu's lips twitched as he realized that his explanation was pointless. Internally, he grumbled, I'm refining medicine, not mixing fertilizer. Why would I need that stuff? Just then, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. The previously noisy classroom fell silent, and the students quickly returned to their seats. Fang Ku, the teacher with black-rimmed glasses, walked into the classroom, his gaze slightly unusual as he looked directly at Chen Shu. Clearly, he had also heard about the public restroom alchemist incident. In fact, the moment he saw the photo, he had guessed that Chen Shu was most likely the culprit. This student was always full of surprises, and anything out of the ordinary seemed perfectly normal when it came from him. Clearing his throat, Fang Ku's expression turned serious. All right, everyone, let's not discuss anything else. He scanned the room before continuing. The college entrance exams are over, and the senior students can relax a bit, but not you. The end of the semester is near, and I have an important announcement. Your final exam results will directly determine if you can enter the special training class for seniors. The classroom erupted in murmurs. As students of the beast taming class, they had all heard of the special training class for seniors. It was an elite program set up by the school to nurture top students and prepare them for the best universities in China. Getting into this class meant not only a significant boost in their beast taming skills, but also access to costly training resources provided by the school. This was an enviable privilege, even among professional beast tamers. For the beast taming class students, the special training class was like a small gateway. Once through it, their college entrance exam scores would be almost guaranteed. Wang Meng raised his hand to ask, Teacher, isn't the special training class usually formed in the second semester of senior year? Fang Ke sighed and explained, this year, our school's college entrance exam results were disappointing and might drop us out of the top 3 in the city. If our performance declines, the Ministry of Education will reduce our teaching resources accordingly. Just the monthly supply of beast taming beads is a huge expense that the school can't cover alone. To turn things around, the school has decided to form the special training class earlier. His eyes swept over the top students in the class, and his tone became stern. Your final exam scores will be a crucial factor in determining whether you can enter the special training class. Xia Bing and Wang Meng felt a surge of determination, their eyes brimming with resolve. Everyone knew that the special training class only admitted 20 students, equivalent to the top 20 in the grade. Currently, only Xia Bing's scores were securely within that range. The others still had to work hard. Don't worry, teacher. We'll give it our all. Chen Shu suddenly shouted, his voice full of energy. Fang Ke looked at Chen Shu, his tone gentle yet tinged with helplessness. It's rare to see you so determined, Chen Shu. But it's okay. The results aren't everything. Just do your best. Hearing this, Chen Shu couldn't help but think sarcastically, what kind of talk is that? I haven't even started trying yet, and it feels like the outcome is already decided. Xiaobing, Wang Ming, Li Zixuan, come out for a moment. The rest of you, study quietly. The voice of the homeroom teacher, Fang Ku, echoed through the classroom. The 3 top students immediately stood up and followed the teacher out. Although Class 5 of the beast taming department had the worst grades, the top students still had a chance to join the special training class. Chen Shu watched his classmates leave and shook his head inwardly. Seems like they really think I'm a poor student. Teacher Fang is so clueless. Doesn't he realize a rising star is emerging? He yawned, ready to take a short nap. Chen Shu, come out. Suddenly, a stern voice came from the classroom door. Chen Shu was startled and looked up to see Teacher Yin standing there, looking puzzled. Teacher Yin, known for his strictness, taught spirit beast history and was feared by many students. Chen Shu followed Teacher Yin to the office, just in time to run into Fang Ku entering. Fang Ku frowned slightly. Chen Shu, I just got here, and you're already following? Teacher Yin called me. Chen Shu explained briefly and walked over to Teacher Yan's desk. Fang Ku inquired, Teacher Yin, did this kid cause trouble again? Teacher Yan's face darkened, and he snorted, humph. He even cheated on a small test. Hearing this, Fang Ku's frown deepened. Cheating was a serious issue affecting school discipline, and if taken seriously, it could result in a penalty. Chen Shu, what's going on? Fang Ku asked. Cheating? Me? Chen Shu looked bewildered. There must be some mistake. Teacher Yin slammed a test paper on the desk angrily. Still pretending? This is your history quiz from last week. The paper had no score but was entirely correct. The most unusual thing was the name, Chen Shu, the same Chen Shu who was last in the monthly exam. Explain to me how you went from last place to first in just a week. Teacher Yin demanded. Options suddenly appeared before Chen Shu. Option 1. Admit and say, I'm only 17. I just cheated a bit. What's wrong with that? Reward, a small amount of beast taming power. Option 2. Deny the cheating accusation. Reward, high school beast taming material knowledge. Without hesitation, Chen Shu chose the second option. He spread his hands and said vehemently, I'd rather starve, cough. I'd rather stay last or lie down and do nothing than cheat. Fang Ke's forehead creased with a frown. So you're saying you really didn't cheat? Chen Shu sighed and earnestly explained, Teachers, I really didn't cheat. If you must know why, it's because of talent, unparalleled talent. 1 in a million. All right. Fang Ke interrupted Chen Shu's passionate speech. In fact, he also found it hard to believe Chen Shu would cheat. Not because of his character, but because someone who dared to score 16 points wasn't afraid of any score. Teacher Yin still didn't believe Chen Shu. Chen Shu proposed, Teacher Yin, if you don't believe me, you can test me on history questions. I really know them all. Of course, he couldn't explain it was because of the system. Teacher Yin picked up the test paper and began to ask questions. In what year did the first dimensional space appear in Huagua, and how was it suppressed? Without hesitation, Chen Shu replied, in the 5th year of the revival era, the beasts in the space were of dark attributes. It took the combined effort of the 300 strongest people in Huagua to suppress the riot. A flash of surprise crossed Teacher Yan's eyes. He continued, in what year did the strongest dimensional space in Huagua appear? In the 380th year of the revival era. To this day, the Dragon Nest in Huayuan province remains the most dangerous dimensional space in our country. The beasts inside have dragon bloodlines, and it is now guarded by the 1st Spirit Suppression Corps. Chen Shu answered fluently. When was the most critical moment in Huagua's history? In the 625th year of the revival era, 12 dimensional spaces within Huagua rioted simultaneously. Countless beasts invaded, and the battle lasted 12 years. The major corps suffered heavy casualties before the turmoil was finally quelled. Chen Shu's answers left everyone present stunned. Was this really the same Chen Shu who was a poor student? Chen Shu looked at his homeroom teacher, Fang Ke, with confidence in his eyes. I just wanted to live quietly, but now I have no choice but to reveal my true abilities. All right, I'll believe you for now, Fang Ke said, scrutinizing Chen Shu. Teacher Yin continued to question Chen Shu on various topics, both to verify his knowledge and to help him consolidate it. Fang Ke no longer paid attention to Chen Shu. Although he was surprised by Chen Shu's historical knowledge, it was a minor issue for him. The final exams tested more than just history. He returned to his desk and looked at the 3 top students from the class. Clearing his throat, Fang Ke spoke passionately, the opportunity is right before you. You must consider whether this might be the only chance in your life. Reviving the glory of Class 5 of the Beast Taming Department is a responsibility you cannot shirk. The 3 top students were instantly fired up, feeling the weight of a great responsibility. Hearing this, Chen Shu bluntly voiced his thoughts. Let's be honest, getting one person in would already be a success. Chen Shu, Fang Ke shouted angrily. He then took a deep breath and said more calmly, forget it. Teacher, please continue. Chen Shu kept silent and turned to discuss history with Teacher Yin. Fang Ke sighed, feeling his anger slowly dissipate. He collected his thoughts and continued. You 3 still have a chance. There are 20 days until the final exams. Your academic performance is fine, but your beast taming skills are lacking. During this period, try to get as many potions as possible. If your finances allow, you might want to try the black market for beast taming beads. Fang Ke explained that there was only one officially sanctioned shop in Nanjing City that sold beast taming beads, but the prices were high and the supply was limited. He hoped the students could find some luck on the black market. A few more points in beast taming could significantly boost your rankings. Wang Ming and Li Zixuan nodded, determined to ask their families for help in buying potions. Although it would be expensive, their families could manage for now. Many top students were striving to improve themselves to stand out in the final exams and secure a spot in the senior year special training class. Xia Bing, however, looked troubled and remained silent. Fang Ke asked with concern, Xia Bing, do you have any questions? As the top student in the class, she naturally received special attention. Xia Bing just shook her head without saying more. All right, you all have a chance to get into the senior year special training class. I believe in you, Fang Ke said, letting the 3 students return to the classroom. At that moment, Chen Shu finished his conversation with Teacher Yin, who seemed pleased. It was clear he had gained her trust. Mr. Fang, don't you believe in me? Chen Shu asked. Fang Ke shook his head and said, just maintain your ranking. Then, as if remembering something, he added, don't embarrass yourself in the final exams. The school leaders are very upset about the recent poor performance and might crack down on underperforming students. They might even send you back to the regular class to avoid dragging down the beast taming class's graduation rate. Got it, Chen Shu replied, waving his hand as he returned to the classroom. I'll never be at the bottom again, Chen Shu vowed silently, immersing himself in the newly acquired knowledge about beast taming materials. Details about various rare materials, their appearances, properties, growth environments, and effects became clear in his mind. This world is even more amazing than I imagined. Chen Shu marveled at the wealth of knowledge available at the high school level. As the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day, Chen Shu stretched and prepared to go home. Just then, Zhang Dali walked into the classroom. Chun Pai, aren't you going to study tonight? Chen Shu was puzzled. Isn't evening study mandatory for regular classes? I'm too hungry. Let's go out for dinner, Zhang Dali said. Sure, let's go. Chen Shu agreed, remembering he still had a 100,000 yuan reward from the Spirit Bureau in his pocket. The two left the school with their arms around each other's shoulders and headed to the food street in Nanjing City. After a hearty meal, it was already 7 p.m. Let's head back, they said as they rode their bikes back to their neighborhood. As they passed a shop called Beast Taming Home, Chen Shu suddenly stopped. This high-end shop specialized in creating growth plans for contracted spirits and was only affordable for the wealthy. Not far away, two men in black suits were surrounding a beautiful girl. Miss Wang, when are you going to pay back the money you owe us? One man asked menacingly with his arms crossed. Wang Qinghan remained silent. She owed them 100,000 yuan and knew she had to repay it. I don't have that much right now, but I'll pay it all back soon. Just then, a little girl with a school bag ran over. Sister, I finished my homework. When are we going home? The girl was about 10 years old, adorable and innocent. Wang Qinghan was an intern at Beast Taming Home. She had spent all her savings and borrowed money to afford an expensive awakening ritual for her sister, which could increase the chances of awakening a high-potential contracted spirit. The two men's attention shifted to the little girl. She's cute. Is she your sister? One man said, reaching out to touch the girl's head, only to be blocked by Wang Qinghan. This has nothing to do with her. Don't even think about touching my sister, Wang Qinghan warned coldly. Now you're scared, the man sneered. If you don't pay up, I'll erase all her homework. Wang Qinghan was stunned. Useless idiots, a buzzcut man smoking under a tree muttered. He walked over and slapped both men on the head. You can't even collect a debt properly. The buzzcut man turned to Wang Qinghan. With interest, you now owe 200,000 yuan. I expect 30,000 each month. As an employee of Beast Taming Home, you should be making at least that much. From a distance, Chen Shu and Zhang Dali parked their shared bikes. Suddenly, a choice appeared before Chen Shu. Option 1. Cover your eyes and mutter, I didn't see anything. Reward. Skill book, violent sit kill. Option 2. Step in and help the girl out of trouble. Reward. Moderate beast taming power. Option 3. Join the thugs and demand repayment. Reward. Title corrupted, which turns your contracted spirit's personality evil and cruel. Without hesitation, Chen Shu walked forward resolutely. Chen Pai, those guys look like trouble. Don't get involved, Zhang Dali warned. Ordinary students should think twice before facing such people. Chen Shu didn't respond and kept walking. Fine, I'll back you up this time, Zhang Dali said, rolling up his sleeves, ready to fight. Hey, kid! The buzzcut man noticed the two approaching and got ready for a confrontation. As the tension rose, Chen Shu suddenly covered his eyes and began muttering, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. In an instant, the entire room fell silent. The buzzcut man's mouth twitched, and his face darkened with disbelief. Zhang Dali felt a sudden tightness in his chest, staring incredulously at the scene before him. Wang Qinghan was equally speechless, his brows furrowed in confusion. Chen Shu couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He had quietly stashed the skill book Violent Sit Kill into his system space. Breathing a sigh of relief, he turned and ran, with Zhang Dali hot on his heels. The two moved like phantoms, disappearing into the night, leaving a group of stunned onlookers behind. Bro, do you think we just got played? One man asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. The buzzcut man roared angrily. Idiot! What do you mean, do you think? We definitely got played. He gritted his teeth. Remember those two, and next time you see them, beat them to a pulp. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali ran until they were out of breath. Gasping for air, Zhang Dali asked, Chen Pai, is your condition getting worse? Chen Shu grinned smugly. You don't understand. I always have my reasons. He explained that the skill Violent Sit Kill was perfect for his golden slime. He couldn't wait to teach the slime this skill, which immediately boosted its power. In high spirits, Chen Shu bought a large bag of skewers as a treat, and the two went their separate ways. Back home, Chen Shu enjoyed the delicious skewers while scrolling through his phone. The topic, Public Toilet Alchemist, was still trending on Weibo, and his alpaca t-shirt had become an overnight sensation, with someone even offering 10,000 yuan to buy it. Chen Shu was thankful that only photos of his back had been circulated online, with no frontal shots. He preferred to stay low-key and didn't want fame to ruin his element of surprise. After browsing comments for a while, he yawned and suddenly remembered something, quickly sending a message to Fang Si. They exchanged a few words, with Fang Si still teasing him as usual. Chen Shu didn't mention that he had switched to the Beast Mastery class, but he silently vowed to make a stunning impression. As night fell, Chen Shu finished his nightly routine and lay in bed. The system once again presented him with the option to sleep or train. He chose sleep without hesitation. A gentle flow of beast mastery energy entered his body, filling him with anticipation for becoming a level 4 beast master. The next day at school, everything was normal except for some praise from the history and material science teachers. As school ended, Xiaobing approached him with a troubled expression and quietly asked, Chen Shu, can you lend me some money? Chen Shu paused, and 4 options appeared before him again. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose the 4th option. Patting his chest, he said generously, I'll lend you the money, but there'll be interest twice the bank rate. Xiaobing sighed in relief and quickly agreed. When Chen Shu asked how much she needed, Xiaobing whispered, 800,000 yuan. Chen Shu nearly choked on his own saliva, coughing repeatedly. He asked in shock, Are you trying to drain my entire savings? What do you need so much money for? Xiaobing explained that she was about to break through to become a level 6 beastmaster and wanted to buy a mid-grade beast orb from the black market. After a moment's thought, Chen Shu agreed to lend her the money, but with one condition. You have to write a tooth-a-sandword essay praising me. It has to be heartfelt and moving, and I want it by tomorrow, Chen Shu said with a sly smile. Xiaobing was stunned. What kind of ridiculous demand is that? Chen Shu looked at Xiaobing with a mischievous grin and said in a flippant tone, Surely, something this simple isn't a challenge for you. Your silence means you agree, right? As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of crisp banknotes and a faintly glowing white Beast Master orb from his backpack. Here's 100,000 yuan in cash and the Beast Master orb you gave me last time. I'll lend them to you since I don't need them. Xiaobing accepted the money and the orb, her expression complex. She knew that even after consuming the orb, it would take time to cultivate and assimilate its power. Chen Shu was well aware that he could never rely on cultivation to enhance his abilities and had to depend on system rewards to get by. Xiaobing looked at Chen Shu seriously. Chen Shu, even if you can't get into the Beast Master University, since you've chosen this path, I hope you take it seriously. As the class monitor, she clearly felt Chen Shu was slacking off and wanted to help him. Chen Shu, however, didn't seem to care and replied earnestly, Monitor Xia, I know what I'm doing. A low-grade Beast Master orb is worth about 20,000 on the black market, making it a total of 120,000 yuan. Even though we're friends, let's do this properly and write an IO. He quickly wrote the IOU, and after both signed it, Chen Shu felt relieved. Xiaobing sincerely thanked him. Thank you, Chen Shu. For a Beast Master student, borrowing such a large sum at once was undoubtedly a huge favor. Chen Shu waved it off, pretending to be magnanimous. We're classmates. No need to be so formal. Then he added, Oh, and don't forget to pay back the interest. Xiaobing was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Chen Shu slung his backpack over his shoulder, ready to head home, while Xiaobing hurried to the black market, hoping to buy a rare Beast Master orb. Days went by. Chen Shu had been planning to teach Zhengyi a lesson for last time when Zhengnan had someone rough him up. But Zhengyi had been extremely cautious lately, always hanging out with the group, even when going to the restroom, making it impossible for Chen Shu to get to him. 2 weeks later, Chen Shu successfully advanced to a level 4 Beast Master. Each increment of Beast Master power was hard-earned, making him deeply appreciate the challenges of being a Beast Master. He had also mastered all high school Beast Master knowledge and excelled in cultural subjects, even surpassing the top student, Su Xiaoyu. One day, their homeroom teacher, Feng Ku, walked into the classroom with a serious expression. Students, this year's college entrance exam results are out. The class fell silent, everyone listening intently. Feng Ku continued, Nanjiang's second high school ranked 5th in overall scores, 2 places lower than last year. The top score in our grade was 630, ranking outside the city's top 10. His tone was heavy. If next year's results are also poor, Nanjiang's second high may never recover. This is both a pressure and an opportunity for you. The school will invest various resources to support you. With only a week left until the final exams, I hope you all make the most of it. Feng Ke looked around the classroom before leaving the students to bury their heads in their books. Chen Shu, however, looked bored. He had already mastered all high school knowledge and only needed to improve his Beast Master level. To get into the top 20 in his grade, he needed to become a level 5 Beast Master. Just as Chen Shu was feeling bored, a set of options appeared before his eyes. Option 1. Stay in the classroom and study. Reward. Earn the title Diligent Scholar, which increases study efficiency by 20. Option 2. Leave the classroom and do as you please. Reward. Unlock new alchemy recipe. Size-altering potion. Without hesitation, Chen Shu got up and strode out of the classroom. Xiaobing was about to stop him but swallowed her words, remembering the money he had lent her. The system notification sounded immediately. New alchemy recipe. Size-altering potion unlocked. Chen Shu felt delighted, surprised that such a simple choice had unlocked a new potion. As he walked past the boys' restroom, a chubby kid with a bruised face stumbled out. Zhou Xiaoping? Who bullied you? Chen Shu recognized his former classmate. Zhou Xiaoming hesitated, then complained, Pai Ge. He was about to throw himself at Chen Shu. Whoa, stay away from me. Chen Shu dodged. What happened? It was Zhao Qi and Zheng Yi from Beast Master Class 3, Zhou Xiaoming said, sniffling. Did you provoke them? I accidentally peed on them. Chen Shu couldn't help but laugh. It was really an accident. Zhou Xiaoming scratched his head. Pai Ge, I want you to help me get back at them. Chen Shu stopped laughing, his eyes gleaming. I know Zheng Yi. He's like a dear brother to me. Zhou Xiaoming's face turned pale. Pai Ge, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were close. No. Chen Shu waved his hand, frowning. You really don't get it, do you? Clearing his throat, he said seriously. What I mean is, it'll cost you. Zhou Xiaoming was instantly petrified, staring at Chen Shu in disbelief. Brother Pai, how much do you want? He stammered. Although he was often bullied at school, Zhou Xiaoming came from a wealthy family that ran a shop specializing in rare medicinal herbs, including materials from other dimensions. A sly gleam appeared in Chen Shu's eyes. Talking about money is too impersonal. Do I look like that kind of person? I want to discuss a business deal with your family. Zhou Xiaoming was taken aback. What kind of business deal? Just introduce me to your family when the time comes, Chen Shu said mysteriously. As a pharmacist at 666 Potion Company, he received extra strength potions daily. However, slimes could no longer absorb them, so he had to sell the excess to obtain other materials. Without a pharmacist license, he couldn't buy materials from other dimensions, making Zhou Xiaoming's shop an ideal choice. All right, but whether the deal goes through or not is none of my business, Zhou Xiaoming nodded. And don't tell my parents about me being bullied. Chen Shu patted his shoulder. You're too soft. You should tell your teachers and parents when something happens. With that, he turned and left, already planning how to deal with Zheng Yi. Wandering aimlessly around the playground, Chen Shu suddenly heard noise coming from the auditorium. He remembered that today was the day the college entrance exam results were announced, and it was the last time the graduating seniors would return to school. He headed towards the auditorium. The auditorium was packed with graduates, and the principal was giving an impassioned speech on stage. Although he wasn't satisfied with this year's results, he still encouraged the students to aim high and never forget their alma mater. Chen Shu's gaze swept over the crowd and suddenly spotted the Zheng brothers whispering in the back row. He quietly sat down behind them, pretending to tie his shoelaces while eavesdropping. Bro, you scored 590 on the college entrance exam. You can definitely get into a top-tier Beast Mastery University, Zheng Yi whispered. It's a pity I didn't do well in the academic subjects. Otherwise, I could have aimed for a prestigious university. Zhang Nan comforted him. It's already quite good. At least you can choose a good major, and the family will support you. Suddenly, Zheng Yi asked, Has Chen Shu given you any trouble? No, I've been walking with others lately, so he can't do anything, Zheng Yi said through gritted teeth, recalling the humiliation of being stuffed into a urea sack. Bro, you're a level 6 beast master. When are you going to teach him a lesson? Zhang Nan frowned. That guy isn't simple. Even Wu Li was injured by him. What? Isn't Wu Li a level 4 beast master? Zhang Yi exclaimed. Chen Shu is at least a level 3 beast master and has been hiding his strength, Zhang Nan explained. Zhang Yi cursed under his breath, plotting his revenge. Chen Shu listened intently, finding the brothers quite ruthless. Suddenly, Zheng Yi got up to go to the restroom. Seeing an opportunity, Chen Shu quietly followed, a blue bag labeled urea peeking out from his backpack. Zheng Yi hummed a tune as he entered the restroom. Just as he started to relieve himself, a shadow flashed by, and before he could react, a urea sack was pulled over his head. Chen Shu! Zhang Yi screamed in terror, struggling desperately, but Chen Shu was stronger and dragged him into a stall. In a critical moment, Zhang Yi summoned a skeleton soldier, green ghost flames flickering, and its bone blade swinging. Cut him! Zhang Yi ordered. With a thud, the ground shook. Though Zhang Yi couldn't see, he sensed the skeleton soldier had stopped moving. It turned out the golden slime had transformed into a three-meter giant, crushing the frail skeleton soldier under its weight. The sound of bones shattering filled the air, but the slime remained clueless. My contract spirit! Zhang Yi exclaimed, shocked that it had been defeated so quickly. Help! He shouted. Chen Shu sneered. Scream all you want. No one will come. In his panic, Zhang Yi actually started shouting, help! Thud! Chen Shu punched him, instantly silencing him. Do you think you're funny? Chen Shu mocked, looking every bit the villain. Zhang Yi wailed in agony, his heart filled with despair. He kept asking himself, how did I end up provoking this troublemaker? Zhang Nan dared to call a beast master from the underworld to deal with me. If Uncle Chen doesn't teach you a lesson, you won't know why the flowers are so red. Uncle Chen showed no mercy, landing every punch squarely. Within minutes, Zhang Yi's face was swollen beyond recognition. When Chen Shu clapped his hands and stood up, Zhang Yi was already collapsed on the ground, occasionally twitching, clearly having taken a severe beating. But Chen Shu was no ordinary person. He knew how to control his strength. Although Zhang Yi looked seriously injured, he would recover quickly, though the next few days would be excruciatingly painful. Chen Shu nonchalantly dusted off his hands and pushed open the stall door, striding out of the restroom. Chen Shu, it really is you. Zhang Nan hurried over, looking anxious. Well, if it isn't Xiao Nan? Haven't seen you in a few days, and you've toughened up? Chen Shu teased leisurely. Zhang Nan was momentarily speechless. You wish. Cut the crap. Where's my brother? His eyes were filled with hostility, and he had a bad feeling. Your brother? Zhang Yi? I think I saw him go into the ladies' restroom. Chen Shu lied without batting an eye. Hold him down, Zhang Nan ordered, having brought 5 people for backup. The 5 men surrounded Chen Shu menacingly while Zhang Nan rushed into the restroom. Not seeing his brother, he recalled Chen Shu's words. Could Zhang Yi really have gone into the ladies' room? Suddenly, he noticed a bag sticking out from the last stall, with the word urine faintly visible on it. At this moment, options appeared before Chen Shu. 1. Fight aggressively, shouting, I can take on 10 of you. Reward, golden slime power 5. 2. Use evasive maneuvers, muttering, ghost blade activated, can't see me, can't see me. Reward, golden slime speed 5. 3. Shout for help, requesting backup. Reward, teleportation potion. 4. Engage in friendly conversation, trying to turn foes into friends. Reward, Beast Master level 1. Chen Shu thought briefly and chose the 4th option. Although the first 3 were tempting, increasing his Beast Master level was the most valuable. He could sell the Beast Master resources he couldn't use for potions. Hey guys, long time no see. How did you do on the last test? Chen Shu smiled warmly, casually placing a hand on one man's shoulder. You know me? Wang Yu looked puzzled, and the other 4 were equally confused. Of course, it's me, Chen Shu. Forgot already? Chen Shu pretended to be displeased. Wang Yu shook his head, still looking bewildered. Such a poor memory. Chen Shu shook his head theatrically and began to spin a tale. Actually, I'm pretty close with Zhang Nan. We've been buddies since we were kids. He acts tough, but it's all in good fun. Then why did you beat up his brother? Wang Yu asked suspiciously. That was just for fun too. Zhang Yi is like a little brother to me. If there were real issues, I would have run away long ago. How could I be this calm? Chen Shu's words were so convincing that the 5 men were thoroughly confused. 5 minutes later, Zhang Nan emerged, helping a battered Zhang Yi. Just as he was about to lash out, he noticed his 5 friends chatting and laughing with Chen Shu, looking quite chummy. Chen Shu, you son of a? Zhang Nan gritted his teeth, swallowing his words. How did his friends switch sides so quickly? It turned out that Chen Shu had fabricated such a convincing story about his history with the Zhang brothers that there were no flaws to be found. His natural demeanor and expressive storytelling left them utterly fooled. Wang Yu, what are you guys doing? Zhang Nan shouted angrily. Nan, calm down. Chen Shu explained everything. Wang Yu said with a smile. Explain my ass. What the hell is going on with you guys? Zhang Nan's face turned livid. Is there really a need for name-calling? Another person frowned. Nan's just like that, gets into character easily. We need to understand. Chen Shu played the peacemaker. Let's all take a step back. Zhang Nan, don't hold grudges against your buddies. Zhang Nan felt his head spinning. What was going on? All right, Zhang Yi, stop pretending. Is this fun for you? Chen Shu turned to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi felt a surge of anger, thinking, I took a beating for nothing, and now I'm the one pretending? All right, it's just a joke. Everyone, let's disperse, Chen Shu called out. The 5 men shook their heads, chuckling as they left, leaving the Zhang brothers bewildered. Chen Shu, you bastard, stay right there. Zhang Nan charged forward angrily. Guys, you go ahead. Nan's still in character. I'll help him out. Chen Shu gestured for the 5 to leave, then covered Zhang Nan's mouth and dragged him back into the restroom. Something seems off, Wang Yu suddenly realized, seeing Zhang Nan struggling. To the restroom, someone shouted. The group finally snapped out of it and ran back. Stop! They burst in to find Chen Shu beating up Zhang Nan. Despite Zhang Yi being there, the 2 brothers together were no match for Chen Shu. Why are you back? We're just messing around. Chen Shu remained calm. Son of a. Zhang Nan was furious, almost fuming. You tricked me? Wang Yu, now clear-headed, saw Zhang Nan's swollen face. Wait, we're all civilized people. If you touch me, I'll shout, Chen Shu warned. Get him. Think you're tough? Huh? The 5 men surrounded him, rolling up their sleeves. Wait, Zhang Nan suddenly shouted, stopping them. He knew how loud Chen Shu could be, and causing a scene might draw a crowd. Chen Shu, you're a beast master. If you really have the guts, duel me at the Beast Master Arena. Zhang Nan calmed down, plotting. With finals approaching, if he could injure Chen Shu's contracted spirit badly enough, It would score him a 0 in the Beast Master class, the ultimate revenge. Chen Shu must be hiding his strength, aiming for the Beast Master training class, and Zhang Nan planned to crush that dream himself. At this moment, options appeared again before Chen Shu. Chen Shu was once again faced with a set of options. 3 choices appeared before him: plead for mercy, run away, or accept the challenge. Without hesitation, he chose the third option, nodding in agreement to Zhang Nan's demand. As a newly promoted level 5 beast tamer, Chen Shu harbored a glimmer of hope in his heart about defeating the level 6 Zhang Nan. However, I need a witness. I question your integrity, Chen Shu said bluntly, his eyes scanning Zhang Nan and his group. If you lose and then all gang up on me, where would I go to seek justice? Zhang Nan and his companions scoffed at this, finding it absurd that Chen Shu would bring up integrity. Zhang Nan sneered. And you have the nerve to question our integrity? What if you take the chance to run away? Chen Shu, visibly indignant, pounded his chest and declared, I, Chen Shu, have always acted honorably. How could you accuse me of such behavior? What do you think? Zhang Nan retorted, his eyes filled with sarcasm. Inwardly, Chen Shu admitted that if not for the system's options, he might indeed have considered running away. But with an opportunity to gain new talents, he was unwilling to let it slip away. The massive size and reckless combat style of the slime perfectly complemented his defensive abilities. Fine, I'll call a witness. That should be acceptable, Chen Shu suggested. Zhang Nan nodded in agreement. Chen Shu immediately took out his phone and dialed Su Xiaoyu's number. Hey, Xiaoyu, come to the beast taming pavilion. I need your help with something. Chen Shu knew well that regardless of the outcome, this group might seize the chance to beat him up. Su Xiaoyu, a level 7 beast tamer, had enough strength to deter them and ensure his safe departure. Let's head to the beast taming pavilion and wait, Chen Shu said calmly, leading the way out. The group quietly slipped out of the auditorium, leaving the principal still passionately speaking on stage while the students below dozed off. They quickly made their way to the beast taming pavilion. Su Xiaoyu was already waiting inside the pavilion. Seeing Chen Shu arrive, she immediately approached him. Chen Shu, Xiaoyu, Chen Shu responded with a smile. Zhang Nan and his companions were taken aback to recognize Su Xiaoyu, the top student of their grade. Hesitation flickered across their faces. Her strength and background were indeed intimidating. Nan, maybe we should reconsider, Wang Yu suggested quietly. Zhang Nan remained silent for a moment, hatred still evident in his eyes, but ultimately shook his head firmly. Let's get started, Zhang Nan said, stepping forward and summoning his contracted spirit. A large eagle with green feathers and a half-meter wingspan appeared, letting out a series of harsh cries. Su Xiaoyu frowned slightly, realizing that Chen Shu was up against a level 6 beast tamer with a flying contracted spirit. Show me what you've got, Zhang Nan said confidently. Not to be outdone, Chen Shu summoned his own contracted spirit. A massive golden figure descended from the sky, aiming directly at the green-feathered eagle. Zhang Nan was shocked and quickly commanded his eagle to dodge. The golden slime landed steadily but made no further moves. Its eyes were closed, and it emitted soft snores. It was still asleep. The crowd exchanged puzzled looks, thinking this contracted spirit was a perfect match for Chen Shu, both seemingly unconventional. Under Chen Shu's silent command, the golden slime slowly woke up, yawning sleepily. It began to bounce around, but due to its massive size, it could only make small hops in place, taunting the green-feathered eagle with a series of googie, googie sounds. The spectators watched this comical scene, wondering if this was really a combat-type contracted spirit. The battle had only just begun, and the real showdown was about to unfold. Chen Shu sighed, caught off guard by the failure of his surprise attack. Without hesitation, Zhang Nan ordered the Qingyu eagle to launch an assault. The airborne contract spirit spread its wings and struck with lightning-fast claws aimed at the slime. The golden slime's defenses crumbled instantly under the Qingyu eagle's attack, and pure, colorless mucus's blood flowed from the wounds. Guji, Guji, the slime cried out in pain, its round eyes wide with a pitiful expression. However, the Qingyu eagle remained unmoved. With a fierce look, it dove again. Despite lacking special skills, the Qingyu eagle's superior physical attributes were enough to overpower the slime. This was the advantage of a high-potential contract spirit. Chen Shu's brow furrowed. He knew the golden slime was at a severe disadvantage against a flying contract spirit. To win, he would need to take a risky move. A bold plan formed in his mind, and he quickly conveyed new instructions to the slime. The next moment, the slime clumsily began to move. But the Qingyu eagle was too fast, completely overwhelming the slime. Its claws struck repeatedly, and soon the slime's blood stained the ground. Already slow, the slime was now almost immobile, severely injured. Chen Shu's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he spoke up. Stop fighting. Stop, I surrender. A A smug smile appeared on Zhang Nan's face as he silently cursed, "Idiot." He then ordered the Qingyu eagle to deliver the final blow. The eagle let out a sharp, piercing cry and swooped down, its claws gleaming menacingly. "Chen Shu, recall your contract spirit. Surrendering won't work." Su Xiaoyu shouted anxiously. "A match only ends when the contract spirit is withdrawn or leaves the arena." "Too late." Zhang Nan grinned triumphantly as the Qingyu eagle closed in on the slime, ready to strike with full force. However, at the last possible moment, a sly smile appeared on Chen Shu's lips. The slime suddenly leaped into the air, soaring 5 meters high like an agile, chubby acrobat. It now hovered above the Qingyu eagle, showing no signs of its previous injuries. Its performance was worthy of an Oscar in the slime world. Given the weight and bounce of a slime, it shouldn't be able to jump so high. Clearly, this is the effect of the violent sit skill. At the same time, the slime activated the enlarged skill, instantly swelling into a formidable yellow sphere, plummeting down with force. Everything happened so quickly that no one had time to react. Qingyu eagle's pupils contracted as it tried to escape, but it was too late. Boom! A loud crash shook the ground violently. "Damn it! How dare you trick me?" Zhang Nan's face turned ashen as he watched the massive golden slime pin down Qingyu eagle. Despite its speed and ability to fly, the eagle was thoroughly subdued, unable to break free. "Crush that feathered beast." Chen Shu's mouth twisted into a sinister smile. Although the golden slime was generally good-natured, it was still furious from being attacked earlier. Its massive body wiggled, causing Qingyu eagle to screech in pain, as if its insides were being crushed. Being sat on by a slime was a nightmare-level torment. How is this possible? And grade slime shouldn't have two active skills. Zhang Nan clenched his fists, eyes filled with disbelief. In a short time, Qingyu eagle had been severely injured, blood pooling on the ground. The sudden turn of events left everyone else stunned. "This slime is so cunning," Wang Yu whispered. Everyone had assumed the slime was on the brink of death, but now it seemed full of energy, showing no signs of weakness. Despite being in grade contract spirit, the slime had an undeniable advantage: its incredible resilience. Everyone had overlooked this due to Qingyu eagle's overwhelming power. "Got to admit, the contract spirit reflects its master," someone murmured. "I've lost." Zhang Nan admitted his defeat, looking disheveled and beaten. As he prepared to recall Qingyu eagle, the golden slime voluntarily bounced away, no longer suppressing its opponent. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Nan's eyes. He hadn't expected the slime to relinquish its advantage. With the eagle now on guard, it would be much harder for the slime to succeed with its skills again. Qingyu eagle fluttered its wings slightly, still feeling dizzy. "Chen Shu, don't let it take off," Su Xiaoyu urgently reminded. In the next moment, Chen Shu gave a mental command, and the golden slime's eyes widened as it trembled, launching forward like an arrow, activating the charge skill. Catching Qingyu eagle off guard just as it managed to lift off half a meter, the yellow blur collided with it, sending it flying. Chen Shu showed no mercy, even if it meant crashing his contract spirit into oblivion. Qingyu eagle's body was hurled towards Zhang Nan, and with a thud, both master and spirit were sent flying several meters, landing heavily on the ground. "Fly high, little Nan. The wheelchair will roll itself," someone jeered. Cough, cough. Zhang Nan clutched his chest in pain, coughing incessantly. "You've lost," Chen Shu stated calmly. Qingyu eagle had been forced out of the battle area, which counted as a defeat. 3 skills. How do you have 3 skills? That's impossible. Zhang Nan's fists tightened, his body aching but his shock evident. An grade slime with at least 3 combat skills was unheard of. Su Xiaoyu covered her mouth in shock as well. Even her grade flamebird only had 2 combat skills. "Because it's the yellow flash of Nanjiang No. 2 High School," Chen Shu declared proudly. "Everyone?" Chen Shu recalled the slime into his beast space and turned to leave with Su Xiaoyu. Zhang Yi rushed over, concerned. "Bro, are you okay?" Cough, cough. "I'm fine," Zhang Nan replied, still coughing, his face pale. He sternly warned his younger brother. "I'll be leaving Nanjiang No. 2 soon. Don't provoke Chen Shu anymore." Though Chen Shu was eccentric, his strength and deep concealment made him a formidable opponent, beyond the Zhang brothers' capability. Despite numerous confrontations, they had never gained the upper hand. "I understand," Zhang Yi sighed, his eyes filled with defeat, finally abandoning any thoughts of troubling Chen Shu. "Chen Shu, is your contract spirit really grade? It seems stronger than my flame bird," Su Xiaoyu asked curiously, like a child. "Of course not," Chen Shu replied mysteriously. "Actually, my contract spirit is an SS grade invincible cosmic poop. There's no such name for a contract spirit unless you show me its info," Su Xiaoyu retorted, exasperated. "I prefer to keep a low profile," Chen Shu said earnestly. "Humph." Su Xiaoyu grumbled, but then remembered something. You're already a level 5 beast master. If you can level up a bit more, you might get into the special training class. Yeah, we'll see. Chen Shu nodded. With his current strength, he was likely to be in the top 20 of his grade. However, everyone would be giving their all in the final week, and he could be bumped out. Whether he made it to the senior special training class depended on luck. But even if he didn't, he could still ace the college entrance exams. You should buy some beast orbs for training. If you reach level 6, you're sure to get in, Su Xiaoyu suggested. We'll see, Chen Shu replied vaguely. His beast mastery talent was average, making his training efficiency low, so he didn't focus much on it. The two parted ways. After the battle, Chen Shu's contract spirit had gained a new talent, thick armor, a medium increase in defense, with the effect tripled when the spirit was asleep. It was a great defensive skill, perfectly suited to the golden slime. Chen Shu approached the classroom door, where a young biology teacher was explaining key points. We're so close to finals, and they're still teaching, he muttered, silently opening the back door to slip into his seat. Hey, who's there? The biology teacher turned around, spotting the sneaky Chen Shu. Chen Shu froze. I'm the main character, right? How can I be so unnoticed? He thought. Quickly he responded, Teacher, I'm from this class. I had a stomachache and had to rush to the restroom. The biology teacher looked exasperated. Just sit down. Chen Shu was bored waiting for school to end. He had already mastered all the high school material. As soon as the bell rang, he bolted out of the classroom and headed straight to the regular class's door. Zhou Xiaoping. Pai Gu. Zhou Xiaoming ran over excitedly. I saw Zhang Yi's miserable state. Pai Gu, your efficiency is top-notch. Chen Shu rubbed his hands together. Of course. I'm coming to your place tonight. I want to discuss some business. He had just unlocked a formula for a physique potion and needed raw materials to brew it. Unlike the strength potion, the physique potion's yield was only 2 to 4 bottles. If he brewed it at the 666 potion company, the profit would be minimal, and it would draw too much attention. A high school student proficient in brewing 2 types of potions was already quite extraordinary. Tonight, Zhou Xiaoming was surprised. Isn't it too early to meet my parents? Chen Shu's face twitched. Are you asking for a beating? Speak properly. No. Pai Gu, what I mean is I haven't told my parents yet, Zhou Xiaoming said, embarrassed. And we have evening classes tonight. Chen Shu dragged Zhou Xiaoming towards the school gate. No worries. I'll have Zhang Dali tutor you tomorrow. Have Zhang Dali tutor me? Zhou Xiaoming exclaimed. Are you kidding? I don't want to be the last in the grade. The two arrived at Zhou Xiaoming's family shop, and things went smoother than Chen Shu had imagined. They quickly reached an agreement. As long as Chen Shu could provide the money, Zhou Xiaoming's family would sell him the herbs. Unfortunately, they didn't sell potions, nor were they interested in buying Chen Shu's potions. The next day, Chen Shu skipped school and went straight to the 666 potion company. He had already mastered all the high school knowledge about beast taming and didn't need to review his textbooks. As a beast tamer, studying outside of school was justified. He quietly entered the potion department, and the other employees ignored him. The company hadn't publicized his presence since Chen Shu didn't have a potion master certificate. If exposed, he might be fired. Chen Shu, what brings you here today? His assistant, Xiao Mao, asked in surprise. I had some time, so I came by. Do we still have any Dali flowers in stock? Chen Shu inquired. We have 14 right now. Do you need all of them? Yes, bring them all. Chen Shu nodded. The company supplied 3 Dali flowers daily, but since he hadn't been there, they couldn't reserve them all for him. Otherwise, the strength potion would be out of stock. The 666 potion company's products were always in high demand. A day later, Chen Shu had used up all 14 Dali flowers. 6 were used to brew low-grade strength potions, yielding 78 bottles. According to the contract, he had to give the company 5 bottles per Dali flower, which amounted to 70 bottles for 14 flowers. The remaining 8 flowers were used to brew mid-grade strength potions, which Chen Shu stored in his system space. Xiao Mao, accustomed to Chen Shu's incredible potion-making speed, registered the 70 bottles of strength potion into the inventory. In the evening, Chen Shu left the company and headed straight for the black market. He needed to sell the potions and then buy herbs from Zhou Xiaoming's family shop to brew the new physique potion. His system space contained 52 bottles of mid-grade strength potion, 14 of which had been consumed by his golden slime. The slime had developed a resistance and could no longer consume mid-grade strength potions. Chen Shu found an empty spot on a black market street and began setting up his potions. Come and take a look. Freshly brewed mid-grade strength potions, he shouted. Guaranteed genuine. 10 times your money back if it's fake. Despite his loud voice, few people approached, and passers-by gave him disdainful looks. Seriously? I'm a model student, and they're treating me like a con artist? Chen Shu thought. Kid, your con game is too amateurish, said the vendor at the neighboring stall. I'm selling real strength potions, Chen Shu explained, exasperated. Who would believe your 10 times guarantee? Are you just going to give them 11 bottles if they catch you? The vendor continued. Chen Shu turned to the vendor and suddenly remembered. Aren't you the guy who sold mud to Zhangdali? That's not mud. It's an Earth Dragon King's core. The vendor corrected him earnestly. Want to learn some tricks? Tricks? What kind of tricks? Black market vending tricks, of course. I guarantee you'll make 3,000 a day. As he spoke, the vendor pulled out an old book titled Black Market Con Tricks, Collector's Edition. Seriously? Chen Shu's face twitched. You even have a collector's edition book? No thanks, I'm selling genuine products, not like you scammers. Not bad, not bad. The vendor nodded approvingly. Your con game might be weak, but your acting skills are decent. Chen Shu stood in front of his stall, utterly speechless, with a deep frown on his face. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He turned to the stall owner next to him and asked, May I know your name, sir? Just call me Lao Wang. Everyone does, the stall owner replied casually. Chen Shu nodded and said, All right, Brother Wang, I need a favor from you. Lao Wang's face immediately fell. I'm Lao Wang, not Lao Wang Ba. He corrected helplessly. Got it, Brother Wang. Chen Shu continued as if he hadn't heard. Lowering his voice, he leaned in closer to Lao Wang. Can you get some people to pretend to buy things and create some buzz? Lao Wang shook his head, too tired to correct Chen Shu again. He asked suspiciously, Will that even work? Then, almost reflexively, he rubbed his hands together and added, I can call people, but you know everything has a cost. 100 yuan per person. 100 yuan per person, Chen Shu agreed readily. Just get the people here, and I'll give you 1,000 once it's done. Lao Wang looked skeptical. Do you even have that much money? Without a word, Chen Shu pulled out 500 yuan from his pocket. Here's a 500 yuan deposit. You'll get the rest after it's done. Just make sure to bring enough people. Lao Wang's eyes lit up as he quickly pocketed the money, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. 10 minutes later, Lao Wang indeed brought a group of people to Chen Shu's stall. Most of them were nearby stall owners, ordinary folks selling counterfeit goods. Although the black market only allowed beast tamers of level 5 and above, it wasn't hard for regular people to sneak in. Little Chen, these are the elites of the black market. What do you think? Lao Wang introduced them proudly. Chen Shu scanned the crowd and nodded silently. Without needing any instructions, these seasoned actors immediately surrounded his stall and began their performance with practiced ease. One bottle of medium-grade strength potion for me. I'll take one too. Give me a bottle. I came all the way from downtown. Boss, I want 5 bottles. Wrap them up for me. Their acting was Oscar-worthy, full of emotion and completely convincing. However, Chen Shu couldn't help but facepalm, feeling his temples throb. Could you at least pretend to pay? He screamed internally. Come on, at least make it look real. This is too fake. The problem wasn't that they were unwilling to pay. Their pockets were emptier than their faces were clean. Who would have money and still work as a shill anyway? Chen Shu thought helplessly, feeling that this farce was even more absurd than he'd imagined. Chen Shu quietly gathered everyone and shared a plan. After hearing it, they all looked hesitant. This isn't good. It'll ruin our image. I, Wang Tianba, have always been upright and honest, and I won't do such a thing. Someone declared passionately, then quickly added, Unless you pay more. Chen Shu shook his head helplessly. 200 each. As soon as he said that, everyone seemed energized and instantly got into character. They crowded around Chen Shu's stall, shouting, I'll take all these potions. Anyone who tries to grab them from me will regret it. Damn it, who dares to oppose me? Wang Bata. In the black market, the scene quickly became chaotic, with a dozen people fighting and attracting a crowd. Why are they fighting? A curious passerby stopped to watch, and the crowd grew larger. Seeing this, Chen Shu seized the moment and shouted, Everyone, break it up. There's an 8,000 yuan mid-grade strength potion for everyone. He emphasized 8,000 yuan, cleverly marketing his product. The onlookers stepped in to separate the fighters. Among them, Wang Tianba, covered in fake blood, looked pitiful. He crawled towards Chen Shu and spat out a mouthful of blood, actually ketchup. Give me a bottle of the genuine 8,000 yuan mid-grade strength potion, he said before dramatically passing out. Chen Shu admired the dedication of his accomplices and signaled for others to drag Wang Tianba away. Just then, Wang Tianba twitched and mumbled, Quick, give me the mid-grade strength potion. Feeling they were overacting, Chen Shu quickly signaled for them to take Wang Tianba away. At this moment, the stall owner, Wang Beige, approached and admonished, Xiao Chun, I told you, selling mid-grade strength potions for 8,000 disrupts the market. The crowd finally realized what was happening and turned their attention to the yellow potions at Chen Shu's stall. Mid-grade strength potions typically sold for around 10,000 yuan, sometimes even 12,000 on the black market. A college student stepped forward, skeptical. Is it fake? Chen Shu sized him up and asked, Are you a student at Nanjiang University? Yes, are you? The student, Luo Yu, replied. Chen Shu shook his head and asked to see Luo Yu's student ID. After verifying it, he opened a bottle and handed it to Luo Yu. If you want to buy, you can try it first. Luo Yu summoned his contracted spirit, a half-meter-long blue insect, and let it consume a bit of the potion. Moments later, Luo Yu excitedly confirmed, "It's real mid-grade strength potion." Hearing this, the crowd grew even more excited, trusting Luo Yu's assessment. Chen Shu seized the opportunity and shouted, "Only 8,000! Only 8,000! Limited time offer. Verified by a Nanjiang University student." Soon, all of Chen Shu's potions were sold out, including the lower-grade strength potions. He made over 300,000 yuan in total, thanks to a special bank card he had prepared. As a gesture of gratitude, he sold 3 bottles to Luo Yu at a discounted price of 7,000 each. Wang Beige stood in awe, muttering, "This guy's really raking it in." He thought about how it might take him a year to make that much money from his stall. As Chen Shu closed up shop, he handed Wang Beige 500 yuan as compensation. Wang Beige looked at the money, feeling somewhat disheartened. Finally, Chen Shu found the group of accomplices to pay them their wages. After all, their efforts were crucial in selling out the potions so quickly. Chen Shu, known for his generosity, handed out 300 yuan to each performer and gave an additional 700 yuan to Wang Tianba. However, Wang Tianba declined, saying, "Everyone else is getting just 300 yuan. So I feel a bit awkward taking 1,000. Chen Shu insisted, pulling out his phone to add Wang on Xiaoxin. "What's the most valuable thing these days?" "Talent, of course," he said with a smile. "Just carrying ketchup with you shows a commendable level of dedication." Wang Tianba waved it off. "No need. I just used ketchup. There's no injury." Chen Shu quickly left the black market and glanced at his watch. It was already 9 o'clock. On his way home, he bought a few skewers from a street vendor and happily returned home. Early the next morning, Chen Shu arrived at Zhou Xiaoming's material shop. He got straight to the point. "I need 5 giant fruits." These were the primary ingredient for making size-enhancing potions. Zhou Xiaoming nodded and also prepared the other necessary herbs for him. Unlike the strength flower, size-enhancing potions are categorized into basic, black iron, and silver levels, corresponding to 3 tiers of contract spirits. The price of giant fruits was significantly higher than that of strength flowers, with a market price of 30,000 yuan each. Chen Shu took out his bank card. "How much in total?" Zhou Xiaoming quickly calculated. 180,000 yuan. With a single sentence, Chen Shu spent 180,000 yuan. He unhesitatingly swiped his card, packed the 5 giant fruits and other herbs into his backpack, and left. Back home, Chen Shu eagerly began the preparation. He focused intently and managed to produce 20 bottles of size-enhancing potion in one go. Although he lacked the mastery level to yield extra, 20 bottles were already an impressive feat. Most shops didn't have such a large stock. In terms of value, each bottle was approximately worth 30,000 yuan. Looking at the shimmering potion bottles, Chen Shu already had a plan. He had no intention of selling them. They were all meant to nurture his golden slime. With the help of the system's various rewards and potion infusions, even a frank contract spirit could become the strongest creature. Chen Shu began to envision his golden slime squashing a dragon with its weight. His lips curled into a smile, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. 20 bottles of size-enhancing potion increased the golden slime size by 15, with a maximum limit of 30. It would need to consume another 20 bottles to reach that limit. Chen Shu looked at the golden slime with satisfaction. It was now a meter tall. If it were to use its enlargement ability, it would exceed 4 meters, making it a behemoth among low-tier beast tamers. Blop, blop. The slime blinked its large eyes and affectionately nudged Chen Shu's hand. As he gently patted it, Chen Shu contemplated the cost. Just increasing his contracted spirit size by 30 required 1,000,000 huaxia coins, a luxury few could afford. He felt fortunate to have the means. After putting away the golden slime, Chen Shu glanced at the time. It was already noon. He decided to grab lunch before heading to school in the afternoon. He walked into a small restaurant and ordered a plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers over rice and a cola. As he focused on his meal, a familiar figure passed by the window. Chen Shu looked up and exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that Wang Teng?" Wang Teng turned at the sound of his name, hesitated for a moment, and then walked in. "I remember you. You're Xiaoyu's classmate, right?" he said. "I've heard about the incident with the wanted criminal in the black market. Thank you for saving her." Chen Shu waved it off. "It was nothing." Then, shifting the conversation, he added, "You seem pretty guilty. Don't tell me you were behind it?" Wang Teng was momentarily stunned by the accusation. After a moment, he managed to reply, "Of course not." He took a deep breath to calm himself. "But I do need your help with something." "What is it?" Chen Shu asked warily. "Just so you know, I don't have any money to lend you." Wang Teng resisted the urge to roll his eyes. "The Wang family is one of the top families in Nanjiang City. Do you think I'd need to borrow money from you? I want you to help convince Xiaoyu to join my team. With her, we could definitely place in next year's beast taming competition." Chen Shu was about to respond when three options suddenly appeared before him. He quickly scanned them and chose the third one without hesitation. I can't persuade Xiaoyu either, Chen Shu said seriously. How about we team up instead? What do you think? If your skills meet my expectations, I wouldn't mind. Wang Teng's expression turned incredulous, as if he had swallowed a fly. Are you kidding me? He rubbed his temples. How can you say that with a straight face? Your skills? Meeting my expectations? Finally, Wang Teng forced a smile. You have a good sense of humor. Anyway, I hope you can help me out. With that, he left the restaurant, clearly eager to escape before losing his temper. Chen Shu watched Wang Ting leave, a smug smile on his face. A simple choice, and the slime's abilities had improved again. Check, please. Chen Shu called out, having finished his meal. That'll be 30 yuan, the owner replied. Chen Shu was surprised. Wasn't the rice dish 12 yuan? The rice dish is 12 yuan, but the cola is 18, the owner explained. What kind of cola costs that much? Chen Shu felt he had been tricked. It's the same 3 yuan cola you find outside, the owner said earnestly. Chen Shu then noticed that the font for the cola price on the menu was much smaller than for the dishes. Shaking his head, he paid and left, mentally adding the place to his blacklist. Back at school, Xiaobing approached him, kindly reminding, Chen Shu, the exams are coming up soon. You should stop wandering around. Chen Shu thought to himself, if I don't wander, how can I get stronger? But outwardly, he nodded and promised to stay focused. The days flew by, and the final exams arrived. Fang Ku stood at the podium, looking serious. Class, today is the final exam. I won't stress its importance. It's all up to your performance. As the bell rang, the cultural studies exam began. Besides Fang Ku, there were 3 other proctors in the classroom, making cheating nearly impossible with 4 teachers watching 25 students. The cultural studies exam covered history, materials, geography, and biology, each worth 100 points. The content was extensive, testing the students' grasp of their second-year knowledge. Chen Shu confidently completed the exam without much thought. Feeling bored, he saw new options appear before him. After a brief consideration, he chose the third one. The next moment, Chen Shu began deliberately flipping through his test papers. The sound caught the attention of his classmates, who were already stressed by the unexpectedly difficult exam, designed to select candidates for the special training class in their third year. The flipping became more frequent, creating the illusion that many had moved on to the next page, although only a few top students had actually done so. With a satisfied smile, Chen Shu leaned on one hand while flipping the papers with the other, observing his classmates' reactions. Reward received. Collision skill 1. Chen Shu was momentarily surprised. Wow, that was fast, he thought, realizing that this year's students had some work to do on their mental resilience. Chen Shu was engrossed in writing when he suddenly felt a stern gaze upon him. He looked up and saw Fang Ku walking over with a serious expression. In a low voice, Fang Ku reprimanded, if you don't know how to do it, just stay put. Why are you flipping through the test papers? You're clearly disturbing others. Chen Shu forced a wry smile and softly explained, my hand cramped badly just now, but it's fine now. After saying this, he simply laid his head on the desk and fell asleep, indifferent to the outcome of the exam since the reward was already in hand. Each subject's exam took half a day, and 2 days later, the academic exams finally concluded. Many students gathered together, eagerly discussing the tests. The questions were incredibly tough this time. They must be trying to filter out the top students, a boy said, frowning. Sigh, I just hope to score over 320 points in the academic subjects, a girl sighed. Yeah, the special training class for seniors is out of our reach, but at least we shouldn't perform too poorly, someone nearby agreed. Chen Shu stood aside with a mysterious smile, saying nothing. His demeanor quickly caught the attention of his classmates. Someone joked, looks like we have a top student among us, keeping quiet now but ready to shock everyone when the scores come out. At that moment, Fang Ku strode into the classroom, cutting off the discussion. All right, everyone, stop discussing. No matter the results, the academic exams are over. The focus now is on the upcoming beast taming exams. Fang Ku briefly introduced the situation. The total score for the academic subjects is 400, with most students scoring between 340 and 380 points, so the gap isn't too wide. But for the beast taming exam, the total score is 350. Some students might score less than 100, while others could reach 200 or 300 points. This is where the real difference lies. As he spoke, Fang Ku's gaze unintentionally fell on Chen Shu, with a hint of warning in his tone. I hope everyone adheres to the rules in the final exam and doesn't follow certain bad examples. He's secretly worried, fearing Chen Shu might do something unexpected again. The afternoon dismissal bell rang, and Zhang Dali was already waiting outside the classroom. Seeing Chen Shu come out, he immediately approached him. Finally, it's summer break. Chen Pai, are you really going to work for 2 months? As a regular class student, Zhang Dali was completely free now. Chen Shu nodded while packing his bag. Of course, I need the money. What are your plans for the summer? Walking side by side out of the school gate, Zhang Dali excitedly said, I'm going to play online games and aim for the king rank in beast taming glory. By the way, my mom's back, and she invited you to dinner at our place tonight. Chen Shu readily agreed without a second thought. Who could refuse a free meal? Zhang Dali suddenly threw an arm around Chen Shu's shoulder, saying seriously, Chen Pai, I'm counting on you in the future. Wealth and honor. Don't forget each other. Chen Shu rolled his eyes, exasperated. Can you stop emphasizing wealth? It makes me sound like a gold digger. The two joked and laughed as they returned to their neighborhood. Coincidentally, Chen Shu's parents had something come up and wouldn't be back for dinner, so the two headed straight to Zhang Dali's house. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Zhang Dali tossed his bag onto the sofa and sprawled out comfortably. Chen Shu also made himself at home. Are my two boys back? A middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen with a warm smile. It was Zhang Dali's mother, Shui Yuan. Hello, Aunt Shui. Chen Shu greeted politely. Zhang Dali, still lying down, asked, Mom, where's Dad? I don't see him. He's in the study, buying some things online. You can go check, Shui Yuan replied. I'd rather not. I don't understand any of it, Zhang Dali said with his eyes closed. Chen Shu, however, was intrigued and headed to the study. He saw the burly Zhang Feng intently staring at the computer screen and motioned for Chen Shu to sit down. As Chen Shu leaned in, he was immediately captivated by what he saw on the screen. Tianyuan ginseng price, 300,000 Huaxia yuan. 1 ounce of stone milk from Yunding Peak, price, 500,000 Huaxia yuan. Level 2 giant fruit, price, 100,000 Huaxia yuan. Beast core of the Ice Wolf King, price, 1 million Huaxia yuan. Chen Shu swallowed hard, shocked by the exorbitant prices. Although he had knowledge of high school-level beast taming materials, these prices far exceeded his expectations. Zhang Feng chuckled and explained, Xiao Chun, these items are for black iron level beast tamers, so they're naturally more expensive. Beast tamers below black iron level are called apprentice beast tamers and aren't qualified to know about these things yet. Uncle Zhang, what website is this? Chen Shu asked curiously, knowing these materials could be extremely useful to him. This is the Beast Tamer Association's website, established by the state for beast tamers to trade and communicate, Zhang Feng explained. Once you become a black iron level beast tamer, someone will invite you to join. Chen Shu sighed, realizing how limited the knowledge of apprentice beast tamers was. No wonder the physical stores in the city had so few exotic materials. Most were for apprentice beast tamers. Rare materials were mainly sold on the Beast Tamer Association's website, out of reach for ordinary people. Chen Shu watched in awe as Zhang Feng easily spent 1 million Huaxia yuan on materials, all necessary for black iron level beast tamers. He couldn't help but wonder how much more expensive the materials for silver or gold level tamers would be. Come on, Xiao Chun, let's eat, Zhang Feng said, stretching and turning off the computer. The items he purchased would arrive in 2 days. Smelling the delicious food from the living room, Zhang Feng's appetite was piqued. The four of them gathered around the dining table, enjoying a harmonious meal. Shui Yuan suddenly asked, Xiao Chun, you have the beast taming exam tomorrow, right? If you get a chance to join the special training class, don't miss it. Aunt Shui, you know about the special training class? Chen Shu was surprised. Of course, Zhang Feng laughed. Your Aunt Shui was in the first special training class at Nanjiang Second High School, Shui Yuan added. Most students who get into prestigious universities come from the special training class. The resources they provide will significantly boost your beast taming skills. The senior special training class isn't unique to Nanjiang Second High. Almost every beast taming school in the country has one, though the resources may vary. Chen Shu pondered this. In his previous world, senior year was indeed a crucial period for students to improve their grades comprehensively. It was the same in this world. For the sake of college entrance exams, families would spare no effort, even going into debt, hoping their children could get into a good beast taming university. Let's leave it to fate. I'll do my best, Chen Shu replied calmly. There was a hint of indifference in his eyes. He didn't place much importance on the special training class for seniors. If he could get in, great. If not, it didn't matter much since he had a system as his trump card. At that moment, Zhang Dali, who was standing nearby, suddenly spoke up, his face full of dissatisfaction. Mom, Dad, why don't you care about my grades? I am your son, aren't I? My final exams are over, and you don't show any interest? Zhang Dali's father, Zhang Feng, glanced at his son with a touch of helplessness in his tone. Your grades have always been stable. What's there to ask? Or do you finally have hopes of not being second to last this time? Well, not really, Zhang Dali admitted, a bit embarrassed. I just wanted you to ask. Zhang Feng shook his head with a smile, a hint of teasing in his voice. Come on, you've never disappointed me in terms of being disappointing. Suddenly, Zhang Dali seemed to think of something, his eyes lighting up. By the way, Mom, Dad, I'm about to turn 18. I want to try living on my own and experience some independence. Hmm. Zhang Feng's eyes widened, looking his son up and down with surprise. You actually have that kind of awareness? Of course, after all, I am your son. Zhang Dali said proudly, patting his chest. Mom, Dad, I've already packed your bags. You can leave any time. As soon as he finished speaking, an awkward silence fell over the dining table. Chen Shu couldn't help but smile, thinking this kid was really something. Zhang Feng's expression darkened instantly, his voice carrying a hint of threat. Are you itching for a beating? Before he finished speaking, a shadow flashed, and a loud thud echoed as something hit Zhang Dali's head. Dad, who uses a contract spirit to hit their son? Zhang Dali complained, holding his head with a look of grievance. It was then that Chen Shu noticed a small monkey, about 3 decimeters tall. Zhang Feng snorted, putting away the contract spirit, while Aunt Shui stood by, smiling silently. Chen Shu's eyes flickered, recognizing the black monkey. In high school biology classes, most of the creatures were ferocious beasts from other dimensions, but some common human contract spirits were also recorded. Zhang Feng was an iron-tier beast tamer, and his contract spirit had undergone a bloodline evolution. The monkey had evolved from a power monkey to a violent monkey, with its potential rating jumping from C to B. Although bloodline evolution could change potential ratings, the initial rating of a contract spirit still significantly impacted a beast tamer's life. Chen Shu's slime was rated F. If it followed a common evolutionary path, its rating would rise to E when he became an iron tier. However, other people's contract spirits would also evolve, meaning the gap would remain. Unless Chen Shu could awaken a rare evolutionary path, drastically increasing the potential rating, but the odds were slim. So, beast tamers were essentially categorized by talent from the start, with innate ability far outweighing hard work. Of course, those with cheats were exceptions. The family finished their dinner in this loving atmosphere. Chen Shu returned home, eagerly anticipating the beast taming exam the next day. The next day arrived quickly. Nanjiang's second high school was much quieter, with only the first and second year beast taming students remaining. The rest were already on summer break. Fang Ku entered the classroom, speaking calmly. Today's beast taming exam is crucial. I hope you all give it your best. With that, he led the beast taming class 5 to the school's beast taming hall. Outside the hall, long lines had already formed, with over 200 students waiting for the exam. Soon, the second-year beast taming class 5 entered the hall in an orderly manner. The beast taming hall was vast, featuring not only combat arenas for students, but also 3 large exam rooms for each grade. The 121 second-year beast taming students gathered in the exam hall. The exam consisted of 5 parts, as per usual standards. The grade director stepped forward to announce the rules. First, the potential ratings of the students' contract spirits. If there's any mistake, students can come forward to correct it. The potential ratings were recorded when students enrolled, so errors were rare. If there was a mistake, it could be corrected, but the student's contract spirit panel would have to be shared with others, and the potential rating couldn't be faked. Su Xiaoyu, potential rating A. Tang Lai, potential rating A. Lin Xingchen, potential rating B. There were only 2 Erat contract spirits in the grade, but Chen Shu's freight contract spirit was even rarer. He stood alone in that category. In fact, many students in regular classes had freight spirits, but they knew their limits and chose to live as ordinary people, not burdening their families. There should be no objections now. The grade director looked down, putting away the list. Now we begin the second part of the exam, the beast tamer level. Led by their homeroom teachers, each class lined up to record their beast tamer levels. The level assessment was straightforward, requiring students to share their contract spirit panels with the teachers, displaying their beast tamer levels. Xiaoyu Su, a level 7 beast master. Lai Tang, a level 6 beast master. Xingchen Lin, a level 6 beast master. In the assessment hall, student results were announced one by one and duly recorded. The students from Beast Master Class 1 truly lived up to their reputation as the strongest class. Even the weakest among them had reached level 5. As the assessment continued, it was soon the turn of Beast Master Class 5. Standing at the front of the line, class representative Bing Xia appeared calm and composed. Bing Xia, level 6 Beast Master, the recording teacher announced with surprise, drawing the attention of the surrounding students. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. So it's Bing Xia, the former top student of Beast Master Class 1, someone remarked. The students from Class 1 nodded knowingly. To them, it was no surprise that Bing Xia achieved such a high score. Throughout the entire grade, few could surpass her. If not for financial constraints, she wouldn't have chosen the less resource-intensive and lower tuition Beast Master Class 5. Xiao Yusu glanced at her former rival, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. Level 4 Beast Master, Ming Wang. The class monitor's score followed. He hung his head, eyes filled with dejection. Even at the end of the term, he had failed to break through and missed out on the special training class. Level 4 Beast Master, Zixuanli. Level 3 Beast Master, Yu Zhang. As more scores were announced, The overall level of Beast Master Class 5 became apparent. Most students were at level 3, with level 4 being rare. Soon, the assessment for Class 5 was nearing its end. Homeroom teacher Kafong maintained a neutral expression, but he felt a sense of relief. The results matched his expectations, and Bing Xia's level 6 score was a pleasant surprise. Just then, the recording teacher spoke up, "Mr. Fong, isn't there one more student in your class?" Kufong was taken aback. His eyes scanned the class lineup, and he suddenly froze. "Where's Shu Chun?" he exclaimed in shock. "What's going on? How can a student just disappear in the middle of an assessment?" Fong Ke looked around, confirming that he had led the entire class into the beast taming hall. At that moment, the examination hall's door swung open, and two people walked in. Director Wu. Fong Ke immediately recognized one of them as the grade 10 head. "Is this one of your students?" Director Wu asked, pointing to the person beside him, Chen Shu from Class 5 of Beast Taming. Director Wu's face showed displeasure. "You're a grade 11 student, right? What are you doing here, causing trouble? Just now, you even claimed that everyone here is trash." It was clear he wanted an explanation. Fong Ke's forehead broke out in cold sweat, thinking, "Great, just what I needed." He quickly stepped forward, pulling Chen Shu back to his side and apologizing repeatedly. "Director Wu, I'm sorry. He's one of our students." Director Liu from grade 11 glared at Chen Shu and said apologetically, "Old Wu, the student was just messing around." "Humph." Director Wu snorted coldly. "Watch it. Being so arrogant at such a young age is not a good sign. But his beast taming talent is decent. He must be one of your top students." With that, he turned and returned to the grade 10 examination hall. Fong Ke shook his head and sighed, turning to Chen Shu. "What were you thinking, causing trouble at such a critical moment?" Chen Shu then realized he had mistakenly entered the grade 10 hall. No wonder he didn't recognize anyone. "The last student, please step forward for the assessment," Director Liu urged impatiently. Chen Shu walked up to the proctor and shared his contract spirit's information. Besides the potential rating and his own details, he had other specifics of his slime, especially its talents and skills. "Chen Shu, a level 5 beast tamer?" The proctor confirmed in surprise. Chen Shu was the first level 5 beast tamer in Class 5. Director Liu's expression softened a bit as he looked at Chen Shu. "Indeed, a promising talent. It seems you're one of the top students in your class." Class 5 students were dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. Fong Ke was equally stunned. You're level 5? Other students found it hard to believe and began to wonder if this usually nonchalant guy had been hiding his true abilities. Faced with the sudden attention, 3 options flashed through Chen Shu's mind. After a moment of thought, he chose the second one. Chen Shu suddenly walked to the front, gazed at the ceiling, and lamented sorrowfully. "I've tried my best to suppress my growth, but I still ended up surpassing you all. I hate myself for not being able to hide my talent." His words left everyone in Class 5, and even students from other classes, utterly speechless. They all wondered when Class 5 had produced such a character. Chen Shu continued his act. "Here, I sincerely apologize to everyone. I, Chen Shu, feel deeply guilty." "Enough. Enough." Director Liu finally couldn't take it anymore and interrupted. "Are you even making sense? What do you mean by suppressing your talent? Are you implying that if you unleashed your full potential, you'd go straight to Huaxia Academy? And what's with this sudden apology? Who asked you to apologize?" The entire grade's eyes were fixed on Chen Shu, all thinking the same thing. "You really are something else. All right, let's move on to the next ability test." Director Liu hurriedly ended the round of assessments, worried that Chen Shu might say something even more outrageous. Despite Chen Shu's potential rating being F, his beast tamer level had significantly boosted his score. After all, there were less than 40 level 5 beast tamers in the entire grade. "Let's start with the attack test," Director Liu announced. Several teachers brought in a large yellow sphere, connected by numerous wires to a huge display screen in the distance. As per tradition, each contract spirit had 5 seconds to attack. The sphere was equipped with various algorithms to calculate the attack strength comprehensively, giving a final score as the student's grade. "Begin," Director Liu ordered. The first to step forward was Su Xiaoyu. As the top student of the grade, she was undoubtedly the center of attention. A crimson bird suddenly appeared, soaring high and looking down from above. This A-level flame bird was clearly much stronger than other contract spirits. "Attack," Su Xiaoyu commanded. The flame bird's claws glowed red, seemingly engulfed in flames. This was its only active skill, Flame Claw. Boom! The claws struck the yellow sphere fiercely. If a person were hit, they would be severely injured or worse. But the sphere, designed to withstand various attacks, remained intact. The display screen flashed continuously before showing the final rating. Attack strength, A. Excellent. Director Liu nodded in satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with approval. For a level 7 contract spirit to have such a formidable attack was rare. Su Xiaoyu was indeed a candidate for Huaxia Academy. Next, Other beast tamers summoned their contract spirits, filling the examination hall with noise and excitement. Attack strength B. Attack strength F. One contracted spirit after another stepped forward to attack, but the results were disappointing. Not a single one reached a rank, and there were only a few ranks. Feng Ke's gaze fell on Chen Shu, a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. He had thought Chen Shu was just an ordinary person, but it turned out he had been hiding his true strength. Chen Shu walked forward slowly and summoned his golden slime. Among the many contracted spirits, this frank golden slime stood out. Many people sighed inwardly, thinking it was a pity for a level 5 beast master to have such a low-level contracted spirit. Even a drank contracted spirit should have decent attack power. The golden slime, apart from its strong vitality, had mediocre attributes. Moreover, in this exam, vitality was of no use. The slime bounced around happily, its big eyes curiously observing the other contracted spirits. Someone shouted, "Go for it!" The yellow flash of second high. The slime widened its eyes, trying to look fierce, but only ended up looking more adorable. From a distance, the slime resembled the test apparatus, only much smaller. Suddenly, the slime wiggled its bottom and charged forward. Its level 3 charge skill activated, and its speed suddenly increased, indeed giving it some semblance of the yellow flash. The crowd watched in astonishment, wondering if it would crash directly into the target. However, just 10 meters away from the yellow sphere, the slime leaped into the air, its size suddenly swelling to 4 times its original size. The crowd gasped, another active skill? First, its speed had increased, and now its size this already surpassed most students' contracted spirits. In fact, the slime's jumping ability came from another skill, violent sit. The golden slime now resembled a giant blob, standing 4 meters tall, and it came crashing down on the yellow sphere. Boom! The two yellow spheres collided, creating a scene both comical and awe-inspiring. The slime exerted all its strength, pressing down on the yellow sphere as if following its master's command to crush its kind. The yellow sphere had a huge dent, but did not collapse. Even a level 9 beastmaster would find it difficult to destroy it. Suddenly, the yellow sphere rebounded, launching the golden slime toward the ceiling. Director Liu quickly shouted, "Retrieve it now!" He was more concerned about the ceiling of the beast hall than the slime's safety. Chen Shu quickly recalled the slime with a thought. The display finally showed. Attack strength B. The other beast masters were in an uproar, but Chen Shu remained calm. If the golden slime couldn't even achieve rank attack strength, it wouldn't have been able to severely injure Zhang Nan's green feather eagle. As for a rank, that was impossible. In the entire grade, only Su Xiaoyu had reached a rank. She was the only level 7 beast master within a rank contracted spirit, far more powerful than the slime. Feng Ke clenched his fists in excitement, thinking this was another promising candidate for the senior special training class. In just a month, Chen Shu had made such progress, likely having hidden his true strength all along. But did Chen Shu really need a reason to act? The students of Beast Master Class 5 looked at the class slacker with complicated expressions. Chen Shu cleared his throat and said seriously, "No one is born a genius. Only through constant effort can one become strong." Everyone was stunned. Was he trying to motivate them? Chen Shu continued, "Look at me. After a month of hard work, I've gone from a level 1 Beastmaster to a level 5 Beastmaster." He sighed deeply. "I hope you never understand the effort I've put in." The room fell into silence again. Advancing from level 1 to level 5 in a month was beyond belief. Most Beastmasters present had trained hard for 2 years and were still stuck at level 3. I feel an urge to punch him. Same here. This guy really knows how to make enemies. Even Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but twitch her mouth, feeling an urge to summon her firebird. Director Liu hurriedly stepped in to stop the commotion, his voice echoing through the exam hall. "All right, continue with the exam. We must finish the beast taming subject today." A hint of worry flickered in his eyes. If a full-blown fight broke out, the scene would be unimaginable. Director Liu gave Chen Shu a long, astonished look. That wasn't Flevel slime, yet it had grasped 2 combat skills. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Did you save the galaxy in your past life?" The aggressive testing concluded quickly, and the atmosphere in the exam hall eased. Next up was the speed test. Director Liu explained, "Speed isn't just about physical movement. It also includes neural reaction speed." Suddenly, the yellow sphere in the exam hall transformed into a Gatling gun. The barrel slowly rotated, radiating an oppressive aura. Chen Shu was shocked, thinking, "Is this really such high-tech?" He had assumed this world's technology was similar to what he was used to, given the presence of household appliances like TVs and refrigerators. But now, it seemed there was a significant difference. Director Liu loudly announced, "The speed test will now begin." He added, "The Gatling gun doesn't fire real bullets. They are rubber bullets coated with dye. Even if a contracted spirit gets hit, it won't be harmed." The speed test is mainly to assess the evasive abilities and reaction speed of the contracted spirits. Chen Shu's golden slime stunned everyone once again, not because of its strength, but due to its utter incompetence. While other contracted spirits, no matter how slow, made some effort to dodge, the golden slime simply fell asleep. Bullets rained down on it, and it caught every single one without missing. In a way, it achieved a reverse perfect score. Speed rating, Flevel, the examiner announced. Unsurprisingly, Chen Shu received the lowest score, which made many people breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed slimes were highly specialized contracted spirits. Now, Chen Shu had 2 F ratings, significantly impacting his overall score, making it almost impossible for him to get into the special training class. The speed test ended quickly, and Director Liu announced, "We will now begin the final test, which assesses the contracted spirit's defensive capabilities." Despite receiving an F rating, Chen Shu remained calm. He thought to himself, "The defense test will determine my final score, and I still have the academic subjects to boost my overall score." The defense assessment begins now. Director Liu's voice echoed from above, resonating throughout the examination hall. The Gatling gun suddenly transformed, its muzzle glowing with a blue light as the rubber bullets inside were replaced with special ammunition. Su Xiaoyu's Firebird was the first to undergo the assessment. Director Liu reminded, "If your contracted spirit can't withstand it, recall it immediately." However, this rarely happens. Once the contracted spirit's defense is breached, the assessment will end immediately, and the Gatling gun will stop firing. Su Xiaoyu nodded slightly, and the other students quickly retreated 100 meters away. The muzzle of the Gatling gun began to spin, blue light flashing, creating an imposing aura. The Firebird stood still on the ground, eyes slightly closed, appearing exceptionally calm. As the difficulty increased, the Firebird's expression changed from calm to solemn. Finally, it let out a screech, a gunshot wound appearing on its chest. Assessment over. Defense level, B, the invigilator announced loudly while recording Su Xiaoyu's score. Next, each contracted spirit underwent the assessment one by one. Compared to the previous 2 tests, the defense scores were generally lower. Besides Su Xiaoyu, only 2 others reached AB level, with many receiving an E grade. When it was Chen Shu's turn, his golden slime, resembling a large round ball, remained with its eyes closed, even drooling a little, clearly lost in sleep. Fangke reminded, "Chen Shu, wake up your contracted spirit. This defense assessment is crucial. You can't mess it up. Another F grade and you're done." "No need, let's start like this." Chen Shu shook his head in refusal. The golden slime has a thick armor talent, which triples its effect in sleep mode. Its lethargy talent also adds some defense. The slime is at its toughest when asleep. Director Liu nodded to signal the start. The other students turned their attention to Chen Shu's slime. In this final exam, Chen Shu was a dark horse, ranking among the top in both attack strength and Beastmaster level. The Gatling gun began to spin again, the muzzle flashing blue, but the golden slime remained unmoved. The thunderous snores and gunfire interwove, creating a bizarre symphony. Everyone was stunned. The Gatling gun's intensity gradually increased, soon reaching B level. Unlike the Firebird, the golden slime's defense wasn't instantly breached. It continued to sleep soundly. Suddenly, the slime opened its mouth and yawned. Some bullets even entered its mouth, and the slime smacked its lips, swallowing them directly. Many widened their eyes in disbelief. Was this really the supposedly weakest slime? Though a special type of contracted spirit, slimes were not rare, accounting for 30 of Flevel spirits, coming in various colors. How could such a weak spirit perform so exceptionally? The Blevel assault lasted nearly a minute, without breaching the slime's defense. Director Liu squinted, wondering, could this be an A-level defense spirit? Just as the Gatling gun was about to increase its attack level, the golden slime suddenly disappeared. Everyone looked at Chen Shu, puzzled. At this moment, options appeared before Chen Shu again. Option 1. Admit honestly that the slime can't hold on anymore. Reward. Slime's defense increased by 5. Option 2. Act mysterious and cool. Reward. Unlock a new potion recipe, defense potion. Option 3. Stride out of the Beastmaster Hall, leaving a dashing figure. Reward. Swift potion. Without hesitation, Chen Shu chose the second option. He looked at the others with a calm gaze and said, "Is this level attack all you've got? Even A-level attacks wouldn't matter. Teacher, record the score." "I, the king of defense, don't need to test A-level attacks." Everyone was speechless, thinking this was too much of a show-off. Yet, for a moment, they genuinely couldn't tell if the slime could withstand an A-level attack or not. Defense level, B. The proctor's voice echoed through the examination hall as his pen marked the final assessment for Chen Shu's defense level. Although this grade was the same as Su Xiaoyu's, the teacher knew that Chen Shu's overall score would be higher. With the final bell, the semester-end exams for the beast taming department concluded successfully. Director Liu stood at the podium, his gaze sweeping over each student's face in the classroom. The exam results will be sent to your phone shortly. I hope you all have a pleasant summer vacation, he announced, his eyes lingering on Chen Shu. This student had a unique contract spirit and an unconventional approach, making it impossible not to notice him. The tense atmosphere in the exam hall gradually gave way to relaxed laughter. Although some were not entirely satisfied with their results, the approaching summer break brought a sense of relief to everyone. Yet, most conversations still revolved around Chen Shu and his extraordinary slime. Chen Shu, Chen Shu. A girl with a ponytail hurried over to him, her face full of curiosity. Waving his hand, Chen Shu joked, "No need to be so formal, just call me uncle." The girl paused, ignoring the joke, and asked directly, "I want to know how you train your contract spirit to become so powerful." Chen Shu stroked his chin and replied seriously, "Read more books, watch the news, eat less junk food, and get plenty of sleep." Just then, Fang Ke's voice interrupted their conversation. "Chen Shu, come with me for a moment." Before leaving, Chen Shu added, "Remember, you have to get your contract spirit to read more. Awaken its intelligence. My slime can even use a smartphone now." The girl looked puzzled, wondering if she really needed to make her contract spirit read books and newspapers. Following Fang Ke out of the exam hall, Chen Shu arrived at the school's playground. A gentle breeze brought a hint of coolness. "Do you think you can get into this special training class this time?" Fang Ke asked, his voice tinged with anticipation. Chen Shu crossed his arms behind his head, looking relaxed, 1 part effort, 9 parts fate. "I'll know when the results come out." His tone was carefree, as if he had complete confidence in the future. Fang Ke looked at Chen Shu's calm demeanor and couldn't help but smile wryly. "You really are at ease." He sighed and continued, "I underestimated you before. I never thought your talent was this strong." Chen Shu suddenly grinned and looked up at the sky. "Talent is important, but it's not the most important thing." "Oh." Fang Ke looked at him curiously. "Do you think it's hard work?" "How could it be hard work?" Chen Shu said with a mysterious smile. "Of course, it's having a cheat." With that, he leisurely turned and walked away from the playground. The setting sun cast long shadows on the ground, elongating Chen Shu's silhouette. Fang Ke stood there, a hint of awe in his eyes, as if he was witnessing the future of a great beast tamer. Chen Shu returned home to a warm celebratory dinner. To mark the successful completion of his final exams, his father, Chen Ping, had specially invited Zhang Dali's family and Fang Xi's parents to join them. The 3 families had always been close, almost like one big family. Unfortunately, Fang Xi, who was studying at Huaxia Academy, couldn't make it back to Nanjing City. During the dinner, Fang Xi's father, Fang Guowei, wore a friendly smile, his dark skin glowing under the lights. Zhang Feng shook his head and sighed. "These 2 boys just don't have the same talent as Fang Xi. An scrayed contract beast makes a huge difference for a beast master." Fang Guowei immediately responded seriously. "I wouldn't say that. Both Xiao Chun and Dali have their unique qualities. Even if they don't become powerful beast masters, they can still excel in other fields." Chen Ping chuckled, trying to smooth things over. "The younger generation will find their own paths. Let's not interfere too much." Despite Fang Xi's significant achievements, the 3 families remained close. Chen Ping said with a hint of regret, "It's a pity Fang Xi can't come back for the summer. Otherwise, you 3 could reunite." Chen Shu frowned at this, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. "Fang Xi can't come back for the summer?" Fang Guowei explained. "Her beast team took on a temporary mission in another dimension. She probably won't be able to return." He thought Chen Shu missed Fang Xi. Chen Shu sighed and turned to nudge Zhang Dali, who was engrossed in his phone. "Fang Xi can't come back. Doesn't that make my enemy list useless?" "Dali, how come you don't have any reaction?" Without looking up, Zhang Dali animatedly replied, "Don't worry, I'm in the middle of a promotion match." Chen Shu glanced casually at Dali's phone screen and was shocked, almost losing his composure. "The game just started a few minutes ago, and you've already died 10 times. You're either dying or on the path to dying." Zhang Dali explained earnestly, "I have social anxiety. I can't handle team fights." Chen Shu was at a loss for words, his face full of questions. The dinner ended on a cheerful note, and the 3 families went home after a satisfying meal. Early the next morning, Chen Shu went to Zhou Xiaoming's shop. He had just unlocked the formula for a defense potion and was eager to try making it. "Uncle Zhou, do we have any iron core fruits in the shop?" Chen Shu asked. Zhou Xiaoming's father brought out 2 black fruits from the storeroom. "We have 2 in stock. I'll get them for you. Also, we're currently out of giantification fruits." Zhou Xiaoming's shop primarily sold materials from Blue Star, but occasionally they would get materials from other dimensions from freelancers. Most beast teams had their own specialized channels, often collaborating with big families or companies, or selling to the government in exchange for other benefits. After thanking Zhou Xiaoming's father and taking the iron core fruits, Chen Shu reminded him, "If you get any giant power flowers, iron core fruits, or giantification fruits, please save them for me. I'm willing to pay a premium." Chen Shu then hurried to the 666 potion company. His assistant, Xiao Mao, sighed inwardly upon seeing him. As a graduate of Beast University, working as an assistant to a high school student felt like a cruel twist of fate. Xiao Mao had even started drafting a book titled, My Days as a Filler in the Mortal World. For the next 10 days, Chen Shu followed his routine, making potions at the company in the morning, selling excess potions at the black market in the afternoon, and wandering around at night to trigger system options. He earned nearly 1,000,000 huaxia coins from his potion business, an efficiency that would make many envious. However, high income came with high expenses. Unable to directly purchase raw materials, Chen Shu had to buy standard potions from shops. He spent all his earnings on basic cell potions to enhance the life force and recovery speed of his golden slime. While his contract beast grew stronger, his wallet became emptier. Just when Chen Shu thought he would spend his summer trading potions, Zhou Cheng, Su Xiaoyu's uncle, arrived at the company early the next morning with 3 giant power flowers and some bad news. Xiao Chun, these are the last 3 giant power flowers left in the company, Zhou Cheng sighed. Chen Shu was surprised. Really? The company is closing down this quickly? Zhou Cheng's mouth twitched as he replied helplessly, You really speak your mind. Can't you hope for the best for the company? The contract we had for giant power flowers has expired, and it will take some time to secure a new one. Didn't you renew it? Chen Shu asked, puzzled. A big company like this shouldn't run into such issues. Running out of giant power potions will definitely impact the company. Zhou Cheng's eyes flashed with anger. A new player signed a contract with that supplier, beating us to it. For the potion company, running out of raw materials is like pulling the rug out from under us. Chen Shu didn't understand the business intricacies and was only concerned about his potion making. All right, does the company still have any defense or size-altering potions? Zhou Cheng looked troubled. Those are the main products of the company, so there's no shortage of staff for them. He explained that the main potion makers had high salaries and benefits, and it wouldn't make sense to let a summer intern handle them. It would also cause dissatisfaction among other potion masters, especially since Chen Shu was just a high school student. I'll try to find new suppliers as soon as possible. Zhou Cheng patted Chen Shu's shoulder to comfort him. Your salary won't be affected? Chen Shu shook his head. I'm more interested in the potions than the salary. The small salary was no longer enough to satisfy him. Zhou Cheng admitted, recently, the company's beast team plans to venture into an alternate dimension. They should bring back some materials. As he finished speaking, a system prompt appeared before Chen Shu. Option 1. Apply to join the company's beast team on their adventure to the alternate dimension. Reward, Contract Beast Exclusive Skill Book. Option 2. Say, then hurry up and go. Chop Shop. Reward, Moderate Beast Power. Is this even up for debate? Chen Shu spoke decisively, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Uncle Zhou, can I come along? Zhou Cheng blinked, looking Chen Shu up and down with a slight frown. You? He hesitated. Entering the other dimension requires a ticket. No problem. I'll cover the ticket myself, Chen Shu said eagerly. I just want to experience it firsthand. As a newcomer who hadn't yet reached the black iron level, he couldn't enter the other dimension on his own. This was a rare opportunity. Zhou Cheng thought for a moment before finally nodding. All right then, come to the company in 3 days. Xiaoyu will be joining us too. You'll need to rely on your contract spirit to protect yourself. Evidently, Chen Shu's impressive performance in the final exams had reached Zhou Cheng's ears, especially how his golden slime's defensive capabilities surpassed Xiaoyu's flamebird, earning his appreciation. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Chen Shu beamed with joy. Although he couldn't configure the strength flowers anymore, experiencing the other dimension firsthand was invaluable. He quickly used up the last 3 strength flowers, leaving with 13 bottles of mid-grade strength elixir. The black market was bustling, filled with people coming and going. As a newly promoted level 5 Beastmaster, Chen Shu could now freely enter and exit the area. He arrived at his designated spot, laid out a blue cloth, and displayed the surplus elixirs from his system backpack. Chun, back to make some money? Quipped Wang Beige from the neighboring stall. Wang Beige, how's business today? Chen Shu responded leisurely, not bothering to shout for customers. As the most renowned elixir seller in the black market, his reputation spoke for itself. Wang sighed, terrible. If I don't sell something soon, I'll be eating dirt. Chen Shu teased. Well, you could always eat the Earth Dragon beast cores on your stall. Waste not, want not. Ignoring Chen Shu's joke, Wang leaned in and whispered, seriously Chun, where do you get these elixirs? Can you hook me up with a supplier? No suppliers. I make them myself, Chen Shu replied earnestly. Yeah, right. Wang rolled his eyes and walked back to his stall, frustrated. Chen Shu sighed inwardly, thinking how no one believed the truth these days. Boss, I need a bottle of mid-grade strength elixir. A customer's voice interrupted his thoughts. In no time, a queue had formed in front of his stall. At 8,000 yuan a bottle, the mid-grade strength elixir was a steal. Although it lacked a brand and couldn't be resold, it was perfect for enhancing contract spirits. Chen Shu handed the elixir to the customer, accepting 8,000 yuan via his payment app. Today was shaping up to be another lucrative day. Suddenly, a young man in the queue grumbled, "Ma'am, can you please queue up? Ever heard of first come, first served?" A middle-aged woman, trying to cut in line, reluctantly moved to the back, muttering, "No respect for elders and children these days. What a world." The young man shot her a glare before turning back to Chen Shu. "Boss, how many bottles of elixir do you have left?" 12 bottles of mid-grade strength elixir, 15 bottles of low-grade strength elixir. Chen Shu replied, a hint of excitement in his eyes. He might be able to close up shop early today. Ahem. Just asking for the guys behind me. The young man coughed. "I'll take 1 bottle of mid-grade strength elixir." Chen Shu. "Ugh, what a jerk." The middle-aged woman muttered from the back. The queue quickly dwindled. The middle-aged woman had hoped to buy a bottle of each elixir, but the college student in front of her bought up the remaining stock. "Young man, can you really use all that?" the woman asked anxiously. She had only just heard about the affordable elixirs in the black market and wanted to get some for her grandson. "Why would I drink this stuff?" "It's for my contract spirit," the student replied, rolling his eyes as he walked away with the elixirs. Chen Shu happily packed up his stall, ready to head home. Just then, his phone beeped. Final exam results are out? Chen Shu eagerly checked his phone. Name, Chen Shu. Cultural Studies, 396. Beast Mastery, 215. Total score, 611. Class rank, 2. Grade rank, 20. Chen Shu grinned. He had just made it into the top 20, as expected. His cultural studies score was undoubtedly the highest in the grade, but his beast mastery score was less impressive. Despite his strong defense and attack capabilities, his beast master level was average. The most critical issue was his contract spirit's potential rating and speed test, both graded F, which dragged down his total score. It was like excelling in all subjects in his previous life, but scoring only 50 or 60 in English no matter how good the other scores were. It was hard to rank high. Fortunately, his cultural studies score was exceptional. How can I break free from this colorful world? Suddenly, his new phone's ringtone interrupted his thoughts, displaying a call from Fang Zhengjing. Chen Shu was momentarily surprised. It was his homeroom teacher. He quickly answered, "Hello, Mr. Fang?" Chen Shu's phone suddenly rang, displaying a call from Mr. Fang Ku. When he answered, he immediately heard Fang Ku's excited and slightly trembling voice. "Chen Shu, you've been accepted into the senior year special training class." Chen Shu smirked and replied calmly, "Mr. Fang, take it easy. Wasn't this expected? We're adults now. Shouldn't you be more composed?" Fang Ku took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and then said, "Chen Shu, I really underestimated you before. Who would have thought you were gold hidden under a pile of dung?" Chen Shu's smile froze, and he frowned slightly, sensing something was off. "Of course, I was just, wait, what? Dung? What do you mean, gold hidden under dung?" Fang Ku quickly tried to smooth things over. "Don't mind the details. Having a student like you makes me very proud." Chen Shu, sharp as ever, got straight to the point. "The school's bonus must be pretty good, right?" Fang Ku was momentarily speechless, coughed twice, and then said seriously, "Ahem, as a teacher, educating students is both a duty and a mission. Talking about money is so vulgar." Chen Shu bluntly exposed the teacher's pretense. "Could you be any more fake?" After chatting a bit more, Chen Shu took the initiative to end the call. He muttered to himself, "Always making a fuss. Besides, who has time to chat with you?" Then he whistled cheerfully and left the black market. Although he wasn't particularly concerned about the senior year special training class, getting in was undoubtedly a recognition of his abilities. Back home, Chen Shu immediately shared the good news with his parents. They were ecstatic and quickly spread the word to all their friends and relatives, sharing their joy. Chen Shu, on the other hand, returned to his room to prepare for his upcoming journey to another dimension. He took out a large military backpack and started packing. Phone, power bank, playing cards, sunglasses, instant noodles, snacks. Although he had no experience with outdoor survival, Chen Shu carefully considered all the items he might need. Unfortunately, the system space couldn't store real-world items, only system rewards or potions crafted through the system. 20 minutes later, his backpack was stuffed to the brim. Chen Shu clapped his hands, a satisfied smile on his face. "That should do it. I'm a genius." Despite his usual laid-back attitude, Chen Shu felt a surge of ambition. Although he wasn't fond of hard work, he was extremely passionate about combat. He silently vowed, "Conquering the first other dimension will be the start of my rise to fame." However, Chen Shu seemed to have forgotten one thing. He was already quite well known. Although the title Public Restroom Alchemist wasn't particularly glamorous, he was indeed a minor celebrity. In fact, thanks to him, a company that produced alpaca t-shirts had made a handsome profit. Chen Shu suddenly remembered the exclusive skill book rewarded by the system. He took it out from his backpack and gently tapped it. Instantly, A dazzling golden light emanated from the golden slime's body, and it immediately learned a new skill, Invincible Squash. This is a passive skill that prevents any creature pressed by the slime from using active skills, but it is ineffective against contract spirits that are one major level higher. Chen Shu's eyes lit up, thinking that this skill was a perfect match for the golden slime. Although the slime's weight was formidable, making it hard for any contract spirit to escape once pressed, the situation changed if the opponent used skills. Even a simple charge skill could make it difficult for the slime to suppress them. According to Chen Shu, the advantages of skills and innate abilities are crucial in battles, directly determining the combat power of contract spirits. 3 days passed quickly. Early in the morning, Chen Shu, carrying a large military backpack, announced to his parents, "Mom, Dad, I've decided to go on a trip to relax." After saying that, he left home. His parents didn't think much of it, assuming their son was just traveling to another city, unaware that he was heading to a different dimension. If they knew the truth, they would probably keep him grounded for the entire summer. After all, a level 5 beast master venturing into another dimension is sheer madness. In front of the 666 Potion Company, 2 black SUVs were parked quietly. A group of people waited at the entrance. A fierce-looking middle-aged man complained to Zhou Cheng, "Brother, you suddenly threw a burden into the team. Isn't this just adding to our load?" The speaker was Zhou Cheng's younger brother, Zhou Shi, who is also the captain of the Beast Master team and a powerful black iron-level Beast Master. Zhou Cheng calmly replied, "It's just a normal-level dimensional space. With your strength, I believe you can protect the team, and that kid can take care of himself." Zhou Shi shook his head and said, "I hope so." At that moment, a young man wearing sunglasses came speeding on a shared bike. Su Xiaoyu excitedly waved and shouted, "Chen Shu!" She was delighted to have a companion. Zhou Shi scrutinized Chen Shu, frowning slightly, thinking that this kid didn't look reliable. Chen Shu dismounted gracefully, but just as he was about to park the bike, he realized it wasn't a designated parking spot. He got back on the bike and shouted, "Wait for me," before riding off again. Everyone exchanged glances. Zhou Shi forced a stiff smile and asked, "Brother, are you sure he can take care of himself?" Zhou Cheng hesitated and mumbled, "Well, maybe, probably, hopefully." Before long, Chen Shu returned, carrying his backpack. Zhou Cheng introduced, "This is the captain of the Beast Master team, Zhou Shi, also my brother." Chen Shu greeted warmly, "Hello, Uncle Zhou. I'm Chen Shu." Zhou Shi shook his head and said, "Since you're here, let's get going." The group boarded the SUVs. Inside, Chen Shu looked around excitedly and remarked, "This is way more comfortable than riding a bike." He leaned back in his seat, appearing quite relaxed. Su Xiaoyu teased, "Thinking about buying a car?" Chen Shu replied, saying he was still undecided. He explained, "I recently won a $5 coupon for a Rolls-Royce, which is tempting, but on the other hand, the shared bike monthly pass discount is hard to give up." The car came to a sudden stop, and the Beast Master driving wore a constipated expression. Su Xiaoyu quickly clarified, "Uncle Wang, Chen Shu is just joking. He's not, he should be normal." Chen Shu, however, was oblivious. He took out various snacks from his backpack and even suggested playing cards. The others were completely stunned. Old Ding, sitting in the front passenger seat, couldn't help but ask, "Qian, didn't you bring anything important?" Chen Shu proudly replied, "Of course I did. I specifically brought a pair of slippers." Wang Yi and Old Ding exchanged looks, both feeling a headache coming on. The SUVs headed out of the city towards the nearest dimensional space to Nanjing City Qingyuan Forest, a normal-level dimensional space. The country categorizes these spaces by the strength of the beasts within: normal, dangerous, nightmare, destructive, and the highest level, catastrophic. 5 hours later, the group arrived at Qingyuan Town, a small town built for the Qingyuan Forest, with a history of nearly 50 years. Every time a dimensional space appears, it attracts countless merchants, powerful beast masters, large enterprises, and beast master families seeking opportunities. At the town's entrance, several burly soldiers in military uniforms stopped the SUVs, requesting identification. Zhou Shi and the others presented their IDs for scanning. Finally, the group was allowed to enter Qingyuan town, but the vehicles had to be parked outside the town. Chen Shu whispered to Su Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, the security here is so tight. It's making me a bit nervous." Su Xiaoyu rolled her eyes and teased, "You, nervous? That's a first. This is Qingyuan town, the closest settlement to the dimensional rift." Su Xiaoyu suddenly remembered something and warned gravely, "You better not cause any trouble. These soldiers have the authority to kill. The dimensional rift is the most important area for the country, and they won't tolerate any disruptions." Chen Shu nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping over the town's buildings. Unlike modern cities, Qingyuan town's architecture was extremely archaic, even dilapidated, as if it only existed to provide shelter. The streets were lined with shops, which, though unremarkable, represented the country's top powers. Even the 666 Elixir Company had spent a fortune but failed to secure a single storefront here. The distribution of resources from the rift was strictly regulated. The government had first dibs, followed by the town shops, and only a trickle reached the market. While many beast-taming teams had struck it rich in the rift, the true control over resources remained with those top-tier forces. Let's stay at a hotel tonight and head to Qingyuan Forest in the morning. Leader Zhou Shi decided decisively. The group found a small hotel. Though the facilities were basic, it was bustling with people. Most of the patrons looked travel-worn, quite different from city dwellers. Zhou Shi asked, "Xiao Chun, are you okay sharing a room with someone?" Sharing a room? Chen Shu was momentarily stunned, but then nodded. No problem at all. They checked in and settled their luggage. Despite it being only 3 in the afternoon, the group was starving from the long drive, except for Chen Shu, who had been snacking the whole way. They headed to a nearby restaurant. Zhou Shi ordered heartily, "Boss, we'll have braised ice hare, steamed spirit tail fish, and crispy fried four-winged locust." "Huh, what are these things?" Chen Shu was baffled, exclaiming, "Are these dishes made from fierce beasts?" Old Deng explained, "Of course. The town is close to Qingyuan Forest, so fierce beast ingredients aren't that expensive. It's a local specialty. The most valuable resources in the rift are medicinal herbs, minerals, and special parts of fierce beasts. The meat of fierce beasts is generally not that pricey and is usually sold to restaurants by small-time beast-taming teams." As they were talking, a group of men in black burst into the restaurant, led by a fierce-looking man. "Well, if it isn't the famous beast tamer Zhou Shi," he sneered. It was clear there was bad blood between the two beast-taming teams. In the rift, laws were lax, and beast tamers could freely use the power of their contracted spirits, often leading to conflicts over resources. Zhou Shi remained calm, swirling his teacup with a mocking smile. "Weasel, didn't get enough last time? Still not convinced? That mutated ice hare really boosted my beast's power." At this, Huang Wei glared furiously, and his men were equally enraged. The atmosphere grew tense. Zhou Shi taunted, "What, wanna fight? Come on, baby. Don't hold back. You bastard." A young man couldn't hold back anymore and started to charge forward. "Xiao Su, stand down," Huang Wei barked. Despite their anger, they dared not cause trouble in Qingyuan town. The soldiers here had the authority to execute lawbreakers on the spot, and even the strongest beast tamers wouldn't dare challenge the military. Huang Wei shot Zhou Shi a venomous look and led his men to a table. Just then, options appeared before Chen Shu. Option 1. Summon the golden slime and start a fight. Reward, promotion to Iron Tier Beast Tamer. Bonus, an international flight ticket. Option 2. Quietly keep eating. Reward, increase the contracted spirits food intake by 5. Option 3. Show Huang Wei and his men who's boss. Reward, increase the slime's defense by 10. Chen Shu was startled and instinctively wanted to choose the first option. Jumping from a level 5 beast tamer to Iron Tier was a qualitative leap. Not only could he awaken a second contracted spirit, but his golden slime would also undergo a bloodline evolution. Becoming an Iron Tier beast tamer would mean that Huaxia Academy would immediately process his admission. The gap between level 9 and Iron Tier was vast, and few could break through before college. But the system's bonus reward gave him pause. An international flight ticket suggested he should be ready to flee. The cost of becoming an Iron Tier beast tamer seemed too high. Chen Shu lowered his voice and leaned close to Uncle Zhou's ear, asking, "Uncle Zhou, if I use my contract spirit to crush them now, what would be the consequences?" Zhou Shi shuddered, grabbing Chen Shu's hand tightly as if facing a great enemy, urgently pleading, "Brother, my dear brother, please don't be impulsive." Old Deng stood nearby, his expression serious as he explained, "We'd be sentenced to prison and you'd probably become a blurry pixel on tomorrow's news." Chen Shu's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, "Just say we'd be minced into pieces and leave no bones behind. Why be so euphemistic?" Looks like the option of using violence is off the table. As for the second option, the reward is too paltry. As an apprentice beastmaster, his contract spirit's level was still low, and the energy in his beast space was only enough to sustain a slime. Only upon advancing to an Iron Tier beastmaster would his contract spirit start requiring a balanced diet. However, the third option was equally risky. Even without summoning his contract spirit, a fierce fight would likely ensue, attracting soldiers' intervention. Chen Shu didn't want his life to become more and more like living in a prison. Suddenly, Chen Shu's eyes lit up as he seemed to think of a brilliant idea. He whispered to Uncle Zhou, "Uncle Zhou, I'm going to give them a taste of their own medicine." Before Uncle Zhou could react, Chen Shu had already pulled something out of his pocket and strode towards Huang Wei's table. Zhou Shi exclaimed, "Oh my god, this is too much." He wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He could only watch as Chen Shu approached the other table. Huang Wei squinted, his tone unfriendly, "Kid, what do you want?" The others also showed hostility, their presence intimidating. Chen Shu, however, grinned and said, "I'm here to show you some colors." Bang! Huang Wei slammed the table, roaring, "Arrogant brat. I want to see what tricks you have up your sleeve." The others stood up, assuming provocative stances, but none dared make the first move. Whoever struck first might be seen as the instigator. Zhou Shi shook his head and sighed. "I knew it. This kid just can't let people have peace." He prepared to pull Chen Shu back. But in the next moment, Zhou Shi and everyone present widened their eyes, their minds blank. Chen Shu suddenly had a stack of colorful cards in his hand. He picked up a red card and said to Huang Wei, "Here, look, this is red." Then he took out other colored cards. "This is yellow. And what color is this?" "That's right, it's green." Everyone. Zhou Shi and his companions were completely stunned. This kid was literally showing them colors. Huang Wei took a deep breath, feeling his head flush with blood. He glared at the young man before him with seething anger and gritted his teeth. "Kid, are you looking for trouble? A student daring to mess with our beast master group? I really just want to teach you a lesson." Chen Shu responded innocently, "Boss, bring out your signature dishes." Huang Wei and his companions clenched their fists in rage, but dared not act rashly. At that moment, two soldiers walked into the restaurant, instantly quelling their fury and any thoughts of violence. Chen Shu calmly placed a card on the table and said, "It seems you all have learned your lesson. These cards are for you. Practice with them when you have time." "Damn it." Huang Wei couldn't help but curse. Chen Shu returned to Zhou Shi's side, feeling the defensive power of his golden slime increase by another 10. He thought, the system told him to teach them a lesson, and he did so precisely, meeting the requirements perfectly. The system seemed a bit speechless. "Chun, you're really not afraid of offending Huang Wei, huh?" Watching Chen Shu enjoy his meal, Zhou Shi looked helpless. After all, Huang Wei was the leader of a beast master group and a black iron level beast master himself. He thought, this kid seems a bit reckless. "No worries, I usually don't leave the city," Chen Shu said with satisfaction, finding the beast meat even tastier than he had imagined. As for Huang Wei, he wasn't worried at all. As long as he didn't venture into the alternate space, not even a golden level beast master could touch him. The key point was that Huang Wei didn't know him and would only target Zhou Shi's Beastmaster group. And since Huang Wei's group had just returned from the alternate space, they wouldn't go back just for him, considering the high cost of entry. This kid? Zhou Shi shook his head, not dwelling on it further. Despite the conflict with Huang Wei's group, they already had a grudge, so he didn't care. After a hearty meal, the group strolled around Qingyuan town. They reached the back of the town and saw a large building with armed soldiers patrolling around it. Behind the building, white mist shrouded the area, making it hard to see inside. "Is that the entrance to Qingyuan Forest?" Chen Shu asked. "It's almost dusk. There shouldn't be such dense fog." Zhou Shi nodded. "Yes, we'll head there early tomorrow morning." At that moment, a group of people emerged from the mist, dressed in camouflage with dull bloodstains on their clothes, looking exhausted but with excitement on their faces. "The mutated azurite snake? Highest bidder wins," the leader shouted, and the surrounding vendors instantly became excited, gathering around. "I'll pay 100,000, 200,000, 400,000. The price of the azurite snake quickly escalated, eventually being sold to a vendor for 800,000. Su Xiaoyu looked puzzled. "Can a basic level beast sell for that much?" Zhou Shi explained. "The strength of an azurite snake is at most equivalent to a level 9 contract spirit, and it's quite common in Qingyuan Forest. But besides strength, beasts are also classified by bloodline levels: ordinary, mutated, lord, and king. Bloodline levels are akin to the potential rating of contract spirits. An level contract spirit is definitely not on the same level as an level 1, except for Chen Shu's golden slime." He continued. "An ordinary azurite snake isn't worth much, but a mutated one is different. Its gallbladder can boost beast master power, and its eyes might grant a contract spirit the keen vision skill, though the chance is very low. Wealthy people are willing to spend a lot to try their luck." Su Xiaoyu suddenly understood, recalling that as the top student in the year-end exams, she received a spirit awakening pill, which could give a contract spirit a chance to learn a skill or talent upon breaking through, though the chance was also low. The pill was worth tens of thousands and was difficult to find in the market. Anything related to skills or talents would be priced sky high. Old Deng shook his head and said, "Let's go back. Hopefully, we'll have some luck in this adventure." Everyone nodded in agreement and returned to the hotel. At night, Chen Shu lay on his bed, struggling. On the bed next to him, Uncle Wang, who drove during the day, was snoring loudly, the sound rising and falling like a symphony. "I should have slept alone," Chen Shu muttered. He had tormented the others during the day, and now the roles were reversed at night. "I can't take it anymore." Chen Shu splashed cold water on his face to wake himself up. Looking out at the night in the small town, he suddenly felt an urge to leave the room. At night, the hotel became incredibly quiet, with only the receptionist engrossed in watching a suspense drama. Chen Shu decided to take a stroll around the town, since they hadn't finished exploring it during the day. As soon as he stepped out of the hotel, he noticed a couple embracing on the street. Under the moonlight, the guy softly said, "Xiaofeng, did you know? I've always liked you." The girl, blushing, buried her face in his chest, too shy to look up. Passing by, Chen Shu impulsively blurted out, "What about when you're not straight?" Realizing his mistake immediately, he bolted away without another word, moving with both grace and determination. Behind him, the guy's furious roar echoed. He felt a surge of anger, thinking, what does he mean by when I'm not straight? The romantic atmosphere was completely ruined by this meddlesome guy. After fleeing the scene, Chen Shu whistled, enjoying the breeze on his face. He was relieved to have escaped the thunderous bombardment from the room. Even at night, the town streets were still bustling with people. Chen Shu wandered aimlessly and eventually found himself in front of a grand building. This nine-story structure stood out starkly against the surrounding low-rise houses, catching his attention. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the Beast Tamer Association, a place offering various services for beast tamers, including information trading, interdimensional maps, beast compendiums, and a mission hall. A staff member approached with a smile and said warmly, "Sir, how can I assist you today?" Without thinking, Chen Shu replied, "You're happy too soon." The staff member almost stumbled, forcing a stiff smile. "Sir, you have quite the sense of humor." Internally, he thought, "Looks like I've encountered a tough customer." Regaining his composure, he asked, "Is there anything specific you need?" "The Beast Tamer Association is at your service." "Not really, just browsing." Chen Shu shook his head, indicating he wanted to look around alone. The staff member wisely stepped away. At night, the Beast Tamer Association was sparsely populated. Chen Shu reached the mission hall on the third floor, where a massive screen hung from the ceiling, displaying a variety of mission information. Chen Shu stood in the mission hall of the Beast Tamer Association, his eyes scanning the myriad of mission bulletins on the wall. His gaze settled on a sheet that read, "Collect blue blaze grass. Standard difficulty, 10 pounds of fresh blue blaze grass. Collection period not to exceed 10 days, he muttered, furrowing his brows. Blue blaze grass is a common plant in the Qingyuan forest, serving as the staple diet for certain contract spirits and, when consumed regularly, slightly enhancing both wood and fire attributes within the body. However, it must be fresh, or the fire attribute would dissipate significantly and lose its efficacy." Chen Shu continued to browse other tasks. The dangerous mission, Hunt the Ironback Bear, caught his attention. The employer sought a black iron-level beast tamer to help hunt a mutated ironback bear, with preference given to those with experience in alternate dimensions. Next were tasks like Capture the Blue-Eyed Snake, Retrieve Lost Underwear, and Hunt the Ice Hair Lord. Chen Shu couldn't help but scoff. Who would post a mission just to find underwear? Is it made of pure gold? Now the whole world knows someone lost their underwear in Qingyuan Forest. Just then, two options suddenly appeared before Chen Shu. Option 1. Accept any standard mission. Reward: Moderate Beast Tamer Power. Option 2. Accept the mission to hunt the Ice Hair Lord. Reward: Skill Gigantification 1. Additional title Lord Slayer, which increases contract spirits damage to Lord-level beasts by 5. Chen Shu was stunned. Sending a level 5 beast tamer to hunt a Lord-level beast? Even though the Ice Hair had an average bloodline, maxing out at Lord level, it was still beyond his capability. However, the reward of Gigantification 1 was too tempting. It's the core skill for his slime. He turned to the staff member and asked, "What happens if I fail the mission?" The staff member explained, "Standard missions require a deposit, which is forfeited upon failure. But the Ice Hair Lord mission is issued by the military, so no deposit is required. You only get the reward if you succeed." Chen Shu's eyes lit up. "Are there any other free missions?" "I'll take them all." The staff members shook their head helplessly. "Sorry, this is the only free mission available at the moment." Chen Shu felt a twinge of disappointment, but still accepted the mission to hunt the Ice Hair Lord. After receiving the mission details, his slime's gigantification skill immediately leveled up. The mission details indicated that the Ice Hair Lord had recently been harassing the Jinling army base in Qingyuan Forest and needed to be hunted down. The mission was extremely difficult, requiring at least a black iron beast tamer to handle. The Ice Hair Lord was elusive and could command its entire species. Being surrounded could lead to total annihilation. The only clue was that this creature had a severe cleanliness obsession, so its habitat might be in a clean and comfortable environment. After quickly browsing through the mission information, Chen Shu realized that completing this task was almost impossible for him. Not only would finding the target require immense luck, but even if he did find it, he wouldn't be able to handle it with his current strength. He put away the mission details, already beginning to strategize his next move. A single Ice Rabbit Lord requires a black iron-level Beastmaster to handle. How could a Lord act alone? That's just nonsense. If you get surrounded by a group of ice rabbits, you're really done for. Chen Shu shook his head, Completely abandoning the idea of completing the mission, he wandered aimlessly through the streets of Qingyun town until nightfall. Feeling increasingly sleepy, he yawned and decided to head back to the hotel for some rest. As he pushed open the hotel door, Chen Shu was surprised to see the receptionist still glued to the TV screen. "Hey, you're still watching that show?" Chen Shu asked curiously. The receptionist didn't even look up, just nodded slightly. Chen Shu glanced at the screen and suddenly had a flash of insight. No need to watch anymore. The killer is that guy. Before the words were fully out of his mouth, he dashed towards the stairs, disappearing in an instant. The receptionist was stunned, unable to react for a moment. A few seconds later, she sprang to her feet and yelled, "Damn it! Spoilers!" Chen Shu hid in his room, listening to the angry shouts from downstairs, grinning with satisfaction. He lay comfortably on his bed and quickly drifted off to sleep. However, the peace didn't last long. A thunderous snoring from the next room erupted, as if a lightning beast was roaring wildly. Chen Shu tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Suddenly, he had an idea. He grabbed Old Deng's smelly sock and sneaked into the next room, placing the sock on Old Deng's nose. Mm. Old Deng frowned, and his snoring gradually subsided. Chen Shu was amazed at the sock's miraculous effect and finally could sleep peacefully. He returned to his room and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, a loud shout shattered the calm. "What the heck? Who put a sock on my nose?" Old Deng woke up with a start. Chen Shu rubbed his eyes, pretending to be confused. "Brother Deng, what's wrong?" Although he hadn't slept long, the thought of the upcoming Qingyuan forest adventure filled him with excitement. Old Deng glared at Chen Shu, questioning him. "Was it you, kid? I had nightmares all night, dreaming I was sealed in a jar of kimchi and stinky tofu. The sour stench." Chen Shu chuckled to himself, surprised at Old Deng's bizarre dream. He feigned innocence and explained, "I don't know. I just heard you talking in your sleep last night, saying you were hungry and wanted stinky tofu, and then it seemed like you grabbed something yourself." Old Deng looked bewildered, muttering to himself, "Could it really be me? When did I become this weird?" Bang! Just as the two were chatting, there was a knock on the door. Zhou Shi's voice came through the door. "Get up, time to go." Chen Shu and his companion quickly gathered their things and left the room. Chen Shu was carrying a large military backpack, dressed in a black t-shirt and blue jeans, with a sunny smile on his face. Yet, beneath this cheerful exterior, who could have guessed he was so extraordinary? The receptionist gave them a resentful look, clearly still upset about last night. Others also eyed Chen Shu suspiciously, as if they had misunderstood something. Zhou Shi warned, "Xiaoyu, stay away from him in the future." Chen Shu scratched his head, looking puzzled. "I just gave some spoilers. Is that really a reason to be so wary of me?" The group left the hotel and had a quick breakfast before heading to the back of the town. As soon as they arrived at the building in the rear, they were stopped by soldiers. Zhou Shi skillfully presented his ID, which the soldier scanned through a device. An electronic voice announced, "Zhou Shi, Black Iron 1-star Beastmaster, leader of the 666 Beast Corps." Chen Shu couldn't help but laugh. Hearing 666 Beast Corps pronounced by the electronic voice was just too funny. Zhou Shi's mouth twitched, but he pulled out his bank card to pay for everyone's entrance fees. Passing through the building, they arrived at a foggy area behind it. This was the entrance to Qingyuan Forest. Soldiers patrolled the mist, creating a solemn atmosphere. Eventually, Chen Shu saw a faint white glow in the fog, as if it came from another dimension. The group stepped into the mist. Soft sunlight filtered through, and a breeze carried the scent of flowers, invigorating their spirits. Chen Shu looked around curiously and asked, "Is this a farm stay?" In front of them were neatly arranged wooden cabins, and the ground was covered with soft, grassy soil, resembling a small village. In the sky, several meter-long birds patrolled back and forth, their fierce eyes scanning the ground. On the ground, soldiers in uniforms moved about, accompanied by powerful contracted spirits, alert to potential dangers. Chen Shu's attention was drawn to this spirit guard armband on the soldiers' right arms. Zhou Shi explained, "These are the spirit guard troops responsible for defending against threats from other dimensions. Remember not to act recklessly here. Breaking the rules will have serious consequences." As they left the small village, they encountered numerous contracted spirits along the way, and even saw spirit guard soldiers resting inside the wooden cabins. Despite the seemingly ordinary surroundings, the area was filled with many beast masters, including those of black iron rank. There were no obvious fortifications, yet the place exuded a sense of security. Chen Shu asked curiously, "Uncle Zhou, why don't they have Gatling guns glowing blue?" Zhou Shi explained, "Modern technology is significantly weakened in other dimensions. Beast masters are the main combat force." Chen Shu nodded in understanding. No wonder beast masters had become the backbone of society. They were crucial to human survival. After leaving the spirit guard base, they saw ancient towering trees in the distance. reaching tens of meters high. Only giant stumps remained around them, clearly cleared by the spirit guard. The group became vigilant, summoning their contracted spirits. Zhou Shi summoned a formidable black wolf with sharp fangs and an imposing presence. Others also showcased their abilities. A black crow flew up to scout, a giant lizard-like ironback beast, a beautiful blue-tailed butterfly, and a low-flying firebird. Although Qingyuan Forest was considered a standard-level dimension, it was still fraught with danger. Even an ordinary ice rabbit could be deadly. Experienced beast masters always summoned their contracted spirits in advance to ensure safety. Seeing everyone so prepared, Chen Shu felt a bit tense, but still nonchalantly pulled out a bag of chips. Zhou Shi turned back, exasperated. Stop eating, summon your contracted spirit. You're way too relaxed. This is not the time for snacks. Chen Shu spoke up. Uncle Zhou, my contracted spirit has a flaw. Old Deng waved dismissively. As long as it works, don't worry about the flaws. Oh. Chen Shu nodded in response. Just as he finished speaking, a golden light coalesced in the air and transformed into a slime about a meter tall. This peculiar creature had its eyes closed and mouth slightly open, occasionally letting a glistening liquid dribble from its corners. Quick, wake it up, Zhou Shi urged. With a thought, Chen Shu roused the slime, which slowly opened its eyes, looking dazed. It glanced around in confusion, letting out a soft, glug sound, seemingly unsure if there were any threats nearby. Let's go, Zhou Shi reassured them. The spirit suppression troops have already cleared the area. There won't be any fierce beasts. With that, he took the lead, guiding the team towards the Qingyuan forest. However, it wasn't long before Zhou Shi noticed the slime's fatal flaw was incredibly slow. Although it managed to keep up with the group at first, it soon started to lag, frequently stopping and even dozing off. Zhou Shi sighed in exasperation. Qin, is this really your contracted spirit? Never mind, just put it away. Obediently, Chen Shu retracted the slime into his beast space. Old Ding, rubbing his forehead, turned to Xiao Yu and said, Xiao Yu, have your firebird protect you too. Leave the rest of the fighting to us. With the slime gone, the team's pace returned to normal. Despite being in the forest, they walked along a well-trodden main path. The Qingyuan forest had been around for 50 years, and countless beast-taming teams had left their mark, naturally forming this trail. As they advanced, the trees grew dense, and dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating a play of light and shadow on the ground. The sounds of insects and the fresh air made it feel like they were walking through a living, breathing painting. Zhou Shi remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings while briefing his teammates on their mission. Our team has two main objectives: capturing 3 live blue-eyed snakes for a laboratory in Nanjing City and collecting Tier 2 iron core fruits. The snakes are needed for live experiments, and the iron core fruits are for our company to try making black iron-grade defense potions. He paused before continuing. Additionally, we should gather any rare materials we find and hunt any mutated beasts we come across. The group walked along the main road for 2 hours, and the surroundings remained peaceful, with no signs of danger. At Zhou Shi's command, the team veered off onto an unknown path away from the main road. The overgrown environment made everyone more vigilant, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Chen Shu and Su Xiaoyu were in the middle of the group. Chen Shu had his hands clasped behind his head, but his eyes kept darting around. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual in the trees above. Uncle Zhou, that branch is moving, Chen Shu exclaimed. Zhou Shi, experienced and quick to react, shouted, a moving branch? Be careful. Before he finished speaking, the branch transformed into a nearly 2-meter-long snake, baring its fangs and lunging at Chen Shu. The stench was overwhelming, and Chen Shu's eyes widened as his heart raced. In that critical moment, a thunderous crash echoed as a 6-meter-long behemoth appeared out of nowhere, pinning the deadly snake down. Everyone saw it was a giant, snoring slime. The snake, trapped under the nearly ton-heavy slime, struggled but couldn't move. Still unwilling to give up, its head shot out, aiming for Chen Shu's leg. Chen Shu nimbly jumped back, just out of reach. Can't get me, can't get me, Chen Shu teased as he hopped around, taunting the snake. The others couldn't help but shake their heads in exasperation at his antics. Eventually, the humiliated snake let out a desperate hiss and died. Zhou Shi sighed, and the black wolf beside him swallowed the snake whole. The group continued on for another hour. Su Xiaoyu looked tired and was about to rest on the flame bird. Chen Shu suddenly approached, feigning concern. Xiaoyu, let me carry your backpack. Su Xiaoyu politely declined, but Chen Shu took the backpack anyway and sat on the flame bird. The flame bird glanced at him with a look of resignation. You got into the special training class? Su Xiaoyu asked, surprised. Of course, I got in without even trying, Chen Shu replied smugly, patting the flame bird's back. Flamey, you can start flying. Zhou Shi could only shake his head in resignation and led the team onward. Suddenly, Chen Shu's sharp eyes noticed three power flowers swaying in the wind a few hundred meters ahead. Zhou Shi immediately became alert and sent the ironback beast to investigate. As the ironback beast approached the power flowers, 9 ice hares leaped out from the bushes, launching giant ice balls to trap the ironback beast. Zhou Shi decisively ordered the black wolf to attack. The black wolf, a black iron level split claw wolf, charged at the ice hares like lightning. Its claws gleamed with a dark light, instantly tearing 2 ice hares to pieces, blood splattering everywhere. Su Xiaoyu gasped at the sight, but forced herself to keep watching. She sneaked a glance at Chen Shu to see his reaction. To her surprise, Chen Shu swallowed hard and muttered to himself, should it be cumin or spicy? Su Xiaoyu slapped her forehead, frustrated that she had expected Chen Shu to be afraid. Just as she was about to mock herself, a deafening roar interrupted her thoughts. Roar! The claw wolf displayed its incredible power once again, instantly killing 3 ice rabbits. The remaining 5 panicked and tried to flee. At that moment, a ghostly light emanated from the claw wolf, and its speed surged dramatically. Clearly, this was another of its combat skills. Rip, rip. The sound of claws tearing through fur echoed as the remaining 5 ice rabbits quickly met their demise. The claw wolf's eyes glowed with bloodlust as it opened its jaws, ready to devour its prey in one bite. Big black dog, leave the rabbits alone. Chen Shu suddenly stood up and shouted, startling the claw wolf. Before it could react, Chen Shu had already leaped off the flame bird, holding a urea bag. Under the claw wolf's resentful gaze, Chen Shu efficiently packed the ice rabbit corpses into the bag. The claw wolf felt bitter, thinking to itself, who is this guy? Stealing food from a wolf? And I was the one who killed them. But with Zhou Shi's prior orders, it could only watch helplessly, drooling uncontrollably. Xiao Qian, ordinary ice rabbits aren't worth much, Zhou Shi couldn't help but remind him. Even if you sell them to restaurants in Qingyan town, you'll only get a few hundred yuan each. Chen Shu responded earnestly. I know, but aren't you guys hungry now? As he spoke, he pulled out various metal rods from his backpack, assembling a portable barbecue grill. Zhou Shi was stunned, his mind momentarily blank. Wait, hold on. He twitched his mouth. Dude, this is Qingyan Forest. We're not here for camping. It's daytime, and our time is limited. Despite his words, the thought of delicious ice rabbit made him involuntarily swallow. Even if we're hungry, we should wait until evening. Chen Shu reluctantly put away the grill. Considering the ice rabbit's large size, a single urea bag could only hold 2. If they didn't deal with them on the spot, carrying them would be challenging. Big black dog, you can have a few, he said, tossing 5 ice rabbits to the claw wolf and placing the remaining 4 on the ironback beast. While everyone was tempted by the smell, they didn't stop Chen Shu. With the claw wolf handling combat, the others didn't play a major role. Their primary purpose was to build teamwork for future encounters with stronger beasts. The claw wolf devoured the ice rabbits contentedly, staying vigilant of its surroundings. Zhou Shi approached a power flower, ready to pick it, but Chen Shu rushed over with a delicate silver shovel. Let me do it, Chen Shu explained. The textbook says it's best to use silver tools to pick power flowers. Otherwise, their medicinal properties might be lost. Zhou Shi was momentarily surprised, then laughed. You've got some good knowledge of material science. Chen Shu carefully dug up the power flower, proudly saying, of course. Do you know the value of a 396 cultural score? You? 396? Give me a break. I know the top scores rarely exceed 380 because the final questions are nearly impossible, Zhou Shi scoffed. Believe it or not, Chen Shu retorted, expertly extracting 3 power flowers and placing them in his backpack. Zhou Shi was dumbfounded. You're pretty skilled at this, aren't you? Chen Shu explained. I know how to store them properly. Let me hold on to them for now. Zhou Shi shook his head and turned to the group. Let's rest here for a while. He pulled out a small blue bottle and sprayed it around, quickly dispersing the blood scent in the air with a strange aroma. Uncle Zhou, your air freshener is amazing. It's a must-have for robbing and killing, Chen Shu exclaimed, eyes wide with admiration. Zhou Shi remained silent, thinking, you're the air freshener here. After a brief rest to regain their energy, the group set off again half an hour later. However, after advancing only about a kilometer, the black crows above suddenly let out terrified, shrill cries. Boss, bad news. There's a swarm of steel-toothed rats ahead. A beast master turned pale, his eyes filled with fear. Zhou Shi's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, take to the air. In an instant, everyone's contracted spirits vanished back into the beast's space, including the claw wolf. A gray eagle with a black iron aura appeared, clearly Zhou Shi's second contracted spirit. Xiaoyu, make the flame bird fly as high as it can, Zhou Shi instructed, while guiding the team onto the gray eagle's back. The gray eagle flapped its wings, struggling with the weight of 6 people, but eventually managed to ascend. Su Xiaoyu also commanded the flame bird, which glowed with red light and soared to the treetops, using its wing flap skill to temporarily boost its flying ability. Boom, boom, boom. Almost simultaneously, the ground began to tremble, leaves falling, and an impending sense of danger filled the air. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Sharp screeches echoed, like invisible electric currents spreading and making their skin crawl. The tremors grew more intense, as if a giant beast was trampling the earth. Chen Shu, clutching two ice rabbits tightly, peered through the falling leaves. His eyes widened in shock. This is crazy. Giant groundhogs. Suddenly, a wave of enormous, sandy brown rats, each about 3 decimeters long, surged forward. They crashed into the giant trees with a thunderous roar, causing the ground to shake violently. In the sunlight, their sharp incisors gleamed with a metallic shine. In front of the rat swarm, 2 middle-aged men were fleeing in panic, despair etched in their eyes. Su Xiaoyu glanced sympathetically at her uncle, Zhou Shi, who shook his head coldly and signaled for silence. Chen Shu, silent and clutching the last 2 ice hairs, followed closely behind. Out of nowhere, one of the middle-aged men slowed down for a split second and was instantly devoured by the steel-toothed rats, turning into a pool of blood. The other man climbed a tree and sighed in relief, only to see the rats start gnawing at the trunk furiously. The tree shook as gnawing sounds filled the air. Xiaoyu, get away! Zhou Shi shouted, seeing the tree might fall on the firebird. With a crash, the tree toppled, narrowly missing the firebird. Someone? Help me! The man in the tree cried out in desperation, but there was no response. He roared in anger, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. Suddenly, a Qingluo bug shot towards Zhou Shi, who dodged it just in time. The man fell into the swarm and was instantly devoured, leaving behind only a golden fruit. A giant steel-toothed rat grabbed the fruit and let out a defiant hiss. A Lord-level steel-toothed rat, Zhou Shi exclaimed but didn't make any sudden moves. Moments later, the leader of the rat swarm let out a roar, and the rats quickly dispersed. Once the black crows confirmed the area was safe, the 8 of them landed. Su Xiaoyu asked about what had just happened, and Zhou Shi explained sternly, you saw it yourself. He wanted to take us down with him. Lao Ding added, this is a lawless land. You have to learn to be an observer. Chen Shu clenched his fists but only lamented, my 2 ice hairs were eaten. Zhou Shi shook his head helplessly, reminding him not to give random nicknames to fierce beasts. To avoid encountering the rat swarm again, the group changed direction. As night fell, stars dotted the sky. The Qingyuan forest was as beautiful as a fairyland, but the occasional roars of fierce beasts echoed through the trees. By the campfire, Chen Shu set up a makeshift grill, and 2 giant ice hairs sizzled over the flames. The aroma spread, and everyone eagerly dug in. Feeling a bit regretful, Chen Shu murmured, too bad there's no sauce or wine. In an alternate dimension, survival is the top priority. Everyone relies solely on compressed food to stay alive. Who would think to bring spices and a barbecue grill? However, the members of the 666 Beast Taming Squad are currently enjoying an unexpected feast. 2 giant ice hairs have been quickly devoured, leaving even Su Xiaoyu patting his stomach in satisfaction. After dinner, the team organized a night watch schedule. Chen Shu and Su Xiaoyu weren't exempted. This was the perfect opportunity for them to get acquainted with the survival rules of this alternate dimension. Zhou Shi carefully sprinkled a precious yellow powder droppings from a silver-grade Lord Beast around the camp. This costly defensive tool, worth thousands, effectively deterred low-level beasts. The claw wolf lay alert by the campfire, ready to respond to any potential threats. The next morning, the team set off again. Chen Shu, carrying his backpack, eagerly mounted the flame bird, causing the proud mount to let out a displeased screech. As they ventured deeper into the Qingyuan forest, encounters with fierce beasts became more frequent. The claw wolf showcased its prowess, eliminating each incoming threat. The team successfully captured 3 grinned snakes, carefully sealing them in specially made pouches and stowing them in their backpacks. The group pressed on, hoping to find the precious second-grade iron core fruit. However, by the 6th day, they had yet to reach their goal. Nevertheless, they had collected medicinal herbs worth over 200,000 huaxia currency, almost offsetting the entry fee of 30,000 per person. Uncle Zhou, over there, Chen Shu suddenly spoke, pointing to an eye-catching, spirit suppression banner on a giant tree in the Distancia supply point in the alternate dimension. Zhou Shi glanced at it and decided to bypass it. We don't need supplies right now. Let's move forward, he said. Everyone understood that there would be no herbs or beasts around the supply point, so they changed direction and continued their exploration. The next day, when the team arrived at a fork in the road, Chen Shu's expression suddenly froze. Before his eyes, the familiar selection interface appeared once again. Option 1, 2, and 3 lead in different directions, each with its own rewards. This is clearly a satellite map. Captain, Which way should we go? A beast tamer looked around hesitantly. Zhou Shi was about to make a decision when Chen Shu interrupted him. Uncle Zhou, hold on. Let me perform a divination. Chen Shu said seriously, pulling out a deck of playing cards. Zhou Shi raised an eyebrow. You can do divination? Just a little, Chen Shu replied with an air of importance. He drew a card and threw it forward, and it landed on the right. The divination says we should go right. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. They had thought he had real skills, but it turned out to be just nonsense. Let's go right then. Since we don't know which way to choose anyway, Zhou Shi decided decisively as the leader. The group moved right and continued for several hours. Boss, I feel like we took the wrong path. There are hardly any fierce beasts around here. Someone voiced their concern. Indeed, they hadn't encountered any beasts, which was unusual and ominous. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed by, and a red light flickered. The group was caught off guard. Even the split-claw wolf was a step too slow. Watch out! Lao Deng! Zhou Shi shouted, eyes wide with fear. A wild boar with terrifying blood-red tusks charged towards Lao Deng. If it hit him, the consequences would be dire. Just as the red tusks were about to pierce Lao Deng, a yellow figure descended from the sky. Ever heard of the falling from the sky technique? Chen Shu reacted quickly, faster than anyone else. A golden slime, still asleep, landed directly on the back of the blood-tusked boar. Oink! The boar shuddered, using its immense strength to fling the slime away. It then leapt and its tusks pierced the slime's body. Blop! Blop! The golden slime's eyes welled up with tears, looking pitiful. I just wanted to take a nap. Why do I have to suffer like this? Come back? Chen Shu recalled the injured golden slime back into his beast space for recovery. The blood-tusked boar was about to attack again when the black, split-claw wolf stepped forward. The two black iron-level creatures stared each other down, eyes filled with killing intent. Well done, Xiaochuan. Zhou Shi sighed in relief. That beast is too cunning. Lao Deng almost got hurt. In the alternate space, there's a saying. You never know whether opportunity or death will come first. Oink! The blood-tusked boar's hind legs trembled slightly, and it charged forward in an instant. The split-claw wolf wasn't about to be outdone, its claws gleaming with a deep black light. Boom! The two black iron-level beasts clashed and then retreated, seemingly evenly matched. The mutated blood-tusked boar? Zhou Shi pondered. Ordinary blood-tusked boars were usually level 8 or 9 fierce beasts, but this one had reached the black iron level, indicating extraordinary bloodline. Though not a terrifying lord, it was definitely a mutated level. Zhou Shi made a quick decision and summoned another contract spirit. A windwing eagle soared into the sky, its sharp eyes exuding a black iron-level aura. Oink! Oink! Facing two black iron-level creatures, the blood-tusked boar didn't retreat. It grew even more frenzied. Its eyes turned blood-red, and its ferocity surged its innate skill berserk. The split-claw wolf wasn't backing down, its body glowing with a dark light, its speed suddenly increasing. The beasts clashed again, the impact deafening. The boar's tusks pierced the wolf's head, blood gushing out. But it too was wounded by the claws, suffering serious injuries. This was a life-or-death battle. Both black iron-level creatures were high attack, low defense types, making the fight brutal, deciding both the winner and the loser. The split-claw wolf began to tire, while the blood-tusked boar seemed to grow stronger with pain. If the fight continued, the wolf would surely lose. But don't forget, there was still a windwing eagle in the sky, watching intently. Seizing the moment when the beasts were entangled, the windwing eagle screeched and struck with its talons. An invisible wind blade slashed through, gravely injuring the blood-tusked boar. This was the windwing eagle's innate skill, wind blade. With the two contract spirits working together, the blood-tusked boar was in mortal danger, and the tide turned instantly. Oink! The boar's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, its tusks glowing a deep red. Xiaoyuan, use psychic shock. Zhou Shi ordered decisively. A piercing caw echoed from a black crow in the sky. This sudden noise caused a momentary confusion in the eyes of the bloodfang boar. In that brief instant, its fate was sealed. The clawwolf and windwing eagle seized the opportunity and swiftly launched their attack. Their claws and fangs tore through the boar's flesh, blood splattering everywhere, and soon, the ferocious beast was no more. Zhou Shi let out a sigh of relief, thinking with lingering fear that if the bloodfang boar had activated its skills, their team might have suffered casualties. He took a green pill from his pouch and gently tossed it to the clawwolf. The pill arced through the air and landed in the wolf's mouth. This pill could accelerate wound healing, and soon, the wounds on the clawwolf began to heal visibly. Zhou Shi murmured softly, I didn't expect to encounter a mutated bloodfang boar. He then recalled the clawwolf into his beast space, while the windwing eagle circled low, vigilantly guarding the group. As an experienced team leader, Zhou Shi knew that a mutated beast wouldn't appear here without reason. His eyes flashed with contemplation, deducing that there must be valuable herbs or minerals nearby. Sure enough, the windwing eagle soon made a discovery. Its call caught everyone's attention, and behind a large tree, a green plant was quietly growing, bearing several fruits. Level 2 Iron Core Fruit. Zhou Shi exclaimed, his eyes filled with delight. He turned to Chen Shu and said with a smile, "You really are the team's lucky star. Even your guesses hit the mark." Upon closer inspection, Zhou Shi found that apart from the topmost Iron Core Fruit, which had reached level 2, the other 3 were level 1. He immediately made a decision. One more day of exploration, then we head back. At this point, the team had completed 2 tasks and collected hundreds of thousands worth of herbs. Combined with the bloodfang boar's carcass, their haul was substantial. Zhou Shi instructed, "Xiao Li, dissect the bloodfang boar's body." A young man with a crew cut immediately set to work. He skillfully took out a sharp boning knife and deftly cut away the boar's vital parts. The most precious among them was the boar's heart meat, which was said to have a slight chance of bestowing the talent skill Berserk upon a contracted spirit, a highly valuable combat skill. The young man continued the dissection and soon discovered a red orb inside the Bora Beast Pearl. This rare item could rapidly enhance beast power upon consumption and was found only in mutated or higher-level beasts. Zhou Shi calculated in his mind that this beast pearl was superior to the human-made beast beads, which required a beast master to refine them before converting them into beast power. After clearing the battlefield, the group packed up and ventured deeper into the Qingyuan forest, hoping for more exciting discoveries in their next exploration. "Xiao Chun, Lao Ding, owe you my life." Lao Ding suddenly stepped closer to Chen Shu, his face serious. If it weren't for Chen Shu summoning the slime at the critical moment, Lao Ding would probably be a cold corpse by now. Chen Shu felt a sense of pride, but maintained a nonchalant facade. "What's the big deal for me? It was just a small effort. With me around, what's there to worry about?" Listening to Chen Shu's self-assured response, Lao Deng felt a bit odd but couldn't help but develop some respect for this seemingly carefree young man. In crucial moments, Chen Shu could indeed step up. Just then, a soft cry echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up to see a windwing eagle circling above. Suddenly, an invisible wind blade descended, slicing a green-eyed snake on a tree in half. This display of power left everyone gasping in awe at the windwing eagle's skill. With the windwing eagle's protection, the journey continued smoothly. Although they didn't collect any herbs from the alternate dimension, everyone was relieved. Chen Shu suggested they camp for the night and head back early the next morning. He warned, the Qingyuan forest may offer great riches, but staying too long means encountering some truly terrifying creatures. As night fell, Chen Shu, feeling a bit peckish, pulled out some bloodfang boar meat from his backpack and set up a grill. His attention was drawn to a large beehive hanging from a nearby tree. Zhou Shi sent the windwing eagle to scout, confirming that it was just ordinary bees inside. The group then worked together to retrieve the hive. "Tonight, we're in for a treat," Chen Shu announced excitedly. "Let's make honey-glazed boar meat." Soon, the enticing aroma filled the air, making everyone's mouth water. The 20-plus pounds of boar meat were quickly devoured, leaving everyone craving more. Lao Deng couldn't help but joke, "Xiao Chun, you should go to the Beast Chef University. You'd be better off than being a beast tamer." Chen Shu quickly waved it off. "Come on, you're underestimating a future legendary beast tamer. Besides, my buddy Zhang Dali is the real chef. He even won the Nanjing Chef's competition." After chatting for a while, everyone retired to their tents, leaving Chen Shu and Lao Deng to keep watch. In the quiet of the night, Chen Shu lay by the campfire, gazing at the starry sky. Lao Deng suddenly spoke, "Xiao Chun, you're only 17, right? What? Jealous of my youth?" Chen Shu replied lazily, chewing on a blade of grass. Lao Deng chuckled and pulled out his phone, showing a photo. "She's about the same age as you." Chen Shu glanced at the photo and immediately sat up. "Lao Deng, you're paying me back with a grudge." The photo showed a little girl with a red scarf, holding an award from the Northern Elementary School in Nanjing. Lao Deng quickly explained, "She's starting middle school soon. You're in your 3rd year of high school, and she's in her 1st year. You're at the same school, aren't you?" As they chatted, 2 options suddenly appeared before Chen Shu. 1. Roll 5 meters to the right to avoid the attack, increasing contract spirit speed by 5. 2. Trust in your Iron Head skill to block the Earthquake Bear's attack, increasing beast taming level by 1. Chen Shu reacted instantly, kicking Lao Deng several meters away and rolling himself. A massive bear paw landed exactly where Chen Shu had been. "Help! The black bear spirit is here to steal the cassock," Chen Shu shouted at the top of his lungs. The others rushed out, and the windwing eagle's wind blade severely wounded the earthquake bear. However, the danger wasn't over. More earthquake bears appeared around them. The group quickly summoned their contract spirits, ready for battle. Suddenly, Chen Shu thought of something and licked his lips, saying, "Maybe it's because we ate their honey." Everyone quickly grasped Zhou Shi's words. But before they had time to think further, the earthquake bears around them roared and charged. The windwing eagle swiftly attacked, its razor-sharp claws sending a cutting wind blade that severely injured one of the bears. However, this only fueled the rage of the remaining bears. As the windwing eagle's wind blade skill went into cooldown and couldn't be used repeatedly, the other earthquake bears quickly closed the distance. At this critical moment, the ironback beast let out an earth-shattering roar, charging like a moving wall into one of the bears. Its tough defenses easily withstood the bear's attack. Meanwhile, the flamebird's piercing cry cut through the sky, its claws glowing with an eerie red light as it dived toward another earthquake bear. Using its aerial advantage, the flamebird successfully delayed the bear's advance. Other contracted beasts also displayed their abilities, unable to completely defeat the earthquake bears, but at least holding them at bay for the time being. Everyone knew that as soon as the windwing eagle's skill cooled down, victory would be within reach. Chen Shu's slime couldn't join the fight due to previous injuries, but the windwing eagle showed no fear. It let out a sharp cry and dived like lightning at one of the bears. Its claws gleamed coldly, tearing the bears back in an instant. Even without its wind blade, the windwing eagle's power far exceeded that of ordinary beasts. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the earthquake bears suddenly changed their tactics. All 7 bears simultaneously struck the ground with their paws, unleashing their innate skill, Earth Wave. The seemingly calm ground began to shake violently, making it difficult for everyone to maintain their footing. One quick-witted earthquake bear seized the moment when the ironback beast was unsteady and charged directly at the group, aiming straight for Zhou Shi. Clearly, these beasts understood the vulnerability of the beastmasters themselves. Foolish beast, Zhou Shi snorted, leaning forward slightly to keep his balance on the shaking ground. Just as the bear's massive paw was about to strike him, a shadow darted out like lightning. It was the injured claw wolf. Despite its injuries, it demonstrated overwhelming strength, its glowing claws instantly tearing through the bear's skull, blood splattering everywhere. Xiaoyu, watch out! Zhou Shi suddenly shouted, seeing another earthquake bear silently approaching Su Xiaoyu. Although the flamebird was only a level 7 contracted beast, it's a grade potential rating, and the bear's fear of fire made Su Xiaoyu their prime target. However, just as the bear was about to strike, a yellow blob suddenly fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the bear. Goo! The golden slime opened its round eyes and instantly activated its violent sit smash. Crush that beast! Chen Shu shouted. The bear, not fast enough, was pinned down by the slime. But in the next moment, the bear's eyes gleamed with ferocity, and with its immense strength, it began to lift the slime. The cough. The black bear's spirit can't hold it down. Chen Shu quickly recalled the slime into the beast space to prevent further injury. Although they couldn't subdue the bear, this move bought them precious time. The claw wolf, like a black lightning bolt, struck swiftly and decisively, instantly killing the bear. With Zhou Shi having summoned the claw wolf, he wouldn't recall it anytime soon, opting for a swift battle. With the 2 black iron-level contracted beasts working together, the remaining earthquake bears were quickly and decisively wiped out. Chen Shu watched with a hint of envy in his eyes. The power of a black iron-level beastmaster was truly awe-inspiring. After the battle, everyone quickly cleaned up the battlefield to avoid attracting more beasts with the scent of blood. The earthquake bears, being of ordinary level, weren't very valuable. Only their paws could be sold to local restaurants, but since they were inconvenient to carry, the contracted beasts devoured them on the spot. Rest up, Zhou Shi said once everything was settled, instructing Old Ding and Chen Shu to return to their tents while he and Su Xiaoyu took turns keeping watch. The night passed without incident. This sudden battle made Chen Shu acutely aware of the dangers in the alternate space. We start the return journey today, Zhou Shi announced. They had reaped a good harvest, especially with the kill of a mutated bloodfang boar. They were deep in Qingyuan forest and expected the return trip to take several days. Naturally, they wouldn't retrace their steps but would take a different route, hoping for more gains. Fortunately, they encountered no beast attacks along the way, and even the windwing eagle seemed a bit bored. Suddenly, Zhou Shi signaled for everyone to stop. Chen Shu looked closely and saw another beastmaster team. The windwing eagle in the sky watched the other team's contracted beasts warily, exuding a strong black iron-level aura. The opposing team's leader was a refined young man, about 30 years old. He glanced at the windwing eagle calmly and nodded slightly at Zhou Shi. Both teams maintained a safe distance, passing each other without any interaction. The atmosphere was unusually tense. Only after the other team had gone did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Zhou Shi solemnly said, if you encounter other beastmaster teams in the alternate space, the best course of action is to ignore them. Neither make them your enemies nor get too close. Zhou Shi spoke to Chen Shu and Lao Ding, who were riding on the flame bird. On the 3rd day, he recalled the windwing lark to the beast space and summoned the claw wolf. This wolf was his first contracted spirit, and naturally, It had the highest level of obedience due to their long time together. High obedience not only enhances combat synergy, but also shortens command execution time. In critical moments, a difference of 1 or 2 seconds could mean the difference between life and death. The Black Raven was scouting from the sky, while the Claw Wolf handled ground combat. Although they encountered small groups of fierce beasts along the way, they were easily dealt with. As their journey through Qingyuan Forest neared its end, Chen Shu couldn't help but reflect on how much he had learned in just over 10 days. The only regret he had was that his contracted spirit's limited strength made it difficult to play a leading role, leaving him feeling somewhat detached from the action. As night fell, the group set up camp as usual. Zhou Shi gave instructions: Chen Shu, Lao Ding, you two take the night watch. With that, he and the other team members retreated to their tents. Feeling bored, Chen Shu lay beside the campfire, gazing at the starry sky. Lao Ding seemed hesitant to speak, but Chen Shu interrupted him. Don't say it. You sound like you're trying to sell me your daughter. He then asked, Lao Ding, has your beast team ever hunted a lord-level creature? Lao Ding scoffed, are you kidding? Even the weakest lord is at least iron tier. You'd need at least 3 iron tier beastmasters to have a chance. In our team, only Zhou Shi is iron tier. The rest are at most level 9. Are they really that strong? Chen Shu asked, puzzled. Lao Ding explained. Remember that rat swarm we encountered? If we had fought Hedon, the sharp teeth of 100 steel-toothed rats would have torn the Claw Wolf apart. No matter how strong an iron tier is, they can't withstand sheer numbers. Chen Shu pondered. So 3 iron tier beastmasters can hunt a lord? Of course not. Lao Ding shook his head. If we had that kind of strength, we'd be venturing into dangerous otherworlds instead of wasting time here. While lord-level beasts are valuable, the chances of encountering one are too low. It's more profitable to make multiple trips to otherworlds. Chen Shu realized why hunting a lord-level creature seemed simple in theory but was nearly impossible in practice. Those capable of it wouldn't bother, and those who would bother aren't capable, making it a paradox. All this talk is making me need to pee. I'm going to relieve myself, Chen Shu said, yawning as he walked towards a nearby bush. Just as he was about to go, 2 options appeared before him. Option 1. Relieve yourself on the spot and earn the title Friend of Nature, which makes the urge to pee stronger when near bushes. Option 2. Climb a tree to relieve yourself and receive a bonus skill for your contracted spirit. Chen Shu stared blankly at the sudden appearance of options, thinking, what kind of nonsense is this? Even going to the bathroom can trigger options? He glanced at the first option, which offered a reward that increased the urge to urinate, and he immediately scoffed. Surveying his surroundings, he decisively chose a large tree. The Golden Slime's invulnerability skill caught Chen Shu's attention. Although it could only resist control effects from creatures of the same level, upgrading it would surely be beneficial. He swiftly climbed up a branch and, under the moonlight, began to relieve himself. As a sense of relief washed over him, the invulnerability skill leveled up, extending its duration. A slight smile appeared on Chen Shu's face, but just as he was about to climb down, he suddenly noticed 2 eerie blue lights flickering in the darkness. His pupils contracted as an ice ball rapidly approached. Adrenaline surged, and with heightened clarity, Chen Shu tilted his head to avoid it, nearly falling in the process. The golden slime appeared just in time, cushioning his fall. The tree crashed down, revealing a giant black rabbit several meters tall, its blue eyes filled with murderous intent. Great, I've run into a boss. Chen Shu's exclamation shattered the night silence, alerting the distant 666 beast taming squad. What's happening? The team members sprang to attention, the word boss striking like a bolt of lightning. The split-claw wolf rushed over, but hesitated to attack, its eyes filled with caution and fear. Chen Shu scrambled towards the campfire, cursing his bad luck. Zhou Shi cursed and immediately initiated the escape plan. The ice wild rabbit boss still had water droplets on its head, emanating a foul smell clearly Chen Shu's handiwork. In the distance, rustling sounds suggested a large gathering of creatures. Run. It's summoning the ice wild rabbit horde, Zhou Shi said gravely, summoning his wind-winged eagle. The team quickly divided into 3 groups. 4 members boarded the eagle, Zhou Shi and Lao Ding rode the split-claw wolf, while Chen Shu and Su Xiaoyu mounted the firebird, all fleeing in the same direction. Zhou Shi sternly warned, don't get hit by the ice balls, or you're dead for sure. The ice wild rabbit's innate ice ball skill not only slowed targets, but could continuously control them to death. With a thunderous roar, hundreds of ice wild rabbits gathered behind their boss, their momentum rivaling a steel-tooth rat swarm. In an instant, countless ice balls whizzed through the air like cannonballs. Xiaoyu, fly higher, Chen Shu urgently reminded. The firebird screeched, flapping its wings to narrowly avoid the ice ball barrage. Everyone else was also desperately fleeing. The ice wild rabbit horde pursued relentlessly like a swarm of locusts, crushing green-eyed snakes, steel-tooth rats, and other nocturnal predators in their path. The night was utterly shattered, the blue eyes of the ice wild rabbits flickering like ghostly flames. As they fled, Zhou Shi asked, Chun, what exactly did you do? That boss seems to have a personal vendetta against you. Chen Shu stammered. I accidentally peed on that big rabbit's head. Stunned silence followed. Zhou Shi sighed in exasperation. You really are something else. After a relentless 2-hour chase, the Ice Rabbit Lord showed no signs of giving up, though only a few dozen ice rabbits remained in its wake. The Lord, being a black iron-level creature, had far greater endurance than the ordinary ice rabbits, which had long fallen behind. The Firebird, too, was exhausted, its tongue lolling out and wings heavy with fatigue, as if it could drop from the sky at any moment. Chen Shu patted the Firebird's back encouragingly. Hang in there, little Firebird. He had discarded all unnecessary burdens to lighten his mount's load. Another half-hour passed, and only the Ice Rabbit Lord continued the pursuit. Chen Shu couldn't help but grumble. I just peed on you. Is this really necessary? Such a clean freak. He sighed, realizing that even in a different dimension, one must heed nature's call with caution. The mission details resurfaced in his mind. Lord-level ice rabbits are obsessively clean and have high standards for their habitat. For such a neat freak, Chen Shu's act was akin to a soul-crushing torment, not easily forgiven. The Firebird was at its limit, on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. Chen Shu suddenly had a wild idea and asked, Xiaoyu, do you think we need to roast Firebird meat? Su Xiaoyu was furious, grabbing Chen Shu by the collar and shouting, how can you joke at a time like this? Okay, my bad, Chen Shu quickly apologized. I was just trying to lighten the mood. He turned to the front and shouted, Uncle Zhou, let's turn and fight. Only the Ice Rabbit Lord is left. He had noticed the opportunity half an hour ago. The other ice rabbits had already fallen behind, making this the perfect chance. Experienced Zhou Shi immediately understood, instructing, Xiao Yuan, scout the surroundings. A black crow soared into the sky, utilizing its night vision to scan the area. Moments later, Xiao Yuan excitedly reported, Captain, all clear. Since its formation, the Beast Tamer Squad had only hunted 3 mutant-level beasts and had never challenged a Lord-level one. Now, a golden opportunity was at hand, with the Ice Rabbit's greatest advantage neutralized. Attack! Zhou Shi commanded decisively. The Windwing Eagle abruptly turned, launching a sharp wind blade. Though the Ice Rabbit Lord had lost its sanity, its instincts remained sharp. It spat an ice ball that collided with the wind blade, both dissipating simultaneously. The Clawwolf seized the moment, sprinting forward with its claws glowing, activating its rending claw skill. The Ice Rabbit Lord couldn't dodge in time and was slashed open, blood gushing out and further enraging it. A blue ice arrow shot from the Ice Rabbit Lord's mouth, its speed too fast for Zhou Shi to react. Just as the Clawwolf was about to suffer a heavy blow, a golden slime appeared, precisely landing on the ice arrow. The arrow lost its power under the Nerdhausen pound weight. It's in a rigid state. Attack now? Chen Shu's expression was tense, a stark contrast to his usual playful demeanor. With Zhou Shi's approval, the Clawwolf glowed and charged at the Ice Rabbit Lord with increased speed. The Ice Rabbit Lord, unable to move, glared with intense hatred at the human who had humiliated it. Though the golden slime successfully blocked the ice arrow, it was flung into a tree, dazed but unharmed. The Clawwolf's claws continued to slash the Ice Rabbit's skin, its head drenched in blood, intensifying its bloodthirsty nature. Retreat! Chen Shu quickly called out, predicting the Ice Rabbit's imminent recovery. Zhou Shi understood, and the Clawwolf immediately withdrew. The Ice Rabbit Lord panted heavily, weakened by significant blood loss. But Zhou Shi and the others saw hope. Killing a Lord-level beast would bring great renown to the Beast Tamer Squad. The Ice Rabbit Lord's vicious gaze swept over them, as if to remember each face, vowing revenge if it escaped. Its hatred for Chen Shu, in particular, was palpable. Next time, it would make him suffer. Standing on the Firebird's back, Chen Shu taunted, What's the matter? Want another round? Instantly, the Ice Rabbit Lord's blue eyes filled with killing intent, its blood boiling, wounds sizzling as blood hit the grass. The skill, Blood Fury, was activated. Hold it down, Zhou Shi commanded, his expression serious, directing the Clawwolf. The Ice Rabbit leaped, its massive body moving swiftly. The 2 black iron-level creatures clashed, but the Clawwolf soon suffered severe injuries. Prolonging the fight could mean death. Everyone attack! Zhou Shi ordered, and the team descended, summoning their contracted spirits. Windwing Eagle, Firebird, Ironback Beast, Bluetail Butterfly, though only basic level, their skills and talents were still valuable. This was why they were so precious. The battlefield stalemated. Once the Ice Rabbit Lord's skill duration ended, the tide would turn. Good job, Chen. Zhou Shi smiled, surprised that Chen Shu's act had solved a long-standing problem for beast tamers. If they could dirty the ice rabbits, it would force them to leave their group. The ice rabbit's eyes flickered with weakness, its body drenched in blood, clearly gravely injured. Stay vigilant. Chen Shu's expression was stern. This is no time for jokes. We're dealing with a lord here. The skills of the ice rabbit lord were never officially disclosed, clearly lacking precise information. Even if some beast tamers had hunted it before, they wouldn't share this intel for free, as human nature is inherently selfish. Zhou Shi nodded slightly, intensely observing the battlefield. Controlling two contracted spirits consumed a significant amount of his mental energy. At that moment, the ice rabbit lord suddenly sprang forward with all its might, leaping several meters high and instantly pinning the claw wolf to the ground. Just as the other contracted spirits were about to come to its aid, Chen Shu shouted, "Don't go over. The temperature is dropping." A bone-chilling cold swept over them, causing everyone to react instantly. They quickly ordered their contracted spirits to retreat from the battlefield and backed away several dozen meters themselves. Clearly, the ice rabbit lord was preparing to unleash some powerful move. The claw wolf, isolated and unable to free itself, let out an angry howl. The ice rabbit lord's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Once it dealt with the claw wolf, the other contracted spirits would pose no threat. If the wind-wing eagle in the sky were captured, it would be killed instantly, making it unable to serve as a main force. Zhou Shi clenched his fists, facing a tough decision. Should he recall the claw wolf or let it endure the ice rabbit lord's ultimate move? Recalling it would mean a delay before it could be summoned again, by which time everyone might already be dead. However, the claw wolf was not a defensive type and might not withstand the attack anyway. Unexpectedly, Zhou Shi turned to Chen Shu and asked, "Xiao Chun, what do you think?" As an experienced beast tamer leader, he chose to trust a student who had just entered this alternate space. The others remained silent, also looking at Chen Shu with trusting eyes. Despite his contracted spirits not being strong, Chen Shu's judgment was exceptionally accurate. Chen Shu's expression was grave as he stared at the battlefield and said in a deep voice, "Make the claw wolf break free. If it fails, recall it immediately." Zhou Shi nodded in agreement. The claw wolf slashed with its claws, relentlessly tearing at the ice rabbit's belly. As the temperature continued to drop, the claw wolf finally broke free. However, the ice rabbit's lips curled into a chilling smile. The temperature plummeted to an extreme, rendering the claw wolf's body rigid, unable to escape the skill's range. Zhou Shi clenched his fists, preparing to recall the claw wolf while considering an escape plan. At this critical moment, Chen Shu suddenly said, "Leave it to me." Zhou Shi hesitated but ultimately chose to trust him. If they tried to withstand the attack, the claw wolf would likely die on the spot. Contracted spirits are vital to beast tamers. Losing one would significantly weaken Zhou Shi's strength. Even as a silver-level beast tamer, his power would be reduced by a third. This kind of permanent weakening is something no beast tamer can accept. The ice rabbit lord's eyes glinted with increased murderous intent as the surrounding temperature continued to drop, nearing a critical point. Suddenly, the golden slime reappeared. The ice rabbit lord exclaimed excitedly, "It's you again. Perfect. Buy one get one free." Clearly, it recognized the slime as Chen Shu's contracted spirit, harboring deep hatred. To everyone's confusion, the slime didn't charge at the ice rabbit, but instead collided directly with the claw wolf. The six-ma turtle slime was larger than the claw wolf, making it the heavyweight of the battlefield. The LV3 collision skill took effect, and with the claw wolf unprepared, it was instantly knocked away. Although injured, it managed to escape the ice rabbit lord's skill range. This scene enraged the ice rabbit lord. "My meticulously planned ultimate move, thwarted?" The slime blinked its big eyes innocently, looking adorably dumbfounded. "Die!" The ice rabbit roared furiously. However, the next moment, the golden slime vanished, forcibly recalled to the beast taming space. Beast tamers can forcibly recall their contracted spirits, effectively granting them an invincible skill if used wisely. Boom, boom, boom. Under the moonlight, ice crystals blossomed like exquisite snow lotuses, filled with deadly menace. The temperature within a terrifying range of several dozen meters plummeted to the extreme. Everyone shivered involuntarily. As the ice crystals dispersed, the ice rabbit lord's ultimate move had failed. "Attack!" Zhou Shi shouted excitedly. The contracted spirits surged forward, led by the claw wolf, and successfully killed the ice rabbit lord on the spot. A lord-level beast had fallen. "We did it. We really did it." Old Wang couldn't contain his excitement, shaking Chen Shu's shoulders. "Chunpai, did you see that? Did you see that? It's just a few dozen meters away from me. I'm not blind," Chen Shu said, exasperated, his tone filled with impatience. The surrounding teammates exchanged bewildered glances, clearly taken aback by his reaction. Chen Shu thought to himself, is there really a need to make such a fuss? You guys act like you've never seen anything like this before. Zhou Shi, however, remained much calmer. He scanned the area cautiously and said, "Quick, gather the spoils and let's get out of here as soon as possible." He knew all too well that encountering other fierce beasts or a beast-taming squad could spell trouble. After all, a lord-level beast was worth at least several million, enough to tempt anyone into taking risks. "Shaoli, dismember the body," Zhou Shi ordered. The massive ice rabbit lord's body was about 4 meters long, making it impossible to carry whole. Besides, with about 3 days' journey back to the base, the flesh would be rotting by then. Shaoli, wielding a specially crafted dissection knife, began to skillfully carve up the beast. The blade sliced through the Ice Rabbit King's body as if it were tofu. "Remember, make sure to preserve the beast pearl and the blue eyes," Zhou Shi reminded. The beast pearl can significantly enhance beast taming abilities, and the blue eyes have a chance of granting a contracted spirit the ice ball talent. This chance is much higher than with a mutated beast, though still not guaranteed. The rest of the team quickly finished processing the battlefield and decisively retreated. Chen Shu took the opportunity to secretly stash a small piece of the rabbit's head, planning to hand it over to the Beast Tamer Association to complete a mission later. As the group left, the surroundings once again fell into the quiet of the night. They found a hollow tree to spend the night in. Zhou Shi turned to Chen Shu, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Xiao Chun, how did you predict the trajectory of the ice arrow?" Chen Shu sighed and replied nonchalantly, "I just felt like I could handle it, so I did." He thought to himself, "Isn't this what they call talent?" For a moment, everyone fell silent. Although no one objected, they all realized that Chen Shu's extraordinary predictive abilities and his composure under pressure far exceeded those of anyone present. Finally, Zhou Shi broke the silence, saying softly, "You really are something else." The others nodded in agreement. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, wondering, "Are they complimenting me or insulting me?" Old Deng suddenly spoke up, "Captain, we've made quite a haul this time, haven't we?" His eyes sparkled with excitement, and his tone was filled with barely concealed joy. Zhou Shi glanced around, making a rough estimate, and his eyes also lit up with exhilaration. "Yeah, it's about 5 million yuan," he said with satisfaction in his voice. "We've ventured into Qingyuan Forest many times, but we've never been this lucky." Old Deng's face suddenly showed a hint of regret. "It's a pity we didn't take on the task from the Beastmaster Association. I heard the reward was valuable Huaxia points." He shook his head. "Who would have thought we'd managed to hunt down a lore-tier creature?" Zhou Shi nodded, adding, "This expedition is equivalent to 4 or 5 of our usual hauls. Generally, a Beastmaster team only makes about 1 million in half a month's adventure. It sounds like a lot, but when divided among everyone, 1 million only comes to a little over 100,000 per person, and that's earned at the risk of their lives. It seems hardly worth it." He paused before continuing, "But the greatest allure of adventuring lies in its unpredictability. If you can take down a lore-tier creature or gather top-tier herbs and minerals, it's a huge windfall." Old Deng chimed in, analyzing their gains in detail. "Of the 5 million, the Ice-Wild Rabbit Lord accounts for most of it. Just its pair of blue eyes is worth 2 million. This is because the Ice Ball skill isn't very versatile, only suitable for water-type contracted spirits. If it were a skill like Berserk, its value would be much higher." As they walked and talked, the night passed quickly. Early the next morning, they set off for the Jinling army base without stopping. 3 days later, when they finally saw the outline of a small village in the distance, they all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Passing through the spatial tunnel, they safely returned to Blue Star, and a long-lost sense of familiarity washed over them. Although the air quality wasn't as fresh as in Qingyuan Forest, at least they didn't have to be constantly on edge. The threats from steel-toothed rat swarms, bloodtooth boars, nighttime tremor bear packs, and the Ice-Wild Rabbit Lord had all made them acutely aware of the dangers. A single mistake could easily result in casualties. Zhou Shi looked around solemnly and said, "I'll transfer this haul to everyone's accounts. Xiao Chun, you get a share too." As a high-ranking member of the 666 Potion Company, he naturally had better channels to handle the spoils. Chen Shu had originally wanted to see the exotic space, and technically the loot had nothing to do with him, but his contributions this time were significant enough for him to be treated as part of the team. "No need, Uncle Zhou, no need to be so formal," Chen Shu said with a smile, waving his hand. "Besides, I've already packed the collected herbs in my bag. You guys can split the money." Everyone was speechless at this. Old Deng quickly checked his backpack and found only a lonely second-grade iron core fruit left. Zhou Shi struggled for a moment before saying, "You sure move fast." Chen Shu was secretly pleased. The herbs were worth about 300,000. Though not as lucrative as cash, they were more valuable to him since he didn't have an alchemist license and couldn't buy herbs from official stores. Zhou Shi then announced, "We'll rest up tonight and head back to Nanjiang City in the morning." To celebrate, they decided to have a small gathering at a local tavern. However, Chen Shu quietly slipped away to the Beastmaster Association. When he produced a rabbit head emitting a tantalizing aroma, the staff at the task hall stared wide-eyed. their mouths agape. What's wrong? Did you think I was joking? Hurry up and process the task, Chen Shu said nonchalantly, tearing off a piece of rabbit meat and chewing leisurely. The staff member asked incredulously, is this really the head of the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord? Soon, a soldier in uniform with Zhengling printed on his shoulder walked over. Hello, I'm Xie Shan, he said, smiling and extending his right hand. Chen Shu shook his hand but glanced at the rabbit head on the table, joking, want a bite? Xie Shan was momentarily speechless, shaking his head and saying quietly, this is indeed the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord. Could you please provide your ID? The Huaxia points will be automatically recorded. When he saw that Chen Shu was only 17, Xie Shan was astonished and kept sizing up the young man in front of him. Chen Shu joked, don't I look like one? I'm a fresh-faced youth after all. Xie Shan remained silent, taking out a communication device and reporting Chen Shu's ID number. Moments later, he handed the ID back to Chen Shu and said, all right, 50 Huaxia points have been credited to your ID. You can exchange them for resources at any government office. Chen Shu nodded in thanks, thinking how simple the process was. He left the rabbit head with the staff and quietly exited. Only then did the other beastmasters in the task hall gather around, chattering away. Xiao Su, which restaurant did this roasted rabbit head come from? It's pretty good, just a bit dry, probably because it's been sitting for a while, one beastmaster commented. The staff member rolled his eyes and said, you guys are eating the head of the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord. Of course, it's good. Ice Wild Rabbit Lord? You're kidding, right? If that's true, I'll walk on my hands and, well, you get the idea. The task hall was soon filled with laughter and lively chatter. Early the next morning, the group set off on their return journey. By the afternoon, Chen Shu was back in Nanjing City. As soon as he stepped into the house, his father, Chen Ping, who was resting, eagerly asked, son, how was your half-month trip? Chen Shu excitedly replied, one word, thrilling. With that, he hurried back to his room to sort through his spoils. In his room, Chen Shu carefully laid out his treasures. 6 crystal-clear power flowers, 3 iron-hard iron core fruits, 2 faintly glowing enlightenment fruits, and some other valuable herbs like century-old ginseng and polygonum multiflorum essence. Although some herbs from Blue Star could also be found in the alternate space, they were no longer rare due to modern technology. The truly precious items were unique herbs like the power flowers. Chen Shu mentally calculated the uses of his haul. The power flowers and iron core fruits were self-explanatory, while the enlightenment fruits were the main ingredient for crafting intelligence potions, known as the brain platinum, for contracted spirits, enhancing their intelligence and combat awareness. Chen Shu then fully immersed himself in the potion-making process. He skillfully prepared various auxiliary ingredients, almost exhausting his 10,000 yuan budget. Another boring day of potion-making, fun potion-making time, he joked to himself as he got busy. The afternoon flew by, and Chen Shu finally finished all the potions. He was quite satisfied with the outcome: 39 bottles of mid-grade power potions, 9 bottles of basic defense potions, and 6 bottles of intelligence potions. He immediately fed his contracted spirit, a slime, the 9 defense potions, boosting its defense by 4.5. However, when it came to the 6 intelligence potions, Chen Shu hesitated. Looking at the slime, which was sleeping soundly and drooling, he doubted, does this brain platinum really work? In the end, Chen Shu decided to give it a try. Let's see if it at least looks a bit smarter. He fed the slime all 6 intelligence potions, but saw no noticeable effect. Shaking his head in resignation, he said, forget it. Let's sell the power potions on the black market first. After tidying up and taking a comfortable bath, Chen Shu headed straight to Zhang Dali's house. To his surprise, Zhang Dali opened the door immediately. Chen Pai, you're back? Zhang Dali asked, sounding a bit dejected. Chen Shu was puzzled. Why did you open the door so quickly today? Not gaming. Zhang Dali sighed, don't mention it. My game account got banned. The system said I was playing passively. Chen Shu nodded, not surprised at all, thinking that Beast Glory had one less toxic player. Zhang Dali, however, was indignant. I've been learning to jungle recently. How could that be considered passive play? He took out his phone to show Chen Shu his game stats. Looking at the dismal stats, Chen Shu thought to himself, you say you know how to jungle, but you really only know how to jungle. Don't be upset. Chen Shu patted Zhang Dali's shoulder sympathetically, though the sympathy was clearly for Zhang Dali's former teammates. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, and then we'll head to the black market together. They went to a restaurant near the black market. The waiter greeted them with a smile. What would you like to eat? Chen Shu cautiously asked. Wait a minute. You don't serve any overpriced noodles, do you? The waiter looked confused, but politely shook his head. Chen Shu continued, and your main dish isn't something silly like tomato stir-fry tomatoes, right? The waiter's smile froze. Tomato stir-fry tomatoes? That's nonsense. We don't have such a dish. Chen Shu persisted. Do you sell sodas that cost 3 yuan outside but 20 yuan here? The waiter finally rolled his eyes and walked away. Seems like a legit place. Chen Shu nodded. 2 orders of fried rice, please. After eating, they headed to the black market. Zhang Dali curiously asked, Chen Pai, what are we doing here? Let me show you the real deal of the black market's top seller. Chen Shu boasted. He went to his usual spot, but didn't see old Wang. Even scammers aren't diligent these days, he muttered, spreading out a blue cloth and displaying all his mid-grade power potions. Zhang Dali's eyes widened. Chen Pai, have you resorted to scamming? I'm selling genuine potions. Understand? Chen Shu said proudly. Just watch. I don't even need to shout. Regular customers will come. As he spoke, 2 people approached. Hey buddy, how much for a bottle of this potion? One of them asked. Chen Shu's face lit up. 8,000 yuan a bottle. Are these bottles made of gold? Or are the ingredients gold? The man exclaimed. Chen Shu frowned slightly. Where can you find cheap power potions nowadays? These are freshly made. I'll take one, the other person said. Chen Shu scrutinized the buyer before handing over a bottle of mid-grade power potion. Is this potion genuine? The buyer asked. I run a potion stall. Do you think I'd sell fake potions? Chen Shu laughed. The buyer's expression suddenly turned hostile. I asked you, is this potion genuine? Chen Shu felt a bit uneasy. Are you trying to cause trouble? Do you want it or not? If it's real, of course I want it. The buyer moved closer to Chen Shu. But what if it's not? If it's fake, I'll drink it myself. Satisfied? Chen Shu replied warily. Though it was the black market and the buyer wouldn't dare act rashly, he felt an invisible pressure and instinctively wanted to protect his stomach. You said it. If it's fake, you'll drink it yourself. The buyer's eyes turned fierce as he grabbed a bottle of power potion, about to open it. You dare touch my potion without paying? Don't you know the reputation of the black market's top seller? Chen Shu reached out to stop him. At that moment, a silver handcuff appeared out of nowhere, and before Chen Shu could react, he was cuffed. What the heck? What's going on? Chen Shu exclaimed. Zhang Dali was equally startled and was quickly subdued by the other person. Nanjing City Spirit Bureau. Do not resist. One of them flashed his badge, instantly quelling any thoughts of resistance. Pai, you're really something. Is this the kind of influence you have in the black market? Truly extraordinary, Zhang Dali said, feeling wronged. I just came out for a bowl of fried rice. What did I do wrong? This isn't how it was supposed to go. Chen Shu was equally bewildered, sir. You must have the wrong people. We're upstanding citizens. I even caught a wanted criminal last time. Save it. We've been investigating you fake potion sellers for half a month, the officer said sternly, giving them no chance to explain. Chen Shu stood bewildered in the interrogation room of the Spirit Bureau, replaying the absurd events that had just unfolded. He and Zhang Dali had inexplicably been mistaken for counterfeit drug dealers and were brought here before they could even explain. Speak up. Where's your gang hiding? Confess now, and your punishment will be lighter. Resist, and it will be severe. A Spirit Bureau officer demanded sternly, his gaze as sharp as a knife fixed on Chen Shu. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Chen Shu forced a bitter smile. Officer, I really don't sell fake drugs. How did everything change after just one trip to another dimension? The officer snorted and left the interrogation room. Only then did Chen Shu get a chance to look around, silently wondering. The black market has always been a mix of real and fake products, and the Spirit Bureau usually turned a blind eye. Why are they suddenly targeting us? Half an hour later, Chen Shu was brought to the Spirit Bureau's main hall. Over a dozen angry victims were already waiting there, and they erupted in outrage upon seeing him. That's him. The black market Dali, a young man shouted, pointing at Chen Shu. Because of him, our contracted spirits have all turned into projectile warriors, and their stomachs are ruined. Chen Shu was stunned, quickly trying to explain. Everyone, are you sure it was me who sold you the drugs? At that moment, someone pulled out a phone displaying a picture of Wang Beige. Chen Shu suddenly realized it was the scam artist using his name to deceive people. Just as Chen Shu found himself unable to defend against the accusations, Captain Wang Qian of the Spirit Bureau walked in. Zhang Dali, seeing him as a savior, immediately called out, Uncle Wang. After listening to his subordinate's report, Wang Qian thoughtfully looked at Chen Shu. Xiao Chun, what do you have to say for yourself? Chen Shu bitterly explained his situation, mentioning his connection with the 666 pharmaceutical company. After hearing his explanation, Wang Qian signaled his subordinates to return Chen Shu's phone. Upon checking his phone, Chen Shu found an invitation to the Beast Taming Group's celebration banquet. He had a sudden idea and sent a message to Uncle Zhou explaining the situation. Not long after, Zhou Shi hurriedly arrived at the Spirit Bureau. Xiao Chun, how's the prison food? Zhou Shi teased, a playful smile on his face. Chen Shu shook his head helplessly. Uncle Zhou, stop it. With everyone pointing fingers, I'll end up repenting in jail sooner or later. Hey Wang, long time no see. Zhou Shi looked at Wang Qian, clearly recognizing an old friend. Wang Qian got straight to the point. Old Zhou, is the strength potion he's selling on the black market from your company? Zhou Sure nodded and explained. Xiao Chen is indeed a summer intern at our company, working as an assistant pharmacist. He knows a bit about potion making himself. I'll show you the relevant contracts tomorrow. Zhou Sure seemed relaxed, clearly unaware that Chen Shu had made $1 million in just 10 days. If he knew, he probably wouldn't sleep a wink. Wang Qian nodded. All right then, no problem. Since it's confirmed that Chen Shu isn't connected to that fake medicine dealer, and his potions are genuine with a traceable source, there's no need to detain him. Despite knowing everyone present, he remained professional. You're all victims here. Any other opinions? The hall is under surveillance. Just as the leading young man was about to speak, his phone rang. Hello? What? My contract spirit has diarrhea again? The toilet exploded? He looked alarmed and quickly put away his phone. If he's not an accomplice, then forget it. Captain Wang, please catch the real fraudster soon. With that, the group hurriedly left the Spirit Control Bureau. Outside the bureau, Zhang Dali and Chen Shu took a deep breath of free air, spreading their arms as if embracing a bright future. Seeing their exaggerated actions, Zhou Sure couldn't help but tease, are you two nuts? Chen Shu sighed, Uncle Zhou, you don't get it. We're not like you. We're law-abiding citizens, not regulars at the Spirit Control Bureau. Zhou Shure's forehead wrinkled. That makes it sound like I'm a seasoned criminal. So, getting you out is a crime now? He changed the topic. By the way, the Beast Control Squad is having a dinner gathering. You two want to join? Chen Shu and Zhang Dali exchanged a glance and politely declined the invitation. They got into a taxi to head home. In the car, Zhang Dali asked curiously, Chen Pai, were you framed? A flash of determination crossed Chen Shu's eyes. Of course. I was just looking for something to do over the summer. I must catch that fake medicine dealer. He'll regret messing with me. Zhang Dali expressed his support but quickly explained that his parents were on vacation when Chen Shu asked to borrow his father. Suddenly, he remembered a friend and proudly said, I have a friend known as the savior of the helpless, the secret agent of Nanjiang, Dongdongjio. He can solve anything, and he's super efficient. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. Besides me, you have such a high-profile friend? What does he do exactly? At Shangfei Road. He slaughters pigs, Zhang Dali answered quietly. Chen Shu gave Zhang Dali a strange look, making him uncomfortable. When they arrived at the neighborhood, Zhang Dali covered Chen Shu's eyes, not wanting to face that gaze any longer. He promised to introduce Chen Shu to the elite of Nanjiang City the next day, and then hurried home. Back at home, Chen Shu lay on his bed, reflecting on the absurd day. Just as he was about to fall asleep, his phone rang. Opening the Nanjiang Second High School QQ group, Chen Shu saw Zhang Yi boasting about his contract spirit learning a new skill. Others in the group congratulated him, but Chen Shu quietly sent a message. Congrats, Class Rep Zhang 4 combat skills. Zhang Yi's excitement vanished instantly, replying, haha, thanks. Chen Shu continued to provoke. Everyone should learn from Class Rep Zhang about to join the senior year special training class. Any study tips to share? Academic score 396 inch. Someone in the group noticed Zhang Yi's avatar had gone gray and asked if he had logged off. Chen Shu lay in bed, humming a tune smugly. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi sat with clenched fists, trembling with anger, muttering, it's fake. It must be fake. His proud achievement seemed worthless in Chen Shu's eyes. This time, Zhang Yi was truly broken. At the crack of dawn the next day, Zhang Dali stood in front of Chen Shu's house, pounding on the door and yelling, Chen Pai, time to get up. Inside, Chen Shu rubbed his sleepy eyes and reluctantly got out of bed. He muttered, seriously, why is he here so early? Who gets up this early during a holiday? Despite his grumbling, he got up and quickly got ready. Entering the living room, Chen Shu saw Zhang Dali having breakfast with his parents. He yawned and asked, didn't you stay up late last night? Why are you here so early? Zhang Dali swallowed his food and replied, are you kidding? If I came any later, your breakfast would be cold. Chen Shu sighed, picked up a youtiao, and dipped it in soy milk. So you woke up early just to mooch breakfast? What do you want? To meet some important people. Remember last night's conversation? Zhang Dali reminded him. Chen Shu's father, Chen Ping, curiously asked, Dali, what important people? A butcher, Chen Shu said, shaking his head, thinking Zhang Dali must be out of his mind. After breakfast, Zhang Dali insisted on dragging Chen Shu out. Half an hour later, they arrived at the intersection of Shafei Road. Chen Shu couldn't help but ask, Dali, have you been brainwashed? How can a butcher track down a fake drug dealer? Zhang Dali retorted, when have I ever lied to you? Ever heard the saying, if you haven't met Xie, you can't call yourself a hero? Just as he finished speaking, something flew towards them. Chen Shu quickly grabbed it with his right hand. It was a pig's trotter, still glistening with a few hairs. You've heard of me, Xie? Even you little guys know my name, said a shirtless man wearing a brown apron. He held a sharp butcher's knife, and his thick beard made him look enigmatic. Zhang Dali ran over excitedly, Brother Xie. It's me, Dolly. Chen Shu looked up and saw the butcher's stall with a sign that read, Sia's pork. Xie Sunan glanced at Zhang Dali and said, "Oh, you're the one who asked me to investigate your background last time, right?" Chen Shu gave Zhang Dali an odd look, thinking, investigate his background? Does he really think he's not his parents' child? Zhang Dali enthusiastically said, "Brother Xie, it's me. I can't believe you remember me." Xie Sunan calmly replied, "How could I forget? Even a pair of underwear or a piece of toilet paper has its uses." Zhang Dali felt something was off but didn't dwell on it. He continued, "Brother Xie, today my friend needs your help." Xie Sunan turned to Chen Shu and asked, "Kid, do you also think you're not your parents' child?" Chen Shu hurriedly shook his head and explained, "I need to find someone, a black market fake drug dealer. Do you have any other information? Appearance? Height? Squatting posture?" Xie Sunan asked seriously. Chen Shu was bewildered. "Squatting posture is important information?" Xie Sunan earnestly asked back, "Is there a problem with that?" Chen Shu shook his head, "Dude, when I make this face, it means you have a problem, not me, okay?" Despite feeling dubious, he decided to take a chance since Zhang Dali had recommended him. Chen Shu took out a photo of Wang Beige and explained, "Can you help me find this person? He used to scam people by selling mud, and now he's dealing fake drugs." Xie Sunan was shocked. Seriously? He made money selling mud? The world is truly full of fools. Chen Shu agreed, "Yeah, who in their right mind buys mud? To play with it at home? It's like a playground for idiots." As they bantered, Zhang Dali's face twitched. He finally interrupted, "Guys, focus. We have important business here." Xie Sunan snapped back to reality. "Right? Important business. Since you have other information, it should be doable. Come back in 3 days." As Chen Shu was about to leave, Zhang Dali whispered, "Hey, you haven't paid him yet?" "Pay? I didn't buy any pork." Chen Shu was puzzled. "Payment for the job," Zhang Dali clarified. Chen Shu's eyes widened. "It's not free. 5,000 yuan. No bargaining." Xie Sunan stated. Chen Shu was speechless. "Are you kidding? Wang Beige isn't worth 5,000 yuan." Just as Chen Shu was about to turn and leave, a familiar set of options appeared before his eyes. Option 1. Accept Xie Sunan's help and receive a large amount of beast taming power as a reward. Option 2. Seek help from someone else and receive a premium strength elixir as a reward. Option 3. Solve it alone and receive a mid-grade beast taming orb as a reward. Chen Shu immediately turned back and decisively said, "No problem. Deal." Both men were stunned by Chen Shu's sudden change of attitude. 3 days later, cash on delivery. Xie Sunan agreed, then asked, "By the way, are you a beast tamer from Nanjiang Second High?" "Why? Does brother Xie's son also study there?" Chen Shu asked curiously. Xie Sunan's face twitched as he stroked his beard. "Do I look that old?" Chen Shu and Zhang Dali both nodded in unison. "You definitely do." Just then, a middle-aged man rode by on a bicycle, shouting, "Brother Xie, give me 2 pounds of ribs." Xie Sunan looked at the man's bald head and sighed. "Sir, could you please stop calling me that? I'm not that old." As customers began to gather at the pork stall, Chen Shu and Zhang Dali said their goodbyes and left Xiafei Road. Chen Shu frowned as he looked at Zhang Dali, still harboring doubts. "Dali, is this really reliable? A butcher solving what the Spirit Control Bureau can't." Zhang Dali, however, was full of confidence. "Reliable? Absolutely. He's just doing this part-time during the summer. It's like the saying, a great master hides in plain sight, even at a butcher's stall." Chen Shu didn't have high hopes and thought to himself that he might as well spend the 50,000 yuan for a large amount of beast power. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Right. Let's head to the Beastmaster Association. Wang Qian from the Spirit Control Bureau should be there posting a mission right now." "Sure. I have nothing else to do." Zhang Dali agreed with a nod. The two walked to the nearby Beastmaster Association. On the way, Zhang Dali mentioned, "Chen Pai, I'm planning to go to Kyoto in August." "Why Kyoto? For a trip?" Chen Shu asked, puzzled. "I'm going to take the entrance exam for Kyoto Culinary University." Chen Shu was taken aback. "University? You? Yeah, why not? The university is fine, and you're fine. But putting the two together is a big problem." Chen Shu teased. Zhang Dali sighed. "Are you mocking me, or really mocking me?" Chen Shu explained, "You're only a sophomore. Why take an entrance exam now? Even if you pass, they can't accept you yet." Chen Shu then briefly explained the situation of domestic Beastmaster universities, emphasizing the uniqueness of the culinary university. Zhang Dali was confident. "I'm taking the early admission exam. If I pass, I can start ahead of time." Chen Shu was surprised. "Wow, so I'll be the only one left in Nanjing?" Zhang Dali reassured him. "You'll join me in a year anyway. You'll be heading to Kyoto Pharmaceutical University." Seeing Chen Shu's brightened expression, Zhang Dali added, "Of course, I mean the Bailon Academy." Chen Shu's smile froze. "Bailon? More like barely passing academy." As the two bantered, a shout suddenly rang out from the street. Stop! Thief! A young man clutching a bag was running wildly, with an older woman chasing him from behind. The distance between them was closing rapidly. Anyone who blocks my way, I'll kill, the thief shouted menacingly, causing pedestrians to step aside. Chen Shu was presented with options in his mind. 1. Take action and catch the thief, earning a small amount of beast power. 2. Ignore it and blend in with the crowd, earning a disguise potion. 3. Cheer loudly, urging the crowd to make way, earning the title cheerleader of crime. 4. Run alongside the thief, keeping pace, unlocking the new entry, speed burst potion. Chen Shu quickly dismissed the first 3 options and sprinted towards the thief. Zhang Dali followed closely behind, the two of them chasing like a whirlwind. The thief glanced back, his heart sinking. Are there really people this fearless? Fine, let's see what you've got. Bring it on. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali accelerated their pursuit. As they closed in, bystanders began to cheer. The thief lamented internally, why am I so unlucky today? Chen Shu sprinted forward, running parallel to the thief. The thief gritted his teeth. Take the bag, just stop chasing me. Unexpectedly, Chen Shu didn't grab the bag but continued running alongside the thief. Zhang Dali caught up, initially confused but quickly understanding Chen Shu's plan. Thus, the 3 of them staged a bizarre parallel run on the street. Onlookers, the older woman, and even the thief himself were bewildered. Finally, the thief couldn't hold back. Either catch me or let me go. What are you doing? Am I your running buddy? Can you show a little respect? Li Hua felt his head buzzing, unable to comprehend the scene before him with his limited mental capacity. Yet, driven by instinct, he kept running. The 3 figures darted down the street, looking like 3 young fitness enthusiasts. Before long, Li Hua, gasping for breath, said, Guys, I'm sorry, I really know I was wrong. His voice was filled with exhaustion and pleading, clearly out of energy. However, Chen Shu and Zhang Dali remained expressionless, like relentless running machines, showing no intention of slowing down. Their running figures became a unique sight on the street. As they ran further, the passers-by could no longer tell that Li Hua was a thief and started talking among themselves. Are they chasing the sun? I envy the energy of today's youth, a middle-aged woman remarked. Yeah, unlike my lazy son who's still sleeping, another man chimed in. Keep it up, keep it up. Some bystanders even started clapping, cheering them on. The situation took a turn for the absurd, and Li Hua, on the verge of tears, pleaded between gasps, Please, guys, let me go. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to collapse. At this point, he'd rather be detained than keep running. Chen Shu, meanwhile, was thinking about when the system would reward him. Hearing the thief's words, he was displeased. No reward yet, and you want to quit? Chen Shu grabbed Li Hua's right hand, and Zhang Dali followed suit with the left. If we can't run to death, we'll run till we drop, Chen Shu muttered. The 2 of them dragged Li Hua along. The morning sun cast a glow on the 3 of them, making them look almost holy, as if they were young people chasing dreams. But the reality was far from it. After half an hour of frantic running, Li Hua's face was pale, his eyes barely open, occasionally twitching, looking like he might faint at any moment. Just then, Chen Shu heard the system prompt. New item unlocked. Speed boost potion. Chen Shu sighed in relief. Even with his and Zhang Dali's stamina, they felt the strain of dragging someone for so long. As soon as they let go, Li Hua collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, feeling a sense of liberation. Chen Shu said, Dali, I'll watch him. Go get 3 bottles of water. Li Hua weakly asked, Why are you doing this to me? I'll change, I promise. Chen Shu squatted down, looking directly into Li Hua's eyes. Stop talking. Answer one question, and we'll let you go. Li Hua perked up, thinking he might have a chance to escape. A question? Where does the road lead? Chen Shu suddenly asked. Li Hua was baffled. Are you serious? What kind of question is that? You don't know? Chen Shu clenched his fist, narrowing his eyes. Ever seen a fist this big? Li Hua swallowed, attempting to answer. The road is under our feet? Pow! Chen Shu punched Li Hua in the left eye. You actually sang it? Do you think I'm here for a duet? Chen Shu fumed. I'm really sorry. Li Hua's eyes welled up with tears, already tormented enough by Chen Shu. Good. You seem to realize your mistake, even shedding tears of regret. Chen Shu nodded, then asked, at the intersection ahead, what's the first building on the left? Li Hua's eyes darted around, familiar with the area. He answered reluctantly, the Nanjing City Police Station? Correct. You know what to do then? Chen Shu said meaningfully. Li Hua nodded, realizing he couldn't escape. If he didn't answer, he'd get beaten. If he did, he'd go straight to the police. With your physique, why be a thief? Go home and train properly. Got it? Chen Shu lectured. Just then, Zhang Dali returned with 3 bottles of Lu Shifu mineral water, handing one to Li Hua. What's your name? Chen Shu asked. Li Hua. Chen Shu patted his shoulder. When you get out, write letters to foreign friends. Why be a thief? Get a real job. Huh, write to foreign friends? Li Hua was utterly confused, not understanding their words anymore. Let's go. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali watched with satisfaction as Li Hua walked into the police station. By the way, he's a thief. Check the surveillance at Shangfei Road. Chen Shu told the duty officer at the entrance to prevent any tricks. With their mission accomplished, the two walked away. 10 minutes later, Chen Shu and Zhang Dali arrived at the Beast Tamer Association of Nanjing City. Chen Shu, familiar with the place, headed straight to the task hall and looked at the task list. Task: tutor a Suntobe senior high school student. Difficulty: none. Description: my son is about to enter his senior year, and we'd like a Beast Tamer University student to tutor him. Requirements: current or graduated students from a top Beast Tamer university. Task: sparring partner at the Beast Tamer Dojo. Task: eliminate mutant rat infestation. Line after line of tasks appeared. Chen Shu found it fascinating. This was his first time at the Nanjing City Beast Tamer Association. The tasks here were quite different from those in Qingyuan Town, mostly lacking difficulty ratings and being more social in nature. Qingyuan Town, adjacent to Qingyuan Forest, had tasks related to the forest. In the city, there were fewer monster hunting tasks, like eliminating mutant rats, which were of normal danger. After the beasts invaded Blue Star, they naturally interbred with local animals, leaving behind bloodlines and resulting in mutant creatures. However, these creatures were not considered true beasts, and trainee beast tamers could handle them. Chen Shu quickly found the counterfeit drug dealer task. Task: investigate counterfeit drug dealer. Difficulty: none. Description: recently, a counterfeit drug dealer has appeared in the black market, involving over 10 million yuan. We hope to apprehend them soon. Note: this task is issued by the Bureau of Spirit Affairs. No deposit required. Reward: 100,000 yuan. Difficulty: the dealer hasn't been seen in days, is highly elusive, and hard to track. Tips: 1. Photo of an accomplice to JPG 2. The dealer is confirmed to still be in Nanjing City. Chen Shu examined the task carefully and accepted it decisively. The reward was 100,000 yuan, while Xie Sunan only charged 50,000 yuan. If there was solid information, Chen Shu would earn 50,000 yuan effortlessly. Middlemen don't make a profit, but I do. Chen Shu thought to himself with a smile. After seeing Li Hua off, Chen Shu and Zhang Dali headed to a hot pot restaurant. The bubbling broth filled the air with steam as they cooked meat and chatted, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Dali, I need to go to the Yusho Resource Bureau in Nanjing City this afternoon. Are you coming? Chen Shu asked, chewing on a tender piece of tripe. He had 50 Huaxiao points left to redeem and was anxious to spend them. Zhang Dali shook his head. I can't. I have a culinary training class this afternoon. All right, good luck with your exam. You'll be cooking for my slime in the future, Chen Shu joked. Half an hour later, they were full and satisfied. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense, as if an invisible cloud of smoke had settled over them. Zhang Dali broke the silence first. Chen Pai, it's time to pay the bill. Chen Shu pretended to pull out his phone. Hello? Yes, it's me. What's up? I'll be there right away. Zhang Dali looked exasperated. Chen Pai. Shu. Chen Shu made a gesture for silence. I'm on the phone, talking about $1 million deal. Chen Pai. Zhang Dali's forehead was lined with frustration. Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Liu, have the contract ready. I'll sign it as soon as I get there. He started to get up. Chen Pai. Zhang Dali slammed the table. Your phone is upside down. If you're going to act, at least make it believable. Do you think I'm an idiot? Chen Shu's expression froze, and he gave an awkward laugh. I wondered why there was no sound. You're not planning to run off, are you? Zhang Dali eyed him suspiciously. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Chen Shu glared and quickly settled the bill. After parting ways at the hot pot restaurant, Chen Shu arrived at the Yusho Resource Bureau in the eastern part of the city an hour later. The shabby building made him skeptical. It seemed too unprofessional for a government office. Inside the lobby, an old man in a vest was dozing on a wicker chair, fanning himself. Sir. Chen Shu crouched down and called softly. The old man didn't respond. Sir. Chen Shu raised his voice. Still no reaction. Chen Shu sighed and muttered, fire. The old man woke up instantly, looking around in a panic. Are you trying to fool me? He pointed his fan at Chen Shu. This is a government office. You can't just barge in. Watch out, or the Spirit Bureau will catch you. I'm here to use my points. Why would they catch me? Chen Shu explained. Sir, I'm here to redeem my Huaxiao points. Redeem what? Huaxiao points. Huaxiao what? Points. What points? Never mind. Sir, you can go back to resting. All right. The old man lay back down. Chen Shu, exasperated, headed straight to the counter where a young woman was working. Hello, I'm here to use my Huaxiao points. Please show your ID. The staff member looked at him in surprise, her eyes widening as she saw his ID. A student with Huaxiao points? Here's the redemption manual. Chen Shu eagerly opened the green booklet. It listed all sorts of items he could redeem. Beast pearls, potions, materials, and more. But since he was just an intern beast master, there were no items above the black iron level. After some thought, Chen Shu decided to exchange for medicinal herbs. I want 5 level 1 gigantifying fruits and 7 level 1 iron core fruits. The staff member smiled. That will be 48 points in total. Although these herbs might not be worth 96,000 in the market, with the current scarcity, Chen Shu valued efficiency. Soon, the staff member brought the herbs. Chen Shu pulled out a blue fertilizer bag from his backpack. No need for a bag, just put them in here. The staff member's mouth twitched, thinking how odd it was for someone to carry a fertilizer bag around. Chen Shu packed the herbs and whistled as he prepared to leave. At the door, the old man asked, Kid, why are you buying so many herbs? Planning to grow them yourself? Do you know how important Huaxiao points are? You didn't get them through shady means, did you? Chen Shu smiled and countered, Sir, did you hear about the stray dog having puppies at the black market in trance? What does that have to do with me? The old man was puzzled. Are you out of your mind, jumping topics like that? Then what I do with my own points is none of your business. The old man was left speechless. The old man was left speechless by Chen Shu's words, watching helplessly as he walked away, leaving a dashing figure behind. Shaking his head, he muttered, Interesting, and went back to sleep. After leaving, Chen Shu headed straight to the herbal medicine shop and bought all the remaining ingredients. This shopping spree emptied his already meager savings, making him feel as if he had returned to square one overnight. Laden with herbs, he trudged back to his neighborhood, ready to start preparing the concoction. However, the commotion at the entrance of the complex caught his attention. A crowd of more than 10 people had gathered, seemingly watching some drama unfold. Curiosity piqued, Chen Shu squeezed his way through the crowd. He saw a girl with delicate makeup but a harsh expression questioning, Can someone explain why I'm missing 1,000 yuan from my bag? And why is my phone broken? Opposite her stood a little girl with red, teary eyes, stammering and unable to speak. The onlookers whispered among themselves, but no one intervened. Chen Shu recognized the little girl as Nyonyo, his downstairs neighbor's daughter. He immediately pushed to the front, picked her up, and gently asked, Nyonyo, what's going on? Seeing a familiar face, Nyonyo's pent-up emotions burst forth, and she cried as she nestled into Chen Shu's arms. The girl with the makeup frowned impatiently and said, Are you her guardian? Ignoring the girl, Chen Shu softly comforted Nyonyo. Tell me, what happened? Through her sobs, Nyonyo recounted the events. She had found a small bag while playing at the entrance of the complex and waited for 2 hours for the owner to return. Instead of being thanked, the owner accused her of stealing money and breaking the phone. Chen Shu Gij, did I do something wrong? Nyonyo asked, her eyes full of grievance, unable to understand why her good deed was met with such hostility. Chen Shu was furious upon hearing this and felt an urge to punch the girl. Just then, the girl impatiently said, So, how are you going to handle this? I don't have all day. Clenching his fists and suppressing his anger, Chen Shu suddenly saw 3 options appear before his eyes. Option 1. Compensate the girl for her losses. Reward, title Legendary Sucker, which increases the frequency of encountering unlucky situations. Option 2. Ignore the girl and leave with Nyonyo. Reward, mid-grade ice potion. Option 3. Argue the case and, if necessary, use special means to make the girl apologize. Reward, significant beast mastery. Without hesitation, Chen Shu chose the third option. Holding Nyonyo, he sneered at the girl. How do you want to handle this? A glint of greed flashed in the girl's eyes as she said, Return the 1,000 yuan and replace my phone and bag with new ones. Chen Shu chuckled. Haha, dreaming big, aren't you? The girl fumed. What the hell do you mean? Are you going to compensate or not? If not, I'll get the police involved. She pulled out her phone, pretending to call the police. Chen Shu looked at her disdainfully. You said your bag had 1,000 yuan and a good phone. Since this bag has nothing inside, it clearly isn't yours. What am I supposed to compensate for? The crowd nodded in agreement with Chen Shu. Seizing the moment, Chen Shu snatched the bag from the girl's hand. Your bag? Hand it over. The girl was stunned by the sudden move, but quickly became furious. Are you kidding me? If the bag isn't mine, is it yours? Chen Shu waved the bag. How can you prove it? The contents don't match. There's my ID inside. My name is Hao Meili. You can check, she shrieked. Chen Shu took out the ID, scrutinized it, and then mocked. Are you serious? This ID looks like it belongs to your mom. The photo and the person don't match at all. Hao Meili's face turned red and white, knowing she was being ridiculed. Look at the name, she said through gritted teeth. What does a name prove? You could be named Hao Meili, he could be named Hao Meili, I could cough, well, I wouldn't be named that, Chen Shu said calmly, suddenly having an idea. How about this? Answer one question correctly, and I'll admit the bag is yours. What question? Chen Shu held the ID between his hands, covering it and extending it flat. Which side is the front? Hao Meili was fuming. What kind of question is that? How does it prove my identity? Seeing her hesitation, Chen Shu shrugged and started to leave. Wait, Hao Meili bit her lip and guessed. The top side is the front. Chen Shu nodded, flipping his hands to reveal the back of the ID. You're messing with me, aren't you? Hao Meili's eyes widened as she realized she had been tricked. With this approach, isn't the answer entirely up to the other person? Chen Shu nodded earnestly, a sly glint in his eyes. Smart, you figured it out. The surrounding people burst into laughter. When it came to driving people crazy, Chen Shu was an expert. In Nanjing City, his knack for irritating others was unparalleled. Hao Meili gritted her teeth and said, You're a grown man bullying a little girl like me. Do you think that's fun? Chen Shu waved his hand nonchalantly, looking modest. Auntie, let's not exaggerate. I'm just a student. Then, his tone sharpened. But when you make things difficult for others, you're not so weak yourself. What exactly do you want? Hao Meili was taken aback by Chen Shu's persistence. After a moment of silence, her tone softened slightly. What do you want? Chen Shu responded casually. It's simple. Apologize first, then we can talk about the rest. Hao Meili hung her head, struggling internally for a while before muttering. I'm sorry. Nyonya didn't hear you clearly without her glasses, Chen Shu teased. You? Hao Meili was trembling with anger. She took a deep breath and raised her voice. I said, I'm sorry. That's better. Chen Shu nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the girl in his arms and asked gently, Do you forgive her? Nyonyo? Nyonyo, being kind-hearted, replied, I forgive her. She couldn't bear to make things too difficult. Chen Shu, however, pretended not to hear and told Hao Meili, Did you hear that? Nyonyo didn't forgive you. I'll be taking the bag for now. With that, he carried Nyonyo and walked into the residential area. Hao Meili was furious, her anger boiling over. Are you deaf? She already forgave me. She pointed at Chen Shu's retreating figure, her hand shaking with rage. Without turning back, Chen Shu said, You can't prove the bag is yours. Go to the police and have them verify it for you. With that, he walked away with Nyonyo in the bag. Curse you. Hao Meili was trembling with rage, breathing heavily, her body shaking as if she might faint at any moment. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, began to whisper among themselves, feeling a sense of satisfaction with Chen Shu's actions. Someone murmured, It's true what they say. Evil will be punished by evil. Nyonyo, if that lady comes by again, just tell her to come upstairs and find me, okay? Chen Shu gently patted Nyonyo's head and sent the little girl home. Back at his place, he casually tossed Hao Meili's bag aside without a second thought. He figured if the police showed up, he'd return it. Reporting it, or checking the surveillance footage would be too much trouble. When it came to annoying people, Chen Shu was quite the expert. Returning to his bedroom, Chen Shu immediately summoned his golden slime. After making the previous choices, he had successfully advanced to a level 6 Beastmaster, significantly boosting the slime's attributes. Even its snoring sounded louder than before. To Chen Shu's surprise, the slime's charge skill had automatically leveled up. Each breakthrough had a chance for the contracted spirit to learn new skills or upgrade existing ones. Although skill upgrades were more likely, for in Frank's spirit, both probabilities were extremely low. You better not let me down. Smash all those weaklings for me. Chen Shu patted the slime's head and began focusing on potion crafting. By the next afternoon, the slime had fully absorbed the potion, significantly increasing its defense and size. If it used its gigantification ability, the slime would reach an impressive size of nearly 10 meters, something most Black Iron ranked spirits couldn't achieve. Although its strength was far from Black Iron rank, its imposing presence was noteworthy. In the afternoon, Chen Shu and Zhang Dali lounged on the couch, playing games all day. They dropped from the gold rank to silver. Chen Shu couldn't help but complain, Dali, you're really dragging us down. Zhang Dali retorted, How am I dragging us down? I don't even stay in the jungle anymore. Yeah, you're not in the jungle. You're stealing Lane Farm now. Chen Shu took a deep breath. It's fine to steal farm, but turning a jungler into the top mid laner is too much. Zhang Dali was silent for a while before finally saying, Is that why you reported me? I'm just doing a public service. Chen Shu suddenly remembered something. By the way, I'm meeting Xie Sunan tomorrow. Want to join? Me? No. I have to attend spirit chef training. Feeling confident? Chen Shu asked. Although Zhang Dali was an excellent cook, being a spirit chef required handling beast meat, which was much more challenging. I might barely get first place. Zhang Dali shook his head, looking dissatisfied. When will your parents be back? I'm getting hungry. You're just freeloading everywhere. Just then, the door opened. Chen Shu's parents came home, but they were accompanied by a police officer and a girl. Oh, so you confirmed it's your bag? Pretty efficient. Chen Shu immediately recognized Hao Meili from the previous day. Chen Shu, mind your manners, his father. Chen Ping scolded sternly. Hello, officer. Chen Shu stood up and smiled, completely ignoring Hao Meili. She had lost her arrogance from the day before and seemed intimidated by Chen Shu. The officer spoke. Hello, Chen. The investigation is complete. Ms. Hao miscounted the money, and her phone was accidentally broken. If you could, please return the bag to her. Chen Shu nodded, picked up the bag from beside the trash bin, and said, I'll return it, but you need to apologize to Nyo downstairs. Do you realize you're harming the future generation, auntie? He asked sternly. Hao Meili remained silent and nodded. Chen Shu, not wanting to prolong the matter, handed the bag back to her. After they left, the others immediately asked Chen Shu what had happened. When he explained, Zhang Dali slammed the table, should have given her a good beating. Chen Shu looked at him, sharing the same sentiment. Early the next morning, Chen Shu went to Shafei Road to deal with the fake medicine seller. As he reached the intersection, a familiar voice called out. Chen Shu. A girl with a ponytail ran over. Xiaobing. Chen Shu recognized the former class monitor instantly. What a coincidence. What brings you here? I live nearby, Xiaobing explained. I still owe you money, so I wanted to repay you today. No rush, I'm not in desperate need of money. Chen Shu said generously, then asked, by the way, bank transfer or cash? Xiaobing looked exasperated. I thought you weren't in a hurry. But it's not me rushing. The interest accumulates daily. I'll do a bank transfer. I borrowed 120,000 from you, using double the bank interest, so that, no need for interest, Chen Shu said magnanimously. Xiaobing looked him up and down. Did you really say that? Are you possessed? I need a favor from you. Chen Shu grinned mischievously. Xiaobing felt uneasy. This doesn't sound good. Chen Shu said righteously. Why not? Help me catch a scammer. As law-abiding young citizens, we should maintain public order. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaobing nodded. All right, consider it repayment for the loan. Based on Chen Shu's assessment, Wang Bago was definitely not the mastermind. How could a mud seller have such audacity? There had to be someone else involved, likely a beastmaster. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to scam millions. Chen Shu might not be able to handle it alone, but with Xiaobing and her Ice Wolf spirit, which had both attack and control abilities, things would be different. If they were outmatched, the Ice Wolf could delay the enemy, allowing for a strategic retreat. Who could say no to a willing ally? Thanks for the pork. Chen Shu arrived at the pork stand where Xie Sunan was idly waving a cleaver. You're here? Xie Sunan looked up slightly, pulling a pair of sunglasses from his apron pocket and putting them on, giving him an air of mystery. Did you bring the money? His sharp gaze fixed on Chen Shu. Chen Shu shivered as if infected by something, and responded with a deep look, Of course I did. Where's the stuff? Right here. Xie Sunan pulled out a few photos from his pocket, placing them carefully on the greasy pork stand. I need to inspect the goods first, Chen Shu said coldly. Bam. The tough Xiaobing snatched the photos, saying irritably, What's with the mobster act in broad daylight? The two fell silent. Chen Shu took the photos and examined them closely. The person in the photos was unmistakably Wang Beige. Despite the mask, his sleazy posture was recognizable. One photo showed him at the entrance of a small shop with two large bags. Another was of his back as he left. The last was the exterior of an abandoned factory. It's certain that he's living inside. Xie Sunan put away his greasy sunglasses, wiping them with his apron. He carefully placed them back in his pocket and continued, I must warn you. There are beast tamers inside. More than one. Chen Shu furrowed his brow, rubbing his chin, muttering, This could be tricky. Then he confidently analyzed, even if there are beast tamers, the highest level would be 9. Definitely not black iron level. What black iron beast tamer would resort to selling fake medicine? That's absolutely absurd. Xiaobing, let's go. Chen Shu grabbed the photos and was about to leave when Xie Sunan suddenly swung a gleaming cleaver. The smell of pork hit Chen Shu, making him dizzy. He couldn't help but shout, in broad daylight, Are you going to hack me? Cut the crap. I knew you weren't honest. Trying to double-cross me? Xie Sunan flicked his wrist, trying to show off a fancy knife trick, but the greasy handle slipped, sending the cleaver flying. Damn! Chen Shu instinctively jumped back, narrowly avoiding the flying cleaver, cold sweat soaking his back. You really tried to cut me? My bad, my bad. Xie Sunan looked embarrassed, clearly not expecting this mishap. Chen Shu snorted. One mistake and that's it? I almost died. Where's my compensation for mental distress? Dude, the cleaver flew low. It couldn't have been life-threatening, Xie Sunan explained helplessly. You knew it flew low? I'm the only heir of the Chen family. If something happened down there, my ancestors would haunt you every night. Chen Shu raged. Xie Sunan was speechless, regretting his earlier bravado. All right, 4,000 should cover it. Just sell your pork properly. Stop pretending. Chen Shu took out his phone, transferred the money, and left with Xiaobing. If Xiaobing hadn't paid back, he planned to use a medium strength potion as collateral, as it wasn't selling well anyway. Driver, take us to this place. Chen Shu showed the photo to the taxi driver. Isn't this the abandoned factory in the west of the city? What are you doing there in broad daylight? The driver took a glance and recognized the place. Just wandering around? Chen Shu grinned. The driver shook his head and drove them to the west of the city. Due to the poor road conditions, they had to get off halfway. Chen Shu and Xiaobing arrived in the desolate West City, surrounded by overgrown weeds, giving the place an eerie feel. The city had been developing other areas, leaving the west side neglected. They found a small path and followed the driver's directions towards the abandoned factory. Soon, Chen Shu saw the factory, identical to the one in the photo. Xie Sunan did a good job, finding such a hidden place. Suddenly, Chen Shu heard a noise and quickly hid in the weeds with Xiaobing. They saw a person wearing a mask and heavily dressed despite the hot weather, carrying a large bag, hurrying past. Wang Beige. Chen Shu squinted, instantly recognizing the target. Xiaobing excitedly asked, Chen Shu, what now? Her sense of justice made her eager, feeling like she was in a movie. Stay quiet, let the professional handle this. Chen Shu dropped his backpack and pulled out a fertilizer bag. Huh, why does this bag look familiar? Xiaobing whispered in confusion. Chen Shu ignored her, silently approaching the target. His movements were agile, not making a sound. Xiaobing couldn't help but admire him. See, this is what you call professional. Wang Beige stopped for a moment, feeling the heat. Damn, I shouldn't have taken this job. He regretted, thinking it was just a small scam. But the huge amount of money involved had overwhelmed him. As Wang Beige sighed and prepared to move on, he suddenly felt the sky darken. Crap, I'm being ambushed. He reacted quickly, but was knocked out instantly. Chen Shu dragged the unconscious Wang Beige into the weeds and started undressing him. Xiaobing watched in shock. Chen Shu, do you have to be so creepy? Xiaobing covered her eyes, but couldn't help peeking through her fingers. What's wrong with you? Chen Shu was puzzled, then realized. Come on, your thoughts are messed up. He's a guy. Xiaobing nodded seriously. Exactly, that's the problem. Give me a break. Chen Shu rolled his eyes and explained. Sis, I'm just disguising myself as him to infiltrate and check things out. What are you thinking? Oh, okay. Xiaobing nodded, but still looked doubtful. Knowing Chen Shu's usual antics, anything seemed possible. Chen Shu ignored her and quickly finished his disguise, putting on a new mask and heading towards the factory. Wait for my signal. What's the signal? Xiaobing hurriedly asked. Hallelujah. Chen Shu tried hard to mimic Wang Beige's sleazy demeanor, but he sighed inwardly, lamenting that his natural grace made it challenging to appear disreputable. Carrying 2 large bags of household items, he walked naturally into the abandoned factory. The factory was desolate, with only a few rusty, dilapidated machines standing alone. In a corner, Chen Shu spotted several people squatting together, whispering. He thought to himself, are they having a group meeting in the restroom? And slowly approached them. Suddenly, Chen Shu Froza was staring at 4 men who looked exactly like street vagrants. Their disheveled appearance suggested they had been in the factory for a long time. A weathered-looking middle-aged man glanced up at Chen Shu and said, Old Wang, you're back? Perfect timing, everyone is discussing the next step. Join us. Chen Shu nodded and squatted down. A young man with a buzz cut frowned and said, Brother One, we've alerted the town spirit bureau this time. It's going to be tough. Tough or not, we have to do it. The middle-aged man snorted, lighting a cigarette. Remember the days we risked our lives in the alternate space for just 10 or 20,000? Now we're talking about 1 million. A chubby man chimed in, yeah, 1 million. How many times can we risk it for that? Plus, without our leader, we can't enter the alternate space anymore. Just thinking about that Lord-level azure-eyed serpent gives me the chills. Listening quietly, Chen Shu realized the 4 before him were once members of a beast taming group. After their leader died, they became unemployed. Training contract spirits required significant funds, and without access to the alternate space to earn money, they were forced into desperate measures. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and said, we can't leave the city now. I'm planning to hide out in the countryside. The victims were in the city, making the countryside relatively safer. Plus, their appearances hadn't been exposed, so even the town spirit bureau would have difficulty catching them if they hid well. The chubby man suddenly looked at Chen Shu and asked, what about him? Among the 5 of them, only old Wang's face was exposed, making him a wanted man known to everyone. Taking him along would only be a burden. 4 pairs of sharp eyes turned to Chen Shu. He felt a chill in his heart. Are you kidding me, officers? I just disguised myself and now I'm caught in this mess? The young man with the buzz cut rubbed his chin and suggested, How about we just get rid of him? As beast tamers, taking a regular person's life was child's play for them. Three options suddenly appeared before Chen Shu. 1. Shout loudly, "Big brother, please don't kill me." Reward: small amount of beast taming power. 2. Say in a deep voice, "You want to kill me? You can try." Face the wind. Reward: slime power 3. 3. Pretend to be terrified to elicit sympathy. Reward: skill violent sit kill 1. Chen Shu weighed his options and chose the third one. Compared to attributes, skills were clearly more valuable. Kuan, you might have scared him silly, the chubby man joked, looking at Chen Shu's dazed expression. The middle-aged man said, "Enough talk, let's do it. We'll head to the countryside this afternoon." Xiao, you're up? A frail young man nodded and was about to act when Chen Shu suddenly screamed, "Wait, you can't kill me." "Look, you even changed his voice," the buzz-cut youth sneered. "Give us a reason not to kill you. People need to have some value." Chen Shu put on a terrified face and stammered, Because killing is impolite." The four burst into laughter, like a pack of wolves surrounding a rabbit. Xiao, show him how impolite you can be." The frail young man stood up, a sinister gleam in his eyes and a cold smile on his lips. Chen Shu trembled as he stood up, staggering towards the factory exit, perfectly portraying fear. "Old Wang, don't run." The young man crossed his arms, like a cat toying with a mouse. As Chen Shu reached the door, he tripped and fell. Afraid of this big beetle? The young man summoned his contract spirit, a half-meter-long black beetle. Its sharp mandibles and vibrating wings exuded a menacing aura. "Blackie, you can have a feast today." The young man patted the beetle's back with a grin. System prompt. Reward obtained, violent sit kill 1. Skill damage increased. Chen Shu lay on the ground, appearing panicked but inwardly calm. A mere level 5 beast tamer dared to show off in front of him? "Your beetle is indeed large," Chen Shu said, "but mine is bigger." Before the young man could react, a massive shadow enveloped him. "What is that?" He instinctively looked up, only to see a large, round, yellow butt. It was the last thing he saw. Boom. The golden slime, nearly 10 meters tall, landed heavily. The young man was instantly crushed into a pulp, his black beetle meeting the same fate. "What's going on?" The remaining three felt the tremor and looked up to see a gigantic slime leaping into the air. Violent sit kill activated. "Oh my god. What is that?" The three scrambled away, narrowly avoiding the slime's attack. Chen Shu sighed in regret, wishing he could have taken out one more. "Damn it, he's not old Wang," the buzz-cut youth cursed, summoning his contract spirit, a black wild boar with fierce eyes and steam rising from its body. The other two quickly summoned their contract spirits, a blue bird circling low and a flaming humanoid figure standing tall. A fire elemental spirit? Chen Shu's eyes fixed on the flaming figure. This was a special type of fire elemental spirit, with a wide bloodline range from F to S rank. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with killing intent. "A level 6 beast tamer dares to come here? Brother one, are you sure he's only level 6? The chubby man petted his blue bird, thinking if it got crushed by the slime, it would be flattened to a pulp. "Yes, he's level 6. Brother one could sense Chen Shu's beast taming power, but his eyes kept darting to the 10-meter tall slime, filled with uncertainty. "He should be, probably, maybe level 6. Wengu, this is not the time for shoots." Fatty's lips twitched, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. The enormous slime in front of them exuded a terrifying aura, making him wonder what it had consumed to grow to such an astonishing size. The buzz-cut young man's eyes glinted with a fierce light as he whispered, "It doesn't matter anymore. Xiao's gone, and he won't spare us. Wengu and I will distract this thing. You, use your blue-feathered bird to kill him." With their numbers, they had the upper hand. If they could kill Chen Shu, his contract spirit would also be doomed. At that moment, Chen Shu decisively ordered, "Go to sleep." He then turned and bolted out of the abandoned factory. The golden slime obeyed, immediately falling asleep and greatly boosting its defense, becoming an unmovable mountain. "Chase," Fatty commanded, and the blue-feathered bird soared into the sky, following Chen Shu. Though the two remaining were a level 7 Beastmaster and a level 8 Beastmaster, it would take time to seriously harm the sleeping slime. Fatty's eyes were fierce as he urged the blue bird to speed up. In an instant, the bird's eyes glowed blue, and it shot a volley of sharp ice needles straight at Chen Shu's back. Just as the needles were about to hit, Chen Shu suddenly shouted, "Hallelujah!" Fatty was momentarily stunned, confused by the abrupt outburst. Before he could react, a sharp claw descended from the sky, shattering all the ice needles. "What the heck?" Fatty was taken aback, witnessing a nearly 3-meter blue ice wolf materialize, exhaling frosty breath with an intimidating presence. An accomplice? Fatty's alarm bells went off. At this point, Xiaobing emerged from the bushes, concerned. Chen Shu, are you okay? Chen Shu shook his head, a smile playing on his lips. You handle the bird. Leave Fatty to me. With that, he dashed back into the bushes and pulled out a blue urea bag, chuckling sinisterly. Fatty's face turned pale as he tried to flee back to the factory, screaming in terror, "Stay away from me!" But Chen Shu was swift, catching up in no time and pulling the urea bag over Fatty's head. He then began to pummel the bagged head mercilessly, Fatty's muffled cries echoing from within. Did you know your brother Chin here is also known as the South River Bandit? Trying to stick me with needles, huh? Don't you know I faint at the sight of needles? Chen Shu mocked as he beat Fatty, finally knocking him out cold. Despite all four being on the Spirit Suppression Bureau's wanted list, and even if they accidentally killed someone, they wouldn't face severe consequences. This was why the public feared the Bureau once targeted. There was no escape. Inside the factory, the two remaining men sensed trouble from the commotion outside. Damn, something's happened to Fatty. Realizing they might be in serious trouble, they exchanged worried glances. The slime, though massive and heavily armored, was slow as a snail and couldn't fit through the narrow factory doors. They nodded at each other and decided, we'll use the other exit. With their contract spirits in tow, they sprinted towards the alternative exit. Just as they were about to make their escape, the blue ice wolf appeared, blocking their path. A chilling aura enveloped them, causing them to shiver, and even their contract spirits slowed down. This was the ice wolf's innate skill, Frost Domain, which slowed enemies in its range. It's just a level 6 contract spirit. Kill it. Their eyes gleamed with malice as they ordered their spirits to attack. The three contract spirits clashed instantly. Despite the ice wolf's potential B rating, it was only level 6 and struggled to hold its own against two opponents. Soon, the ice wolf was in dire straits. Chen Shu, Xiaobing, sweating and fully focused on controlling the ice wolf, was growing desperate. Just hold them off for a bit. Chen Shu arrived in time, commanding the golden slime to use its charge skill. Xiaobing nodded slightly. The ice wolf's eyes flashed blue, and a large magic circle appeared beneath it, releasing a burst of icy energy. The black wild boar and fire elemental spirit were suddenly immobilized, unable to move significantly unless they used displacement skills. Boom! The golden slime, using its charge skill, broke through the wall and leaped out. Due to its immense size, it had to rely on brute force to exit the factory. It landed with a violent crash, using its body slam skill. The two criminals looked up in horror, seeing the slime glowing in the sunlight, resembling a divine, giant blob. Boom! The massive slime landed, crushing the two contract spirits beneath it. The two men, unfazed, exchanged glances, preparing to unleash their skills to pierce the slime. The black wild boar's eyes gleamed with a violent light, snorting as if ready to unleash a powerful attack. A minute passed, still snorting. 5 minutes passed, still snorting. The area fell silent, except for the continuous snorting of the black wild boar. Chen Shu crossed his arms, a mischievous grin on his face. Aren't you embarrassed by this? The buzz-cut young man realized the issue and turned to his companion. One goo, the skills aren't working. The middle-aged man's fire elemental spirit also struggled to release its skills, its flames dimming. The slime felt like it was sitting on a warm cushion. The slime's invincible body slam skill could seal the skills of contract spirits below black iron level, provided they were sat upon. This not only silenced the two contract spirits, but also left the criminals in awkward silence. Xiaobing, leave the rest to me. Watch how I beat these two. Chen Shu laughed, cracking his knuckles as he approached. Kid, you want to die? The buzz-cut young man suddenly pulled out a shiny knife, his eyes filled with malice. Chen Shu shivered, quickly turning back to Xiaobing. I think I'm a bit tired today. Let the ice wolf handle it. He muttered, damn. Using weapons is just unfair. Xiaobing's lips twitched, helplessly saying, you really know when to back down. Go, ice wolf. The power of a contracted spirit is far beyond what a human body can withstand. Forget a small knife, even a gun wouldn't do. You'd need a missile to stand a chance. Moments later, Chen Shu pulled out his phone and quickly dialed Wang Qian from the Spirit Control Bureau. Uncle Wang, come to the west side of the city. I've captured the black market scammer. His voice carried a hint of excitement. Before long, a group arrived at the abandoned factory in the west of the city. Wang Qian immediately recognized Wang Beige from the black market, along with 3 unconscious accomplices. One of them, a chubby guy, had a swollen face covered in bruises, clearly having been beaten up. Chen Shu crossed his arms, looking smug. Of course, anyone who tarnishes my reputation won't be spared. Wang Qian nodded in approval. Not bad at all. He was impressed that Chen Shu had caught the scammer in just a few days. Chen Shu pulled Wang Qian aside and whispered, Uncle Wang, one of the scammers was beaten so badly that he's unrecognizable. Wang Qian waved his hand dismissively. No problem. as long as we can confirm he's an accomplice. These people are likely spending the rest of their lives behind bars anyway. He thought to himself that anyone wanted by the Spirit Control Bureau must be extremely dangerous. Chen Shu's eyes lit up as he rubbed his hands together. Uncle Wang, considering my significant contribution, shouldn't the Spirit Control Bureau reward me? Wang Qian thought for a moment and said, by the way, there's a mission at the Beastmaster Association with a reward of 100,000 yuan. I'll make sure you get it. Chen Shu immediately shook his head and put on a righteous front. Are you implying I catch criminals just for the money? Wang Qian gave him a strange look. Oh, then what's your motive? Are you a true justice warrior? Chen Shu grinned. Partly for justice, but also to clear my name. You have a reputation? Wang Qian asked, eyeing Chen Shu incredulously. Chen Shu spread his hands, clearly emotional. Of course. Who doesn't know me as the top guy in the black market? These criminals ruined my reputation. How am I supposed to sell my products now? Wang Qian asked. So what do you want? Chen Shu's eyes twinkled as he smiled. It's simple. Just sign a statement as the captain of the Spirit Control Bureau to clear my name. Wang Qian thought for a moment and nodded. Chen Shu quickly added, great, and don't forget, I want every cent of that 100,000 yuan reward. Wang Qian shook his head helplessly. You really don't let anything slip by, do you? The Spirit Control Bureau took Wang Beige and the other 3 criminals away. Chen Shu and Xia Bing returned to the city. Thank you so much for your help, Commissioner Xia, Chen Shu said sincerely. Xia Bing shook her head. Consider it repaying a favor. Without your help, I might not have gotten into the special training class. Chen Shu patted his chest and said boldly, no problem. We're still classmates in senior year. If you need anything, just come to me. Classmates? You got into the special training class too? Xia Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Shu replied matter-of-factly, isn't the special training class for top students? It's only natural for me to be in it. Xia Bing forced a smile, thinking, natural, my foot. We all studied hard for 2 years to get into the special training class, and this guy made it in just a month after becoming a Beastmaster? There must be some inside story. Ignoring Xia Bing's expression, Chen Shu suddenly said, by the way, the essay you gave me last time needs some revisions. When you have time, could you look at it? Essay? What essay? Xia Bing looked puzzled. The 2,000-word essay praising me. I feel it lacks genuine emotion. You focused too much on my looks and didn't delve into my inner qualities. Chen Shu shook his head. Where did she go? He looked up to see that Xia Bing had already disappeared. Chen Shu nodded to himself. She must have gone home to reflect on my inner qualities. Stretching, he decided to head to the Beastmaster Association to complete his mission. Upon arrival, he ran into a familiar face, the butcher, Xie Sunan. This time, Xie Sunan wasn't wearing his apron or holding a cleaver. Instead, he was dressed casually, looking much younger, like he was in his 40s. Xie the butcher, Chen Shu exclaimed. Oh, it's you. Xie Sunan turned around and also recognized Chen Shu. Chen Shu asked, what? Expanding your pork business to the Beastmaster Association? I'm here to check out the missions, all right? Xie Sunan crossed his arms, his bushy beard standing out. You're a Beastmaster? Any problem with that? As a Beastmaster, is it unreasonable for me to sell pork? Not at all. Very reasonable. Chen Shu's mouth twitched as he approached the counter. I'm here to submit a mission. Chen Shu handed over the proof Wang Qian had given him. The staff smiled. Please wait a moment. Soon, the verification was complete. Sir, your mission to investigate the fake medicine seller is complete. The reward of 100,000 yuan has been transferred to your account. Thank you. Chen Shu smiled and nodded. What the heck? Your mission was worth 100,000 yuan. Xie Sunan leaned in suddenly. You middleman, you're too sneaky. Sneaky? Do you know what I went through? Chen Shu glared, clearly agitated. Five whole criminals. Do you know what I went through today? Do you? The Beastmasters in the hall turned to look. Xie Sunan's mouth twitched. Dude, can you tone down the drama? The reward is only 100,000 yuan, and you charge me 40,000 for information. Chen Shu crossed his arms. At least give me back 10,000. Come on, without my information, you wouldn't have caught anyone. Only I, Xie Sunan, could have found out. Xie Sunan smirked, clearly not intending to return the information fee. Chen Shu thought for a moment and decided not to push further. He thought, if he pushed Xie Sunan too hard, the butcher might pull out his cleaver. Chen Shu spent 3 days hustling in the black market, leveraging the reputation of Wang Qian from the Spirit Control Bureau to restore his own standing. He successfully sold 13 bottles of mid-grade strength elixirs. Now, with 400,000 huaxia coins in hand, he lay at home contemplating his plan to enhance his power. Bored, Chen Shu opened an unofficial Beastmaster forum. He was about to post a query on how to use his 400,000 to boost the power of his contracted spirit, but then had a flash of inspiration. He deleted his original post and instead wrote, Prove me wrong. 400,000 huaxia coins can't enhance a contracted spirit at all. The post immediately sparked heated discussions among netizens. Some suggested buying attribute-enhancing elixirs for the contracted spirit, others recommended training at a beast master dojo, and some even proposed purchasing a mutated ferocious beast. One person half-jokingly suggested buying a rich woman's contact list. Though most of the suggestions seemed unreliable, they gave Chen Shu an idea he could post beast master tasks to acquire materials from alternate dimensions. With this in mind, Chen Shu rushed to the Beastmaster Association. He posted a task to purchase power flowers at the high price of 30,000 per flower, shocking the staff. Chen Shu was confident, knowing that his proficiency in potion making would still yield significant profits even at this price. Back home, Chen Shu was in high spirits, daydreaming about earning millions by the end of the summer. His father's scolding snapped him back to reality. To cover up, Chen Shu casually threw out a bizarre question about population growth, leaving his parents speechless. Just then, a call from the Beastmaster Association interrupted the awkward moment. Chen Shu was thrilled to learn that 6 power flowers had already been acquired, and he immediately went to retrieve them. Upon returning, Chen Shu quickly set up a stall in the black market, displaying his strength elixirs. He prominently featured a sign claiming, endorsed by Wang Qian from the Spirit Control Bureau, though Wang Qian was unaware of this. With the help of 6 employees including the previously mentioned Wang Tianba, all the elixirs were sold out in just one afternoon. As they were packing up, Chen Shu generously handed each employee 5 North coins as payment. When asked about his strategy, he mysteriously replied, "Start small, grow bigger, step by step, to achieve greatness again." With that, he turned and left the black market, leaving a group of eager employees behind. For 10 whole days, Chen Shu shuttled between the Beastmasters Association and the black market, his pockets now heavy with 3 million huaxia yuan. As he walked down the street, he shook his head and sighed. Times are tough. Making money is no easy task. Saying this, he retrieved 12 power flowers from the Beastmasters Association, intending to go home and concoct some potions. Meanwhile, the top floor of an office building in the high-tech zone of Nanjing City was brightly lit. In the conference room of Xingyao Liquid Company, a stern-faced middle-aged man slammed the table in anger, demanding, "Can someone explain to me why the sales of power potions have dropped by 30 this month? Especially at the end of July, they plummeted by 70. The company's executives around the table exchanged worried glances. To dominate the power potion market in Nanjing City, they had even cut off the supply channels of their competitor, 666 Liquid Company. A man wearing black-framed glasses broke the silence and said, "Power potion is a basic liquid. Such a significant fluctuation in sales is impossible without human intervention." The middle-aged man roared, "Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. I want to know who dares to mess with our company's profits." The company had paid a huge price to capture the power potion market share, and they hadn't even recouped their costs yet, only to face such a problem now. Back at Chen Shu's place, he was carefully preparing power potions. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Power potion successfully concocted. Mastery increased. Upgraded from proficient to master level. Master level potions have special effects, allowing an additional 25 dosage. Chen Shu was pleasantly surprised. He immediately summoned his golden slime, letting it consume a bottle of mid-grade power potion. As expected, the original resistance disappeared, and its strength increased by 0.5. Ultimately, the golden slime consumed 10 bottles of mid-grade and 10 bottles of low-grade power potions, increasing its strength by a total of 10. Just as Chen Shu was basking in his success, his phone buzzed with a new message. He opened it to see, "Lone Wolf requests to pair with you." Confused, he thought, "What is Zhang Dali up to now?" He clicked yes, only for another message to pop up. "Sorry, you don't qualify." Chen Shu immediately called Zhang Dali. "Dali, what are you doing?" Zhang Dali calmly replied, I clicked the wrong button. I clicked on Bluetooth pairing." Chen Shu was skeptical. "I feel like you're doing this on purpose." Zhang Dali changed the subject. "Don't worry about the details. I'm planning to head to Kyoto tomorrow. Are you coming?" "Why so early? Are exams starting soon?" Chen Shu asked with a frown. "Going a few days early to visit Sister Fang Xi," Zhang Dali explained. Hearing Fang Xi's name, Chen Shu's expression changed. He remembered she was supposed to come back during the summer break but had been delayed by a last-minute task. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared in front of him. Option 1. Go to Kyoto with Zhang Dali. Reward, slime size 5. Option 2. Continue setting up your street stall and expand your business. Reward, low-grade power potion production 1. After a moment of consideration, Chen Shu chose the first option. "All right, I'll go with you tomorrow. I don't have much to do anyway." Even though Chen Shu's mastery of power potions had reached the master level, giving them additional effects, the original effect of reducing material costs by 30 had disappeared. This meant he could only produce 10 bottles of mid-grade power potion at a time, with a profit of less than 10,000 yuan. Other potions were too expensive and had low demand, making them hard to sell in large quantities. Chen Shu's money-making plans had to be temporarily put on hold, but he also felt that continuing like this was too boring. Zhang Dali breathed a sigh of relief. With you around, I feel at ease. My parents aren't home, so you'll have to cover the travel expenses. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. So that's your real motive, huh? Zhang Dali half-jokingly replied, if you don't go, I'll have to take out an online loan. I already have the photos ready. What photos? Don't you need a private photo for a loan? Chen Shu hung up the phone in exasperation and started packing. He stuffed his backpack with essential items like clothes, his phone, and his ID, then bought train tickets. Before going to bed, Chen Shu sent a message to Fong Si. Sister Fong Si, I have some good news to tell you. Fong Si quickly replied. What's the good news? Chen Shu had a sudden inspiration and replied. The good news is, I'll tell you the good news tomorrow. After sending the message, Chen Shu instinctively felt a chill and quickly turned off his phone. In her dorm room, Fong Si gritted her teeth, likely finding it hard to sleep tonight. She muttered to herself, I've seen people keep others in suspense, but never this blatantly. The next morning, Chen Shu said a simple goodbye to his parents and set off with Zhang Dali. Both carrying their bags, they got into a taxi. Driver, to Nanjing City Railway Station. Chen Shu said to the driver. Zhang Dali asked curiously, Chen Pai, why didn't you book a flight? Chen Shu replied seriously, are you silly? You can see the scenery from the train. He then sighed, pretending to be profound. People today are too restless. Life moves too fast. We've lost ourselves. We need to learn to slow down. Zhang Dali rolled his eyes. Speak plainly. Chen Shu finally admitted. Plane tickets are expensive. Zhang Dali looked exasperated. If it's expensive, just say so. Why act like a life coach? The two of them quickly boarded the train bound for Kyoto. With an 8-hour journey ahead, they would arrive at their destination by evening. As the train slowly started moving, the cabin filled with the soft hum of passengers' conversations. Around noon, Zhang Dali rubbed his growling stomach and turned to Chen Pai, asking, Hey, Chen Pai, did you bring any food? Chen Shu frowned and retorted, No, you're the chef, aren't you? Didn't you bring any? Chen Shu's eyes widened at Zhang Dali's response. He reached into Zhang Dali's bulging backpack, only to find it stuffed with pots and pans. In disbelief, Chen Shu exclaimed, You actually brought cookware? The clattering noise drew curious glances from other passengers. Zhang Dali carefully took out the kitchenware and explained earnestly, I'm a chef. What else would I bring? Chen Shu rubbed his forehead in exasperation and sighed. Is there anyone more ridiculous than you? Zhang Dali nodded, a mischievous glint in his eye. Of course there is, he said, pulling out a bag of urea from Chen Shu's backpack. Seriously? You brought your secret weapon? Chen Shu hurriedly shoved the bag back into his pack and defended himself. I'm a beast tamer. Of course I need this. Their conversation left the entire cabin's passengers bewildered, unsure what these two odd characters were up to. Thankfully, lunch was provided on the train. After eating, Zhang Dali quickly nodded off. Chen Shu yawned, thinking they wouldn't encounter any options today. One of the main reasons he bought the train ticket was to trigger an option. With none in sight, he too began to doze off. The train continued its journey, the scenery outside whizzing by. As both of them drifted into sleep, a sharp female voice suddenly pierced the air. Someone took my bag. Stop him. Chen Shu woke up instantly, a set of options appearing before his eyes. Option 1. Stop the thief. Reward. Moderate beast taming power. Option 2. Go back to sleep and ignore it. Reward. Basic speed boost potion. Without hesitation, Chen Shu chose the first option. A man was shoving past passengers, trying to escape. Are you an idiot? You can't get away from the train station with that bag, Chen Shu muttered, quickly pulling out the bag of urea from his backpack. The man was running when suddenly he felt a shadow looming over him. Who's there? He struggled, throwing punches and kicks. Bang! A crisp sound echoed, and the man fell to the ground. It turned out Zhang Dali had hit him with a frying pan, knocking him out cold. Their seamless teamwork left the surrounding passengers in awe. What they thought were ordinary travelers turned out to be hidden experts. The train police soon arrived, thanking the two before taking the unconscious man away. However, the police officer's eyes held a hint of suspicion as he left. Just standard procedure. No big deal. Chen Shu said nonchalantly, clasping his hands in response to the admiring looks from other passengers. At that moment, a sweet voice called out, Hey, it's you guys. Chen Shu scrutinized the sweet-looking girl and joked, Even though my charm is irresistible, please don't use such cliched pickup lines. Zhang Dali recognized her and whispered, It's the girl who borrowed money at high interest. After some explanation, Chen Shu finally remembered Wang Qinghan. The three chatted along the way, gradually becoming closer. By evening, the train arrived at Kyoto East Station. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali initially intended to part ways with Wang Qinghan but ultimately decided to share a cab. Just as they were about to leave, a sharp voice commanded, "Watch your leg." Before Chen Shu could react, he was kicked from behind and nearly fell. Just as he was about to shout about an attacker, he got slapped on the back of his head. After a round of discipline, Chen Shu finally admitted defeat. "Sister Fong Si, I was wrong." A girl with a short, neat haircut stood with her arms crossed, a smug smile on her face. "Little brother, do you realize your mistake now? You were pretty bold online, weren't you?" "Sister Fong, Chen Pai has become so arrogant that even I can't stand it anymore." Zhang Dali sneaked up behind Fong Si and said obsequiously. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Shu stood up straight and pointed angrily at Zhang Dali. "You traitor! It must be you who ratted us out. Otherwise, how could Fong Si have found us so easily?" Fong Si chuckled. "All right, dinner's on me." Despite having just beaten up Chen Shu, she hadn't used her full strength, clearly showing restraint. Given her enhanced physique, Chen Shu wouldn't have stood a chance against a full-force blow. The three of them playfully got into a black sedan. This seemingly ordinary car drew envious and respectful glances from passers-by, all because the license plate read Huaxia Academy 332. In the capital, just the name Huaxia Academy was enough to set someone apart, its prestige far surpassing that of Tsinghua University in Chen Shu's original world. No wonder, since beast tamers had become crucial for survival on Blue Star. Inside the car, Chen Shu couldn't help but notice the reverent looks from pedestrians. Even in a city filled with powerful, wealthy, and influential people, the status of Huaxia Academy was still prominent. Fong Si, who was driving, asked, "Chen Pai, I heard you became a beast tamer and got into the special training class at Nanjing No. 2 High School?" Chen Shu sighed. "I couldn't hide my talent any longer." "Cut the crap." Fong Si rolled her eyes. "Let's see you get into Huaxia Academy." "I'm definitely getting into Huaxia Academy," Chen Shu said confidently. "If this status is so impressive in the capital, imagine how much more so back in Nanjing City." "Hey Dali, why have you been grinning like an idiot the whole way? Lost your mind?" Chen Shu turned to Zhang Dali in the back seat. Zhang Dali, lost in his own happy thoughts, replied, "I'm just thinking about how I'll be going to university in the capital soon, with Sister Fong looking out for me. I'll be unstoppable. A man should strive to be strong. Don't be so useless." Chen Shu scolded, then quickly turned to Fong Si with a fawning smile. "Sister Fong, I'll be counting on you when I get into Huaxia Academy next year." Fong Si's mouth twitched. "You two really haven't changed a bit." Just as Chen Shu was about to call his family to let them know he was safe, his phone suddenly died. "Damn it, my power bank is dead too," he said, puzzled. That was me," Zhang Dali admitted with a sheepish grin. "But wait, I saw your phone was dead too," Chen Shu said, confused. Zhang Dali explained. "Well, I was charging my power bank." "What?" Chen Shu's eyes widened. "You used my power bank to charge your power bank? Are you kidding me?" Saying this, he grabbed Zhang Dali by the neck and shook him back and forth. Zhang Dali let out a pig-like squeal. Listening to their antics, Fong Si shook her head and chuckled. 2 hours later, the three arrived at a restaurant called Sister Zhao's Food Stall. "Sister Fong, you're taking us to a food stall? Can't we go somewhere a bit nicer?" Chen Shu asked in surprise. "Be glad you have something to eat. I have to feed 2 gold-eating beasts. You think it's easy?" Fong Si said, parking the car by the roadside. "Xiao Si, you're here." The stall owner recognized Fong Si at a glance, clearly indicating she was a regular. "Sister Xiao, bring out all your signature dishes," Fong Si said grandly, and the three of them sat down at a table outside. Looking at the bustling crowd and flashing neon lights, the two of them felt a wave of emotion. Compared to the capital, Nanjing City was indeed a small, insignificant place. As they looked at the grilled fish, clams, and lobsters on the table, the three of them rubbed their hands together and began to dig in, their actions and expressions remarkably similar. "Sister Fong, I take back what I said earlier. The food here is top-notch," Zhang Dali said, his mouth greasy and eating with great enthusiasm. "Of course, I wouldn't trick you guys," Fong Si replied, also eating ravenously without a trace of refinement. Chen Shu suddenly asked, "Sister Fong, didn't you take on a mission in the other space?" Fong Si licked her lips. "I just got back 2 days ago. Killed a 3-star black iron beast." 3-star black iron? Chen Shu's eyes widened. "You make it sound so easy, like it's no big deal." He recalled the ice rabbit lord that almost wiped out Zhou Shi's beast taming team, which was only a 1-star black iron. How powerful would a 3-star black iron lord be? Above black iron, there were only 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star levels before reaching silver 1-star. Zhang Dali asked, "Sister Fong, tell us about the capital?" Fong Si nodded and began to share her 2 years of experiences in the capital, especially about the beast tamers. The three chatted and laughed, occasionally bursting into laughter at Fong Si's thrilling stories. Just then, a piercing voice suddenly rang out. Isn't this the famous Fong Si? First time seeing you eat with Min, and two at that. How unusual. Not far away, 6 people walked over, arms around each other's shoulders. The guy in the middle was handsome, his eyes glazed with drunkenness. As soon as he spoke, the other 5, although clearly intoxicated, instinctively shuddered and quickly covered his mouth. Sister Fong, it's a misunderstanding. Our leader is drunk. Why be afraid of her? None of her beast-taming team members are here. The guy sneered, pushing away the hand covering his mouth, full of disdain. Fong Si stopped chewing, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and smiled gently. It's fine. You guys can go. The guy became even more arrogant. See? I told you. She wouldn't dare do anything. As the 6 of them walked away, Fong Si looked at Chen Shu and raised an eyebrow. Chen Shu got the message and quietly took a bag of urea from his backpack. Fong Si took the bag calmly, then suddenly sprang forward, reaching the 6 in a flash. Her movements were so professional that even Chen Shu was impressed. The guy in the middle was still bragging when he was suddenly enveloped in darkness. The bag of urea covered his head completely. Bang, bang, bang. Fong Si's fists rained down on Bai Yuan with precision and ferocity. The surrounding onlookers winced at the bone-chilling sound, gasping in shock. Bai Yuan's 5 companions finally snapped out of their drunken stupor and glared at Fong Si. What? Want to help him? Fong Si sneered, displaying a ferocious grin, completely unfazed by the 5 men. She seemed like an enraged lioness, exuding an intimidating aura that made everyone around shiver. Though the 5 clenched their fists, none dared to step forward. Fong Si, are you courting death? Bai Yuan's voice dripped with venom, clearly not expecting Fong Si's audacity. Suddenly, the space above Bai Yuan's head ripped open, revealing the menacing head of a snake, bringing with it a chilling air. This partial summoning technique was a basic skill that first-year students at Huaxia Academy had to master. Fong Si let out a cold laugh as the space above her head also tore apart, revealing a massive dragon head. Its red scales gleamed under the neon lights, flames coiling around it. This was Fong Si's S-class contract spirit, the Crimson Flame Dragon. Having evolved through its bloodline, it had shed the title of pseudo-dragon, and while it hadn't reached S-class, its power far surpassed ordinary S-class spirits. With a mighty roar, the Crimson Flame Dragon bit down on Bai Yuan's snake. The 2 powerful contract spirits clashed fiercely in the air, but the battle's aftermath was perfectly contained within a 5-meter radius, not affecting the pedestrians on the street. This adhered to the first rule of Huaxia Academy: students could summon their contract spirits in the city, but must not harm the innocent. Before long, Bai Yuan's mystic crystal snake found itself at a disadvantage, overwhelmed by the Crimson Flame Dragon. Bai Yuan himself was beaten beyond recognition by Fong Si, his once handsome face now swollen like a pig's head. The mystic crystal snake, unable to hold on, retreated back into its summoning space. Fong Si also retracted her Crimson Flame Dragon and kicked Bai Yuan, sending him flying several meters. The scene was both comical and pitiful. Get lost. You bunch of losers. Fong Si clapped her hands, her domineering presence drawing the stares of passers-by. The remaining 5 didn't dare meet her gaze and hurriedly dragged Bai Yuan away in a pathetic retreat. That's Fong Si for you. Fierce and wild. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali continued eating their meal nonchalantly, not lifting a finger to help. They knew Fong Si never lost a fight. Zhang Dali swallowed a mouthful and asked, Fong Si, is he a classmate of yours? Yeah, probably never liked me, and now emboldened by alcohol, he dared to provoke me. Fong Si nodded, continuing to enjoy her food, not giving the incident a second thought. An hour later, the 3 were full and satisfied. Despite her tall and slender frame, Fong Si's appetite matched that of the 2 boys. Xiaojia, the bill please. Chen Shu called out. Since they'd booked a hotel nearby and had traveled all day by train, they decided to rest. They planned for Fong Si to show them around Huaxia Academy the next morning. Back at the hotel, Chen Shu fell asleep instantly. Meanwhile, in the medical room of Huaxia Academy, Bai Yuan groaned in pain. Now sober, the pain was even more intense. The school doctor applied medicinal wine to Bai Yuan's swollen face and asked, Who hit you this hard? It's really excessive. One of Bai Yuan's companions replied, Who else but Fong Si? Oh, in that case, it's nothing, the doctor realized. It seems Fong Si was in a good mood today. Hitting this lightly, the 5 exchanged helpless looks, speechless. Bai Yuan, on the verge of tears, muttered, Weren't you just saying someone hit me too hard? He turned to his companions angrily. Lu Zi, why didn't you guys help me? Damn it. Thinking 6 of them together could handle it, he felt deeply betrayed, ending up facing Fong Si alone. Lu Zi sighed. Bai, you know how strong Fong Si's 2 contract spirits are. We didn't stand a chance. Another companion, Wang Qi, suddenly spoke seriously. I think it's a 3070 chance. Bai Yuan's eyes lit up. See. Wang Qi has more confidence than you all. You bunch of cowards. Wang Qi quickly clarified, I meant 30 for us to last 3 minutes, and 70 for Fong Xi's spirits to get a little hungry. Get lost. Bai Yuan roared, only to hurt himself, crying out in pain. Bai, seriously, don't mess with Fong Xi, his companions advised, resignedly. A student sighed deeply, his tone filled with helplessness. We're about to be juniors, and most seniors are out hunting in other dimensions. There's really no one left at the school who can control her. Bai Yuan, looking frustrated and slightly tipsy, said, Do you think I wanted this? I got drunk. Why didn't you guys stop me? The others quickly defended themselves. We tried to stop you. You insisted on doing it anyway. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali arrived at the gates of Huaxia Academy. Two majestic stone dragons stood guard at the entrance, exuding an imposing aura. Chen Shu carefully observed the students going in and out, noting their extraordinary demeanor and the impressive skills they displayed with every movement. Let's go in and take a look, Chen Shu said in a low voice. As they approached the entrance, they saw a male student skillfully pull out a card and swipe it on the scanner at the gate. With a beep sound, the gate opened, and the student strode in confidently. Zhang Dali leaned in and whispered to Chen Shu, Looks like we need a card to enter. Don't most universities allow free access? Huaxia Academy has such strict security. At that moment, 3 options suddenly appeared in Chen Shu's mind. Option 1. Wait for Fong Xi to come out. Reward. A small amount of beast taming power. Option 2. Try to sneak into Huaxia Academy. Reward. Slime's defense increased by 5. Option 3. Force your way in. Reward. Title, Fearless Warrior. Effect. Slime's personality becomes brave. Chen Shu immediately dismissed the third option. Forget about the teachers. Any random student could easily subdue him. After weighing his options, he decided to go with the second one. Chen Shu tried to look as calm as possible as he casually pulled out his ID card. He waved it in front of the scanner, even mimicking a beep sound. However, the gate remained closed. He turned to the security guard, maintaining his composure, and said, Sir, I think my card is malfunctioning. Could you help me open the gate? The security guard's mouth twitched as he retorted, Do you really think I'm senile? Can you not make the sound yourself? And at least try to get it right. It's beep, not beep. Chen Shu chuckled awkwardly and quickly apologized. Sorry. He then tried again with his ID card. Beep this time. His imitation was spot on. The security guard looked exasperated, wondering where this fool had come from. He started patting his pockets, muttering, Where's my stun baton? Where's my stun baton? Chen Shu and Zhang Dali stood at the entrance of Huaxia Academy, facing the security guard's obstruction. They decided to make a strategic retreat. Silently waiting, they soon saw the confident and poised Fong Xi walking out. Fong Xi Jia! Zhang Dali shouted excitedly. This shout drew the attention of students coming and going at the gate, who looked at Fong Xi with respect. The security guard's attitude changed instantly, and he said with a smile, Little Fong, is this your brother? You should have told me earlier. Next time, you can come straight into Huaxia Academy. Zhang Dali felt a sense of pride and thought to himself that if he stayed in the capital, good times were ahead. Fong Xi began showing them around the campus. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali looked around curiously, like country bumpkins visiting a grand estate. They spent 3 hours in the Beast Pavilion, witnessing students' duels and various powerful contract beasts, which opened Chen Shu's eyes. Although Huaxia Academy's admission standards valued total exam scores, the average potential level of students' contract beasts was a grade. Here, a grade contract beasts were as common as cabbages. Only if the first contract beast was a grade could it evolve to Scrade when becoming a Black Iron Beast Master. Fong Xi's Red Flame Dragon was above Scrade, capable of defeating most students. The 3 of them enjoyed a free meal of rare beast meat in the school cafeteria, which made Chen Shu even more determined to apply to Huaxia Academy. The campus was so large that it took them 3 days to explore it thoroughly. Whether it was the library, the Beast Pavilion, or the teaching buildings, Chen Shu was deeply impressed. The campus even had beast dojos and beast homes, top-notch facilities nationwide. 3 days later, Zhang Dali, carrying his cooking utensils, prepared to head to Kyoto Culinary University for his exam. This exam only tested cooking skills. As long as he could cook perfect beast dishes, he had a chance to become a student at the Culinary University. Chen Shu cheered him on. Good luck. After Zhang Dali left, Chen Shu felt bored alone in the hotel and decided to explore Kyoto. He visited the Beast Commercial Street in the Huaxia district, where most shops sold basic potions, but some specialized in expensive premium items. Chen Shu walked into a shop called Old Ghost's General Store and immediately noticed beast pearls on the counter. He asked the owner about the price of basic beast pearls and was told they cost 150,000. He exclaimed, Wow, that's expensive. The owner, a skinny old man, was engrossed in examining a bone fragment with a magnifying glass. Chen Shu then inquired about the price of black iron beast pearls, and the old man humorously replied, For wows, Chen Shu continued browsing the store's other materials and saw a beating heart in a glass container labeled, Heart of a Lord-level Gale Eagle, Talent Skill, Wind Breath. He guessed the price would be astronomical. The owner, slightly annoyed, said, "Young man, if you're not buying, don't loiter in front of this old man, all right?" Just as Chen Shu was about to speak, three options suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Leave the shop, reward, superior flame potion. Option 2. Buy the Gale Eagle's heart, reward, skill book, rebound force. Option 3. Tell the owner that the bone fragment he's studying is just a wild boar bone, reward, moderate beast power. Chen Shu was momentarily torn. Although the second option was the best, the price was simply too high. Chen Shu stood in front of the counter, his eyes scanning the array of goods. He had only 3 million huaxia currency to his name and was calculating whether it would be enough to buy what he desired. The rewards for the first and third options seemed too ordinary to him, making him hesitate. The shopkeeper noticed Chen Shu's hesitation, frowning with a look of impatience. "Are you buying or not?" he urged. Chen Shu's eyes flickered with a cunning smile. "Of course, I'm buying," he said, pretending to be generous. "I need to do some thorough research." He began pointing at the items on the counter, putting on an air of wealth. This one, and this one." The old man's eyes showed a hint of surprise as he looked Chen Shu up and down, wondering if he had encountered a young heir. Chen Shu continued pointing, "And all the herbs on this row, and all the beast taming pearls on the other row." The shopkeeper's face lit up with excitement, as if he had just landed a major deal. However, Chen Shu suddenly changed his tone. "Everything I pointed at just now, I don't want any of it." The old man stood up abruptly, gritting his teeth. "Can you just roll out of here in one piece?" he snapped. Chen Shu remained calm, pointing at a particular item. "I didn't point at this heart, did I? How much is it?" 3 million? No bargaining." The old man replied angrily. Chen Shu's eyes widened, suspecting the old man had somehow checked his bank balance. He tentatively asked, "Really? No bargaining?" "No bargaining," the old man answered firmly. Chen Shu fell into thought, weighing the pros and cons. 3 million for a guaranteed skill, even if he couldn't grasp the Windhawk's talent. At least he would have the rebound force as a backup. "Deal," Chen Shu said decisively, completing the transaction without hesitation. In his mind, earning money was all about nurturing his contracted spirit. 3 million for a guaranteed skill was an opportunity no one would pass up. The old man was momentarily stunned, unable to believe it. Only after seeing the successful transfer notification did he snap out of it, immediately putting on a friendly smile. "Young man, you have a keen eye. I knew from the moment I saw you that you were extraordinary." Chen Shu's mouth twitched, unable to resist commenting, "Are you a face-changing performer from Sichuan opera?" He looked down at the heart in his hand, feeling a surge of anticipation. What kind of return would this investment bring? Chen Shu stood in the store, summoning a golden slime. What was once a small toy that could fit in his arms had now grown to be almost as tall as him, with a massive body. Without hesitation, Chen Shu opened the container, and the heart inside was instantly devoured by the golden slime. The shop owner was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "You fed the heart to a slime? That's such a waste." He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This young man seemed to be squandering his wealth, feeding a $3 million heart to an F-grade slime. Although the golden slime couldn't understand human speech, it could sense the disdain in the old man's eyes. It pouted and glared angrily, almost ready to charge forward. Chen Shu noticed this and gently squeezed the slime, calming it down. All right. Soon, the heart was fully digested by the slime. It let out a satisfied burp, hic, and a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the surrounding counters to rattle. The shop owner widened his eyes in shock. "You." He hadn't expected the slime to actually grasp the power of wind. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his scalp and screamed, "Oh no, my hair." Chen Shu couldn't help but laugh at the now bald shop owner. "No wonder your hair looked so thick." Despite his professional training to maintain composure, he couldn't hold back his laughter this time. "You brat. Get out, get out." The old man hurriedly turned to search for his wig. As Chen Shu was leaving, he reminded, "By the way, that bone fragment you're studying is just a wild boar bone. Not worth anything." With that, he left quietly, hiding his accomplishments. The shop owner was stunned, momentarily forgetting about his wig. He quickly took out his equipment to compare the data. To his horror, he discovered that the bone was indeed from a wild boar. He realized that he had spent 500,000 on a wild boar bone, while the heart of the windstorm bird was acquired for 2.5 million. This deal not only cost him money but also his wig. The shop owner leaned on the counter, feeling a chill on his head and a deeper chill in his heart, wanting nothing more than to wallow in despair. Chen Shu left the shop with a cheerful smile. Although he had spent 3 million, the slime had learned 2 new skills, Wind Breath and Rebound Force. Wind Breath allows it to unleash powerful gusts, with its damage depending on the slime's wind attribute. Rebound force is a passive skill that causes the slime to transmit a shockwave back to the attacker when hit, with its power depending on the slime's defense. Chen Shu thought, rebound force is a perfect fit, truly worthy of being a system reward. Although wind breath seems weak, as the slime has no inherent wind attribute, he knew that there are no useless skills, only beastmasters who fail to use them properly. The day quickly passed, and Chen Shu found himself wandering the bustling city, feeling the vibrant atmosphere. In the evening, his phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Dolly. Are your exams over? How did it go?" Chen Shu asked. "Chenpai, I need help. I'm being surrounded." Before he could respond, the call was cut off amidst a commotion. Chen Shu immediately became alert, put away the slime, and hailed a taxi. "Driver, to Jingdu Culinary University. Hurry, it's urgent." The taxi driver was puzzled. "Oh? You're in quite a hurry, aren't you?" But he stepped on the gas, speeding off. If it was that urgent, he figured he better get there quickly. In less than an hour, Chen Shu arrived at the university gate. He quickly spotted Zhang Dali being surrounded by a group of people. Using his solid build, Chen Shu pushed his way through the crowd to Zhang Dali's side. "Dali, what's going on?" Chen Shu asked. Before Zhang Dali could answer, a chubby guy interrupted. "So this is your one arrow through the clouds, thousands of troops come to meet backup?" Chen Shu glanced at the group, unimpressed. "Cut the crap, who are you guys?" The chubby guy looked like a pampered young master, and Chen Shu figured he could take on 10 of him. But the 4 burly men standing beside the chubby guy were clearly trained fighters, strong enough to intimidate ordinary people, though not a match for a black iron-level beastmaster. The chubby guy explained with a sneer, "Your friend here was too arrogant, claiming he'd beat me up during the exam." At this point, Zhu Dabai was fuming. As a member of the Zhu family in Jingdu, he had never been so humiliated by an outsider. What made it worse was that he failed to get into the culinary university, while his opponent did. The sheer disparity fueled his rage, and today he was determined to teach this country bumpkin a lesson. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. "So what happened?" "I beat him up," Zhang Dali said proudly. "I ranked 5th, and he ranked 50th. Zhang Dali was clearly upset and didn't back down. "Who told you to mock me first? As a chef, is it too much to bring my own special wok?" Chen Shu nodded. "Exactly. You said you'd beat him up, and you did. Keeping your word is a good quality, isn't it?" The chubby guy fumed. "Cut the nonsense. 2 choices. Fight my bodyguards or fight my contract beast." Chen Shu suddenly asked, "Why didn't you call Fong Si for help in this situation?" He figured the opponent was likely a local from Jingdu, and having Fong Si handle it would be the best option. Zhang Dali shrugged. "I did, but she didn't pick up. She might be busy." "So, what's it going to be?" Zhu Dabai urged. Just then, Chen Shu saw options appear before him. Option 1. Accept Zhu Dabai's challenge and win. Reward, Golden Slime's Allument Resistance 10. Option 2. Run away and refuse to fight. Reward, moderate amount of Beastmaster power. Option 3. Take out Zhu Dabai while his bodyguards are unprepared. Reward, Golden Slime's Speed 5. Chen Shu pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons, and decided to go with the first option. Full elemental resistance was undoubtedly the more attractive choice. He squinted his eyes and tentatively asked, "What's your strength?" Zhu Dabai sneered and answered proudly, "Not much, just an 8th level beast tamer." This response sent a chill through Chen Shu's heart. The opponent was around their age but was already an 8th level beast tamer, far surpassing Su Xiaoyu, the top student at Nanjiang Second High. This starkly highlighted the significant gap between Kyoto and Nanjiang City. Chen Shu took a deep breath and decided to face the challenge head-on. "All right, I'll fight you," he declared, secretly calculating that this would be a good opportunity to test the strength of his slime. Although Zhu Dabai was an 8th level beast tamer, Chen Shu speculated that his contracted spirit's potential rating wouldn't be too high. Otherwise, he wouldn't be applying to Spirit Chef University. It was likely that Zhu Dabai's level was boosted by resources. Zhu Dabai cautiously asked his bodyguard again if he had checked the opponent's identity. The bodyguard nodded, confirming that the opponent was from a small southern town. Both Zhu Dabai and the bodyguard thought to themselves, "These people really hit the jackpot today." Chen Shu whispered to Zhang Dali, "Dali, if I lose, look at my eyes and run. Don't look back." As a 6th level beast tamer, the odds of winning against someone 2 levels higher were slim. It all depended on the strength of the opponent's contracted spirit. The group arrived at the beast taming hall of Spirit Chef University. Zhu Dabai summoned his contracted spirit, a large white pig with wings. The comical sight made Chen Shu and Zhang Dali burst into laughter, finding it even more amusing than the slime. The flying pig flapped its wings, panting heavily as it rose to 5 meters in the air. Chen Shu stifled his laughter, trying to compliment the rare flying contracted spirit, but couldn't help laughing again. Zhu Dabai was furious, gritting his teeth. "You'll regret this soon enough." Chen Shu clutched his stomach, laughing so hard he could barely stand. I'm already feeling a bit uncomfortable. Give me a second. Despite his high school knowledge, he had no recollection of such a flying pig and speculated that it might be a newly mutated contracted spirit. 10 minutes later, Chen Shu finally composed himself and summoned his golden slime. Zhu Debai sneered. Your contracted spirit isn't impressive either. Despite the flying pig's potential rating being only E, the golden slime's rating was F, which made him feel a bit better. The two contracted spirits faced off but didn't immediately fight, instead staring at each other like two decorative pets. Chen Shu provocatively beckoned. Come on over. Zhu Debai snorted and immediately ordered an attack. The flying pig puffed up its cheeks and instantly shot an invisible air bullet. The slime was hit and rolled several meters, its eyes wide with displeasure. Unfortunately, it couldn't fly and could only glare. The flying pig continued to fire air bullets. Though not very powerful, the short cooldown allowed it to bombard the slime continuously. Zhu Debai was smug. Looks like you're going to lose. Chen Shu frowned, realizing he needed to try something new. Suddenly, the golden slime gathered all its strength and sprang up. Zhu Debai was prepared. I saw that coming. The flying pig flapped its wings, ready to dodge. At that moment, the slime's body suddenly expanded sixfold, turning into a giant round ball. The massive shadow loomed over the flying pig, which squealed in terror. Zhu Debai cursed, damn, that's sneaky. He quickly commanded the flying pig to use its survival skill. The pig's eyes flashed white, and its body shrank rapidly, with only its wings remaining the same size. Though smaller, its speed greatly increased, allowing it to escape the slime's attack range. With a thud, the enormous slime hit the ground, shaking the entire beast taming hall. The flying pig soon returned to its normal size, struggling to fly up to 10 meters. The situation reset. Zhu Debai smirked, already planning how to beat the two guys up. Zhang Dali signaled to Chen Shu, ready to run at any moment. Chen Shu gestured to stay calm. Finally, the slime's powerful sitting skill cooled down. Following Chen Shu's command, the slime turned its back to the flying pig and used the newly learned wind breath skill. A gust of wind roared out, but it had no effect on the flying pig. Zhu Debai was puzzled. Even the wind is off target? The next moment, the slime used its charge skill, again with its back to the flying pig, followed by the powerful sitting skill, launching its massive body into the air. Zhu Debai was stunned, witnessing the most unbelievable sight of flying slime. The flying pig trembled in the air, squealing in fear, creating a lifelong traumatic memory. Chen Shu hummed softly, flying freely over your grave. He hadn't expected that three seemingly unrelated skills could combine to produce such an astonishing effect. Collision provides propulsion, violent impacts give it the ability to stay airborne, and wind breath controls direction. Chen Shu calculated in his mind. The skills of contracted spirits were far more flexible than in the game. Although they didn't have a target locking effect, flexible combinations could surely develop new combat strategies. He understood well that the same contracted spirit could have vastly different outcomes in the hands of different beast tamers. At that moment, the golden slime launched like a flesh missile, speeding toward the flying pig. The flying pig was already slow and had no time to react. Boom! A loud crash echoed as the flying pig let out a piercing wail, its body seemingly about to shatter, slamming heavily into the wall of the beast arena. Awesome, Chen Pai! Zhang Dali exclaimed, astonished at how quickly the situation had turned around. The slime pressed its advantage, rolling toward the fallen flying pig with the momentum of its charge. With a squelching sound, the giant round ball continuously rolled, crushing the flying pig with no escape. The beast's agonized screams filled the beast arena, sounding like a pig being slaughtered. Zhu Debai finally reacted, hurriedly retrieving the gravely injured flying pig back into the beast's space. His fists clenched, face pale with anger. Already frustrated from failing an exam, this setback only added insult to injury. The flying pig's severe wounds would take months to heal, a devastating blow for a senior high school student. The high cost of treatment was another burden. The slime returned to Chen Shu's side, and both parties were at a standoff. Suddenly, Chen Shu smiled warmly and asked, by the way, have you eaten? Zhu Debai, still furious, was stunned by the question. Before he could react, Chen Shu suddenly lunged forward and shouted, if you haven't, then eat this slap. Stop. Damn it, you've gone too far. For bodyguards, seeing this, were enraged and moved to intervene. But the golden slime quickly rolled over, knocking all four to the ground and severely injuring them. Ordinary people stood no chance against a contracted spirit. Smack! Chen Shu slapped Zhu Debai hard, sending him flying. I'm taking the system reward and giving you the lesson you deserve. That's proper etiquette. Zhang Dali also rushed forward, delivering a slap to Zhu Debai. Take this Buddha's palm. He had been holding back a lot of anger, having been punched several times by the bodyguards earlier, and his back still ached. He wasn't about to let it slide. This beating lifted Zhang Dali's spirits, making his pain seem to lessen. That felt great. He exhaled deeply. Next time, be more discerning. Don't mess with people you shouldn't. The two left with harsh words, clapping their hands as they prepared to leave. Just as they opened the door, a middle-aged man in a black t-shirt appeared outside. Zhang Dali's pupils contracted, but he remained calm on the surface. Chen Shu also sensed something was wrong but still smiled and nodded at the man. They walked past the man nonchalantly, but as soon as they turned the corner, they bolted. Did you notice? Zhang Dali asked, running at full speed. Of course. He looks at least 30% like that fat guy. Chen Shu cursed inwardly, surprised at how quickly the parent had arrived. After running for a while, they couldn't help but complain. Why the hell is this beast arena so big? It's a waste of the education department's resources. They lamented, never feeling the path so long. Stop! A cold voice suddenly rang out. Zhu Xian stood in the distance, eyes flashing with anger. Upon entering the arena and seeing Zhu Debai on the ground, he immediately understood what had happened. Only an idiot would stop. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali continued to run without looking back. At that moment, a gray trunk suddenly swept in with incredible speed. Damn! It's a black iron-level beast tamer, Chen Shu thought, realizing the trouble they were in. He wasn't afraid of who the person was, just that they were a powerful beast tamer. Seeing no way to avoid the trunk, Chen Shu quickly pulled out his phone and dialed Fong Xi's number. Hello, Chen Pai, where are you guys? Fong Xi's voice came through, but Chen Shu could only manage a few urgent breaths before the phone fell to the ground. The two were lifted by the trunk, spinning through the air before being slammed to the ground, their insides churning. Zhu Xian glared at them coldly. You little brats. He ordered the giant elephant to bring them back to where Zhu Debai was. Chen Shu sighed, thinking, I hope Fong Xi can come save us, or we're really done for today. He hadn't expected things to go so wrong. Zhu Xian walked over to the fallen Zhu Debai, asking with concern, Debai, are you okay? Uncle, I'm fine. I'm going to kill those two. Zhu Debai struggled to get up, coughing. His face was swollen, but his eyes blazed with intense hatred. He was thankful that his uncle, whom he had called after the exam, had arrived just in time to block Chen Shu and his companion. Don't talk nonsense. Do you want to throw your life away? Zhu Xian scolded harshly, his brows furrowed. He couldn't believe that his nephew was so incompetent, not only losing to his opponents but also making such reckless threats, as if Huagua's beast master laws meant nothing. Concerned, Zhu Xian asked, Are you hurt badly? By now, Zhu Debai had come to his senses, realizing he had almost caused a huge mess. I'm fine, but the flying pig. Zhu Debai summoned his contracted beast. The flying pig lay there with its eyes closed, blood trickling from its mouth, and its body twitching occasionally. Injured this badly? A cold glint flashed in Zhu Xian's eyes as he noted the severity of the injuries. Zhu Xian approached the two and said, looking down at them, 200,000 yuan for medical expenses. Any objections? Isn't that a bit much? 200,000 could buy a lot of pigs. Zhang Dali was shocked at the exorbitant demand and tried to negotiate. Boom. The earthquake elephant beside them suddenly stomped the ground, causing a tremor. Chen Shu quickly changed his tune. I think it's totally reasonable. Flying pigs are so rare. They're worth that much. But neither of us has that kind of money on us. We'll need to call someone to bring it. You don't even have 200,000? Zhu Xian frowned, thinking these must be people from a small town. Do you have any relatives in the capital? He asked cautiously, worried they might have some influential backing. Chen Shu explained, I have a sister. She's studying at a university in the capital. Zhu Xian relaxed a bit. With so many universities in the capital, he didn't think it could be the prestigious Huaxia Academy. Then have her bring the money. Dali, make the call. My phone got smashed, Chen Shu said. Zhang Dali pulled out his phone and dialed Fong Xi's number. Dali, where are you two? Fong Xi's anxious voice came through. Zhang Dali replied, at the Beast Master Pavilion of the Capital Culinary University, Competition Area 07. As I suspected, something happened. Fong Xi's expression tightened. She didn't believe they were just there to visit. She turned to the girl beside her. Qing Yi, can I borrow your wind sparrow? I have an urgent matter. Zhang Dali asked worriedly. Chen Pai, do you think Sister Fong Xi can handle this? There are so many powerful groups in the capital. Even though Fong Xi is talented, her family background is quite average, even worse than mine. Chen Shu's gaze was calm, and he replied indifferently, no worries, at worst we just pay up. It's only 200,000. He can sell more medicine and make it back, then repay Fong Xi. Zhu Xian stood with his arms crossed, waiting idly for the other party to bring the money. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he muttered to himself, might as well have some fun while waiting. With that, he leaped and landed heavily on the unsuspecting Zhang Dali. Big brother, wait! Zhang Dali's words were cut short as Zhu Xian's fists rained down on him. Thud. Thud, thud. The punches landed repeatedly, forcing Zhang Dali to cover his head and wail in agony. As he hit, Zhu Xian cursed, "You dare provoke the Zhu family, coming from a small town? You're asking for it. This is for injuring my nephew's spirit beast. A low-level beast master like you. Acting so arrogant." Chen Shu watched the scene and sighed inwardly. This is clearly a case of mistaken identity. Dali, you're suffering for nothing. Brother will remember you. Seizing the chaos, he discreetly slipped something into his mouth. Meanwhile, Zhu Debai remained silent, plotting his revenge on these two. Suddenly, Zhu Xian stopped. Zhang Dali finally managed to speak, gritting his teeth. "You idiot! Are you blind? I'm not a beast master." "Wrong guy." Zhu Xian was taken aback, then quickly shifted his target, landing heavily on Chen Shu. Chen Shu immediately covered his head, but after just one punch, he spewed a mouthful of blood. A shocking sight that even startled Zhu Xian. "What the hell? What's going on?" Zhu Xian jumped up, staring at Chen Shu in panic, fearing he might die on the spot. Chen Shu, looking weak, stammered, "I hurt. Feitian Xiao Feizhu, am guilty. Big brother, hit me again?" He spewed another mouthful of blood as he spoke. "My God, I didn't even hit that hard." Zhu Xian stepped back in horror, eyes wide with disbelief. Chen Shu secretly laughed, thinking, "Wang Tianba, you're a genius." He recalled how Wang Tianba had once faked serious injuries with tomato sauce and had recently given him some special blood packs. "Big brother, hit me. Am guilty." Chen Shu staggered to his feet, spitting more blood. He regretted using too much. It was hard to hold it in. "Stop. Stop. Big brother. I'm calling you big brother." Zhu Xian was completely unnerved, terrified that Chen Shu might actually die and cause trouble for the Zhu family. Chen Shu staggered toward Zhu Xian, who kept retreating, his face full of fear. Even Zhu Debai stood frozen, unsure of what to do. "I can take it, cough. Hit me. Or ill. Feel guilty." Chen Shu spat more blood, trembling as he extended his right hand. "Big brother. No. Grandpa. Don't come near me. Don't frame me." Zhu Xian backed away frantically, desperate to escape the scene. Suddenly, Chen Shu's eyes widened and he convulsed, collapsing straight to the ground. More blood spewed from his mouth, his body twitching as if on the brink of death. "Call 911 now." Zhu Xian shouted at Zhu Debai in panic, rushing to check on Chen Shu. He knew that if the Spirit Bureau investigated, this punch would be damning evidence. At that moment, Fang Si arrived at the capital Spirit Culinary University on her swift-winged sparrow. Her arrival caused quite a stir among the crowd below, as only the wealthy or powerful had flight privileges in the capital. Fang Si headed straight for the 7th battle arena of the Beast Master Pavilion. As the doors opened, the scene before her made her freeze. The ground was covered in blood, and both Chen Shu and Zhang Dali lay there. This sight ignited a rage within her, her eyes turning red with fury. She rushed forward and kicked Zhu Xian, who was about to turn around. Despite both being enhanced, Zhu Xian was no match for Fang Si and was sent flying several meters. "Wait, Zhu Xian tried to explain, panicking. "Die." Fang Si's eyes were bloodshot, completely losing her mind. Roar. Knowing he couldn't win, Zhu Xian summoned his ground-shattering elephant to stop Fang Si. Without looking back, Fang Si tore open the space behind her, summoning a blazing dragon. The crimson dragon, 10 meters long, flapped its wings, exuding intense heat. Roar. Sensing its master's anger, the dragon's eyes filled with killing intent, and a fireball formed in its mouth. Boom. The ground-shattering elephant was hit instantly, letting out a miserable cry. The dragon moved swiftly, tearing into the elephant's skin with its claws. The disparity in power was evident. Fang Si's dragon, meticulously trained, was far superior to ordinary spirit beasts. Damn it, how is she this strong? Zhu Xian was in complete panic. Despite being an iron-level beast master, he was utterly outmatched. Fang Si threw another punch, and the sound of bones cracking came from Zhu Xian's arms. In a desperate move, he summoned his second spirit beast, a pitch-black golden eagle. He quickly jumped onto its back, preparing to flee with Zhu Debai. As for the 4 bodyguards on the ground, they were forgotten. The girl before them had lost all reason. Die. Fang Si, burning with rage, summoned her second spirit beast. The space tore open once more, revealing another dragon. Roar. A massive dragon appeared out of thin air, its entire body covered in icy blue scales, and even its pupils glowed with a brilliant blue light. Frosty breath continuously spewed from its mouth. It resembled a fire dragon in form, but had a completely different attribute. This was a glass frost dragon. Zhu Xian glanced back and shuddered violently, nearly falling off the golden eagle's back. He cursed inwardly. What kind of people has the Zhu family provoked? 2 glass dragon type contract spirits, definitely top talents from Huaxia Academy. The frost dragon's eyes gleamed with blue light, and a bone-chilling blue frost breath rushed towards them. The golden eagle was instantly covered in frost. Its body stiffened, its wing strength restricted, and its speed dropped sharply. The fire dragon seized the opportunity and rammed the golden eagle, sending it flying. Bang! Zhu Xian and his nephew crashed heavily to the ground, disregarding the intense pain in their bodies. The fire dragon loomed over them, its indifferent gaze sending chills down their spines. The heat from its breath was already unbearable. They knew that with just one command from Feng Si, their lives would be over. No, no, Sister Feng Si, we're fine. Chen Shu finally reacted. The power of Feng Si's two contract spirits was truly astonishing. We're all fine. Zhang Dali also stood up. Though they had been beaten, it was just their hands that hurt a bit, and they were otherwise unharmed. Feng Si quickly turned around, her eyes widening. She hurried over to the two, examining them anxiously. Are you really okay? Chen Shu explained. All this blood is fake. Feng Si's nose twitched, immediately noticing something was off. With so much blood, the scent was surprisingly faint. She took a deep breath, her eyes misting slightly, and suddenly shouted, "You two idiots scared me to death. You know that?" Bang! Chen Shu and Zhang Dali each received a punch, followed by a kick that sent them flying. We're sorry. We really know we're wrong. The two scrambled away, heads covered, but their eyes sparkled with gratitude. Being cared for really felt nice. All right, I'll deal with you two later. Feng Si turned and wiped her teary eyes, resuming her usual domineering demeanor. Big brother, big sister, we're about to be roasted. Zhu Dabai and his uncle felt like they were about to dehydrate from the heat. The fire dragon kept a close watch on them, occasionally spitting out flames. Feng Si finally turned back, signaling the fire dragon to step back a bit. She knew that if anything had happened to Chen Shu and Zhang Dali, Zhu Xian and his nephew would be dead, and she herself wouldn't escape legal consequences, even as a genius of Huaxia Academy. Sister Feng Si. Zhang Dali began to recount what had happened. A few minutes later, Feng Si crossed her arms and said coldly, "You want my brother to compensate you 200,000 Huaxia coins?" No, no, we were wrong. Zhu Xian broke into a cold sweat, not daring to make eye contact. As a fellow Black Iron level beast master, his tube-class contract spirits were no match. The Zhu family, though in the beast medicine business, was merely a third-rate force in the capital, incomparable to Huaxia Academy. Feng Si turned and asked, "Chen Pai, what do you say?" As soon as she finished speaking, a scream rang out. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali were rolling on the ground, seemingly in great pain. Sister Feng Si, my head hurts so much, I need 100 beast pearls to heal. Sis, me too, I can't even stand. I probably need 10 Lord-level beast cores to ease the pain. Seeing their exaggerated performance, Zhu Xian and his nephew were completely bewildered. They thought, even if you're extorting, can you be more realistic? Headache needs beast pearls? And foot pain needing Lord-level beast cores? Are you going to eat them? A hint of a smile flashed in Feng Si's eyes as she said coldly, "It seems my two little brothers are seriously injured. You know what to do." As soon as she finished, the fire dragon growled softly, blocking the arena's exit, and the frost dragon flew over, surrounding Zhu Xian and his nephew. The alternating hot and cold sensations made them extremely uncomfortable. Zhu Xian gritted his teeth and said, "We'll compensate 300,000 for medical expenses." 300,000? Chen Shu widened his eyes and pulled out another blood bag from his pocket, calmly taking a big swallow. "My internal organs are failing." He swayed his head like a water hose, continuously spitting out blood. Zhu Xian cursed inwardly, "Can you be any faker? Do you think this is a high-pressure water gun?" He took a deep breath and said, "For basic-level beast pearls, that's the limit." According to the old ghost shop's prices, 4 pearls were worth 600,000. Feng Si shook her head and said firmly, "Add 1 mutated basic-level beast." Zhu Xian and his nephew didn't dare argue, and could only grit their teeth and nod. Not only did they not get the 200,000 compensation, they ended up paying 1,000,000. As one of the Zhu family's managers, Zhu Xian could still mobilize 1,000,000 in funds. Soon, the compensation was delivered. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali grinned, happily pocketing the compensation. The main value of the mutated beast lay in the beast pearls and the special organs that could learn skills. The three left Kyoto Spirit Chef University, leaving behind the battered Zhu family members. "Uncle, are we just going to let this go? That girl is so young, we don't need to be afraid." Bang! Zhu Xian slapped his nephew hard and beat him up. "No need? You know she's young? Such a fierce young person. Do you think the Zhu family can afford to mess with her? Even your dad would be crushed. Got it?" As a Black Iron level beast master, Zhu Xian had never imagined the gap with a genius would be so vast. 2 dragon-type contract spirits had truly opened his eyes. It's over, it's over. Outside the Beast Museum, The sound of an ambulance could be heard. Where's the injured? Medical personnel rushed in. Over there. Zhu Xian clapped his hands, pointing to the fallen Zhu Debai. Zhu Debai lay on the stretcher, feeling utterly aggrieved. The ambulance was actually called for him? Fangxi, you're so impressive. On the way, Chen Shu and Zhang Dali were all smiles, endlessly flattering her. They never imagined that Fangxi held such influence at Huaxia Academy. This wasn't just any ordinary university. It was clearly a top-tier power in the capital. Cut it out. Fangxi's face turned cold, still holding a grudge over Chen Shu's previous act of playing dead. Sister Fangxi, I was genuinely trying to avoid danger. Chen Shu quickly explained, gesticulating wildly as he described the situation. That guy's fist was as big as a pot. I'm so frail that one punch would have killed me on the spot. Zhang Dali chimed in at the perfect moment. Well, that would be convenient. Sister Fangxi and I could have a feast then. Chen Shu shoved Zhang Dali away. You're just eyeing my feast, aren't you? Fangxi nodded expressionlessly, but a hint of a smile appeared in her eyes. Seeing this, Chen Shu continued to embellish the comical scene. Sister Fangxi, you should have seen it. I was spitting blood while approaching the guy, and he was so scared his legs turned to jelly. I bet his heart skipped a beat when I collapsed. Get lost. You're spraying spit all over my face. Fangxi punched Chen Shu away, finally breaking into a smile, indicating she no longer held a grudge. Laughing and joking, the three of them arrived at a hot pot restaurant to celebrate. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Chen Shu raised his glass to Zhang Dali. Dali, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. I always thought you were a diamond in the rough. Congratulations, future culinary god of Huaxia. Fangxi also raised her glass. That's my little brother for you. Even without being a beast master, you got into a top university through independent exams. Work hard in college. Unlike Chen Shu, you're young, talented, and ambitious. Your future is bright. Chen Shu, feeling increasingly uneasy, interrupted. Sister Fangxi, hold on. What do you mean I'm different? I'm young and talented too. I feel like you're dissing me, sis. Zhang Dali quickly mediated. It's all right, Chen Shu. Sister Fangxi is right. Maybe she just didn't phrase it well. Don't take it to heart. Bullshit. Chen Shu laughed and cursed, but he didn't mind at all. The three of them raised their glasses again, their faces beaming with joy. On August 5th, 980 of the Revival era, Zhang Dali successfully got into Jingdu Culinary University. As night fell, the three of them took a taxi back to the entrance of Huaxia Academy. Chen Shu pulled out a beast pearl and a pair of beast claws from his backpack, handing them to Fangxi. Sister Fangxi, these are for you. You'll find them useful. Fangxi hesitated briefly before taking the beast claws. I'll take the claws, but keep the 5 beast pearls for yourself. How can you be my little brother with such weak strength? As soon as she finished speaking, a spatial rift suddenly opened above Fangxi, and the head of a flame dragon emerged, swallowing the beast claws in one gulp. However, it didn't gain any new skills. Sister Fangxi, your dragon is so cool, Chen Shu and Zhang Dali said enviously. Having 2 dragons as contract spirits was like hitting the jackpot in life. Chen Shu excitedly asked, can you take us for a ride? Fangxi shook her head. What are you thinking? It can only fly at low altitudes. One flight around the city, and all the greenery would be set ablaze. Then let us touch it. The two of them eagerly approached the flame dragon, reaching out to stroke its head. So warm. Yeah, you wouldn't need heating in winter. Just hang this dragon on the ceiling, and the whole room would be warm. Definitely, and with that ice dragon, you wouldn't fear the summer heat either. The two of them seemed mesmerized, continuously stroking the flame dragon's head. Fangxi's mouth twitched. Get lost. The flame dragon roared angrily and returned to the beast space. By the way, Chen Shu, help me queue at Huaxia Hospital's beast department tomorrow. Fangxi suddenly said. What's up? Are you sick? Chen Shu asked, puzzled. Are you dumb? I said the beast department. The ice dragon has a minor issue. Got it. Over and out. Chen Shu saluted, looking serious. Back at the hotel, Chen Shu couldn't wait to swallow all 5 beast pearls at once. Instantly, he felt his beast power surge, bringing him one step closer to becoming a level 7 beast master. The next morning, Chen Shu headed to Huaxia Hospital alone. The hospital was right next to Huaxia Academy and was the top medical facility in the country. Meanwhile, Fangxi took Zhang Dali to Jingdu Pedestrian Street to buy him a complete set of culinary tools as a celebration for getting into university. As a culinary master, his knives and pots were specialized for cooking and handling fierce beast meat, far different from ordinary kitchenware. To punish Chen Shu for his playing dead act the previous day, Fangxi made him queue alone at the hospital, making the future legendary beast master do this. Such humiliation. Such disgrace. Chen Shu lamented dramatically, reluctantly joining the long line in front of the beast department. Each attending physician sees a fixed number of patients a day, and Chen Shu managed to get the last slot. He stood at the end of the long line at the hospital, clutching a boxed lunch, ready for a whole day of waiting. To pass the time, Chen Shu took out his phone and started watching game streams. Suddenly, a private message popped up from a profile picture of a seductive woman. "Hey there, need some services? Check my profile." Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued, and clicked on the profile. It listed a messaging app contact. He quickly added the account. "Hey there, need some services? Anything you want," came the instant reply. "Anything?" Chen Shu asked. "Of course, and at a great price." Chen Shu's eyes lit up. "Perfect. I'm at Huaxia Hospital and need someone to stand in line for me. Come quickly." Half an hour passed with no response. Puzzled, Chen Shu sent a question mark, only to see a red exclamation mark next to his message had been blocked. "Can't even handle such a simple task, and you call this anything? Scam." Chen Shu muttered angrily and continued to wait in line. Another half hour went by, and the line had moved less than a meter. Suddenly, there was a commotion up ahead. A doctor in a white coat appeared, looking apologetic. "Sorry everyone, please be patient. I have an urgent matter to attend to." With that, he hurried out of the consultation room, leaving a group of bewildered patients behind. Chen Shu sighed deeply. Just as he was feeling hopeless, 3 options suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Wait patiently for the doctor to return. Reward, 5 stamina for contract spirit. Option 2. Take the opportunity to cut in line. Reward, moderate beast taming power. Option 3. Pretend to be a doctor and send everyone ahead of him away. Reward, 1 level in violent subjugation. Chen Shu found himself in a dilemma, muttering, "System, you're really making this tough." The next moment, a sly glint appeared in his eyes. He swiftly walked over to the white coat hanging outside the consultation room, reached for it, and his eyes filled with excitement. Dr. Chen is about to start his shift. As Chen Shu donned his white coat, his expression immediately turned solemn and serious. He swaggered into the consultation room and unceremoniously took the doctor's seat. "Dr. Wang had an urgent matter to attend to, so I'll be filling in for now. You can call me Dr. Chen," Chen Shu announced with a straight face, completely unfazed by the fact that he was impersonating a doctor at Huaxia Hospital. The first woman in line noticed something was off. "Doctor, why don't you have a name tag on your chest?" Chen Shu paused for a moment, but quickly recovered, clearing his throat. "I'm just a temporary replacement. I rushed here from home and forgot it in my haste." "All right, let's talk about your, contract spirit's condition." The woman nodded and summoned a small, jade-like white rabbit. "Doctor, my contract spirit has been running a fever and seems a bit restless lately." Chen Shu touched the rabbit's fur casually and said, "It's not a big deal. The weather in the capital has been really hot lately. Just let it cool off with some air conditioning at home. That's it." The woman looked puzzled. "That's it." Chen Shu nodded. "If the condition worsens, just bring it back to the beast space." "Oh, and come back tomorrow morning for a follow-up." Chen Shu thought to himself that contract spirits have incredibly strong life forces, and with the beast space being so overpowered, as long as they don't die on the spot, they can recover over time. The main role of a beast doctor is just to shorten the recovery time. Delaying a day wouldn't cause any harm. Patients continued to come in one after another. Chen Shu spouted nonsense to each one, but somehow managed to make them believe him. He reminded everyone to come back the next day for a follow-up, knowing his job was just to send them away. If there were any emergencies, they would be in the emergency room instead. As time passed, the line grew shorter. A man came in and said, "Doctor, my contract spirit has been losing its appetite recently." Chen Shu's eyes lit up as he pretended to be profound. "I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" "The good news," the man said nervously. "I've decided to name this condition after your contract spirit," Chen Shu said, maintaining a serious tone. The man was dumbfounded, thinking, "How is that good news?" The last patient, a student, came in with a complaint about his contract spirit having diarrhea. Chen Shu played the good news, bad news game again. He took out his phone and called Feng Si, asking her to bring some items over. Shortly after, Feng Si and Zhang Dali arrived at the hospital. Seeing Chen Shu in a white coat, Feng Si was about to speak but was stopped by Chen Shu. He took a megaphone from Zhang Dali and played a recording to the last patient. "Good news. Good news. Everything in our store is on clearance. Everything is half price." The student was left speechless and eventually left in frustration. Chen Shu took off his white coat and explained to the stunned Feng Si and Zhang Dali, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I told everyone to come back tomorrow for a follow-up. With the beast space, nothing can go wrong." Just then, a real doctor walked into the consultation room, surprised. "Huh, where are the patients?" Chen Shu nonchalantly replied, "Gone, like chickens." "Are patients today really that impatient?" The doctor shook his head, not paying much attention. Little did he know, tomorrow would bring a flood of returning patients. Feng Si summoned the head of her frost dragon, causing the room temperature to drop. The doctor's eyes widened in amazement at the sight of the dragon-type contract spirit. After all, beastmasters with dragon-type spirits were rare, even at Huaxia Hospital. My frost dragon has recently become weak, operating at only 80 of its usual strength. Fangxi looked worried as she described the condition to the doctor, adding that the frost dragon couldn't swallow or absorb food and potions. The doctor focused intently, took out a bunch of precise instruments, and carefully examined the dragon's various health indicators. Preliminary judgment is that it ingested some substance from another dimension, the doctor said with a slight frown, writing out a test order. Go to the hematology department to check its blood composition. Fangxi nodded, took the order, and retracted the frost dragon. The three of them left the consultation room, and Chen Shu boasted, I was pretty quick at queuing, wasn't I? Fast indeed. Zhang Dali joked, tomorrow, don't hang out with us. I'm afraid a crowd might gather to beat you up. Chen Shu rubbed his chin, feeling uneasy. No way, he muttered to himself, deciding to stay in the hotel the next day just in case. As they arrived at the hematology department and queued up, a girl approached them. Fangxi's eyes lit up as she called out, Xiao Qinghan. The girl turned around abruptly, surprised. It's you. Fangxi Jie? You guys. Wang Qinghan looked astonished. Fangxi raised an eyebrow at the three of them. You know each other? Chen Shu grinned. Of course we know her. It's Lone King, Qinghan. Wang Qinghan's smile froze. I'm Wang Qinghan, you're the Lone King. We met on a train. Zhang Dali curiously observed Fangxi and Wang Qinghan. How do you two know each other? Fangxi explained. We used to play together when we were kids, but then Qinghan moved away. Chen Shu's eyes widened. Fangxi Jia, didn't you grow up playing with us? Fangxi pouted. Back then, you two were still peeing in the mud. I found it quite disgusting. Wang Qinghan covered her mouth and laughed softly. What a coincidence. Fangxi asked with concern. Xiao Qinghan, why are you at Huaxia Hospital? Is there something wrong with your contracted spirit? Wang Qinghan sighed. I took out a high interest loan and joined the underground spirit battle arena in Nanjing City to repay it. Although I won a lot of money, my contracted spirit was seriously injured. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali exchanged glances, surprised that Wang Qinghan had indeed repaid the loan. Fangxi reassured her, Huaxia Hospital has top-notch technology. It won't affect your studies. You're going to be a senior in high school soon, right? Wang Qinghan nodded. Yes, I'll be in my final year after the summer break. Fangxi's tone was gentle. Hang in there and get into a good school. That will ease the pressure. If you need anything, just reach out to me. You have my number. Wang Qinghan said, I'm fine for now. I have money, and Nanjing's second high school gave me a substantial transfer fee. Chen Shu suddenly interjected. Nanjing Second High School? Transfer fee? Wang Qinghan explained, yes, I was originally at Nanjing First High School, but Nanjing Second High School paid me to transfer to their special training class. Chen Shu was stunned. Wait a minute. Are you saying the school leadership paid you to attend their special training class? Wang Qinghan nodded. Yes, I heard they recruited other students too. Chen Shu frowned. What kind of talent do you have that they would pay you? Maybe it's because my beast mastery talent is excellent, and my contracted spirit is a rank, Wang Qinghan said. Chen Shu realized the significance and sighed inwardly. Beast mastery talents are categorized into ordinary, good, excellent, and extraordinary. The higher the talent, the more efficient the training. Wang Qinghan is likely to become a level 9 beast master before the college entrance exams, making her a promising candidate for Huaxia Academy, just like Su Xiaoyu. Wang Qinghan waved the blood test order. Fangxi Jia, I need to see the doctor now. Okay, let's catch up later. Fangxi watched Wang Qinghan leave, and then turned to the others. From now on, Xiao Qinghan will be at your school. Take good care of her. Her parents were level 8 beast masters who died in another dimension during her middle school years. She's had to support herself and her sister all these years. Zhang Dali nodded firmly. Don't worry, Fangxi Jia. Whether second high school is chaotic or not, Chen Pai decides. Chen Shu's mouth twitched. What nonsense. With her talent, does she need my care? A special training class's bottom rank, and a top student transferring in there's no comparison. Fangxi pouted. Give me a break. I always felt something was off with you. In just 1 month, you went from an ordinary person to a level 6 beast master. Even Huaxia Academy doesn't have someone like you. Chen Shu reluctantly nodded, his brow furrowing slightly. All right, I'll do my best to take care of it. As soon as he finished speaking, the frost dragon swiftly completed the blood drawing procedure. The doctor carefully analyzed the blood sample and finally reached an unexpected conclusion. The unknown spiritual fruit consumed in the alternate dimension was not only harmless, but would also enhance strength upon digestion. Fangxi breathed a sigh of relief, a look of ease flashing in his eyes. The school is fine for now. Tomorrow, I'll take you guys around the outskirts of Kyoto, and the day after, we can rest properly. Chen Shu shook his head firmly. Tomorrow, I need to stay put in the hotel. Fong Xi's lips curled into a teasing smile. I thought you were really brave. With that, he took out his phone and called Wang Qinghan, only to find that she was temporarily tied up taking care of her contracted spirit. Let's go grab some lunch, Fong Xi suggested. Chen Shu glanced around, grabbed the boxed meal he had brought, and hurriedly bid farewell. You guys eat. I'm heading back to the hotel. He was secretly calculating in his mind. Among the patients diagnosed in the morning was even a silver-ear powerhouse, which made him feel a bit intimidated. Some things just get scarier the more you think about them. The morning after tomorrow, Fong Xi drove to the hotel entrance. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali packed their luggage and stepped out of the hotel. Fong Xi jokingly remarked, Chen Pai, still alive? Chen Shu sniffed, resigned. Still in one piece for now, just sneezed all day yesterday. He thought, this guy probably got a lot of scolding yesterday. Let's go. I'll take you to Taiching Mountain in Kyoto, Fong Xi said enthusiastically. The three of them drove off in a cloud of dust, heading toward this famous tourist spot. On the way, Chen Shu noticed Zhang Dali intensely focused on his phone screen. Dali watching a live stream? He asked curiously. Peeking closer, he saw a sweet-looking girl live streaming her cooking. Chen Shu sighed, patting Zhang Dali's shoulder earnestly. Watching her 100 times won't make her yours, but reading a book 100 times, the knowledge will be yours. Wake up, our mission is to build our nation. Fong Xi, who was driving, suddenly asked, Dali, don't you usually hate watching these kinds of things? What's going on now? Has Chen Pai corrupted you? Zhang Dali, who was focused on his phone screen, looked up with a slight twitch on his face. He explained, he's a silver-level spirit chef. I'm learning some techniques, you know? Chen Shu, gazing out the window at the rapidly passing scenery, had a hint of sadness on his face. He sighed and said, Sister Fong Xi, there's no choice. The world is like this. Dali has become the person he used to hate the most. But I'm different. I hate rich people the most. So I guess I'll never end up like that. Just after Chen Shu finished speaking, he raised an eyebrow and added with a mischievous grin, but Sister Fong Xi, Dali really is learning some skills. The three of them chatted and laughed as they drove out of the city. Suddenly, Chen Shu remembered something and asked, by the way, are you guys hungry? I brought some food. Zhang Dali perked up immediately, asking eagerly, what kind of food? With a mysterious smile, Chen Shu took out several packs of luocefen snail noodles from a fertilizer bag and proudly announced, of course, it's the best luocefen. Fong Xi, who was also getting hungry, couldn't help but cringe when she saw the fertilizer bag. She said helplessly, are you seriously using a fertilizer bag to carry food? Chen Shu, looking puzzled, asked, is there a problem? Fong Xi sighed and waved her hand. Forget it, you two eat. Unfazed, Chen Shu licked his lips and excitedly said, Dali, get your iron pot out. Sister Fong Xi, can we use your fire dragon? Fong Xi's expression froze in disbelief. You want to use my crimson flame dragon to cook luocefen? Chen Shu and Zhang Dali nodded in unison, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Moments later, in the back of the car, Zhang Dali was happily holding an iron pot, while the crimson flame dragon, looking rather dejected, emitted its flames. Chen Shu made full use of the summon creature's abilities. By the afternoon, they arrived at Taiching Mountain. Looking at the continuous mountain range, the three of them felt a refreshing coolness. Due to its elevation, Taiching Mountain was a natural summer retreat. Let's rest for the night, Fong Xi suggested. They got out of the car and checked into the hotel they had booked in advance. Early the next morning, the three of them, full of energy, began their hike. Fong Xi led the way, feeling the cool breeze, and asked, Chen Pai, Dali, when was the last time we went hiking? Zhang Dali thought for a moment and replied, the last time? I think it was before my high school entrance exams. Chen Shu didn't say much, silently reminiscing about his past. Although there were no summoned beasts in his original world, everything else remained unchanged. They moved along with the crowd of tourists. An elderly man with white hair noticed their brisk pace and commented with a smile, you guys are in great shape. Zhang Dali, carrying pots and pans, curiously asked, you seem pretty fit yourself. What's your secret to staying healthy? The old man, panting, replied, secret to staying healthy? It's staying up late, every night. Look at me, I'm 24 and still in great shape. The three of them nearly stumbled and replied in unison, you must be kidding. Chen Shu suddenly asked curiously, Sister Fong Xi, how strong are you now? Fong Xi thought for a moment and replied, I could probably take on 100 young men like that. Zhang Dali quickly interjected, we should respect the elderly and care for the young. Their hiking pace was quick. Although Chen Shu and Zhang Dali hadn't undergone any enhancements, their physical fitness was far superior to average people. As they climbed higher, the temperature dropped noticeably. They veered off the main tourist path and headed towards an undeveloped area. With Fong Xi's abilities, even a common-level otherworldly space posed no threat, let alone a tourist spot. Along the way, they took many beautiful photos, which lifted their spirits. As night fell, they had ventured deep into the mountains, with no one else around. Fang Xi surveyed the area and suggested, "Let's camp here tonight." She took out a tent from her backpack and began setting up. Even with their physical prowess, it would take at least 3 to 4 days to traverse Taiching Mountain. Roar! Fang Xi summoned her frost dragon. Although it wasn't at full strength due to special circumstances, it was more than enough to deter ordinary wild animals. The frost dragon restrained its icy aura and stood guard like a loyal sentinel. They set up a campfire. Although fires were prohibited in the restricted area, the presence of the frost dragon alleviated concerns about starting a forest fire. Zhang Dali set up an iron pot and took out various vegetables and meats, preparing to make hot pot in the mountains. "Dali, your cooking skills are really impressive," Chen Shu said, savoring a piece of beef. Fang Xi also enjoyed the meal, frequently praising Zhang Dali's culinary talents. Chen Shu, eating while talking, said, "Honestly, this feels like we're in an otherworldly space." He pointed to a shadow on a nearby tree and continued, "If we were in an otherworldly space, I definitely think that's a fierce beast. Don't you think it looks like one?" Fang Xi and Zhang Dali shook their heads, focusing on their meal. However, the shadow suddenly moved, revealing a giant flying insect, flapping its wings as it approached. In the firelight, Chen Shu's expression froze. A massive flying insect, half a meter long, opened its menacing mandibles, dripping with inky saliva, rushing towards him. "Are you kidding me?" Chen Shu shouted, startling Zhang Dali. Only Fang Xi reacted quickly. The distant frost dragon lunged forward, swallowing the giant insect. Fang Xi glared and scolded, "You really jinxed it." The frost dragon spat out the insect, now covered in frost and lifeless. "It's an impure black beetle, a fierce beast from the Demon River Plains." Fang Xi, with her extensive experience, immediately identified the beast. "Are we really this unlucky?" Chen Shu looked around in disbelief. "There are fierce beasts in Taiching Mountain? You've got to be kidding." Fang Xi remained calm in the face of the beast, analyzing. The Demon River Plains were overrun 100 years ago. Although they were quickly retaken, some beasts remained on Blue Star. This is a hybrid of a black beetle and a blue star insect. She frowned and continued, "If it's just these pseudo-beasts, it's not a big deal. The Spirit Bureau might investigate. But if Taiching Mountain harbors original black beetles from 100 years ago, it means they have hiding abilities and significant intelligence." Fang Xi looked up to ask for their opinions, only to find Chen Shu and Zhang Dali had already packed up, ready to leave. Fang Xi sighed, "I've been analyzing this for ages, and no one appreciates it." Chen Shu, packing the fertilizer bag, urgently said, "Sister Fang Xi, there's no time for that. Let's get out of Taiching Mountain and call the Spirit Bureau for a reward." Chen Shu suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Wait a minute." His shout drew the immediate attention of Zhang Dali and Fang Xi, who looked over with puzzled expressions. "How could I be so dumb? Of course, I should call to claim the prize first." Chen Shu muttered in frustration as he fumbled to pull out his phone and quickly dialed the number for the Spirit Bureau. "Hello. It's an emergency. Something's going on at Taiching Mountain. There's a dangerous beast from another dimension." Chen Shu spoke rapidly, his voice filled with tension. A calm voice came from the other end of the line. "Please, take a deep breath and explain slowly. Is it possible it could be just a regular wild animal?" "Regular wild animal? Have you ever seen an insect this big?" Chen Shu said, holding the phone between his shoulder and ear while gesturing with his hands to indicate something about half a meter long. "How big exactly?" the person on the other end asked. "This big," Chen Shu replied anxiously, completely forgetting that the person couldn't see his hand gestures. Fang Xi, standing nearby, rubbed her forehead in exasperation and couldn't help but comment, "Big brother. You could gesture 1,000 times and they still wouldn't know how big it is." She decisively took the phone from Chen Shu and said calmly, "This is Fang Xi from Huaxia Academy. If possible, please send someone to investigate immediately. It could be the remnants of the black armor beetle from a century ago." "Huaxia Academy? Got it. I've recorded it." The other person responded quickly. Just as Fang Xi was about to hang up, her attention was suddenly drawn to a strange phenomenon in the night sky. A massive black curtain, hundreds of meters long, appeared eerily, accompanied by a chilling insect noise. "Black armor beetle swarm?" Fang Xi's pupils contracted, and her expression turned serious. Her tone became urgent. "There's a swarm of black armor beetles. There are still many tourists on Taiching Mountain. Notify the Dragon Guard immediately." She then decisively hung up the phone. Looking up, Fang Xi saw that Chen Shu and Zhang Dali had already started running away with their pots and pans clattering noisily. "Sister Fang Xi, run!" Chen Shu shouted, waving back at her as he ran. Fang Xi shook her head resolutely and said, "No, there are hotels on Taiching Mountain, which means there are definitely tourists. I have to go." She thought to herself, as a prodigy of Huaxia Academy, Enjoying various resources comes with responsibilities. At the very least, I need to assess the strength of the black armor beetles. If they're too strong, I can retreat later. At that moment, three options suddenly appeared before Chen Shu. Option 1. Confront the black armor beetle swarm. Note: the black armor beetle lord is a black iron 3-star creature. Reward: Beastmaster level up. Option 2. Run away quickly to ensure your own safety. Reward: title, graceful escape artist. Effect: increases charm by 1 when running away. Option 3. Start a live stream on the spot to report to viewers in real time. Reward: invisibility potion. Chen Shu turned to Fong Si and asked, Sister Fong Si, can you handle a black iron 3-star lord creature? Fong Si's eyes widened in surprise. You can detect its strength? From this distance, most people wouldn't even notice the swarm of black armor beetles. After a brief contemplation, she replied, if it's a black iron 3-star, I can hold it off for a long time. As a black iron 2-star beastmaster with 2 dragon-type contract spirits, she was confident in her ability to contend with the lord creature. Great, then we won't run. Let's take it down. Chen Shu clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Zhang Dali, puzzled, touched Chen Shu's forehead. What's up with you? Possessed by someone? Chen Shu patted Zhang Dali's shoulder and said passionately, you don't get it. There are tourists on Taiching Mountain. As beastmasters, it's our duty and mission to protect ordinary people. Don't you have any sense of responsibility as a young person of the new era? Zhang Dali's mouth twitched. Can you at least put down your bag first? And weren't you the one running the fastest just now? Let's go. Fong Si took the lead, rushing towards the direction of the black armor beetle swarm. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali quickly dropped their pots and pans and followed closely behind. At the forefront of the swarm, a particularly striking black armor beetle stood out. Its mandibles were fierce, and its eyes glowed with an eerie green light, exuding a powerful aura. This was the black armor beetle lord. Originally a lord creature from the Demon River Plain, it had invaded Blue Star a century ago but was severely beaten by the Beastmaster army of Huaxia, leaving its swarm decimated. As an intelligent lord creature, it chose to flee and hide in Taiching Mountain. However, it ended up hiding for decades, missing the optimal time to return. Initially, powerful beastmasters frequently patrolled Taiching Mountain, making it live in constant fear. Later, when Taiching Mountain was developed into a tourist spot, only ordinary people came, leading it to believe that this territory was now full of weaklings, and that it could finally emerge as a lord again. Screech! The black armor beetle lord roared towards the sky, declaring to its descendants, tonight marks the beginning of our rise. Just as the other black armor beetles were about to respond, a blazing fireball suddenly descended from the sky, heading straight for them. Boom! The black armored beetle king, who had been flaunting its power, was suddenly blasted away by a powerful shockwave, letting out a piercing shriek. This unexpected turn of events caused the swarm of black beetles to freeze midair, their eyes filled with disbelief. How could their king be so easily defeated? The black armored beetle king struggled to steady itself, its eyes burning with rage. To suffer such humiliation right after emerging was a blatant affront to the dignity of a sovereign creature. Its gaze, sharp as a blade, scanned below, where 2 dragons roared fiercely towards the sky. On the ground, Fong Si warned Chen Shu and the others, be careful. Don't worry, Fong Si, came a response from a large tree 10 meters away, where the two had already taken cover. Fong Si said no more, focusing intently on the aerial battle. The fire dragon launched its attack first, a blazing fireball the size of a basketball forming in its mouth and hurtling toward the beetle king. More fireballs followed in rapid succession, like a barrage of cannonballs aimed at the enemy. Just as the beetle king considered a strategic retreat, it was suddenly enveloped in a blue frost. It felt its entire body stiffen, its senses dulling. The ice dragon was in charge of control, while the fire dragon led the assault, both working in perfect harmony under Fong Si's command. In a critical moment, a black energy shield materialized around the beetle king. Boom! The fireballs exploded one after another, dazzling like fireworks and lighting up the night sky. However, when the smoke cleared, Fong Si was shocked to see the beetle king unharmed, its shield intact. The beetle king let out a screeching cry, its green eyes glinting with malice as they locked onto Fong Si on the ground. It had clearly realized that the Beastmaster was the true weak point. Black light enveloped its wings, and with a swift flap, it moved as fast as lightning, bypassing the 2 contracted spirits in an instant. Watch out! Chen Shu couldn't help but shout from the tree, preparing to summon a slime to block the deadly strike. At this moment, Fong Si remained calm and composed. With a gentle wave of her arm, a freezing chill descended instantly, striking the black armored beetle lord. The frost rapidly formed a thick layer on the beetle lord's exoskeleton, temporarily hindering its movement. Seizing this opportunity, the crimson flame dragon swooped down. Its claws suddenly ignited with dazzling flames, like two blazing daggers, and it re-engaged in fierce combat with the beetle lord. The interplay of fire and insect screeches created a breathtaking spectacle in the night sky. Feng Si quietly moved beside the frost dragon, observing the battle coolly. She knew well that as a perfectly cultivated super-class contract spirit, the Crimson Flame Dragon's power was sufficient to contend with the black armored beetle lord. The intense fight quickly drew the attention of tourists on the mountain. They flocked out of their hotels, gazing into the direction of the battle from afar. Against the pitch-black night, the figures of the Frost Dragon and the Crimson Flame Dragon were particularly striking, and the occasional bursts of flame resembled a stunning fireworks display. The tourists murmured to each other, "What is that up ahead? Blue light and red light? Could it be aliens? Are you blind? Those are dragons. Does Taiching Mountain have such spectacles now? Mom, I've made it. I saw dragons." Everyone scrambled to take out their phones, eager to capture this magnificent scene forever. At that moment, park staff in uniforms arrived with megaphones, evidently alerted by the Spirit Control Bureau. They shouted loudly, "I'm a park staff member. Everyone return to the hotel. Return to the hotel." Considering the dangers of descending the mountain at night, it was safer for the tourists to stay in the hotel and await rescue. On the battlefield, the black armored beetle lord was furious. It had just emerged from the mountains, only to face such a crushing defeat, reminiscent of a century ago. The beetle lord's life had been a cycle of invasions and beatings. Suddenly, its eerie green eyes turned toward the distant hotel, emitting a piercing cry. The sound seemed an invisible command, and the previously dormant beetle swarm instantly sprang to life, racing toward the hotel. Feng Xi's expression changed immediately, realizing the enemy's intent to harm civilians. The frost dragon roared skyward, unleashing a blast of icy blue frost into the air. In an instant, dozens of black beetles were frozen and fell, like a bizarre black hailstorm. However, the cool-down time of its skill prevented the frost dragon from stopping the entire swarm. Feng Xi sighed, silently praying for the tourists. With her current strength, holding off a lord-level beast was her limit, unless she had team support. She glanced at the two people in the tree and sighed again. Could she really count on them? Just then, Chen Shu suddenly stood up and shouted, "Feng Xijia, I've got this." Feng Xi was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a golden slime. What shocked her even more was that the slime rapidly inflated like a balloon, soon becoming larger than the Crimson Flame Dragon. Feng Xi squinted her eyes, immediately recognizing the potential of this gigantification skill. The larger the slime's base size, the more terrifying the increase when it expanded. Chen Shu looked up at the swarm of black beetles, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Time to take off. At critical moments, it's up to me. The slime's mouth puffed up instantly, once again using the previously combined skills. Wind breath, charge, and violent sit were released in succession, causing even the experienced Feng Xi to gape in astonishment. A giant golden poop flew through the air, accelerating faster and faster. Boom, boom, boom. The slime's cute eyes gazed at the ground, but its body moved like a precision-guided missile, crashing straight into the beetle swarm. The once orderly swarm was instantly scattered. These impure-blooded beasts might bully ordinary people, but they were no match for the slime. Any beetles hit by the slime were either severely injured or killed on the spot. Countless beetles climbed onto the slime, trying to bite, only to have their mandibles shattered by the rebound force. The hotel tourists gaped at the scene. Due to their limited vision, they couldn't see the black beetles in the night, only a giant poop flying freely in the sky. What a strange sight. Poop flying in the sky. Everyone took out their phones, sharing this bizarre scene on social media. Soon, the slime landed safely, its skill effect ending. Although it lost its momentum, the beetle swarm had been thoroughly disrupted, with heavy casualties. Feng Xi looked at Chen Shu in amazement. Chen Shu, impressive. She hadn't expected an F-class slime to be so formidable, likely outperforming even typical A-class contract spirits. Chen Shu waved his hand, smugly saying, "All part of my plan." At that moment, the black armored beetle lord temporarily suppressed the Crimson Flame Dragon. Looking at its fallen offspring, it became utterly enraged. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It let out a piercing cry. Charge. Under the Lord's command, the surviving beetle swarm launched another assault on the hotel. The slime's abilities were on cooldown, and its 3 skills hadn't recovered yet, making it impossible to take flight again. Facing the current predicament, Chen Shu could only watch helplessly as the fate of the group unfolded before him. He knew well that the slime could only rely on combination techniques to deal any damage to the black beetle. Feng Xi ignored the surrounding chaos and focused entirely on the fierce beast before her. She knew that the greatest threat in defeating any lord-level creature often came from their kin. However, this black beetle lord was an exception. Its former subordinates had long been abandoned, and its current group was nothing more than a motley crew with impure bloodlines. Based on its own strength alone, the Black Beetle Lord might not be able to best Feng Si. With a command from Feng Si, the Frost Dragon joined the battle. A frigid blast of ice erupted, instantly enveloping the Black Beetle. The beetle felt the searing pain of ice and fire combined and was forced to flee in panic once more. Frustration welled up inside it. Just after emerging from its lair, it was being driven back again, a feeling it found intolerable. However, the two contracted spirits had no intention of letting it off so easily. The flame dragon's claws, wrapped in blazing fire, relentlessly tore at the Black Beetle Lord's shell. As soon as the black shield dissipated, the flame dragon could easily break through its defenses. In no time, the Black Beetle was gravely wounded. Though the two dragons had sustained some injuries as well, it was clear that if the battle dragged on, the Black Beetle would be the first to fall. Suddenly, a piercing sizzle sound filled the air. The Black Beetle's expression changed drastically, rage evident in its eyes. It spread its wings wide, black light enveloping the area, and its ghostly green eyes grew colder. In an instant, its presence became terrifyingly menacing. Feng Si furrowed her brows and signaled the dragons to hold their attacks. From the beetle's appearance, it seemed ready to fight to the death. At that moment, Chen Shu's shout echoed from afar. "Stop it quickly!" Feng Si was taken aback, watching as the Black Beetle, which had appeared ready for a desperate fight, suddenly flapped its wings and turned to flee. Realization dawned on her that she had fallen for its trick. The beetle had acted so convincingly that it seemed prepared for a mutual destruction. Turning to Chen Shu, Feng Si couldn't help but wonder, how did this guy get so experienced? Feng Si, hurry up and chase it. Chen Shu's urgent voice shattered the silence of the night. He didn't offer any further explanation, only signaling with his eyes toward the unusual behavior of the Black Beetle ahead. Though the beetle's gaze was fierce, its frequent glances around revealed it was searching for an escape route. Compared to Chen Shu, a master of escape, the beetle's attempts were clumsy at best. Feng Si nodded slightly and immediately commanded her flame dragon to take the lead in the pursuit, while she and her frost dragon followed closely behind. As a bronze-level beastmaster, she understood the importance of always keeping a contracted spirit by her side in case of emergencies. Chen Shu swiftly climbed a tall tree, peering in the direction of the hotel. He expected to see a swarm of black beetles wreaking havoc, but instead saw a massive shadow circling in the sky, faintly showing a human figure. Are the Spirit Suppression Bureau people here? Chen Shu sighed in relief, realizing the black beetle swarm's sacrifice wasn't in vain. At this moment, Feng Si was in full pursuit. Despite the Black Beetle Lord's incredible speed, the flame marks left by the flame dragon allowed her to keep track of the target from a distance. Tonight, she was determined to take down a Lord-level beast single-handedly. As time ticked by, Feng Si's expression suddenly tightened. Ahead, her flame dragon had stopped, looking around in confusion. The marks had disappeared. Feng Si furrowed her brows, quickly analyzing two possibilities. Either the black beetle had the ability to erase the marks, or it was dead. Given the conspicuous nature of the flame marks, the first possibility was unlikely. That left only the second. Is it dead? Feng Si scanned the darkness ahead, thinking to herself, who dares to steal my prey? Just then, red glows emerged from the darkness, slowly approaching Feng Si. The flame dragon tensed up, emitting low growls. The so-called genius, not so impressive after all. A young man in a trench coat with a refined smile walked forward. The flame dragon's eyes burned with battle intent, spewing hot flames. Its gaze locked onto the young man's contracted spirit, a two-headed demon dog, whose crimson eyes were filled with ferocity, equally powerful. It was a shrank two-headed demon dog. Feng Si's eyes sharpened, and she spoke calmly. Su Han, a junior? Didn't expect to be remembered by a genius. I'm honored. Su Han smiled warmly, tossing an object at Feng Si's feet. Here's your black beetle. Feng Si looked down to see the recently deceased Black Beetle Lord, its body already broken, with important materials clearly taken. You dare steal my prey? Feng Si said coldly. The Flame Dragon and Frost Dragon both stepped forward, injured but still menacing. What? Want to try me? Su Han sneered, and a green bird flew out from a tear in the space above him. Another shrank contracted spirit, the Wind Spirit Sparrow, rumored to carry the bloodline of the Azure Bird, its strength rivaling dragon-type spirits. The two sides entered a tense standoff. The night on Mount Taiching was particularly cold, but neither moved an inch. Su Han crossed his arms, curious to see if the school genius dared to make a move. Time passed slowly. Feng Si's expression remained cold and unchanged. It was a silent battle of wills. The night was quiet, and they were even quieter. At this critical moment, something unexpected happened. Watch out! A shout pierced the night, and a figure mysteriously appeared behind Su Han. Damn! Ambush! Su Han reacted quickly, but his two contracted spirits were tightly entangled by Fang Xi's dragons. The four spirits erupted into a fierce battle instantly. Su Han felt something cover him. It was Chen Shu and another person who had stealthily approached from behind. After trapping Su Han, Chen Shu quickly retreated, knowing he wasn't a match for a bronze-level beast master and could be knocked out with a single punch. Now it was Zhang Dali's turn. He gripped a large iron pot tightly, rotating his body in a full 360-degree swing. The whistling sound of the pot cutting through the air was constant. "Take this," Zhang Dali shouted. Clang! Just as Su Han was about to remove the sack, his head buzzed from the impact. His head might have been hard, but the pot, designed to cook beast meat, was harder. Zhang Dali's strike was precise, knocking Su Han unconscious. Without their master's consciousness, the two contracted spirits instantly returned to their beast space. The teamwork of the trio was flawless, taking down Su Han in the blink of an eye. Fang Xi's cold expression finally cracked, a slight smile playing on her lips. She walked over to Su Han, giving him a light kick. "I was waiting for backup. What were you waiting for?" So naive. Not knowing how dangerous the world can be. Chen Shu shook his head, sighing. "Do you really have the strength to compete with us?" The three quickly searched Su Han's backpack for the Black Beetle Lord's materials. Fang Xi gave Su Han a few more kicks, ready to leave. "Wait." Chen Shu smirked mischievously, starting to strip Su Han's clothes in no time. Fang Xi widened her eyes. "Are you crazy? What are you thinking? Turn around first." Soon, Su Han was left in just his underwear, looking like a bare lamb. Zhang Dali was surprised. "He's wearing pink? What a weirdo." They covered Su Han with the sack and threw his other clothes down the mountain. "Let's go." Chen Shu clapped his hands, ready to leave. Fang Xi's mouth twitched. "You guys are really something." By tomorrow morning, Su Han would either have to descend the mountain in his pink underwear or in the sack. Either way, it would be the ultimate social death. Su Han might just search online for another planet to live on. Chen Shu chuckled. Who told him to show off? Wearing a trench coat in the middle of summer, acting all high and mighty. He probably thinks he's the main character. The three quietly left the place, heading back to the hotel. Suddenly, a massive shadow descended from the sky, casting itself before them. Chen Shu's eyes widened as he looked up, spotting a majestic eagle spiraling down. Atop the eagle sat a man in a black robe, with a prominent golden armband on his right shoulder that read Yulong. This was the Yulong Corps, as renowned as the Jinling Army, tasked with handling major events on Blue Star. Unlike the numerous Jinling soldiers, the Yulong Corps was small in number and specialized in solo missions. However, each member's strength was far beyond their peers, making them truly formidable. The man leaped down from dozens of meters high, landing gracefully, his movements fluid and effortless. Even Fang Xi, a genius from Huaxia Academy, couldn't match that skill, proving that he was at least a powerful silver-level beast master. Fang Xi opened her backpack and calmly said, "The black armored beetle lord is dead." The Yulong warrior muttered, "The younger generation is truly impressive." His gaze fell on the beetle's corpse, and he asked, "According to the intel, there should be another student from Huaxia Academy in Taiching Mountain?" Chen Shu stepped forward, smoothing things over, "Brother. That person prefers to stay low-key and left Taiching Mountain right after helping." Without further thought, the Yulong warrior mounted his eagle and departed Taiching Mountain. With the beetle lord's death, the crisis was naturally resolved. The three returned to the hotel for a night's rest. The nights in Taiching Mountain were particularly cold, and Su Han shivered occasionally despite his strengthened body being wrapped in a sleeping bag. At most, he would just catch a cold. The next morning, Fang Xi tossed a blood-red shell to Chen Shu and said, "Chen Pai, take this. If you absorb it, you might learn the black armored beetle's skill, Black Light Shield. It's a highly versatile defensive skill that can block both elemental and physical attacks, worth at least 4 million Huaxia coins." Chen Shu shook his head. "You keep it. My contract spirit doesn't need more skills." He knew Fang Xi's twin dragon contract spirit had average defense, and this skill would be a good addition. Fang Xi nodded and put away the shell, their understanding of each other needing no words. Despite the black armored beetle incident, the trio's enthusiasm for their trip remained undiminished. Over the next 3 days, they explored every corner of Taiching Mountain and visited other attractions in Kyoto. It was rare for them to gather, so they made the most of it. Fang Xi felt more relaxed than ever. Since entering Huaxia Academy, she had been in constant competition, either studying various subjects or hunting fierce beasts in alternate spaces. While this high-pressure environment had rapidly boosted her strength, the prolonged tension inevitably affected her. These happy moments were precious to her. Time flew by, and soon it was late August, with the new semester approaching. The three had to face their separation. They chose to have their last meal at Sister Zhao's food stall, where they first met. What they once considered low-class now tasted delightful. Fang Xi's eyes showed reluctance. "Chen Pai, you must come to Kyoto soon." Chen Shu smiled. "Of course, I'll come to Huaxia Academy after the college entrance exam next year. Though he seemed relaxed, he felt some reluctance inside, especially since both of them would stay in Kyoto while he returned alone to Nanjing City. Dali, you're really not coming back to Nanjing City? Chen Shu asked. Zhang Dali shook his head. The school has something scheduled for us, some kind of training. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. Aren't you a genius? Do you need training? Zhang Dali pouted. I'm only a genius to people like you. Among my peers, I'm not. Fong Si sighed. Who knows when we'll meet again? Amidst the melancholy of parting, the three finished their meal. Chen Shu returned to the hotel, booked his train ticket for the next day, and prepared to head back to Nanjing City. He was now a level 7 beast master, on par with Su Xiaoyu. With various skills and potion enhancements, he could even challenge a level firebird. However, in a match with Su Xiaoyu, the outcome would depend on the circumstances. The next morning, Chen Shu packed his luggage and set off alone. Driver, to Kyoto South Station, he said as he got into the taxi with his backpack. The driver smiled. Perfect timing, you're all going to the South Station. Only then did Chen Shu notice a man in a baseball cap sitting beside him, dressed somewhat flamboyantly and mysteriously, reminding him of Su Han from Taiching Mountain. Just as Chen Shu was about to take a nap, his expression suddenly froze as options appeared before his eyes. Option 1. Force your way off the vehicle, escape, and earn the reward. A significant boost in beast mastery. Option 2. Find a way to negotiate and escape, earning the reward. A 5 increase in the size of the golden slime. Option 3. Shout loudly, this isn't the bus to kindergarten. Let me off, and earn the reward. A purification potion. Chen Shu remained calm, his eyes darting as he quickly analyzed the situation. The first option was immediately dismissed. Jumping off a moving vehicle was practically suicidal. The third option was equally risky. It could alert the enemies. His gaze discreetly shifted to the passenger beside him, and suddenly, inspiration struck. Old Wang, Chen Shu exclaimed with a wide grin, throwing his arm around the man next to him as if greeting an old friend he hadn't seen in years. I thought you looked familiar. The man responded coldly. You've got the wrong person. Chen Shu quickly released him and apologized profusely. Sorry, my mistake. This brief contact confirmed his suspicion the man wasn't physically strong and definitely not a black iron level beastmaster. Chen Shu smirked inwardly. How dare this ordinary person try to ambush him? He then turned his attention to the driver and raised his voice. Driver, this isn't the way to Kyoto South Station. You're going the wrong way. The driver ignored him, keeping his focus on the road. At this point, the man in the baseball cap next to Chen Shu lifted his head, revealing a menacing scar. He warned harshly, kid, stay quiet. Without a second thought, Chen Shu threw a punch directly at the man's face. Thud. The man was stunned, clearly not expecting this seemingly ordinary high school student to strike so suddenly. You, the man began, but Chen Shu unleashed a flurry of punches. Thud, thud, thud. Each punch landed with precision and force. Stop, the driver shouted, but Chen Shu paid no heed, continuing his relentless assault. Song Su, didn't you learn martial arts? The driver shouted anxiously. Covering his head, Song Su replied in a flustered tone, I only learned some military boxing during training camp and did a few performances with my classmates. The driver was exasperated. Then start fighting. Just as Song Su tried to assume a fighting stance, Chen Shu delivered another heavy punch, causing blood to spurt from Song Su's nose. Seeing Song Su's pitiful state, Chen Shu couldn't help but taunt. Are you some kind of clown sent to entertain me? Bro, I messed up, I really did. Song Su groaned in agony, his face etched with defeat. He had thought it would be easy to handle a high school student, but now he found himself in a disheveled state. Chen Shu glanced coldly at Song Su, who was sprawled on the ground, then turned to the driver and said, take me to Kyoto South Station now, got it? He took the opportunity to land another heavy punch on Song Su's stomach. Brother Lu, take him. Song Su gasped, struggling to catch his breath. The driver, resigned to his fate, turned the car around and headed for the train station. The streets were bustling with people, but the car's interior was eerily silent. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Even weaklings are pretending to be thugs now? Chen Shu sneered, giving Song Su another brutal beating before leaving. Cries of pain echoed from the car, causing passers-by to glance curiously. Chen Shu walked away, satisfied. The mission failed. That guy is ruthless, Song Su sighed, still puzzled about how Chen Shu had seen through his plan. He had intended to make his move in a secluded area, but ended up being severely beaten instead. Chen Shu took out his phone and called Fong Si. Hey, Fong Si. Be careful, Su Han sent people after us. Fong Si's voice was tinged with concern. Are you okay? I'm fine. I'm heading back to Nanjing City. You and Dali stay vigilant. They exchanged a few more words before hanging up. Fong Si wasn't worried. As long as Chen Shu was safe, she didn't mind. Zhang Dali spent most of his time at school, and being at the top culinary university in the country, even Su Han wouldn't dare make a move. As for herself, she had long since stopped taking Su Han seriously. Chen Shu boarded the train back to Nanjing City without any issues. Watching the scenery speed by, he murmured to himself, "I'll be back in a year." His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Meanwhile, in Su Han's office, the atmosphere was tense. "You didn't catch him?" Su Han's face was icy, and the glass in his hand shattered instantly. "Su Xiao, let me explain." Song Su stammered, panicking. "You can't even handle a high school student. What good are you? Go clean the company bathrooms for 6 months." Su Han ordered coldly. Song Su left the room, dejected and frustrated. "I'm a college student, and now I have to clean toilets?" Su Han sighed. He had planned to capture Chen Shu, strip him, and throw him onto the streets with a urea bag. But Song Su, who claimed to be a martial arts expert, had failed miserably. Recalling his ordeal on Taiching Mountain, Su Han felt a surge of anger. He had woken up freezing, wearing nothing but pink underwear and a urea bag. As a genius from one of the top schools in China, he didn't follow Chen Shu's plan to descend the mountain in his underwear or with the bag. Instead, he had put the urea bag over his head and ran down as fast as he could. Though the experience was humiliating, at least no one saw his face. However, a hot topic emerged online. Urea man spotted on Taiching Mountain wearing pink underwear. Just then, the driver, Old Lu, cluelessly asked, "Su Xiao, what did that kid do to provoke you? You go clean the bathrooms with Song Su." Su Han waved dismissively, annoyed and uninterested in dealing with Chen Shu and Zhang Li. His real rival was Fong Si. Once he became a silver-level beast master, he would surely have his revenge. A day later, Chen Shu finally returned to the familiar sights of Nanjing City. Standing in front of the train station, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "I'm back. Nanjing's notorious bandit is here again," Chen Shu shouted suddenly, drawing curious looks from the people around him. Just as he was about to hail a cab, a few police officers stopped him. "Police?" Chen Shu was bewildered. "Come on, officer. I just got back from Kyoto." The officer sternly asked, "Are you the notorious bandit of Nanjing?" Chen Shu couldn't help but laugh, explaining, "I was just joking, officer. I'm a student at Nanjing No. 2 High School. Here's my ID." After verifying his identity, the police let him go. Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief and flagged down a taxi to head home. Thinking about the upcoming school term, he felt a bit down. The start of school meant losing his free time. As the taxi drove on, the driver suddenly stopped. "Hey, buddy, mind if I pick someone up?" "It's on the way." Chen Shu nodded, not paying much attention. The car stopped, and he glanced at the boy about to get in. The boy wore glasses, looked scholarly, and had pale skin. He smiled shyly when he noticed Chen Shu's gaze. At first glance, he seemed like just a quiet student. But Chen Shu's attention was quickly drawn to the building behind the Boy Nanjing Psychiatric Hospital. What alarmed him even more was the boy holding a set of blue and white striped clothes, clearly a patient's uniform. Instinctively, Chen Shu shifted closer to the door, even considering moving to the front seat. These days, the tough fear the reckless fear the desperate, and the desperate fear the insane. In this food chain, the mentally ill undoubtedly occupy the top, while Chen Shu could barely hold on at the bottom. In the train car, Chen Shu warily observed the boy next to him. The boy seemed to notice and gave a gentle smile. "I work at a mental hospital, doing research," he said. "Oh." Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he was overthinking things. After all, how could patients freely leave the hospital? He looked at the boy and smiled. "You look about my age. I didn't expect you'd be doing research already. What do you study?" "I'm the subject of the research." This sentence hit Chen Shu like a sledgehammer, shattering his sense of relief. He jumped up, his voice rising in panic. "Driver, I need to get off." But the boy was quicker, grabbing Chen Shu's sleeve. "No, I'm a student, just working part-time during the summer." "Part-time? Part-time as a mental patient?" Chen Shu's eyes widened in disbelief. The job market is really diverse these days. He tried to shake off the boy's hand, his face full of anxiety. Although his thinking was a bit unconventional, he considered himself normal and naturally feared real mental patients. "Dude, I'm really a student, just making some extra cash," the boy insisted, holding onto Chen Shu tightly and shouting to the driver, "Driver, well, the door's shut. No one's getting off today." "You really are crazy," Chen Shu muttered, shaking his head. "I'm just afraid you'll run off," the boy explained. "If you don't pay, the driver will charge me." Despite his scholarly and frail appearance, the boy had an unexpectedly strong grip. In the cramped train car, they struggled, with Chen Shu unable to break free. The driver, worried about Chen Shu skipping out on the fare, didn't stop the train. Half an hour later, Chen Shu sighed in resignation. "I've reached my stop. Can I get off now?" Only then did the driver stop the train. Chen Shu hurriedly paid the fare, ready to escape from this nightmare of a ride. "Hey, my name is Su Xingxing. Let's stay in touch. We might meet again, the boy persisted. No way, I never want to see you again in my life, Chen Shu retorted, opening the door and sprinting into the neighborhood as if something terrifying were chasing him. That day, Chen Shu experienced a series of bizarre events. First, he encountered two jokers sent by Su Han. Then he was questioned by the police, and on his way home, he met a boy claiming to be a subject of mental hospital research. He just wanted to get home quickly and leave this absurd day behind. Mom, Dad, I'm home, Chen Shu called out as he pushed open the door. In the living room, his parents were enjoying dinner at the dining table. His father, Chen Ping, stood up at the sound and glanced towards the door, half-jokingly asking, "No one chasing you, right?" Chen Shu shook his head helplessly. "Dad, what are you thinking? I'm not a fugitive." He took off his jacket and suddenly remembered something. "Although, I did run into someone acting crazy today." Chen Ping raised an eyebrow. "Your roommate?" Chen Shu chuckled awkwardly. "Haha, looks like you're in a good mood today." Chen Ping sighed in relief and patted his son's shoulder. Chen Shu walked over to the dining table, served himself a big bowl of porridge, and said while eating, "Coming home always lifts my spirits." His mother, with concern in her voice, said, "We thought you might be upset about Dolly." Chen Shu looked puzzled. "Dolly? He got into Jingdu Culinary University. Why would I be upset?" Chen Ping sighed. "It's precisely because he got in. You three grew up together, but both Fang Si and Zhang Dali are so accomplished, and you're struggling. It's natural to feel a bit unbalanced." He patted Chen Shu's shoulder again and comforted him. "Even if we're not the best, at least we have a good attitude. A good attitude means a longer life, and whoever laughs last, laughs best." "Haha, Dad, you sure know how to comfort people." Chen Shu shook his head but then straightened up and said, "Besides, I'm just biding my time. Once I put in the effort, they'll both rely on me." Chen Ping, seeing his son's confident look, shook his head. "Oh dear, good attitude. But seems like you've lost your mind." Chen Shu focused on his dinner, saying no more. The next morning, Chen Shu planned to stay in and adjust his mood, but his plan was interrupted by a phone call. The screen showed an unknown number with a striking note, marked as scam by 9999 people. Chen Shu's mouth twitched. This scammer was persistent, not even changing the number. He answered the call, but before he could speak, the person on the other end said, "Hey, old classmate, I've missed you." Chen Shu couldn't help but tease. "Really? You know who I am? Calling me old classmate without recognizing my voice? Some friend you are." "It's me, old Zhao." There was a brief silence before the caller continued. "You haven't changed a bit, still love to joke around." Chen Shu played along. "Haha, just messing with you." "Of course, I remember you, old Zhao." He quickly added, "So, what have you been up to lately?" "I've been working as a fitness coach, but money's tight. I'm looking for a business partner," the caller said enthusiastically. Chen Shu seized the opportunity to put on a show. "Oh, come on, old Zhao. I remember you used to have epilepsy, with seizures and foaming at the mouth. How are you coaching people now? Teaching them how to have seizures?" There was another silence. Chen Shu could barely contain his laughter, imagining the caller's reaction. Modern medicine has advanced. "I'm all better now," the caller explained awkwardly. "Really? Well, congratulations." Chen Shu feigned realization. "Let's talk business then." Chen Shu grinned mischievously and continued. "But hold on, didn't you get hit by a truck while dancing drunk in the street back in middle school? Lost your left leg, didn't you? How are you a fitness coach now?" The caller's voice became strained. "Old classmate, you must be mistaken." Right. My bad." Chen Shu pretended to apologize. "It's been so long. I remember now, it was your right leg. My mistake." The line went silent, then the call was abruptly disconnected. "Hello? Hello? Old classmate." Chen Shu burst into laughter, picturing the scammer's frustration. Just as he was laughing, his phone rang again. Another unknown number. Chen Shu answered. "What's up, old Zhao? Epilepsy cured?" A familiar voice responded. "It's me, Xie Sunan. What are you talking about?" "Xie Burua," Chen Shu quickly explained. "A scammer called earlier, and I was messing with him." Suddenly remembering, he asked, "You're not a scammer, are you? What do you think?" Xie Sunan replied exasperatedly. "Are you free today? I took on a task." "Interested? What kind of task?" "There's a new thief in Nanjing." "Not interested. You should call the police for that." Chen Shu declined flatly. "There's a 50,000 yuan reward." Xie Sunan dangled the bait. Chen Shu perked up immediately. "I can't stand criminals. Where are you? I'll come find you." Xie Sunan sighed. "You're like a chameleon, claiming to be the Nanjing thief, clearly looking to challenge me, the Nanjing tough guy," Chen Shu said, getting ready and grabbing his bag before leaving the apartment. Half an hour later, Chen Shu appeared at the intersection of Shafei Road, ready for his next adventure. Xie Sunan was wearing a blue t-shirt and jeans, looking exceptionally young. If you didn't see his face, it would be hard to guess his actual age. Chen Shu looked him up and down, then curiously asked, "Old Xie, You're not selling pork anymore? Sunin shrugged and replied, the pork business isn't doing well lately, so I stopped. Besides, it was just a side gig. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery in his tone. A side gig as a butcher? Honestly, that's quite something. As he spoke, he patted Sunin on the shoulder and added, but you're still better off than some. Just last night, I saw someone moonlighting as a mental patient. Sunin frowned slightly and defended himself. Hey, mine was a legitimate side job. He quickly changed the subject, pulling a small booklet from his pocket and handing it to Chen Shu. Enough about that. Here's the mission intel. Chen Shu nodded, took the booklet, and started to read through it carefully. The booklet detailed the mission information. Mission name: capture the Nanjiang thief. Mission difficulty: none. Mission description: recently, a thief known as the Nanjiang thief has been targeting wealthy families in Nanjiang City. Their methods are highly sophisticated, leaving no clues at the scene, and they have stolen wealth amounting to millions. The objective is to capture the thief as soon as possible. Mission reward: 100,000 yuan. Mission challenges: 1. No basic information about the Nanjiang thief, not even their gender. 2. Their methods are mysterious, avoiding all surveillance, possibly using the abilities of a contracted spirit. Mission hints: 1. It can be confirmed that the Nanjiang thief operates alone, with no accomplices. 2. The thief's beast master level is likely not very high. 3. After each theft, the words, rob the rich to help the poor, are left at the scene, suggesting they might live in the slums. Beast master? Chen Shu frowned slightly, his expression serious. Noticing the change in his demeanor, Sunin asked, what's wrong? Though he was a beast master himself, his combat abilities were nearly non-existent, which is why he sought out Chen Shu for help. Chen Shu explained, if the thief is a beast master, it complicates things. Beast masters tend to be ruthless and will stop at nothing, and their contracted spirits are just as vicious, making them hard to handle. Sunin furrowed his brow, a bit worried, and asked, can't handle it? I've already gathered specific information. Hearing this, Chen Shu's lips curved into a confident smile, and he said, if others can handle it, so can I. If others can't handle it, I definitely can. He paused for a moment and then added with a shift in tone, what I mean is, it'll cost extra. Sunin fell into a moment of silence, his brow furrowed. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with a hint of helplessness, damn, you never fail to impress. So, all this acting was just to get more money, huh? He enunciated each word clearly. I get 70,000. You get 30,000. Final offer. No bargaining. Turning to Chen Shu, Sunin asked, aren't you the one who can't stand criminals the most? Chen Shu nodded matter-of-factly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. That's right, but I have a soft spot for Chinese yuan. The two don't conflict. All right, Sunin agreed but added, but let me make it clear, I have zero combat skills, so I'll be counting on you. The two then took a car to the northern part of Nanjing City. On the way, Chen Shu suddenly asked, aren't we going to the slums in the west part of the city? The west side is the most underdeveloped, so logically, that's where we'd find criminals. Sunin scoffed. Do you really believe the official information? Chen Shu nodded in realization. It made sense. The criminals had likely relocated long ago. By the way, Lao Xia, Chen Shu asked again, why are you suddenly taking on a mission? Short on cash. Sunin sighed, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. School's about to start, and I need to earn some living expenses. Chen Shu patted his shoulder, his tone tinged with sympathy. That's tough, having to earn money for your kids' expenses. How about this? I'll take 80,000, and you take 20,000. Students don't need that much. It could foster bad spending habits. Hearing this, Sunin immediately made a universal gesture of disdain. Gritting his teeth, you're unbelievable. He had thought the other would sympathize and offer him a better deal, but instead, he was being squeezed even more. We're here. They arrived at a mid-range residential area called Bailixiangdu, which was nothing like the slum described in the intel. Chen Shu frowned and asked, are you sure this is the place? Sunin nodded confidently, you can question my combat skills, but not my investigative abilities. All right then, let's get this over with. Chen Shu took the lead to the entrance, but was stopped by a security guard. Unfazed, he explained, I live in Building 2, Unit 1, but I forgot my access card. The guard sneered. You trying to pull a fast one? There's no Building 1 here. Chen Shu's face twitched in disbelief. What kind of place doesn't have a Building 1? The guard replied smugly. This complex only has buildings 2 through 9, just to prevent people like you. Feeling outsmarted, Chen Shu and Sunin were stuck at the gate, unable to make the first move. Sunin impatiently asked, what now? If we can't catch him, you're paying for the cab. Chen Shu waved him off, about to speak when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Well, look who's here. He called out loudly, hey buddy. A scholarly-looking young man turned around, smiling shyly. Hey there, Su Xingxing. He extended a friendly hand. Bringing your dad out for a walk this early? It's good for preventing dementia. Chen Shu and Sunin were dumbfounded, unable to believe they'd been insulted in one sentence. Sunin, looking annoyed, said, Are you not just mentally off but also blind? Chen Shu forced a smile and asked, Su Xingxing, right? Do you live here? My relatives do, Su Xingxing replied. Chen Shu and Sunin exchanged a knowing look and chuckled. 10 minutes later, the three successfully entered the complex. Su Xingxing curiously asked, Are you guys really here to catch a criminal? Of course, it's in our nature to fight evil, Chen Shu said righteously, then turned to Sunin. Lao Xia, where exactly is the guy? Follow me. The three sneaked to Unit 403 of Building 3. Sunin whispered, This is it. You get him to open the door. Chen Shu nodded and knocked twice. A familiar voice came from inside. Who's there? Chen Shu raised an eyebrow and replied, Hello, I'm from the property management, here to check the water meter. Seconds ticked by with no response. Chen Shu loudly asked, Is anyone there? If there's no one, say something. Silence persisted. Looks like we'll have to break in. Su Xingxing stepped forward seriously. Stand back, everyone. He charged at the door with his shoulder. Bang! Su Xingxing bounced off the door, grimacing in pain. Ouch! Why does it hurt so much? Aren't doors supposed to break like this on TV? Chen Shu's face twitched. You're really something. This is a security door. Step aside, Chen Shu said, summoning a golden slime. Due to the narrow hallway, it couldn't use its enlargement skill, but its nearly 2-meter size was enough to break down the door. The slime's eyes widened, its face contorting as if it were constipated, and suddenly it unleashed a tremendous force. Boom! It charged directly at the security door, shattering the sturdy barrier into pieces that flew several meters away. Hurry up, that noise must have alerted others, Chen Shu said nervously, preparing to start searching. But Sunin was quicker, releasing her contracted spirit. Let me handle it, she declared. A chubby caterpillar appeared out of thin air. Surprisingly, it had a pair of transparent wings. Chen Shu's eyes widened, clearly unfamiliar with such a peculiar creature. The caterpillar's wings gently fluttered, as if dispersing an invisible energy around them. Moments later, Sunin shook her head. No one's here, she said, having instantly grasped the situation inside the room. Chen Shu was astonished. You can detect people in the house? Yes, Sunin replied curtly. Then why didn't you do that earlier? We smashed the door for nothing, Chen Shu said, somewhat annoyed. Sunin shrugged. You were the ones in such a hurry. Chen Shu sighed. So, what now? He hadn't expected their target to escape so quickly, which explained why the police had struggled to catch them. Don't worry, they won't get far, Sunin said confidently. She then commanded her contracted spirit to use another skill. The caterpillar's eyes glowed green, the light seemingly alive as it floated through the air and eventually out the window. Follow the light, she instructed. As the trio prepared to head downstairs, Su Xingxing suddenly spoke up. Let's take my bird. Chen Shu and Sunin turned to him with puzzled expressions. Su Xingxing quickly clarified. I mean this. He summoned his contracted spirit, a giant bird covered in blue feathers, its eyes brimming with lightning. Chen Shu was amazed. An A-class thunderbird. Are geniuses so common now that even the mentally unstable have A-class spirits? He raised an eyebrow, suddenly feeling his slime was less special. The three quickly climbed onto the thunderbird and flew out the window. Residents of the neighborhood looked up in astonishment as the giant bird soared overhead. Although summoning contracted spirits was generally prohibited in the city, pursuing a criminal clearly warranted an exception. Each of their contracted spirits had unique strengths. One excelled in reconnaissance, another in flight, and the last in combat. This perfect combination gave them a significant advantage in their pursuit. At the entrance of the residential complex, a man wearing only shorts and running in a panic caught everyone's attention. He was none other than the notorious thief of Nanjing, Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan's heart pounded like a drum, and sweat trickled down his bare skin. He never expected that Chen Shu, the person he had scammed 2 hours earlier, would come after him. Chen Shu's voice was unforgettable, and it made Zhao Yuan grit his teeth in hatred. Reflecting on the earlier phone call, Zhao Yuan was filled with regret. As a seasoned scammer, he had never encountered such a tricky situation. Chen Shu not only claimed he had epilepsy, but also insisted he was an amputee. The most infuriating part was that Zhao Yuan couldn't refute these ridiculous accusations. Damn it! Zhao Yuan cursed under his breath. How did I run into such a jinx? At this moment, Zhao Yuan couldn't care less about the strange looks from passers-by. He just wanted to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. He mistakenly believed that Chen Shu had already called the police. If caught, not only would his identity as a scammer be revealed, but the true face of the Nanjing thief would also be exposed. Desperately trying to flag down a taxi, Zhao Yuan found that his disheveled appearance made drivers avoid him. Some even rolled down their windows to get a better look at the half-naked oddball. What are you staring at? Never seen performance art before? Zhao Yuan yelled angrily at the onlookers. Just then, a dazzling green light appeared, swirling above Zhao Yuan's head. The crowd burst into laughter, and people began taking out their phones to capture the bizarre scene. Wearing only shorts and glowing green. This must be a heavenly sign, someone jeered. Zhao Yuan felt a sudden tightness in his chest. As a beast master, he immediately realized this was a skill from a contracted spirit. While he was on high alert, a thunderbird swooped down from the sky, landing right in front of him. Old Xie, is this your skill? Love is a beam of light? Chen Shu's teasing voice rang out. Looking up, Zhao Yuan saw Chen Shu standing on the thunderbird's back, along with an old man and a young man. Fury filled Zhao Yuan's eyes as he gritted his teeth and demanded, "Is this your doing?" Chen Shu scrutinized Zhao Yuan and suddenly raised an eyebrow. "Hey, why does your voice sound so familiar?" A light bulb went off in his head. "Oh my god, an old classmate. I can't believe it's the scammer from this morning." Zhao Yuan clenched his fists, seething with anger. The green light above his head shone even brighter, making him look like an enraged warrior. Without hesitation, Chen Shu shouted, "Su Xingxing, attack!" Su Xingxing looked confused. "Attack? Attack where?" "Use your bird to get him," Chen Shu urged, thinking that Zhao Yuan might be a beast master and needed the rookie to test the waters first. Su Xingxing scratched his head awkwardly. My Thunderbird doesn't have combat abilities." Chen Shu's eyes widened. "What? The textbooks say Thunderbirds control lightning, and their innate skill is Thunderstrike. My Thunderbird is a bit mutated. Its innate skill is lightning speed," Su Xingxing explained. Xie Sunan asked curiously, "For downloading movies?" "No, for escaping," Su Xingxing replied helplessly. Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively. "Stop joking. Let's deal with the old classmate first." With that, he secretly pulled out a bag of urea from his backpack. "What the? You carry that with you?" Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan were so surprised they almost gasped. "I've got this." Chen Shu signaled the Thunderbird to lower its altitude. When they were just 2 meters above the ground, he jumped down, shouting, "Here comes justice from above." Instinctively, Zhao Yuan looked up, but the green light was too blinding, making it hard for him to see. He quickly summoned his contracted spirit, a black rat. This was the true Nanjing thief, with its innate skill, night camouflage, allowing it to easily evade surveillance. However, faced with Chen Shu descending from the sky, the black rat chose to flee. Zhao Yuan cursed under his breath, but was powerless. He had only trained the rat to steal, never to fight. With a thud, the urea bag landed squarely on Zhao Yuan, sealing him as if by magic. Immediately, Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing rushed forward, and the three of them subdued Zhao Yuan together. Chen Shu took out his phone and called Uncle Wang. "Uncle Wang, come to Bailixiangdu. We've caught the Nanjing thief." In no time, Wang Qian hurried to the scene and personally arrested the thief who had terrorized Nanjing for 10 days. Chen Shu and Xie Sunan praised Su Xingxing repeatedly. "Su hero, thanks to you, Nanjing is safe." Su Xingxing squinted suspiciously. "Something's off. Are you trying to get rid of me? As a wanted criminal, there must be a reward, right?" Chen Shu silently cursed, realizing his plan to trick the kid had failed. Xie Sunan quickly tried to smooth things over. Right, I almost forgot. There is indeed a reward. It's 2,000 yuan in total. Since you were just assisting, you get 500, and we'll split the remaining 1,500. No objections, right?" Su Xingxing's eyes widened. "Really? 2,000 yuan? I make that much in a month with my part-time job. I can't believe a criminal is worth that much." Xie Sunan took out 500 yuan from his bag and handed it to Su Xingxing. The latter grinned from ear to ear, happily accepting the money. After Su Xingxing left, Chen Shu and Xie Sunan went to the Beastmaster Association to claim the 100,000 yuan reward. "Old Xie, since you gave Su Xingxing 500, your share will be 29,500 this time. Is that okay?" Chen Shu said with a smile. Xie Sunan nodded, feeling something was off. By the time he realized it, Chen Shu had already disappeared. "Today's a good day." Chen Shu whistled as he returned home, thrilled to have secured his living expenses for the new semester. However, his mother's words quickly dampened his spirits. "Son, school is about to start. How's your homework coming along?" "Huh? What?" Chen Shu's eyes widened, and his body trembled as he felt a sudden loss of breath. "Homework? What homework?" September 1st, the dreaded day for students across the country, the start of the new school year. Chen Shu felt weak all over, even losing his appetite. "Son, are you okay? Got a cold?" his father, Chen Ping, asked with concern. Chen Shu sighed, looking despondent. "It's nothing. I'll get through it. Hang in there. By the way, did you pack your homework?" I can't take it anymore. Chen Shu collapsed onto the sofa, looking as if he were gravely ill. Dad, why do you have to bring up the worst possible thing? Chen Ping patted his son's shoulder. Come on, cheer up. It's just school, not a funeral. Ugh, I'd rather go to a funeral. Get ready. We're leaving. Chen Shu, looking defeated, grabbed his backpack and biked to school. At the entrance of Nanjiang No. 2 High School, the atmosphere was festive with drums and a sea of people. Parents were all smiles, while students looked as if they were suffering from chronic constipation. Blending into the crowd, Chen Shu was suddenly called out. Hey, Pai Go! A student from a regular class shouted. Hello, hello. Chen Shu smiled and nodded, trying to stay low-key, but his reputation wouldn't allow it. Pai Go, hello. Pai Go. I'm Lu Shuang from Class 5 of the Beast Taming Department. Hi. Hi everyone, good to see you all. Chen Shu clasped his hands behind his back, feeling a bit of his school-related gloom lift. Since when did I become so respected? Chen Shu wondered. It turned out that the school had already announced the special training class roster, and Chen Shu, ranked 20th in the grade, was a member of Class 5 of the Beast Taming Department. To the students of Class 5, he was a miracle. To those in regular classes, he was a legend, a symbol of hope. What's up with this school? Feels like a gang. Those students don't look like good kids. Is Nanjiang No. 2 High School really like this? I think so too. Acting like gang leaders, parents were murmuring, clearly worried about the school's environment. At the entrance, Li Yuan's face darkened. Chen Shu, come here. Chen Shu turned around to see Li Yuan glaring at him. Everyone, head to your classrooms, Chen Shu told his classmates before approaching Li Yuan. What's the deal with you? Ruining the school's reputation on the first day? No, Mr. Li, what did I do? I was just saying hi to my classmates. What's wrong with that? Chen Shu protested. Cut the crap. You're acting like a gang leader. What will the parents think? Get to the special training classroom. Just as Chen Shu was about to leave, a choice appeared before him. Option 1. Go back to the classroom obediently. Reward, small amount of beast taming power. Option 2. Shrug and say, what do you mean, acting like a gang leader? I am one. Reward, fearless potion. Option 3. Shout to the parents, if your kids have any trouble, come find me. First day special, protection fees at a discount. Reward, golden slime resistance 10. Chen Shu turned to face the parents and shouted, if any of your kids get bullied, come find me. First day special, protection fees at a 10 discount. Then he bolted, running at an impressive speed. Chen Pai, you little, I'll break your legs. Li Yuan roared, but it was too late. Parents swarmed him, and he had to force a smile, explaining, that kid's just a bit mischievous, he's joking. Chen Shu ran, exhilarated by the thrill of skirting disaster on the first day. As he neared the classroom, he decided to take a detour to the restroom to relax. Just as he sat down in a stall, a voice from the right asked, hey buddy, got any toilet paper? I'm in a pinch. A hand appeared under the partition. Who goes to the bathroom without paper? Ridiculous. Chen Shu handed over a pack of tissues. This voice sounds familiar, he thought when another voice from the left called out, hey buddy, I need help too. Chen Shu was exasperated. Are you both here just to scam toilet paper? He handed a pack to the person on the left. Suddenly, he realized something was off. Both voices were eerily familiar, like he'd heard them not long ago. Chen Shu's eyes darted around, and he pulled up his pants. He braced his feet against the toilet stall divider and began to climb upwards, step by step, careful not to make a sound. When his head finally rose above the partition, ready to see who was on either side, he suddenly froze, his mind blank. In the other two stalls, the people were also climbing up, mirroring his movements. All three had their hands on the partitions, their eyes meeting in surprise. Chen Shu's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaim, what the heck? Su Xingxing, Xiesunin's son? Xiesunin, from the adjacent stall, immediately retorted, what the hell are you talking about? I'm Xiesunin. Chen Shu, in disbelief, asked, you? Then what happened to your beard? I shaved it off. I've always told you, I don't look that old. Xiesunin replied impatiently. Su Xingxing interjected, are you here to drop off your son for school? Xiesunin, now furious, shouted, I don't have a son. I'm only 18. A teenager. Got it? Chen Shu turned to Su Xingxing, confused. You're here for school too? Of course. Su Xingxing answered matter-of-factly. What? You think I came to the bathroom just to hang out? Chen Shu frowned, suddenly remembering Wang Qinghan, his eyes widening further. You two are transfer students too? Both nodded in unison. Unbelievable. Chen Shu exclaimed, looking up in exasperation. The school administration must be crazy, spending money on two amateurs. Just then, Chen Shu's gaze inadvertently swept downward, and he was stunned. The bathroom was now filled with people, all staring at the three of them with puzzled expressions. They were a full 3 meters off the ground, as if performing some bizarre acrobatics. Someone muttered softly, "Is this the new way to use the bathroom? We've seen strange things, but never this strange." 3 meters, you pair they launching intercontinental missiles. Chen Shu tried to remain calm, his face unflushed, as he explained, "This is the newest posture recommended by experts for using the bathroom. Supposedly, it helps with constipation. Hasn't anyone else tried it?" Xie Sunan immediately chimed in, looking relaxed. "There's scientific evidence to support it. My constipation is completely cured now. I like this posture." Su Xingxing just smiled shyly, not saying much. After that, the three of them simultaneously jumped back to the ground, casually opening the stall doors and walking out as if nothing had happened. Their composed demeanor left the others speechless, staring in bewilderment as the trio nonchalantly exited. The scene completely shattered the onlookers' understanding, making them wonder if they had missed some new trend. The atmosphere in the bathroom became unusually strange, and everyone fell into deep confusion. Chen Shu stared in disbelief at the person in front of him, scrutinizing him repeatedly. "Are you really Lao Xie?" he blurted out, eyes full of astonishment. Xie Sunan raised an eyebrow, slightly annoyed, and retorted, "Which eye of yours can't see that I'm Xie Sunan?" Chen Shu shook his head with a wry smile. "Even with 3 eyes, I couldn't tell. It's quite unbelievable." Standing nearby, Su Xingxing was also full of amazement. After carefully observing, he said, "Although there's a big difference in age, the sleazy vibe between your eyebrows and that lingering pork smell on you are unmistakable. It's definitely you." Xie Sunan sighed helplessly, too lazy to explain further. "I've just matured a bit. Is that a crime?" The three of them bantered as they walked into the classroom. Due to the formation of the special training class, the senior students were reassigned, and the former beast taming class 1 classroom was now used by the special training class. The classroom was already filled with students, and the three of them pretended to be calm, strolling to the back row as if they were inspecting leaders. Chen Shu looked around and realized he didn't recognize many people, except for Su Xiaoyu, Xiaobing, Wang Qinghan, and his 2 troublemaking friends beside him. As the former class monitor of beast taming class 1, Su Xiaoyu immediately came to Chen Shu's seat to collect homework. "Chen Shu, hand over your homework," she said, extending her hand. Chen Shu shrugged and spread his hands. "I don't have any. I'm from beast taming class 5. The teacher didn't assign any homework." Su Xiaoyu looked at him speechlessly. Then where did Xiaobing's homework come from? Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan couldn't help but chime in. "All right, Chen Shu, stop pretending. We know you finished it long ago." "Finished? My foot." Chen Shu's mouth twitched as he pointed at the two and asked, "Why don't you collect their homework? We're transfer students." Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan straightened up, looking smug. Chen Shu let out a wail. "Is this the privilege of being a transfer student?" He looked at Su Xiaoyu pitifully. "Xiaoyu, given our relationship, can't you just not report my name? Pretend I've already handed it in." Su Xiaoyu frowned. "You didn't do any homework over the 2-month summer break?" Chen Shu scratched his head. "I remember doing half of it before I went to bed last night. And the other half? When I woke up, I realized the first half was just a dream." Su Xiaoyu was completely speechless, and Chen Shu continued to persuade her. "Xiaoyu, just say you've collected it all and hand it in. The teacher isn't stupid. They can tell. Really, it's no big deal," he added. In the past, when Zhang Dali only collected 3 assignments from the entire class, he just told the teacher he had collected them all. Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan widened their eyes in shock. He dared to say he collected them all? Truly fearless. Su Xiaoyu questioned, "Did the teacher believe him?" Chen Shu replied awkwardly, That was the end of his career as a class representative." At that moment, a tall, thin man wearing short sleeves and black-rimmed glasses walked into the classroom. He looked somewhat stern, and the entire classroom fell silent instantly. "Su Xiaoyu, you can go back. No need to collect Chen Shu's homework," the man said. "I'll be your homeroom teacher for the year. My name is Shen Wushuang." Chen Shu discreetly observed this unfamiliar teacher, thinking that Nanjing No. 2 High School was really taking a gamble this time. A chubby boy with glasses suddenly spoke up. "Teacher, handing in homework is a student's duty. No one should be an exception." Chen Shu squinted, thinking this little fatty was looking for trouble on the first day. Shen Wushuang responded with a smile. "Chen Shu's academic score is 396. If anyone can score above 390, they can skip their academic assignments too. If you're outstanding enough, you get privileges." A student named Sun Ziang protested. "Teacher, does having ability make you special? Can you just ignore school rules?" Shen Wushuang shrugged. "Sorry, but yes, having ability really does make you special." Chen Shu couldn't help but smile to himself, thinking this teacher was quite interesting. Shen Wushuang scanned the class and continued, "Students, from now on, remember that you're part of the special training class. If your grades are good enough, you can ignore the rules. Of course, I'm talking about school rules. If you commit crimes, that's up to the Spirit Bureau to handle. Seeing that no one had anything to say, Shen Wushuang nodded in satisfaction and then began to introduce the new students. You might have noticed that the special training class has more than 20 students. The school has specially recruited outstanding transfer students. He gestured for a few students to step forward and introduce them one by one. Wang Qinghan, within a great fire elemental spirit. Exceptional talent in beast taming. Wang Qinghan smiled and nodded, looking friendly but somehow distant. Du Long, within a great earth dragon. Exceptional talent in beast taming. Du Long was an ordinary-looking boy with an arrogant look in his eyes. The class was amazed to hear about the dragon-type contract spirit. Xie Sunan. His contract spirit is a grade butterfly, skilled in searching. Many snickered at the mention of a grade spirit, clearly looking down on Xie Sunan. Suddenly, the sound of metal hitting the floor interrupted the introduction. A butcher's knife fell out of Xie Sunan's clothes, its blade still stained with dark blood. Many students turned pale, eyes filled with fear. Xie Sunan nonchalantly picked up the knife. Sorry, occupational hazard. I accidentally brought it with me. His demeanor instantly turned menacing. The students turned pale, praying that their earlier disdain hadn't been noticed by Xie Sunan. Even Shen Wushuang's mouth twitched, not expecting someone to bring a butcher's knife to school. Don't mind that, everyone. Here's the last transfer student, Shen Wushuang continued. Su Xingxing. His contract spirit is a grade mutant thunderbird, with exceptional talent. Su Xingxing looked much more normal, smiling shyly, which made a good impression. Xie Sunan nudged him with his elbow, whispering, "Your clothes are messy." "Oh, sorry." Su Xingxing smiled as he adjusted his clothes, accidentally revealing the blue and white striped patient uniform underneath, the kind worn by mental patients. The entire class was shocked, thinking the school must be desperate to recruit someone from a mental hospital. Su Xingxing quickly explained, "Don't worry, I just wore this for a summer job." He smiled, but what had seemed like a shy and gentle smile now looked disturbingly off. The class thought, "Isn't that how mental patients smile?" "Teacher, I want to quit the special training class." A student suddenly stood up and shouted, his voice filled with panic. The classroom erupted into chaos as more students raised their hands, all demanding to leave. "I want to quit too. Knowledge is valuable, but life is priceless. Let me go." Homeroom teacher Shen Wushuang stood at the podium, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had mentally prepared for this, but the scene before him still caught him off guard. He realized that his understanding of this class was merely the tip of the iceberg. Just then, Chen Shu, sitting in the back row, noticed 3 options appear before him. Option 1. Stand up and shout as a normal person. I'll be the first to quit. Reward, disguise potion. Option 2. Stay silent and observe the teacher's reaction. Reward, moderate beast control power. Option 3. Stand up and calm the classmates while packing up 2 people's belongings using a urea bag. Reward, wind breath skill 1. Chen Shu sighed softly and pulled a urea bag from his backpack. He stood up and said in a firm, confident voice, "Everyone, don't panic. I can prove that they're just summer job workers, not criminals." All eyes turned to Chen Shu. He smiled, hands behind his back, exuding an aura of trustworthiness. "Come on, pack up your things and don't cause trouble for the class," he said, skillfully packing a butcher knife and a straitjacket into the urea bag. "Why do you carry a urea bag with you?" a student exclaimed. Another student suddenly stood up, pointing at Chen Shu and shouting, "They're in cahoots. I saw them in the restroom this morning, all squatting on the toilet seats. They said some new posture could relieve constipation. I tried it and fell in, and my clothes still aren't dry." The classroom erupted into chaos, with students backing away in fear. Shen Wushuang took a deep breath, realizing this teaching task was far more challenging than he had imagined. He even considered the idea of quitting and running away. "You 3, come with me," Shen Wushuang said sternly. Chen Shu and the other 2 obediently followed Shen Wushuang out of the classroom. In the hallway, Shen Wushuang demanded, "What's going on with you 3? A butcher knife, a straitjacket, and a urea bag. Do you think this is reasonable?" The 3 immediately began to explain. "Teacher, I have a summer job selling pork. Teacher, I work part-time as a patient at a mental hospital. Teacher, I'm a beast master." Shen Wushuang felt a throbbing headache. After half an hour of persuasion, the 3 finally made some promises. Back in the classroom, Shen Wushuang forced a smile and said to the students, Chen Shu and the others were just trying to liven up the atmosphere. "Don't worry about it." He then announced the schedule for the opening ceremony and the afternoon free activities, along with the mandatory boarding rules for the special training class. He also mentioned that there would be a Beast Master competition tomorrow to determine the initial rankings. Afterward, except for Chen Shu and the other 2, the rest of the students went to attend the opening ceremony. The 3 of them went to the school's artificial lake, drinking iced cola and chatting. They got to know each other's backgrounds. Su Xingxing was the top student at Nanjiang 4th High School, Sunin had never attended school because he found the curriculum too basic, and Chen Shu was in the special training class due to his supportive contract spirit. While discussing the competition the next day, Sunin smiled mysteriously and said, "Even if we can't win, we can still mess with them." Su Xingxing nodded in agreement. Finally, when discussing whether to attend the opening ceremony, Chen Shu nonchalantly said, "What's the big deal? With 3 people missing, old Shin won't even notice." However, in reality, even if there were 1,000 students, Shin Wushuang could spot these 3 peculiar individuals in an instant. Some people just have that presence that can throw everything into disarray merely by standing there. In the afternoon, the 3 of them coincidentally ended up in the same dorm room. This was not a coincidence, but rather a deliberate decision by Shin Wushuang, who, based on their behavior today, was concerned about the safety of other students and decided to put these 3 troublemakers together. Chen Shu was lazily lying on his bed, his fingers flying over his phone screen, deeply engrossed in the game glory of Beastmasters. Sunin and Su Xingxing each occupied a bed, looking equally aimless. "Chenpai, you can play games now?" Sunin suddenly asked. "Aren't you only allowed to play for an hour during the weekends?" Without looking up, Chen Shu replied, "That's a rule for minors. I turned 18 during the summer vacation." Su Xingxing perked up. "Then let's play a match." Sunin raised an eyebrow at Su Xingxing. "Little Su, are you an adult?" "Nope," Su Xingxing grinned. "I use my grandma's ID. I was playing Zhao Yun and dominating at 3 a.m. last night." Chen Shu and Sunin sat up abruptly, staring at Su Xingxing. "The news this morning said a 60-year-old got a pinnacle at 3 a.m. That wasn't you, was it?" Su Xingxing quickly shook his head. Really? I had no idea." "Enough," Chen Shu interrupted. "Let's just play. Add me. What's your ID?" "Grandma Zhaozilong." Chen Shu's mouth twitched as he sized up Su Xingxing, thinking that the ID was a perfect match for him. Just as the 3 were about to start a game, there was a sudden, aggressive knock on the door. "Open up." Chen Shu frowned, annoyed by the door banging. Reluctantly, he got up to open the door, only to find 2 people standing outside. A tall, skinny guy with his arms crossed scoffed, "You're Chen Shu, right?" The other guy, shirtless and muscular, sneered, "Wang Yun, don't scare him. He's the top student in cultural subjects." Chen Shu asked expressionlessly, "What do you want?" The tall guy replied coldly, "Tang Xiao asked me to tell you to stay away from Su Xiaoyu. Got it?" Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. "Tang Xiao? Who's that?" He thought to himself, another cliché love triangle, but he had nothing to do with Su Xiaoyu. Just because she collected my homework this morning? Tang Lai. "Oh." Chen Shu feigned realization, then asked again, "Who?" Wang Yun furrowed his brow and barked, "Second in our year." Chen Shu smiled warmly, "Not my problem." He moved to close the door, but Wang Yun suddenly blocked it with his hand. The 2 exchanged a glance and barged into Chen Shu's room. "You don't seem to get it, do you?" Wang Yun's eyes flashed with malice. Despite being geniuses in the special training class, Beastmasters were used to being competitive and aggressive. "You 2, get out. We need to handle something." Hongming growled at Su Xingxing and Sunin from the bed. The 2 glanced lazily at Chen Shu, who smiled and said, "You guys should step out for a bit. They want to discuss something with me." Reluctantly, Su Xingxing and Sunin left the room. Chen Shu walked over to Sunin's bed, seemingly looking for something. "Kid, you're too arrogant." Hongming reached out to grab Chen Shu's shoulder. Chen Shu suddenly turned around, a butcher knife in his hand, and swung it at Hongming. "Holy crap!" Hongming recoiled in terror, his eyes filled with fear. "You really dare to cut me?" Chen Shu grabbed Hongming with his left hand, pinning him under his arm, and repeatedly tapped his face with the knife, speaking in an unnervingly gentle tone. "So, what do you guys want to discuss?" The smell of blood from the knife made Hongming want to vomit. Wang Yun gritted his teeth. "I don't believe you'd actually cut him." Chen Shu smirked and swung the knife towards Hongming's groin. Hongming's heart nearly stopped, his hair standing on end, as he instinctively pulled back, narrowly avoiding the blade. "Wang Yun, are you an idiot? Of course, you don't believe it. You're not the one getting cut." Hongming, now terrified of Chen Shu, vented his anger on Wang Yun. "Dude, we can talk this out." Chen Shu kicked Hongming away and coldly said, "If either of you tries anything, this knife won't discriminate." He held the knife in his left hand and swung his right. Smack. Both received a slap, their heads ringing. "Of all people, you mess with me?" Chen Shu sneered. "Haven't you heard of the infamous bandit of Nanjiang?" Smack. He slapped them again, harder this time. "Bro, we were wrong, really wrong." Hongming's face turned pale, his legs trembling. As an ordinary student, he had never witnessed such a brutal scene. Chen Shu nonchalantly toyed with the butcher knife in his hand, the blade gleaming menacingly in the dim light. His voice was eerily calm. "Now, both of you face the wall and sing, Pleasant Goat 100 times." Wang Yun's face was contorted with fear, his voice trembling. Bro, I really can't sing it. Before he could finish, the butcher knife in Chen Shu's hand flashed, and Wang Yun's clothes split open. A chill ran down his spine, and cold sweat poured down his back, making it hard to breathe. Chen Shu gave the knife a slight shake, a satisfied glint in his eye. No matter what weapon it was, it seemed to come alive in his hands, his control over it astonishing. Maybe this is what they call talent, he thought. Terrified, the two began to sing. Pleasant goat, beautiful goat, boiling goat. Smack. A loud slap interrupted their singing. Chen Shu coldly said, after beautiful goat comes lazy goat. Disrespecting the goat village bully is disrespecting me. Their eyes filled with tears, regret overwhelming them. They couldn't help but wonder why they had come here seeking thrills. And since when did lazy goat become the village bully? But they dared not ask, only continuing to sing. Pleasant goat, beautiful goat, lazy goat, boiling goat. Smack. Another slap. Bro, we didn't get it wrong, they protested, feeling wronged. Chen Shu sneered, you're off key. At that moment, Chen Shu opened the dormitory door, letting in Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing. The two saw Wang Yun and Hong Ming facing the wall and singing, a flicker of surprise and admiration in their eyes. Although Xie Sunan had sold pork before, she had never seen such ruthless methods. Su Xingxing seemed a bit off, but she was actually quite kind. Even Zhang Dali couldn't match Chen Shu's ruthlessness. In the entire Nanjiang, probably only Fang Si could hold a candle to him. Chen Shu lazily lay on the bed, the butcher knife beside him, playing games with Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing. He had no concern that Wang Yun and Hong Ming would summon their contract spirits unless they no longer wanted to stay in school. Seeing the three lying on the bed, Wang Yun and Hong Ming exchanged a glance and nodded subtly. Suddenly, they turned and dashed for the dormitory door. Just as they were about to grasp the doorknob, Chen Shu's left hand shot out. The butcher knife traced a graceful arc through the air, embedding itself deeply into the wooden door with a thud. Wang Yun and Hong Ming froze, sweat pouring down like rain. Staring at the still quivering knife, they turned back to face the wall, their voices trembling as they continued to sing, Pleasant goat, beautiful goat. In the early evening, dorm room 102 for the boys was completely empty. Chen Shu and his roommates had left long ago to gather blankets and other essentials from home. Yet, the dorm echoed with a melodious tune. Happy sheep, beautiful sheep. Wang Yun and Hong Ming stood facing the wall, their voices hoarse but still singing with a dedication that was truly impressive. Passing students cast strange looks their way, some even wondering if the dorm was haunted. Wang Yun, can we stop now? I think we've sung enough, Hong Ming whispered, his voice rasping. Even though Chen Shu and the others had left, the two didn't dare to make a break for it. The glinting butcher knife on the door was a constant, invisible threat, as if Chen Shu himself were still watching over them. Let's go, it should be fine now, Wang Yun finally decided. Exhausted, the two supported each other as they left Chen Shu's dorm. As they opened the door, passing students stared. Hong Ming, shirtless and pale, his voice hoarse, looked utterly drained. The others wore strange expressions, some with inexplicable smirks. What are you looking at? Never seen handsome guys before? Wang Yun shouted, dragging Hong Ming quickly back to their own dorm. At that moment, Tang Lai returned to school from home, tall and handsome, with a slightly brooding gaze that added a touch of villainy to his look. Did you warn that kid? Tang Lai asked bluntly. Wang Yun and Hong Ming immediately burst into tears, their faces full of grievance. Wang Yun stammered, young Master Tang. He. Tang Lai frowned impressed. What about him? He trampled on our souls. Wang Yun choked out. Meanwhile, Chen Shu pedaled his bike, whistling and in high spirits as he headed home. I never thought I'd end up in the same class as Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing. Looks like senior year won't be a solo fight. He mused. I should bring more urea bags for self-defense. Just as he was about to enter the dimly lit street, options appeared before him again. Option 1. You're in danger. You decide to take a risk and fight back to show your might. Completion reward. Beastmaster level 1. Option 2. Use your wits to escape. Completion reward. Invisibility potion. Option 3. Stand in the street and shout, I can take on 10. Bring it on. Completion reward. Massive Beastmaster power. Chen Shu's expression froze. Danger again. Huh? Is this street cursed? He recalled his previous encounters, first a robbery, then an ambush by Zhang Nan's henchmen. Is this the infamous street of crime? Hesitation flashed in Chen Shu's eyes. He leaned towards completing the first option, as a level up in Beastmaster skills would instantly make him the top genius in his class, surpassing even Su Xiaoyu. Better assess the situation first. Chen Shu tossed his bike aside and stealthily stepped onto the dim street. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the faint glow of street lamps casting an unsettling ambience. Suddenly, a pat-pat sound came from the tree above. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. People are getting really creative these days. Driven by curiosity and a desire to learn, he silently climbed the tree. Perched on a sturdy branch were two mysterious men. A skinny young man was constantly slapping his exposed skin to fend off summer mosquitoes. Brother Liu, are we really going to catch that student? The skinny young man asked. The bald man nodded confidently. Of course. I've done my homework. This street is his only route home. But Brother Liu, we've been here for half a month. The mosquitoes on this street have gotten noticeably fatter. The bald man stroked his chin, frowning. This doesn't add up. He should be coming this way if he's heading home from school. School? The skinny young man's eyes widened. Brother Liu, isn't it summer vacation? Bookshelf? What bookshelf? I never use one. The bald man looked puzzled. The skinny young man was speechless. Brother Liu, did you even go to school? The bald man's breath caught, but he insisted. Who said that? Your brother Liu is a college graduate. Got it? College? What kind of college? Kindergarten college. Kindergarten? Seriously? Yeah, kindergarten. Give me a break. The young man rubbed his temples and slapped his arm again, bursting a blood-filled mosquito. Brother Liu, this is ridiculous. Why aren't mosquitoes biting you? Because I used Six God before coming out. The young man frowned. What's Six God? Before the bald man could explain, an unfamiliar voice chimed in. It's a brand of mosquito repellent, idiot. See, even others know. The bald man nodded proudly. A moment later, both men realized something was off. Huh. Huh. They turned simultaneously, their eyes locking onto the stranger beside them. The bald man looked bewildered and asked, Who are you? Chen Shu, the infamous bandit of Nanjiang. Before he even finished speaking, Chen Shu lashed out with two lightning-fast kicks. Down you go. Caught off guard, the two men lost their balance and tumbled heavily to the ground. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Chen Shu's eyes as he quickly summoned a golden slime. With its massive form, the slime swelled up like a mountain, ready to crush the fallen men. If this attack landed, they would be doomed. Chen Shu looked down from his vantage point, secretly amused that anyone dared to challenge him. As he prepared to relish their impending doom, the rapidly descending slime suddenly bounced back, emitting a series of frantic squeals. Goo! Gigi goo! The slime's eyes widened, drawing in sharp breaths. Chen Shu's expression darkened. What's going on? He quickly realized he had encountered a formidable opponent and leaped down to the slime's side. There, he noticed a wound at the slime's rear, oozing colorless liquid, clearly a severe injury. Pierced its defense in one strike? Chen Shu's face turned serious. Under the dim streetlight, the two men slowly got up, and beside them stood a fearsome black scorpion. A black-tailed scorpion? Chen Shu was taken aback, thinking to himself, an S-class contracted spirit, and it's specialized in offense. This is a significant threat. What shocked him even more was that the spirit's aura was at level 9. These seemingly dull men were actually level 9 beastmasters. Deploying level 9 beastmasters? Is that necessary? Chen Shu frowned, already contemplating retreat. If it were just a level 9 contracted spirit, his repeatedly enhanced slime might still stand a chance. But the gaunt young man beside them had yet to make a move, suggesting his strength was on par. Feigning calm, Chen Shu spoke up. Let's be reasonable here. I, Chen Shu, am a law-abiding, helpful citizen, a model of the new era. I don't think I've wronged anyone, right? The skinny young man's face flashed with a mix of shock and anger as he shouted, You little punk, that was way too harsh. You went straight for the kill and still dare to call yourself a model youth? Are students today all this ruthless? The bald man sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. You have only yourself to blame for touching something you shouldn't have. Before he finished speaking, a shadow darted toward Chen Shu like lightning. Chen Shu's pupils contracted, and his body instinctively rolled, quickly positioning himself behind the slime. He was startled. Another level 9 contract spirit, a drank shadow leopard? The murderous intent from the two opponents was almost tangible. It was clear they meant to kill Chen Shu. At this critical moment, the slime closed its eyes and fell into a deep sleep right in the middle of the fight. Its ability to fall asleep was truly astonishing. As the slime began snoring, its thick armor effect tripled, and its defense skyrocketed. The shadow leopard's claws struck, but sparks flew upon contact with the slime. The skinny young man's face changed color as he felt the pain transmitted from the shadow leopard. Not only did it fail to injure the slime, but its own claws were damaged and bleeding. The shadow leopard leaped back to the side of the skinny young man. The bald man cursed, useless creature, and commanded the black-tailed scorpion to attack. Black light sting. In an instant, the scorpion's tail glowed with a dark light and struck at the slime like lightning. With a soft hiss, the slime's defense was breached, waking it from its slumber. Though it was furious, it was helpless against the black-tailed scorpion and could only hop around in frustration. Chen Shu, who was hiding behind, stepped forward with anger burning in his eyes and shouted, "You forced me to do this." In a flash, the slime reverted to its normal size, its mouth swelling as if preparing for a powerful attack. A whirlwind arose, scattering leaves everywhere. Though not lethal, it was quite intimidating. The bald man cautioned, "Be careful. This kid is worth 5 million. He's not to be underestimated." The two men stood their ground, curious to see what the slime would do. Chen Shu leaped up and perched on the slime's head, his hands feeling around for a grip. He taunted, "If you have the guts, don't move and wait for your doom. The wrath of Nanjiang's outlaw is something you can't handle." The skinny young man whispered, "Brother Liu, what do we do? This kid looks pretty fierce. Calm down. I refuse to believe in Frank slime can cause any trouble." Chen Shu finally found a grip, clutching the slime's nostrils, hadn't even realized it had nostrils. "Get ready to die, you weaklings." Chen Shu taunted again, commanding the slime to use its combo skill. "Take off." The slime lifted off the ground, instantly switching to flight mode. "Damn it, the kid's trying to escape." The bald man finally realized, thinking Chen Shu was preparing a big attack, but he was actually fleeing. The black-tailed scorpion struck again, but it was too late. Son of a, how can a slime fly? The man was furious. He had never expected this. A flying slime was as absurd as a pig climbing a tree. "Smile for the camera," Chen Shu shouted from the air, one hand on the slime's nostrils, the other holding his phone. "Cheese." Click. Chen Shu snapped several photos, capturing their faces. Riding the golden slime, he successfully escaped the street, gaining a strategic advantage with its flight capability. "Brother Liu, did I get caught in the photo?" The skinny young man was still posing, even making a peace sign. "You idiot. Pack up and run." Both were wanted by the Spirit Control Bureau, and if Chen Shu reported them, the consequences would be dire. They had never expected to fail despite being two level 9 beast tamers. Chen Shu left the street, breathing a sigh of relief as he saw the bustling crowd. He immediately called, "Uncle Wang, there are assassins." "What? Someone tried to kill you?" "I'm sending you photos. These guys are definitely up to no good." Chen Shu quickly sent the photos to Wang Qian through the messaging app. Soon, Wang Qian called back, "You encountered them? They're wanted by the Spirit Control Bureau. We've been trying to catch them." Chen Shu replied, "Yes, in Nanjiang City, not far from my house. Hurry and check it out. My legs are still shaking. By the way, when will I get the Spirit Control Bureau's compensation? We'll discuss it later. I'm heading out with a team to investigate." Wang Qian hastily hung up, fearing Chen Shu might really press for compensation, which would be a headache for the Bureau. Chen Shu sighed, not expecting his uncle to be so stingy. He hailed a cab, deliberately avoiding that street, and took a roundabout way back home. Laden with various daily necessities, he returned to school after an eventful but safe night. When Chen Shu returned to the dormitory, it was already late. Xie Sunan was standing on the balcony, sharpening a gleaming butcher's knife, her piercing gaze fixed on Chen Shu as he walked through the door. "Chen Shu, why are you back so late?" Xie Sunan's voice had a barely detectable hint of concern. Chen Shu let out a weary sigh. "Don't even ask. I ran into 2 criminals." He quickly tidied up his bed and lay down, sinking into deep thought. In theory, he shouldn't be a target for assassination. Although he had made plenty of enemies, few could afford to pay 5 million for his head. Could it be that he had infringed on someone's interests? Chen Shu closed his eyes, his mind racing. Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning. Strength serum? Chen Shu's eyes flew open. The only ones whose interest he might have harmed were the companies selling strength serum. He had previously sold a large quantity of highly effective yet low-cost strength serum on the black market, undoubtedly stepping on some toes. In terms of motive and financial capability, only those serum companies fit the bill. Really? They'd pay 5 million to take me out? Chen Shu laughed bitterly. Does that make me more valuable than an iron-tier beast lord? What Chen Shu didn't know was that his rampant sales had left the strength serum market crippled. Xiaoxing Pharmaceuticals, a major seller of strength serum, had suffered significant losses. Looks like I'll need to ask Zhou Shi about this. Chen Shu rubbed his chin. Although he wasn't well-versed in the serum market of Nanjing City, Zhou Shi, as a senior executive at 666 Pharmaceuticals, would undoubtedly have the answers. At that moment, Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing walked in from the balcony. Chen Shu couldn't help but notice their outfits, causing his mouth to twitch. I mean, can we not wear psychiatric hospital gowns as pajamas? Honestly, it freaks me out, Chen Shu said helplessly. Su Xingxing excitedly ran to Chen Shu, gesticulating wildly. They're insanely comfortable. The material, the fabric, the craftsmanship. Get lost. Xie Sunan put away the butcher's knife and turned to Chen Shu. Chen Shu, why don't you give it a try? I didn't believe it at first either. No way. Chen Shu said firmly. I'd rather freeze to death or run around naked than wear something like that. However, just a few minutes later, Chen Shu was wearing the blue and white hospital gown, looking blissful as he drifted off to sleep. Su Xingxing lay on her bed, lowering her voice to mimic Chen Shu's tone. Chen Shu declared, pointing to the bed, I, Chen Shu, would rather suffer the bitter cold and run naked than wear those hospital gowns. She paused, then added. Moments later, Chen Shu said, so comfortable. The dormitory filled with soft laughter, which quickly subsided, leaving only the sound of the young people's even breathing. The next day, the special training class students gathered at the school's beast hall, preparing for the upcoming class beast competition. Shen Wushuang scanned the crowd, quickly noticing 3 missing students. He raised his voice, everyone, quiet down and wait for a moment. Meanwhile, inside dorm 102, silence prevailed. Chen Shu, Li Ming, and Wang Chong were deeply asleep, showing no signs of waking up classic post-holiday syndrome. In his groggy state, Chen Shu felt something slimy licking his face. He let out his signature mischievous chuckle. Suddenly, a foul stench hit his nose. What's that smell? Chen Shu rubbed his eyes and barely opened them to see a giant snake head, its forked tongue licking his face. Seeing Chen Shu wake up, the snake grinned menacingly. Damn it! Chen Shu yelled, instantly snapping awake. He quickly summoned his slime, which lunged at the giant snake. The other 2 were jolted awake by his shout and opened their eyes to see a 10-meter-long snake coiled in the dorm, their eyes widening in shock. Quick reflexes. Shen Wushuang remarked from the balcony, slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Chen Shu to react so swiftly. Any other student might have been paralyzed with fear, but Chen Shu immediately fought back. Shen Wushuang raised an eyebrow and said to the trio, how long do you plan to sleep? Reluctantly, the 3 got up, washed up, and headed to the beast hall. Noticing their matching hospital gowns, Shen Wushuang couldn't help but think this looked nothing like a high school dorm. 15 minutes later, the 4 arrived at the beast hall, drawing curious glances from their classmates. Shen Wushuang stepped forward and announced, today's beast competition officially begins. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Although they were beast tamers, actual combat opportunities were rare. Freshmen and sophomores mainly focused on basics, with real combat training starting in junior year. The cultural subjects in the college entrance exam were similar to regular tests, but the beast taming exam involved real battles, which is why the country invested heavily in education to train truly skilled beast tamers. Chen Shu and his friends stood in the back, sipping soy milk and munching on youtiao, ignoring Shen Wushuang's speech. Suddenly, Shen Wushuang announced, first match, Chen Shu versus Sun Ziang. Chen Shu, mid-bite, was taken aback. First match is me? He walked to the edge of the battle platform. For safety, students didn't enter the platform. Their contracted spirits did the fighting. Seeing his opponent, Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. Oh, it's you? Chubby? Sun Ziang looked annoyed but said nothing, summoning his contracted spirit. A creature that was part wolf, part leopard appeared on the platform, its sharp eyes and gleaming claws exuding ferocity. Upclass Golden Claw Beast? The surrounding students whispered, intrigued by the match. Golden Claw Beasts were known for their speed and strong attacks, making them excellent contracted spirits. Sun Ziang's eyes burned with determination. Summon your contracted spirit. Chen Shu glanced nonchalantly, still munching on his youtiao. In a rush to die? He then summoned his golden slime. And class contracted spirit? How did he get into the special training class? This is a joke. Transfer student Du Long frowned. Someone explained, Brother Long, this slime is no ordinary one. They recounted the slime's impressive performance in the final exams, especially its incredible defense. A levels even contracted spirit? Tang Lai in the audience furrowed his brow, surprised that Chen Shu was a levels even beast tamer. Despite the summer break, there were still few levels even tamers in the class. Sun Ziang became more serious. As a level 6 beast tamer, he was essentially facing a higher level challenge. Someone questioned, why doesn't that slime have eyes? The slime snored loudly, even blowing a big snot bubble. Mocking me, huh? Sun Ziang shouted angrily. Golden Claw Beast, attack! The Golden Claw Beast lunged, its momentum fierce, but the slime continued to sleep, unbothered. Wham! 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 The Golden Claw Beast's claws slashed at the slime furiously, blood splattering everywhere, making the scene look gory. Such strong attacks. So fast. Someone exclaimed, captivated by the Golden Claw Beast's fierce performance. Chen Shu couldn't help but laugh. Someone asked, puzzled, your slime is injured, and you're laughing? Chen Shu reminded, hey, buddy, slime's blood isn't red. Everyone's eyes widened, realizing the red blood was from the Golden Claw Beast. They turned their gaze to Sun Ziang, who was gritting his teeth, sweating but refusing to give up. How can my Golden Claw Beast not break through? And why is it getting hurt? Chen Shu leisurely continued his breakfast. His slime was immensely powerful, far beyond typical class spirits. It had faced strong opponents, making it seem ordinary, but against a level 6 spirit, it was a cakewalk. Chen Shu grinned. Had enough fun? As soon as he spoke, the slime's eyes snapped open, trying to look fierce but still adorably cute. It charged forward. Wham! The golden claw beast was sent flying, landing heavily off the platform. Chen Shu wins, Shen Wushuang announced, sighing inwardly. He hadn't expected Sun Xiang to be so ineffective. Unable to break the slime's defense, the golden claw beast suffered recoil damage but kept attacking. Such students would only meet their demise in otherworldly spaces. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, smirking. Suanzi, you're no good. My name is Sun Xiang. The chubby boy clenched his fists in anger. Oh, Suanzi, raise you? No way. You sure have a talent for splitting word. Shen Wushuang stepped forward to stop Chen Shu from continuing his mockery of Sun Xiang. Given Chen Shu's sharp tongue, he might actually bring Sun Xiang to tears on the spot. The class had 24 students, paired up for battles, and 4 rounds would determine the final rankings. Next match, Su Xiaoyu versus Lu Ming. Shen Wushuang announced. Chen Shu and his friends found a new spot to sit, eating their breakfast while watching the matches. Su Xiaoyu, as a level 7 beastmaster, showcased her flame bird's incredible combat power, defeating her opponent with overwhelming ease. Shen Wushuang sighed as he watched. The students in the class were at least level 6 beastmasters. After a summer of intense training, those who were level 5 had successfully advanced. This highlighted the intense competition in every field. He had expected the matches to be evenly matched since a one-level difference wasn't significant, but reality exceeded his expectations. Although the strength of their contracted spirits had improved, the students still lacked combat awareness. In the following matches, Tang Lai, Wang Qinghan, and Du Long all displayed formidable strength, winning with overwhelming advantages. Although it was their first competition, the disparity in strength among the students was already apparent. Next match, Su Xingxing versus Hong Ming. Shen Wushuang's voice rang out again. Hong Ming's face turned serious upon hearing this. He hadn't expected to face Su Xingxing. Unlike Xie Sunan's level contracted spirit, Su Xingxing had an 11 mutated Thunderbird, which was likely very powerful. Moreover, as a land-based contracted spirit, he was naturally at a disadvantage against a flying type. Su Xingxing walked forward with confidence, looking every bit the strong contender. He intended to end the match quickly and immediately summoned his mutated Thunderbird. The Thunderbird was large, with lightning flashing in its eyes, exuding a powerful presence. Hong Ming stepped forward and summoned his contracted spirit, a 2-meter-tall black ape, a level berserk ape. The onlookers thought to themselves, Hong Ming is likely to lose badly. One is a flying type, the other a ground type, so the ape will probably be outmatched. The two contracted spirits stared at each other, and the battle was about to begin. Surprisingly, the Thunderbird didn't move, instead preening its feathers gracefully. The berserk ape could only roar on the ground, unable to reach the high-flying Thunderbird. The battle hadn't even started, and they were already at a stalemate. Shen Wushuang's gaze fell on Su Xingxing. As the class advisor, he knew the real situation of the mutated Thunderbird. Apart from its speed, it was practically useless, with its strength comparable to a D-level contracted spirit. As time passed, many in the audience began yawning. They had expected an exciting battle, but it turned out to be quite boring. Are you going to fight or not? Hong Ming couldn't help but ask, feeling bored himself. Su Xingxing smirked. My contracted spirit is a mutated Thunderbird. Do you even understand what mutated means? You're no match for me. Just give up. Hong Ming was infuriated and shouted, give up my ass. At least fight me properly. You're asking for it. Once my Thunderbird attacks, you'll be crying like a dog. Su Xingxing taunted. The Thunderbird's eyes flashed with lightning, and its aura surged. The next moment, it opened its beak, and everyone thought it was about to release a thunderball. Splat! A liquid splashed onto the berserk ape's head. Everyone was stunned. What was that just now? Is the mutated Thunderbird water type? It didn't seem to do any damage, more like spit. Hong Ming was equally puzzled, not understanding what skill had been used. Chen Shu watched the Thunderbird with interest, curious to see how Su Xingxing would win. He knew the Thunderbird shouldn't be able to break through the berserk ape's defenses. The Thunderbird, having finished spitting, lowered its flight to almost the same level as the berserk ape. Hong Ming remained vigilant, waiting to see what the Thunderbird would do next. Nyanyanya. The Thunderbird stuck out its tongue, making a taunting noise, then turned around and shook its rear at the berserk ape. This scene left everyone bewildered. What kind of move is this? The berserk ape's eyes burned with anger, pounding its chest and charging at the Thunderbird. This blatant provocation was too much for its fiery temper to bear. The Thunderbird flapped its wings, moving with incredible speed, almost like a bolt of lightning. The berserk ape could only eat its dust. Even more infuriating, the thunderbird would stop every so often to shake its rear. Its behavior was incredibly provoking. The mutated thunderbird's antics completely shattered everyone's preconceived notions about contracted spirits. Stop chasing it. Hongming quickly realized that the thunderbird had only speed and no significant attack power, hence the provocations. The berserk ape gradually halted, suppressing its anger for the moment. Su Xingxing grinned. Let's see how long your ape can hold out. The thunderbird flapped its wings again, instantly reaching above the berserk ape's head. It shook its rear again, taunting the ape from above. Roar! The berserk ape couldn't hold back any longer, slamming its palms above its head, but the thunderbird easily dodged. The thunderbird's continuous provocations enraged the berserk ape. Its eyes turned red as it activated its innate skill, berserk rage. The stronger its anger, the more its power increased. The berserk ape charged at the thunderbird with doubled speed, but it still could only eat dust behind the thunderbird. Stop moving! Hongming shouted anxiously. The berserk ape's temper was naturally fierce, and its obedience was low. Now, driven by rage, it had completely lost control. The thunderbird reached the edge of the battle platform, flapping its right wing as if beckoning with a finger, repeatedly saying, "Come at me." How could the berserk ape endure such provocation? Roar! The berserk ape leaped and dove straight at the thunderbird. As expected, it landed ungracefully off the platform, while the thunderbird calmly preened its feathers. Elegance never goes out of style, Su Xingxing said smugly. Damn it, you cheated, Hongming shouted. Su Xingxing wins, Shen Wushuang declared, shaking his head. Your contracted spirit's obedience is too low. If the berserk ape were more obedient, this farce wouldn't have happened. Everyone was stunned. Could this really be counted as a win? Chen Shu was equally shocked, thinking, the thunderbird's lightning attribute must be secondary. Its primary attribute is definitely annoying. Shen Wushuang continued taking notes on each student's strengths and weaknesses, preparing for targeted teaching. He then announced, next match, Xie Sunan versus Wang Yun. Next up, Xie Sunan versus Wang Yun. The announcement instantly heightened the tension in the arena. Upon hearing this, Wang Yun's face twisted into a smug grin. His eyes burned with the fire of revenge, the humiliation of the previous day flashing before him anew. Just as Chen Shu and Su Xingxing were about to speak, Xie Sunan preempted them, calmly saying, don't worry, if I can't win, I'll concede. This statement left everyone present momentarily stunned. Wang Yun raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with sarcasm. Well, at least you know your limits. As a reconnaissance-type contract spirit, Xie Sunan was indeed at a disadvantage in solo combat. Everyone was well aware of this unfair situation. Eager to settle the score, Wang Yun summoned his contract spirit. A massive 3-meter-long crocodile, covered in gray scales, appeared before the crowd. Its cold, ruthless eyes and gently swaying giant tail spoke volumes of its power. This was the desert crocodile, a formidable branked creature specializing in land combat. Stop stalling. Where's your contract spirit? Wang Yun demanded, his fists clenched, itching to avenge his past humiliation. Xie Sunan let out a light, and a mysterious smile tugged at his lips. Suddenly, a plump caterpillar with mismatched transparent wings appeared out of thin air. Despite its comical appearance, it exuded a unique beauty. Seeing this, Wang Yun scoffed, pathetic. Before he finished speaking, the desert crocodile launched its attack. Its giant tail, like a massive axe, swung viciously at the airborne caterpillar. The caterpillar, clearly slower, was instantly struck. A gruesome wound appeared on its abdomen, blood gushing out. This sight made Chen Shu and Su Xingxing jump to their feet, ready to persuade Xie Sunan to surrender. After all, a heavily injured contract spirit could have dire consequences. Wang Yun sneered at the wounded caterpillar. What a weakling! How did you even get into this special training class? His eyes gleamed with the satisfaction of revenge, feeling a slight reprieve from the shame inflicted upon him by Chen Shu the day before. However, Xie Sunan showed no intention of conceding. The caterpillar struggled to flap its wings, barely managing to ascend into the sky. Despite its bleeding abdomen, it seemed determined to stay aloft. The onlookers urged, give up. It's pointless. Xie Sunan simply shook his head, a cryptic smile on his face. Suddenly, the caterpillar's eyes glowed a brilliant green. A green light danced in the air, almost as if it had a life of its own. Chen Shu and Su Xingxing exchanged glances, instantly understanding Xie Sunan's plan. It's the divine skill, love is a light, they exclaimed. The green light descended almost instantly onto Wang Yun's head. The class erupted in laughter at the sight. What the heck is this skill? Wang Yun, you're glowing green. This green light is so blinding. Someone check Wang Yun's face for me. The classmates' teasing made Wang Yun's face turn even greener than the light above him. He gritted his teeth, Teacher, he's breaking the rules by using a skill on me. Shen Wushuang was momentarily speechless by the unexpected turn of events. Chen Shu quickly explained, Teacher, Xie Sunan just added a special effect. It didn't cause any real harm, so it's not a violation. Special effect, my foot. Shen Wushuang frowned, but reluctantly nodded in agreement with Chen Shu. He thought to himself, perhaps this is also a way to train the student's mental resilience. Wang Yun clenched his fists, seething with rage. Damn it! How is this not real harm? He felt as if his soul had been trampled yesterday and was now suffering a thousandfold humiliation, becoming the laughingstock of the world. Just then, Chen Shu shouted, Go, Qing Di, you can do it. This cheer pushed Wang Yun to the brink of collapse, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Wang Yun, barely holding back his fury, closed his eyes, pretending not to see the green light above his head, and gritted his teeth. Fine. Let's see how long your contract spirit can last. Despite the caterpillar's bleeding abdomen, Xie Sunan remained calm, issuing a new command to it. To everyone's astonishment, the caterpillar spat out a small camera. Its tentacles deftly operated the device, skillfully turning it on. This scene left everyone in shock. Chen Shu was equally stunned, finally realizing who had taken the black market fake medicine photos. A caterpillar that can use a camera? He muttered. With a smug smile, Xie Sunan called out to Wang Yun. Come on, give us a smile. The caterpillar's flash went off. Click, click, capturing several photos. Xie Sunan continued to tease. That's it. Imagine you're a superstar on a stage watched by millions, and the green light above you is your badge of honor. The classmates burst into laughter once more. Wang Yun felt his spirit on the verge of breaking, unable to endure the torment any longer. I concede. Wang Yun sighed deeply, drained of all energy. But I have one request. Xie Sunan responded with a smile. Don't worry, I won't keep the photos. Wang Yun nodded reluctantly, withdrew his contract spirit, and forfeited the match. Shen Wushuang watched with a sense of sympathy for Wang Yun. He thought, even he might struggle to withstand such mental torment. Though the laughter died down, the way the classmates looked at Xie Sunan had changed. They silently vowed that if they ever saw the caterpillar in the sky, they would immediately surrender. The psychological impact was just too terrifying. Chen Shu couldn't help but praise, well done, Xie. He hadn't expected Xie Sunan to win in such a manner. Xie Sunan grinned proudly. It's all about skill, can't help it. Shen Wushuang's mouth twitched at this. He had initially thought these three students were just quirky, but now it seemed even their contract spirits were unusual. This special training class was turning out to be far more interesting than he had imagined. The competition was still in full swing. The performance of Chen Shu and his two teammates stood out, while the other contestants' matches seemed dull and unremarkable. Chen Shu, in particular, kept running to the restroom, making 8 trips in just 2 hours. Finally, the first round ended, moving on to the top 12. The host announced loudly, next match, Xie Sunan versus Tang Lai. At this announcement, everyone's eyes turned to the two contestants, trying to glean some insight from their expressions. Someone whispered, could it be that Tang Lai is going to become the second Qing emperor? Wang Yun stood to the side, fists clenched, speaking with a tone full of grievance. Young Master Tang. Don't worry. Tang Lai walked out of the lineup expressionlessly, determined to severely damage Xie Sunan's contract spirit. Xie Sunan taunted. Come on, fight. Don't tell me you're scared. Tang Lai didn't hesitate any longer and immediately summoned his contract spirit, a peculiar bird covered in white feathers, rated as an 11 potential wind beast. This creature was not only incredibly fast but also had an innate skill called Windbind, making it as formidable as Su Xiaoyu's flame bird. Xie Sunan was unfazed, stepping forward resolutely. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't blame me if you can't escape the light of love once you've accepted it. Tang Lai's mouth twitched, silently resolving not to let his opponent release any skills. Shen Wushuang looked at Xie Sunan, a hint of approval in his eyes. He thought, as a flying-type contract spirit, the Wind Beast was second only to Su Xingxing's mutated Thunderbird in speed within the special training class. Logically, once the battle began, Xie Sunan's insect butterfly would likely be torn apart instantly, with no chance to use any skills. Prepare to die. Xie Sunan, filled with battle intent, summoned his insect butterfly in an instant. However, surprisingly, the insect butterfly didn't appear on the battle platform but stayed beside Xie Sunan. Tang Lai frowned and asked, what do you mean by this? Are you afraid to get on the platform? Xie Sunan grinned. Who said that? I'm here. The insect butterfly slowly flew onto the platform, its eyes flickering with eerie green light. Die! Tang Lai shouted, his wind beast's wings vibrating, covered in a cyan glow, and its speed suddenly skyrocketed. Aiming for a one-hit kill, Tang Lai used a skill right off the bat. The wind beast's claws opened wide, slashing fiercely at the insect butterfly. But just at the critical moment, The insect butterfly lazily retreated, easily leaving the platform. Sunin proudly shouted, "I'm down again." Voluntarily leaving the platform usually meant forfeiting, but by then, the insect butterfly's skill was fully charged. A blinding green light shot straight at Tang Lai. What the heck? Tang Lai was terrified and started to run, but it was too late. The light of love enveloped him instantly. The most absurd part was that the green light formed into a 1-meter-high hat, which firmly settled on Tang Lai's head. The crowd erupted in astonishment at Sunin's adept use of his skill. Behind this impressive proficiency, there must have been countless victims' experiences. "You jerk. You've already lost, and you're still playing tricks?" Tang Lai's chest heaved with anger, nearly losing his mind. Shen Wushuang intervened. "All right, Sunin, retract your skill. You've already lost." He announced the match result. Sunin finally withdrew his skill slowly. Although it didn't last long, it was enough to disgust Tang Lai to the point of nausea. Many people sighed. Tang Lai won the match but lost his dignity. At that moment, Tang Lai stood with his fists clenched, his face pale, feeling as if the green light still lingered over his head. This brief experience might take a lifetime to heal. Others breathed a sigh of relief, feeling grateful to Tang Lai. Sunin's elimination meant they were spared from the same torment. "All right," Shen Wushuang announced. "Next match. Chen Shu versus Yang Ziyu." At this, the entire class's attention shifted immediately. Despite Chen Shu's slime being only level, it always gave an impression of unfathomable depth, making everyone particularly interested in this battle. Yang Ziyu was a pure-looking girl, appearing delicate and fragile, as if a single punch could make her cry. She stepped forward and summoned her contract spirit of fox with a purple tail, a level purple-eyed fox. In terms of appearance, it was leagues ahead of the slime. Yang Ziyu approached Chen Shu and whispered, "Brother Chen, could you go easy on me?" Chen Shu smiled. Of course, little sisters are meant to be pampered, but he thought to himself, "At such a young age, you're already using this trick? Well, now I'm wide awake." Boom. The golden slime landed heavily on the battle platform, undoubtedly the heaviest contender of the match. The slime's eyes widened, showing a hint of curiosity towards the purple-eyed fox. The purple-eyed fox's eyes shimmered, and a seductive purple light shot out rapidly. The slime, being slow, couldn't dodge. The light entered its body, and the slime started giggling foolishly, drooling. Do contract spirits all use seduction techniques? Many were amazed, not expecting such a move. Yang Ziyu smiled slightly. Her contract spirit, though only level, had immense potential and was a control-type spirit. If its evolution level increased, it could even temporarily control lord-level beasts from other dimensions. It was due to this special contract spirit that she got into the special training class. "Brother, you've lost," Yang Ziyu said triumphantly. The slime, seemingly bewitched, began walking off the platform, giggling foolishly and looking incredibly adorable. However, just as it was about to leave the platform, its eyes suddenly became resolute. The charge, skill activated instantly. Caught off guard, the purple-eyed fox was sent flying. This happened so suddenly that no one had time to react. They had all thought the slime was mesmerized, behaving so foolishly, not realizing this was its usual state. With the slime's intelligence level, it didn't even understand what enchantment was. Seizing the moment while the purple-eyed fox was still in midair, the slime jumped, preparing its violent sit skill. No! Yang Ziyu's eyes widened in horror. The slime was so heavy that if it landed, the purple-eyed fox would at least be severely injured. Boom! Chen Shu didn't hesitate. The slime landed instantly. "Can you withstand this 200-pound weight?" I give up." Yang Ziyu's eyes welled up with tears as she saw the miserable state of the purple-tailed fox. The slime happily bounced off the stage, affectionately rubbing against Chen Shu's shoulder. Chen Shu, trying to be kind, softly comforted her. "The deceased didn't get hurt, right?" This remark completely shattered Yang Ziyu's emotional defenses. Unable to hold back any longer, she tearfully questioned, "You lied to me?" Scratching his head, Chen Shu chuckled and explained, "Not at all. I said sisters are meant to be cherished. Isn't your heart aching now?" Haha. This statement caused everyone present to burst into laughter. Those who knew Chen Shu, like Su Xiaoyu, were already accustomed to his antics. This was undeniably Chen Shu's style. Shen Wushuang stepped forward and announced, "All right, the school will cover all treatment costs, so it won't affect your study progress." As students in the special training class, injuries during combat practice were inevitable, and the school naturally provided full support. Free treatment. Many students sighed in relief, surprised by the school's thoughtfulness. At that moment, the slime that had been rubbing against Chen Shu suddenly rolled over and fell heavily to the ground. Its body convulsed violently, and colorless liquid poured from its mouth. Chen Shu immediately shouted, "Teacher, my slime has internal injuries." He dramatically pointed at Yang Ziyu and feigned amazement. Your contracted spirit is truly formidable. I am impressed. This act left everyone dumbfounded. They had seen shameless people before, but never someone so brazen. It was clearly his own fault for almost squashing the opponent, yet he claimed his slime was injured? Shen Wushuang's mouth twitched in exasperation. Can you stop the theatrics? Put away your Oscar-winning slime. Let's start the next match. He didn't want to deal with Chen Shu's nonsense. It was only the second day of teaching, and he already felt this batch of students was difficult to manage. The subsequent matches returned to normal, much to Shen Wushuang's relief, until Su Xingxing took the stage. Because the mutant Thunderbird was in a level contracted spirit, Su Xingxing's opponent was a level contracted spirit. This was to prevent exceptionally talented students from facing each other too early. As for Chen Shu, his Flevel spirit was anything but ordinary. The match reached a stalemate. The mutant Thunderbird and the armored turtle stared each other down. The Thunderbird couldn't break through the turtle's defense, and the turtle couldn't hit the nimble bird. Moreover, the armored turtle, being a defense-type spirit, had weak attack power. The armored turtle was gentle and highly obedient. Despite the Thunderbird's relentless provocations, it remained unfazed. Eventually, the turtle retreated into its shell, as if saying, "Do what you will. I'm not budging." The classmates couldn't help but go crazy. They had never seen such a boring Beastmaster match in over a decade. Let's go. Time for lunch. Chen Shu and his friends decided, preparing to leave for lunch. Su Xingxing also ignored the match, letting the Thunderbird do its thing. As they were about to leave the Beast Arena, Shen Wushuang finally couldn't hold back. All right. Shen Wushuang reluctantly set a new rule. If there's no result within an hour, the winner will be decided based on the Beastmaster's level and the contracted spirit's potential rating. Lu Feng, any objections? The owner of the armored turtle nodded, equally uninterested in continuing the dull match. What should have ended by noon dragged into the afternoon because of Su Xingxing. Come back for the afternoon classes. Go have lunch first. The special training class students dispersed in groups, heading to the cafeteria. Due to dorm assignments, the class had already formed small cliques from the start. Old Xie, got a question for you. Chen Shu suddenly spoke up. What's up? How have you managed to survive until now? Anyone with a bit of temper would have gone after Xie Sunan if they found out they were being cheated on. Xie Sunan replied earnestly, strength, courage, wisdom, none of it matters. The key is running fast. The three friends joked as they arrived at the cafeteria. Although it wasn't officially lunchtime, the special training class had its privileges. Chen Shu, with your slime being so strong, are you aiming for first place? They chatted while eating. Chen Shu proudly said, of course. The world is too arrogant. I can't stay low-key any longer. Are you Chen Shu? Suddenly, Tang Lai approached, arms crossed. Behind him were his lackeys Wang Yun and Hong Ming, and even the new transfer student Du Long. Chen Shu smiled slightly, not even looking up. No need to be so formal. Just call me uncle. Tang Lai was momentarily stunned, but quickly responded coldly. Did you hit my people? They're your people? Chen Shu turned to Wang Yun and Hong Ming, his tone dripping with sarcasm. What's your relationship? It seems a bit unusual to me. Tang Lai took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. I've looked into you. You have talent, rising from an ordinary class to the special training class. As long as you stay away from Su Xiaoyu, I'll let bygones be bygones. Tang Xiao, no need to be polite with him. Du Long sneered. It's just an Flevel contracted spirit. Despite Chen Shu's slime showing remarkable strength, it had only faced level spirits. Du Long, with his 11 dragon-type spirit, didn't see it as a threat. Chen Shu suddenly stood up, his imposing figure instantly exuding a powerful presence. He sighed and said to Du Long, little dragon, I just want to stick a knife in your butt right now. What? Du Long frowned, not understanding. Of course, to open your eyes. Du Long's anger flared, fists clenched, ready for a confrontation. At this moment, Tang Lai waved his hand, smiling, hope you can keep this attitude in the afternoon match. Chen Shu suddenly saw 3 options appear before him. Option 1. Calmly say, I'll always be this strong. Reward, moderate Beastmaster power. Option 2. Tell Xie Sunan, old Xie, spread some love. Reward, slime jumping ability 5. Option 3. Incite the ordinary students to beat up Tang Lai. Reward, slime size 5. Chen Shu was momentarily taken aback, a thoughtful glint flashing in his eyes. His initial intention was to have Xie Sunan teach Tang Lai a lesson, but summoning a contract spirit in the cafeteria would break the rules. Reluctantly, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Chen Shu's lips curled into a sly smile, his eyes gleaming with cunning. I don't know about this afternoon, but you're about to lose your swagger. Tang Lai narrowed his eyes, his expression calm and collected. Oh, you want to fight? No sooner had he spoken than Du Long and his 2 companions quickly surrounded them. Soon, For other boys from the special training class joined in, clearly part of the same group. Chen Shu chuckled softly, secretly impressed by Tang Lai's preparation. Tang Lai smiled and said, "That's right. I've heard you're quite the fighter yourself." As tension mounted, Chen Shu suddenly made his move. With a sinister grin, he lunged at Tang Lai. Instinctively, Tang Lai raised his hand to block, only to see Chen Shu fly back like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily on the ground. Tang Lai's eyes widened in confusion. Had his body been strengthened somehow? Chen Shu lay on the ground, clutching his chest, shouting in pain and indignation. "Tang Lai, how dare you insult the ordinary class?" Tang Lai was bewildered, having no recollection of saying anything like that. Though he often looked down on ordinary students, he hadn't said a word today. The ordinary students in the cafeteria turned their attention to Tang Lai. Realizing Chen Shu's ploy, Tang Lai felt a sinking feeling. He tried to explain, but Chen Shu's loud voice drowned him out. "You dare call ordinary students trash? I'll fight you to the end." With that, Chen Shu charged at Tang Lai again, only to be knocked back several meters once more. Chen Shu refused to give up, shouting as he repeatedly rushed at Tang Lai. "Still talking? You still dare to talk? I can't take it anymore. I'll defend the honor of the ordinary class with my life." Tang Lai and his group watched Chen Shu's dramatic performance in stunned silence, thinking it was a bit over the top. In an instant, the ordinary students in the cafeteria rose to their feet, surrounding Tang Lai and his companions. The 8 boys from the special training class were suddenly panicked, not expecting a few words to incite such a response. Sensing danger, Lin Xingchen from the special training class reacted quickly. He shouted at Tang Lai, "Who do you think you are, looking down on ordinary students? Get him." He then threw a punch at Tang Lai. Chen Shu secretly admired Lin Xingchen's quick thinking. With a leader like him, everything would fall into place. Herd mentality played a significant role at this moment. Seeing the situation, Dulong's expression changed. He quickly came up with an excuse. "Oh, I forgot to get my food." With that, he turned and made a smooth exit. In the end, only Hong Ming and Wang Yun stayed loyal to Tang Lai, taking the beating with him. They cried out miserably, "Stop hitting us. Please stop." With his goal achieved, Chen Shu quietly left the cafeteria with Su Xingxing. Xie Sunan looked at him in admiration. "Chen Shu, you're really something." Chen Shu smiled slightly. "You think it's because of me? The real reason is that Tang Lai has been mocking ordinary students for a long time. They usually don't dare to fight back, but given the chance, they'll naturally seek revenge. Ordinary students aren't stupid. Many realized I was Actingit was too far-fetched. I'm Chen Shu. After all, would I really sacrifice my own interests for group honor?" But whether it's true or not, they didn't care, as long as they got to beat up Tang Lai. Su Xingxing nodded in agreement. That's what they call what goes around comes around. The 3 of them returned to their dormitory and took a relaxing nap. The disturbance in the cafeteria lasted for half an hour, far exceeding Chen Shu's expectations. Everyone was excited to hear that Tang Lai was the one getting beaten, showing just how much animosity he had accumulated. In the afternoon, they arrived at the beast taming hall for class. Shen Wushuang scanned the room, puzzled. Why are 3 people missing again? Just as he was about to take roll call, the doors of the hall swung open. The students turned and burst into laughter. Tang Lai entered in a wheelchair, his right leg bandaged, eyes blazing with anger. Wang Yun, with his left hand in a sling, pushed the wheelchair, while Hong Ming, also bandaged, assisted. The 3 of them looked like a group of invalids as they slowly made their way in. Chen Shu stifled his laughter and teased, "Oh my, what a unique look. Very 67, huh?" The entire class erupted in laughter. Tang Lai's fury erupted like a volcano. He glared at Chen Shu with gritted teeth, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. "You're done for, Chen Shu. You're completely finished," he roared, his voice dripping with menace. Shen Wushuang stood to the side, looking utterly puzzled. He recalled the peaceful scene from the morning and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "It was all fine this morning. How did it come to this in the afternoon?" Just then, the voice of the competition organizer echoed through the air. All right, the match is starting." Shen Wushuang shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it any longer. Although Tang Lai's injuries seemed severe, in this era of advanced medical technology, he would recover in just 2 or 3 days. However, today, Tang Lai would have to rely on a wheelchair. Now, for the first match, Chen Shu versus Dulong. With this announcement, everyone's attention was riveted. This match was the main event, especially since it was the stage where the top 6 would be reduced to the final 3. The remaining competitors were Su Xiaoyu, Wang Qinghan, Dulong, Tang Lai, Su Xingxing, and Chen Shu. The audience was eager to witness the clash between a class slime and a class dragon. Dulong stared coldly at Chen Shu and said, "Looks like your luck isn't great." Chen Shu sighed, with a hint of helplessness and warning in his voice, "Little dragon, you better not get involved." The waters are deep here. Trust me. You can't handle it. Cut the crap. Du Long interrupted impatiently, summoning his contracted spirit, a majestic A-class earth dragon. A dragon covered in gray scales suddenly appeared on the stage, its presence overwhelmingly powerful and imposing. The sheer pressure it emitted swept across the arena, making everyone feel an invisible weight. Du Long sneered and taunted. Let's see this so-called legendary slime. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. You really want to see? Ignoring Chen Shu's question, Du Long turned to face the rest of the class with a look of superiority. Thinking a slime can compete with my dragon is pure delusion. My dragon, with its draconic bloodline, is said to be truly unbeatable among its peers. He grew more excited, spreading his arms wide as he continued. I'm not targeting anyone here. But before he could finish his sentence, the ground began to shake violently. The entire class stared in shock, their expressions frozen as if witnessing something beyond belief. Even the usually composed Shen Wushuang couldn't help but narrow his eyes and mutter, "What a waste. The slime has actually mastered the gigantification divine skill." Du Long's voice abruptly stopped as he turned around with a puzzled look. In the next moment, his expression froze, his eyes widened, and he stared dumbfounded at the astonishing scene on the competition stage. A massive yellow sphere, at least 10 meters in diameter, dominated the view. Beneath this enormous ball, the once mighty earth dragon now looked pitiful, its tongue sticking out like a squashed dog. What is that thing? Du Long's mouth twitched involuntarily. Although he had seen plenty of huge creatures before, this scene left him utterly shocked. Someone nearby swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice, I remember Chen Shu's slime was only 4 meters during the finals. What on earth did it eat? Chen Shu smiled slightly and said calmly, your earth dragon is indeed unbeatable at the same level. Luckily, my slime is only frank. If it were a rank, I would have definitely lost. These words made Du Long feel a pang in his chest, and he cursed inwardly. This guy really knows how to humiliate people. Chen Shu then asked, by the way, Du Long, you were saying you weren't targeting anyone specifically, and then what? Du Long's face turned pale and then flushed. Finally, he took a deep breath and forced himself to stay calm. Do you really think you've won? The earth dragon struggled and rolled, its eyes flashing yellow light, but each time the light appeared, it quickly dissipated. Du Long's face darkened as he realized the earth dragon skills were being suppressed. The usually unstoppable skills were now unusable, causing Du Long's heart to sink. If there was anything that could truly be called unbeatable at the same level, it was definitely the slime's exclusive skill, unyielding press. Once pinned down, it meant that one's skills were sealed, and unless one could physically push it away, there was no escape. Move, damn it. Du Long growled through gritted teeth. Chen Shu's lips curled into a slight smile. The yellow slime opened its big eyes and began to slowly squirm on the earth dragon's back. Rub, rub, on the rough dragon's back. Each movement brought the earth dragon closer to despair. At this moment, the earth dragon probably had only one thought. You're the heaviest in my heart. I surrender. Stop pressing. I can't take it anymore. Du Long finally sighed deeply and said weakly. Known as a beast-taming genius, he was now being crushed by frank slime, nailing him to the pillar of shame in his life. Chen Shu wins. Shen Wushuang announced the result while continuously sizing up Chen Shu. A slime of such strength at Frank was exceedingly rare. He even suspected that Chen Shu might be the sole heir of a wealthy family, with resources to spare for raising this slime. Chen Shu calmly recalled his slime, as if this victory was expected. In reality, his slime had consumed various potions, making it at least a minor perfection level. Coupled with system rewards and dual attribute boosts, the gap in potential ratings was significantly narrowed. Multiple combat skills further made this slime an extraordinary anomaly. As Shen Wushuang announced the result, options appeared before Chen Shu's eyes. Option 1. Achieve a rank between 4th and 6th, staying low-key. Reward. A significant amount of beast taming power. Option 2. Achieve a top 3 rank, making a stunning impression. Reward. An additional charge skill. Option 3. Achieve 1st place, showcasing your might. Reward. Obtain an exclusive skill. Option 4. Defeat Shen Wushuang's contracted beast and take his position as the special training class instructor. Reward. The slime gets a chance for a bloodline evolution. Chen Shu's eyes widened, and he straightened up instinctively. Such rare rewards were a first for him, especially Option 4, which offered a chance for bloodline evolution. It was known that a contracted beast would undergo bloodline evolution only when its master broke through a major realm. There was no other way, highlighting its value. He rubbed his chin and looked at Shen Wushuang with a strange expression. This made Shen Wushuang, standing in front, shiver involuntarily. He turned to Chen Shu, thinking, damn it, why do I feel like this guy has bad intentions? Next match, Wang Qinghan versus Su Xiaoyu. Xin Wushuang announced the second match and then walked over to Chen Shu, finally unable to hold back his question. What kind of look is that on your face? Chen Shu asked, Teacher Xin, may I ask what your beast tamer rank is? Black Iron 2-star. Then never mind, goodbye. Chen Shu cupped his hands and quickly withdrew. It turned out the fourth option was just a joke. On stage, a rank fire attribute contracted beasts had already started an intense battle, sparks flying, raising the temperature in the beast taming hall considerably. Chen Shu walked over to Tang Lai, scrutinizing his unique appearance. Young Master Tang, why do I feel like you were just dug up? You look like a mummy from a pyramid. Get lost. Tang Lai closed his eyes, trying to avoid further annoyance. It's on fire. Chen Shu suddenly shouted loudly, as if warning Tang Lai. Tang Lai remained indifferent, his eyes still closed, and said, Get lost. Wang Yun, standing nearby, said, Young Master Tang, it's really burning. Tang Lai shook his head, showing little interest in the battle between the two A-level contract spirits. However, Hong Ming keenly noticed something unusual. Young Master Tang, it's not the heat of the battle, it's your pants. They're on fire. My pants? What pants? Tang Lai's eyes flew open as he jolted upright, exclaiming in shock, What the? It turned out that the intense heat generated by the battling contract spirits had caused the temperature in the beast hall to rise sharply. Unbeknownst to Tang Lai, the bandages on his leg had caught fire, and the flames had already spread to his pants. Young Master Tang, don't panic. I've got this. Chen Shu shouted as he dashed behind Tang Lai's wheelchair. With a swift, forceful motion, he lifted Tang Lai and flung him out like he was dumping trash. Young Master Tang, bear with it. The process might be painful, but the outcome will be worth it. Chen Shu yelled, stomping on Tang Lai's crotch in an attempt to extinguish the flames. Tang Lai's eyes widened in agony, and he roared in pain. What the hell? Young Master Tang, curse all you want. As long as you're safe, it's all good. Chen Shu replied with a twisted smile, his stomping becoming more frantic. Tang Lai convulsed in pain, veins bulging on his temples, his eyes filled with despair and struggle. Finally, Chen Shu managed to put out the fire. But at that moment, the two contract spirits on stage simultaneously unleashed their skills, causing the temperature to soar once again. The recently extinguished bandages reignited. Damn it, young Master Tang, your fire is really strong. Everyone, help out, Chen Shu shouted. However, the students, engrossed in the thrilling match, ignored Chen Shu's cries. Only Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan came over and joined in stomping on Tang Lai's crotch. Don't just stand there. Isn't he your boss? Chen Shu yelled at Hong Ming and Wang Yun, signaling them to join in. Follow my rhythm. 1-1. Kick. 1-1. Kick. Chen Shu chanted, synchronizing their movements like they were performing a well-rehearsed symphony. Arg. You guys. Tang Lai's face turned pale from the pain, on the verge of passing out. His screams failed to grab the attention of the front row students, but Chen Shu's rhythmic chants reached Xin Wushuang's ears. What on earth are you guys doing? Xin Wushuang walked over, her body trembling slightly when she saw Tang Lai's charred pants. Use water. Hong Ming and Wang Yun snapped out of their daze and rushed to fetch water. Tang Lai weakly extended his right hand, gripping Chen Shu's hand tightly, his eyes burning with intense hatred. Young Master Tang, don't thank me. We're classmates. This is what Chen Shu, should do. Chen Shu sighed, patting Tang Lai's hand while covering his face with a white bandage. Just as Chen Shu was anxiously trying to save Tang Lai, the battle on the stage was nearing its end. Although Wang Qinghan and her opponent both had a level fire attribute contracted spirits, she was still at a slight disadvantage. This was the difference between a wealthy player and an ordinary player. To nurture her younger sister, Wang Qinghan had poured in almost everything she had, even resorting to high-interest loans, showcasing the hardships of their life. Her fire elemental spirit hadn't even been fully fed with flame potions, so naturally, it was no match for her opponent's firebird. As the exciting match concluded, the crowd's attention shifted towards Chen Shu. Tang Lai was wrapped tightly in white bandages, not moving at all, resembling a mummy. Many people exchanged puzzled looks, whispering, What happened? Is he already? Some even joked, Is it time to feast? He'll sit with the kids. Everyone's gaze inevitably fell on Tang Lai's crotch area, which was pitch black, sending chills down their spines. Chen Shu shook his head and sighed, looking mournfully at his friend. He leaned in close to Tang Lai's ear and whispered, Tang Xiao, if you pay me 1 yuan, I'll show up at your funeral dressed in all black with dark sunglasses and sing, Today is a good day for you. At these words, Tang Lai's body jolted upright, as if he had come back from the dead. I'll freaking fight you, he roared, his voice weak but filled with resentment. Unfazed, Chen Shu picked up the remaining bandages and wrapped Tang Lai's head tightly, making him look like a giant rice dumpling. At that moment, two school nurses in white coats hurried over with medical kits. It turned out that Shen Wushuang had called for help just in time. Worried that if Chen Shu continued his antics, Tang Lai might suffer long-term injuries. The nurses couldn't help but twitch their lips at the sight of Tang Lai's condition. The injuries were truly excruciating. Chen Shu suggested, Tang Xiao, you should go to the infirmary for some treatment. These injuries won't allow you to continue the match. Hold on. Tang Lai suddenly sat up again, his weak voice filled with stubbornness. I want to continue the match. He pointed to an empty corner, shouting, Chen Shu, you're done for. You're really done for. Everyone burst into laughter because Tang Lai, his vision blocked by the bandages, had no idea where Chen Shu was. Wang Yun awkwardly corrected his direction. Tang Xiao, you pointed the wrong way. Seeing this, Shen Wushuang decided to let the match continue after some consideration. Next round, Tang Lai versus Su Xingxing. Tang Lai unwrapped the bandages from his head, his eyes fiercely fixed on Su Xingxing. The actions of Chen Shu and his friends were something he would never forget. This grudge was irreconcilable. I'll deal with you first, he gritted his teeth, being helped onto a wheelchair. However, a careless move pulled at his injury, causing him to wince in pain. The classmates couldn't help but chuckle at this scene. The once top student had been tormented into such a miserable state by Chen Shu, which was indeed lamentable. Su Xingxing summoned her contracted spirit, a mutated thunderbird, elegant and majestic, leisurely preening its feathers. Tang Lai's wind beast also appeared, sensing its master's anger and becoming particularly ferocious. The wind beast screeched continuously, provoking the thunderbird. The thunderbird disdainfully spat out a blob of saliva, which the wind beast narrowly avoided. Then, the thunderbird started shaking its rear, as if to say, this is how you provoke. The wind beast was enraged, its wings glowing with a green light, its speed suddenly increasing as it lunged at the thunderbird. Su Xingxing, however, remained confident. You want to compete with my bird in speed? The thunderbird flapped its wings, instantly widening the distance. Tang Lai sneered. How long do you think you can delay? The wind beast didn't blindly chase, but let out a clear cry. A flash of green light streaked through the air, seemingly teleporting into the thunderbird. It was its innate skill, wind bind, which specifically countered fast opponents. The thunderbird's speed significantly decreased, now slower than the wind beast. Yet, Su Xingxing remained calm. Even if I lose, I'll humiliate you. The thunderbird's eyes sparkled with lightning, its speed surging again, seemingly counteracting the wind bind effect. But this was temporary. Once the skill's duration ended, it would slow down again. The thunderbird's sharp eyes locked onto a vulnerable spot on the wind beast. It flapped its wings, initiating an attack on the wind beast. Courting death, Tang Lai roared. The wind beast's claws opened, infused with wind attribute power, clearly preparing a deadly strike. The two contracted spirits rapidly closed in on each other in the air, and a fierce battle was imminent. 3 skills in total. No wonder it's in a class spirit beast. The Gale Beast's claws are razor-sharp, capable of penetrating any defense with a single strike. However, the mutant Thunderbird moves with lightning speed, constantly circling the Gale Beast, its eyes gleaming with malicious intent. You little thing, you can hide well, huh? Finally found you. The mutant Thunderbird's eyes suddenly flashed with a sinister blue light as its claws struck like lightning, aiming precisely at the Gale Beast's vulnerable spot. It's a well-known fact that this weak point exists in both humans and beasts alike. Although the mutant Thunderbird's attack power isn't particularly strong, the Gale Beast's defense is equally frail. This strike might not cause severe injury, but it brings excruciating pain. Ah! The Gale Beast howled in agony, its eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets, its entire body trembling violently, almost falling from the sky. The audience gasped in shock at the mutant Thunderbird's despicable behavior. Only Tang Lai, standing below, could truly empathize. His face shifted through a range of emotions, clearly recalling his own recent ordeal. Others looked at Tang Lai with pity, thinking he had just experienced this pain himself, and now his spirit beast was suffering the same fate. Better accept your fate when facing Chen Shu's team. Someone muttered softly. Damn it. Let that white-feathered beast show its arrogance. Su Xingxing, standing below, clenched his fists, cheering for the mutant Thunderbird. Using its incredible speed, the mutant Thunderbird continued to target the Gale Beast's weak points, as if trampling on its dignity. The pitiful cries echoed through the beast arena, causing even the 2 attending school doctors to wince, wondering if this was still a Beastmaster competition. Alright, I'll let you off for now. Seeing that the skill's duration was nearing its end, Su Xingxing uttered a harsh remark before withdrawing his spirit beast. Tang Lai felt a heavy pain in his chest, making it hard to breathe, his body convulsing involuntarily as if having a seizure. In the first match of the special training class, if there was one significant change, It was that the light had faded from the eyes of both Tang Lai and his gale beast. Tang Lai wins. Shen Wushuang announced the result, sighing softly as he patted Tang Lai on the shoulder to console him. Meanwhile, Su Xingxing was ecstatic, waving his arms and boasting about his heroic posture to everyone around. A smug smile plastered on his face. The scene was as if the roles of the victor and the loser had been completely reversed. Shen Wushuang continued, "Now, I'll announce the top three: Chen Shu, Su Xiaoyu, and Tang Lai. As the competition nears its end, you three will draw lots to decide the final matchups." Under the urging of Wang Yun and others, Tang Lai stepped forward to Shen Wushuang and drew a paper slip. Eagerly, he opened it and grinned widely. "It's blank. I've got a blank slip." Chen Shu scoffed. "What are you yelling about? This is what by means." He showed a slip with the characters 4 by written on it. Tang Lai's face fell as he realized that a blank slip meant he had to compete. Su Xiaoyu versus Tang Lai. Shen Wushuang announced. The two old rivals met again. Tang Lai, feigning emotion, said, "Xiaoyu, to defeat Chen Shu, I must eliminate you first. Forgive me." Su Xiaoyu remained unfazed and immediately summoned a firebird. Suddenly recalling something, Tang Lai hurriedly shouted, "Quick, push me further away." Wang Yun and others hastily moved him to a safer distance. As a precaution, Tang Lai added, "You two, prepare some water, just in case." Chen Shu, watching from the sidelines, said to Su Xiaoyu, "Go all out. Hopefully, you'll both end up injured. Leave the rest to me." Su Xiaoyu responded dryly, "Your motives are too obvious. Why don't you just ask for the championship directly?" The battle between the fire bird and the wind beast erupted instantly, with the two A-level spirit beasts clashing fiercely. However, the audience seemed more interested in discussing the unique skills of the top three rather than the fight itself. After 10 minutes of intense combat, Tang Lai narrowly emerged victorious. Shen Wushuang announced a short break to allow Tang Lai and the wind beast to receive treatment. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Lai underwent a grueling healing process. An hour later, Tang Lai shakily stood up, his eyes filled with determination. "Teacher Shen, let's begin," he shouted, ready to challenge Chen Shu. As the final showdown was about to start, Chen Shu suddenly pointed at Tang Lai and exclaimed, "Tang Xiao, your pants are on fire again." Instinctively, Tang Lai looked down. At that moment, a giant slime descended from above, aiming to crush the wind beast. Fortunately, the wind beast reacted swiftly, narrowly avoiding the attack. Tang Lai wiped the sweat from his forehead, grateful for the wind beast's vigilance. Next, the wind beast flew above the slime, provocatively shaking its rear. Tang Lai boasted, "Today, my wind beast will not only poop on your head, but also borrow paper from you." Feigning anger, Chen Shu shouted, "Tang Lai, you shameless rogue. Using such despicable tactics, you are a disgrace to Nanjiang's second high." At that moment, the entire beast arena fell into an unprecedented silence. Everyone realized that the true master of dirty tricks was likely Chen Shu himself. Chen Shu's face was filled with righteous indignation as he shouted at the slime, "Don't look at its rear. Even if you lose, lose with dignity." The slime's round body quickly rolled forward, pressing its face against the ground. Tang Lai, feeling a rush of pride, boasted smugly, "Just because you can't fly, what can you do about it?" As the slime's mouth puffed up, Tang Lai grew even more arrogant, not wanting to end the fight early, but rather to further humiliate Chen Shu. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept across the platform. Most people didn't notice, but Shen Wushuang paused, a hint of an expectant smile playing on his lips as he watched the platform intently. Wang Yun and Hong Ming echoed Tang Lai's laughter, trying to provoke Chen Shu. They taunted, "Tang Xiao, let's keep our distance. If it explodes, it'll be a mess. That round thing thinks it can fly like a balloon." Just as the three were reveling in their mockery, a loud crash resounded. Bang! A fierce collision erupted on the platform. Tang Lai turned sharply, mumbling in shock, My bird flew?" The wind beast was spewing blood, its eyes nearly popping out from the impact. Beside it, a colossal yellow sphere was soaring through the air at high speed. Tang Lai shook his head in disbelief, thinking he was hallucinating. But Wang Yun and Hong Ming whispered, "Tang Xiao, it's not a hallucination. It really happened. The slime actually took off." Tang Lai, unable to accept the reality, shouted angrily, "You cheated." Chen Shu crossed his arms and sneered, "Trying to dump on the slime? I'd shove your guts out first." Shen Wushuang decisively announced, "Enough." Chen Shu wins. As a seasoned Black Iron Beastmaster, he instantly recognized the battle's outcome. He silently admired talent, unmatched talent. However, just as Shen Wushuang was about to conclude the match, Chen Shu leaned in and whispered, "Teacher, wait, don't announce the result yet. Let's discuss something." Shen Wushuang frowned, sensing something amiss. Hmm? What is it? Chen Shu took a deep breath, his heart pounding as he prepared himself for what he was about to say. He tried to stay calm and began, "First of all, I'm here to discuss this peacefully, with no ill intentions. I swear." "You go first." Before he could finish, Chen Shu quickly added, "It's just that. Could you let my slime have a go at your contracted spirit? Don't worry. I'll be careful." His voice carried a hint of nervousness and anticipation. Shin Wushuang's expression instantly turned neutral, his eyebrows slightly raised as he responded, Is that all?" Seeing this, Chen Shu cautiously continued, "And also, could you step down and give the younger generation a chance? I want to be the head teacher of the special training class." As soon as he said this, he immediately raised his hands in a defensive posture, bracing for a possible backlash. However, the expected punishment did not come. Chen Shu slowly lowered his hands, only to see Shin Wushuang's expressionless face, with a barely noticeable hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. "Let's start with your first request." As soon as Shen Wushuang finished speaking, a menacing giant serpent suddenly appeared on the sparring platform, its presence far more intimidating than any of the students' contracted spirits. Before the slime could react, it was swiftly ensnared by the serpent. Its previously impenetrable defense crumbled instantly under the serpent's power. Seeing this, Chen Shu's mouth twitched, and he had no choice but to recall the slime back into his beast space. Inwardly, he grumbled, "What kind of teacher is this? All I asked was for your contracted spirit to take a beating and for you to step down voluntarily. Is that too much to ask?" Shin Wushuang seemed to read Chen Shu's mind and smiled faintly, asking, "Do you still want me to resign?" Chen Shu panicked and chuckled awkwardly, "Teacher, I was just joking, just joking." "All right." Shin Wushuang stepped onto the sparring platform and withdrew the giant serpent. "Today's matches are over. The top three are Chen Shu, Tang Lai, and Su Xiaoyu. I'll determine the rest of the rankings based on your performance." Shin Wushuang's expression turned serious as his gaze swept across the students. "Although the top three have been decided, the rest of the rankings need to be determined since you all lost and haven't fought each other. Honestly, I have one word for your performance today: pathetic. Worse than a mess in the kitchen." He continued, "Most of your fights were like children's play. Tang Lai, your performance was idiotic. You had a natural advantage, but let Chen Shu overturn it easily. Reflect on that. Su Xiaoyu, when your Firebird was using Fireball, you could have paused and looked for an opportunity to launch it, but you just wasted the skill by firing it all at once." Finally, Shin Wushuang's gaze landed on Chen Shu. He paused and said, "Chen Shu, your slime is just too ugly." Chen Shu scratched his head awkwardly and asked meekly, "Should I leave now?" Shin Wushuang's sharp critiques were like a surgeon's scalpel, dissecting each person's combat flaws with precision. Apart from Chen Shu and a few others who barely met his standards, the rest were simply disappointing in his eyes. Despite his harsh and biting words, the students took them to heart, fearing they might miss any chance to improve. "All right, that's it for today. Tonight, you're free to review your academic subjects," Shin Wushuang announced. Unlike other classes, the special training class focused primarily on beast control, with academic subjects only reviewed independently in the evenings. As the training ended, everyone left the beast control hall. Chen Shu, Xie Sunan, and Su Xingxing walked together, arms around each other's shoulders, grinning with satisfaction. Chen Shu was in an especially good mood, having not only proven the strength of his golden slime but also acquired a unique skill. As the hope of Nanjing No. 2 High School, the school would undoubtedly invest heavily in the special training class, and the first place prize would surely be impressive. As they walked, Xie Sunan suddenly asked, "Chen Pai, aren't you the old hand here? Isn't there anything good to eat around here?" Being newcomers, both Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing were unfamiliar with the area. Chen Shu responded heartily, "Of course, there are some great places to eat. Wait a bit, I'll treat you." With that, he hurriedly ran towards the restroom. Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing exchanged puzzled looks, waiting in confusion. After a while, Xie Sunan couldn't help but ask, "Xingxing, do you think he's getting us some special delicacies?" Su Xingxing shivered slightly, a hint of fear crossing her face. If he were normal, he'd be just going to the restroom, but with Chen Pai, I'm not so sure. However, Chen Shu wasn't fetching any special delicacies from the restroom. He entered a stall and eagerly took out the skill book he had just received from the system. Dream Killer. When activated, the slime can fight while remaining asleep, unaffected by any negative states, for a certain duration. Chen Shu's eyes lit up as he immediately applied the skill book to the slime. Instantly, the slime learned this unique active skill. Although the effect seemed ordinary at first, Chen Shu saw its enormous potential. First, the skill perfectly complemented the slime's two talents: drowsiness increasing defense while asleep and thick armor passively enhancing defense, tripled while asleep. Paired with Dream Killer, the slime's defense would skyrocket. Secondly, fighting without waking up meant the slime would be immune to pain and fear during combat. If it could acquire more sleep-related talents in the future, its power would increase even further. Chen Shu left the restroom, unable to hide his smile. He was already imagining the slime snoring while rampaging through battles. Something's off. That smile is off. Sunin instinctively took a step back upon seeing Chen Shu's expression, especially since he was hiding his hands behind his back. Su Xingxing was equally wary, scrutinizing Chen Shu from head to toe. Are you possessed? Chen Shu's smile twitched, confused by their suspicious looks. Cautiously, Sunin asked, you didn't touch anything gross, did you? Nope, what's up? Chen Shu spread his hands, looking puzzled. Relieved, the two finally relaxed. Stop acting weird. Let's go. I'll take you to try some high-end local specialties. Chen Shu declared confidently. At his words, Sunin and Su Xingxing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. 10 minutes later, the trio arrived at a street lined with food stalls near the school. This is your idea of high-end? Looking at the simple hot pot stall in front of them, the two fell into a prolonged silence. You don't get it. High-end cuisine often comes with the simplest decor, Chen Shu said as he expertly selected various meat and vegetable dishes, playing on his phone while waiting for the food to be served. Sunin's eyes darted around and suddenly landed on a peculiar figure at a nearby stall. He whispered, hey, look at that guy. In this heat, he's wearing a baseball cap and a pink winter coat. I bet he's either sick or a fugitive. Do you believe me? Su Xingxing shook his head. I don't believe you. Chen Shu chimed in. Do you think a fugitive would be that stupid, dressing so conspicuously? He's probably just an artist doing some performance. Just then, Chen Shu's phone rang. Wang Qian. He raised an eyebrow and answered the call. Hello, Uncle Wang? Chen. We caught one of the fugitives you reported yesterday, but the other one is still on the run. Be careful. Chen Shu was surprised. You guys are quick. I didn't expect you to catch one so soon. Don't worry, Uncle Wang. If the other one comes looking for me, I'll handle it. Just stay vigilant. He's likely hiding near your school. Chen Shu nodded, his gaze drifting to the man in the pink coat. The familiar figure stirred a sense of suspicion within him. Softly, Chen Shu said to Su Xingxing, Xingxing, go take a secret photo of that guy. Chen Pai, are you crazy? Secretly photographing a weirdo? Despite her words, a glint of excitement flashed in Su Xingxing's eyes as she got up to carry out the task. Who could be the pervert? Su Xingxing casually sat opposite the person, pretending to be an ordinary diner while playing with his phone. Suddenly, he pressed the camera button. Click. The blinding flash went off, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Chen Shu and Sunin widened their eyes in shock as they watched the scene unfold. The man furrowed his brow and shouted angrily but took no further action. Su Xingxing awkwardly chuckled and quickly returned to Chen Shu, showing him the photo on his phone. Damn, it's really that bald guy. Chen Shu's eyes widened as he instantly recognized the criminal who had attacked him the day before. He quickly made a shushing gesture and covered his face with his hand. Sunin, utterly confused, asked, What? Do you need to go to the bathroom? That guy is trouble, Chen Shu replied in a low voice, his hand still covering his face. Just then, 3 options appeared before Chen Shu. 1. Shout at the man, criminal. Your time is up. Reward, medium beast control power. 2. Walk up and use persuasive words to make the man surrender. Reward, slime obedience 5. 3. Follow the criminal and observe before making a move. Reward, slime size 1. Chen Shu frowned in thought. None of the rewards were particularly tempting, and the first 2 options were too risky. This was a bustling food street, and rash actions could endanger innocent people. Convincing the man to surrender was also a far-fetched idea. It seemed the only viable choice was the third option, to wait and watch. The 3 of them ate in silence, keeping a close eye on the suspicious bald man. Half an hour later, the bald man got up and left the stall, heading out of the street and getting into a black sedan. Chen Shu and the others followed stealthily, hailing a taxi. Driver, follow that car, Chen Shu said urgently. The taxi driver perked up, responding excitedly. No problem. He then floored the gas pedal, and the car surged forward. Slow down. Slow down, Sunin exclaimed from the back seat, swaying with the sudden acceleration. Are you trying to fly this thing? 10 minutes later, the black sedan stopped ahead. The trio hurriedly paid and got out of the taxi. The driver muttered to himself, just one traffic light away, and they got me all fired up. Be careful. That's the murderer I ran into yesterday, Chen Shu whispered to his companions as the 3 of them cautiously followed their target. They watched as the man got off the car and headed straight into a dark alley. Chen Shu, Sunin, and Su Xingxing exchanged meaningful glances, a hint of a wicked smile playing on their lips. Baldlu, an assassin with a degree in daycare, stepped into the alley. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. He took off his hat, revealing his signature bald head, and turned around, a look of surprise flashing across his face. Chen Shu crossed his arms and chuckled. Well, if it isn't Brother Liu. Haven't seen you in a few days, and your bald head's even shinier. Bald Liu immediately recognized Chen Shu. If it weren't for his failed assassination attempt on Chen Shu, he wouldn't be a wanted man now. Although the Jinling Bureau had him on their most wanted list, no one knew he was hiding in Nanjing City. Currently, the Jinling Bureau was scouring the city for him. Bald Liu eyed the three of them and smirked. Come to meet your end, kid? Chen Shu frowned, feeling uneasy. What do you mean, caught a few of us? Just as he was about to speak, three options appeared before him. 1. Run away immediately to save your life. Reward, massive beast taming power. 2. Shout loudly, help, Yammeat. Reward, slime power 10. 3. Annihilate the entire criminal gang. Reward, slime all attributes 20. Chen Shu was taken aback. His eyes locked on the words, criminal gang. Did I track them back to their lair? Old Liu, is this your mission target? As soon as he finished speaking, several figures emerged from the depths of the alley, their faces menacing as they stared coldly at Chen Shu and his companions. Chen Shu's heart sank, and he quickly glanced at Su Xingxing. Su Xingxing swiftly summoned a mutated thunderbird, and the three of them agilely leaped onto its back. Think you can escape? One of the men sneered. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and two earth hands emerged from the concrete, gripping the thunderbird's claws tightly. Not far away, an earth-colored humanoid creature appeared. Its body glowing with skill energite was an earth elemental spirit. Chen Shu felt a chill down his spine. He hadn't expected to encounter a gang operation. What he thought would be a surprise attack had turned into a trap set by the enemy. It's all a misunderstanding. Chen Shu laughed awkwardly, giving Xie Sunan a meaningful look. In an instant, a green light appeared, hovering above Bald Liu's head, transforming into a large green hat. The other criminals' attention was drawn, and their fierce expressions turned into barely suppressed laughter. Old Liu, you've been greened. Someone couldn't help but snicker. Taking advantage of the distraction, a golden slime appeared silently. Chen Shu quickly climbed onto the slime's head, gripping its nostrils. Get on, quick, he called to his companions, ready to pull the same trick. Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing reacted swiftly, grabbing onto the slime's nostrils as well. The slime's slippery body made it hard to hold on. Stop laughing, you idiots. That slime can fly. Bald Liu shouted as he noticed their actions. The other criminals finally snapped out of it, summoning their own contracted spirits. But the slime had already switched to flight mode, and the earth elemental spirit couldn't control such a large target. You bunch of fools. Smile for the camera. Chen Shu pulled out his phone, aiming to capture the criminals' faces. He quickly snapped several photos, recording their glorious expressions. Just as the three were about to leave, the slime suddenly shuddered, its nose twitching. Chen Shu's smile froze, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Hold on tight, he shouted. But the slime let out a violent sneeze. Damn it! Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing cried out as they were flung off by the force. Seeing his companions falling, Chen Shu's heart tightened. The slime was fast in the air but not very maneuverable, unable to catch the two falling figures. Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing were panicked, terror evident in their eyes. Who could have expected such an accident? Fortunately, Chen Shu had been busy taking photos, so the slime hadn't flown too high. The fall shouldn't be too severe, but the real problem was the group of criminals below. As expected, as soon as they landed, the criminals seized them. Chen Shu, save us, they called, waving desperately at Chen Shu in the sky. Due to the night wind, Chen Shu couldn't hear them clearly, but he read the words run away from their lips. Feeling touched, he said, how could I leave at a time like this? Of course I'm running. With that, the slime sped up and quickly disappeared from sight. Bald Liu coldly told the two, looks like your buddy isn't coming to save you. A bespectacled young man said, take them back. If he dares report to the Jinling Bureau, well, kill these two. Not far from the street, Chen Shu sneaked back. He had only pretended to leave to make the criminals lower their guard. Now, his usual playful demeanor was gone, replaced by a serious expression. This gang was dangerous, and any mistake could cost Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing their lives. Messing with my brothers from Nanjing's outlaws? How could I let that slide? Chen Shu arrived at a distant part of the dark alley, accompanied by a shrunken golden slime. He hadn't alerted Wang Qian, fearing that the Jinling Bureau's arrival would scare off the criminals, putting Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing in even more danger. It's all on you now. Chen Shu took out a vial of potion, his eyes gleaming with hope. It was an invisibility potion. Last night, when he encountered Bald Liu and his partner, he chose to flee, fulfilling the second option's condition and earning this potion. Chen Shu summoned the slime and fed it a bit of the potion to test its effect. To his amazement, the slime's body vanished into thin air. Damn, that's incredible. What a find, Chen Shu exclaimed. his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had originally thought the potion rewarded by the system was useless, but its effects were beyond his wildest expectations. 2 minutes later, the slime's form reappeared. Chen Shu quickly calculated the potion's duration. Just a tenth of it grants 20 minutes of invisibility. He mused, then without hesitation, took a sip himself. Sure enough, Chen Shu's body vanished instantly. He put away the slime and sprinted towards the dark alley. Time was limited. He had to make every second count. Before long, Chen Shu reached the alley's end and saw a three-story house with a yard. He gently pushed the creaky door open, about to step into the yard. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Why didn't you lock the door?" Chen Shu froze, fearing discovery. He heard footsteps approaching and quickly slipped into the yard before the person got too close. In the yard, 8 people were gathered. Bald Lu took off his pink coat, complaining, "This thing is so hot. Feels like I'm crazy." A middle-aged man responded, "It's to lure in the Spirit Bureau." "Brotherly, are we really going to kill the Spirit Bureau agents?" A young man asked, eyes filled with apprehension. A man with glasses calmly analyzed, "We need to create chaos in Nanjing City to escape. The Spirit Bureau thinks Bald Lu is acting alone, so they won't send too many people. If we ambush them, they'll suffer heavy casualties. What do we do now? That student who escaped saw us. The Spirit Bureau won't give us another chance. We still have time. Let's finalize our escape plan first." Chen Shu listened quietly, shocked at their ruthlessness. He looked around but didn't see Sunin and the others. With the invisibility potion still active, he snuck into the house and found the unconscious Sunin and another person in a room on the first floor. This makes things easier, Chen Shu thought with relief. He then summoned the golden slime and fed it the remaining invisibility potion. "Sigh, it's kill or be killed," Chen Shu muttered, watching the invisible slime silently move into the yard. "Roll, slime, roll." Chen Shu didn't use the enlargement skill, worried that a 10-meter-tall slime might accidentally collapse the house and harm innocent residents. He wanted to torment these people. The slime used its charge skill, rushing into the crowd. The man with glasses, mid-speech, suddenly twisted as if hit by a truck, crashing into the wall and collapsing in a heap, occasionally twitching. Everyone was stunned. "Brotherly, stop acting. Let's discuss the funding," someone shouted. "Acting my ass. His guts are spilling out." Another person screamed in terror. Realization dawned on them, and they looked around warily. Suddenly, another loud crash, and another person was flung into the air, spewing blood. "There's an enemy." They finally woke up to the danger, summoning their contracted spirits. Each was at least an 8th-level beastmaster, strong and well-coordinated, which explained how they had evaded detection in Nanjing City for so long. One person, hiding behind his contracted spirit, sighed in relief, only to feel a rush of wind from behind, sending him flying again. "It's an invisible contracted spirit. Attack indiscriminately." Bald Lu quickly reacted, curling up in a corner, while his black-tailed scorpion attacked the area in front of him. Chen Shu watched from the house, a slight smile on his lips. The invisible slime suddenly stopped and used a new skill dream kill. Snore, snore, the sound of snoring filled the yard, leaving the survivors bewildered. "What the hell is this?" Bald Lu's eyes were filled with confusion. The snoring grew louder, seemingly approaching him. Bang! The black-tailed scorpion's tail touched the slime but failed to penetrate its defense. "It's here." Bald Lu immediately ordered the scorpion to use its skill, the tail glowing with a dark light. But it was too late. Bang! The slime, snoring and rolling, crashed into Bald Lu. No ordinary person could withstand such a powerful impact. Bald Lu was killed instantly. The remaining criminals were even more terrified, the snoring like the call of death. The slime, with its boosted defense, withstood the attacks from other contracted spirits, rampaging through the yard. In less than 5 minutes, the entire criminal gang was dead. The slime's attributes surged by 20, significantly boosting its power. Chen Shu looked at the scene with satisfaction, then took out his phone and called Wang Qian. "Hey, Uncle Wang, send someone to clean up the mess." He concisely gave the location and then retracted the slightly swollen slime. Chen Shu looked around and saw Sunin and Su Xingxing still lying on the ground. He quickly went over to help them up, carefully bringing both back to the school. The next morning, a sudden scream echoed through the dormitory. "Brother, please don't kill me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child." Sunin jolted up from his bed, drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with terror. Chen Shu was woken up by the noise. He rubbed his eyes and looked at his roommate helplessly. "Old Xie, do you really have to be this scared?" Sunin looked around in confusion. "Huh? I'm back in the dorm? Was it a dream?" He tried to recall the events of the previous night, remembering falling off the slime and getting caught by the criminals. Of course it wasn't a dream. Chen Shu yawned and patiently explained. "With me around, nothing was going to happen. After a detailed explanation, the two finally believed that Chen Shu had saved them. Chen Shu picked up his phone and saw over a dozen missed calls. He immediately called Wang Qian back. Hey, Uncle Wang. I was exhausted last night and went straight to sleep. Wang Qian's voice sounded weary. You slept well, but I stayed up all night. Tell me the truth. How did you deal with that gang? Chen Shu casually made up a story. They had an internal conflict. Someone asked whether the chicken or the egg came first, and they started arguing, then fighting, and eventually, they all died. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Uncle Wang, I think I deserve a Good Citizen Award for this, don't you? Chen Shu seized the opportunity to ask. Wang Qian snapped back. You won't be shortchanged on rewards. The town's spirit bureau is in chaos because of this gang. They were all wanted criminals. Well, I'll let you get back to it. Chen Shu hung up the phone and headed to class with Xie. After the thrilling events of the previous night, the bond between the three had noticeably strengthened. All fun and games aside, the bandits of Nanjiang are quite reliable. Chen Shu thought smugly. In class, Shen Wushuang stood at the podium and announced, Today, we will be distributing the rewards from yesterday's competition. Those whose names are called, please come forward to receive your prize. First place, Chen Shu. The classroom buzzed with chatter, and the students' faces showed a mix of reactions. It was indeed surprising that a mere franked slime had won the championship. Chen Shu smiled and looked around the room but didn't get up. Shen Wushuang called again. First place, Chen Shu. The classroom remained silent, with no one stepping forward. Shen Wushuang's face twitched as he stared directly at Chen Shu. Chen Shu, can't you hear me? Chen Shu replied earnestly. I can hear you. I was just worried others might not have heard you. Chen Pai, get up here now. Shen Wushuang finally lost her patience and shouted angrily. The atmosphere in the classroom immediately became tense, and all eyes turned to Chen Shu. Chen Shu stood up slowly, a smug smile on his face. He glanced around the room, nodding to his classmates, and then loudly announced, That's right. It's me, Chen Shu, the number one Chen Shu. He emphasized the words, number one, as if flaunting his achievement. His behavior left the other students speechless, inwardly cursing Chen Shu for his arrogance. Unfortunately, whether in physical combat or spirit contract battles, none of them were a match for him, and they had no choice but to accept the reality. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Shu struck a leader-like pose, completely ignoring Shen Wushuang's presence. Clearing his throat, he began. Is everyone here? I'll keep it brief. To get this first place, I have to thank all of you. If you weren't so weak, I couldn't have won so easily. The classroom fell silent, and the students were too stunned to respond. Chen Shu continued, especially you, Tang Xiao. I have to thank you for making me look good. Tang Lai, sitting at his desk, clenched his fists and turned pale with anger, clearly infuriated by Chen Shu's words. Lastly, I want to describe myself with a phrase, Chen Shu said, coughing dramatically and putting on a serious face. It's like a sparrow pecking at a bull's behind. The sparrow's got guts. Get down here now. Shen Wushuang couldn't listen any longer and tossed the box containing the rewards to Chen Shu. If he kept talking, the whole class might go insane. Chen Shu wanted to continue speaking, but Shen Wushuang had already interrupted him, calling out, Second place, Tang Lai? With no choice, Chen Shu returned to his seat. Opening the reward box, Chen Shu's eyes lit up. Inside were 4 white pearls and a beast's organ. He immediately recognized them as high-quality beast master pearls, worth about 120,000 each, totaling 480,000 for the 4. Plus, the organ from a mutated beast brought the total value to over 1 million. Xie leaned over, rubbing his hands with envy, and exclaimed, Wow, that's some good stuff. As Shen Wushuang was distributing the rewards, a portly man appeared at the classroom door, the principal of Nanjing No. 2 High School. He called Shen Wushuang outside for a talk, questioning the generous reward given to an frank beast master student. Shen Wushuang stood by her decision, even stating she was willing to resign. Faced with her determination, the principal had to relent and allowed her to continue managing the school's resources. Back in the classroom, Chen Shu began to ponder how to handle his reward. He asked Xie and Su Xingxing if they had any connections to exchange the reward for true beast master pearls. Both were stunned, not understanding why he wanted to do that. Chen Shu explained that he had a unique training method, but his explanation only left them more bewildered. In the end, Chen Shu could only think to himself, I can't exactly say I have a cheat code, can I? The difference in effectiveness between the Beast Control Pearl and the Beast Control True Pearl can be made up with just a good night's sleep, Su Xingxing said confidently, a sly glint in his eyes. After all, there's always an option triggered before sleep. One is to sleep, the other is to meditate. The former offers more progress. Who wouldn't choose it? He added with a grin, Leave it to me. My family has access to Beast Control True Pearls. Chen Shu and Xie both turned to Su Xingxing, their eyes filled with curiosity. What's up? Su Xingxing chuckled, looking a bit embarrassed. Chen Shu quickly asked, What does your family do? Just an ordinary family business. Su Xingxing scratched his head, trying to downplay it. Chen Shu and Xie Sunan exchanged glances, their mouths twitching slightly. An ordinary family? Basic level beast control true pearls cost 150,000, and black iron level ones go up to 600,000. How could someone dealing in that be from an ordinary family? At that moment, Shen Wushuang walked into the classroom, interrupting their thoughts. All right, everyone. Let's continue distributing the rewards. He held a stack of documents and began handing them out to each student. Chen Shu estimated that the total value of the rewards this time was probably around 5 million. Just as he was marveling at this, Shen Wushuang dropped another bombshell. From now on, such competitions will be held monthly. The rewards will only increase. This announcement instantly ignited the classroom atmosphere, with students' eyes lighting up with excitement. Not everyone was born into wealth. They had worked hard to get into the special training class for these precious resources. Chen Shu quickly calculated. There were 10 months until the college entrance exams, and just the competition rewards alone would cost the school 50 million. Adding other expenses, the total could reach over 100 million. Of course, for high-level beast tamers, the value of Huaxia currency wasn't that significant. The truly valuable resources were beast control items. 100 million Huaxia currency could only perfectly nurture 2 black iron level contract spirits. Let's start today's lesson. Follow me to the beast control hall, Shen Wushuang said, then turned and left the classroom. 10 minutes later, the special training class students filed into the beast control hall. Shen Wushuang stood in the center, his gaze sweeping over the group. In the first month, you need to learn how to flexibly use skills. As he finished speaking, Shen Wushuang summoned his contract spirit. A massive snake, over 10 meters long, appeared out of thin air. Its scales were strikingly black and white, and its eyes were fierce. It was a level black and white python. Its innate skill, scale conversion, is quite extraordinary, Shen Wushuang explained. It can change the color of its scales. Black scales have high resistance to physical attacks, while white scales are highly resistant to elemental attacks. Although it appears to be a combat-type contract spirit, it's actually more defense-oriented, essentially a tank. Shen Wushuang gently stroked the snake's head and continued. One of my black and white python skills, constrict, can control enemies and has some armor-breaking effects. Chen Shu, summon your slime. Chen Shu's mouth twitched, thinking. So, my slime is going to be the teaching aid. He stepped forward and said, classmates, I swear on Tang Xiao's life, this snake's constriction indeed has armor-breaking effects. Tang Lai's face changed. Are you crazy? What does this have to do with me? Chen Shu turned to Shen Wushuang and said, teacher, no need to demonstrate. We all understand. Shen Wushuang nodded and then asked, constrict is not just a control skill. It has other uses. Does anyone know? His gaze swept across the students, who instinctively lowered their heads. Another common rule in school. At that moment, 3 options appeared before Chen Shu. Option 1. As a student, you also lower your head. Reward, a small amount of beast control power. Option 2. With your innate superiority, naturally, you should look up at the ceiling. Reward, high-grade strength potion. Option 3. Facing Shen Wushuang's scrutinizing gaze, you decide to meet it hidden. Reward, berserk potion. After a brief thought, Chen Shu decisively chose the third option. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes intensely meeting Shen Wushuang's gaze. Having experienced the benefits of the invisibility potion, how could he pass up the berserk potion? It might just turn the tide. Shen Wushuang was contemplating whom to call when he noticed Chen Shu suddenly lift his head, his gaze even more scrutinizing than his own. For a moment, Shen Wushuang felt like he was back in his student days and unconsciously lowered his head. Snapping back to reality, Shen Wushuang's mouth twitched, quickly regaining his teacherly authority. What's with that look? You're making me lose confidence. He pointed at Chen Shu. Chen Shu, you explain? Chen Shu was secretly delighted, having received the berserk potion as a reward. He calmly began. The constrict skill is very fast, not only quickly controlling the enemy, but also serving as a protective skill. Oh, go on? Shen Wushuang nodded, signaling him to continue. Chen Shu elaborated. If the host is in danger, the black and white python can quickly wrap around the host, shielding against incoming attacks. Without the skill's enhancement, the python's own speed wouldn't be sufficient for rapid protection. But with the skill, its speed surges. For example, a slime's jumping ability is usually weak, but with the aid of a forceful launch, it can jump dozens of meters. Shen Wushuang was about to speak, but Chen Shu continued. The third function is to quickly coil up, reducing its size to dodge attacks. Of course, the application of any skill isn't rigid. It depends on the specific environment. Shen Wushuang scrutinized Chen Shu and asked, where did you learn this? Have you studied the constrict skill before? Nope, just using my brain. Chen Shu shrugged innocently. The surrounding students' mouths twitched, thinking. So, we don't have brains, huh? Shen Wushuang nodded in agreement, Chen Shu is right. Any skill's application isn't fixed. An offensive skill can be a protective skill or a control skill, depending on how it's used. He paused and added, Su Xiaoyu, summon your contract spirit. A flaming bird appeared, radiating intense heat. Tang Lai instinctively took half a step back, clearly traumatized. Chen Shu crossed his arms and teased, Tang Xiao, are you serious with that half step back? Seeing the two about to argue again, Shen Wushuang quickly intervened. All right, Chen Shu, you explain the flexibility of skills to the class, starting with Su Xiaoyu. Chen Shu was speechless. Teacher Shun, I'm just a student, right? Are you making me do all the work? There are over 20 students in the class. How long will this take? From now on, you're the class monitor of the special training class. Shen Wushuang announced. No way. Not interested at all. Before the other students could react, Chen Shu was the first to refuse. 2 top-grade beast control pearls every month. Shen Wushuang offered a tempting bait. Chen Shu immediately changed his tune. Serving my classmates is my duty. Anyone who tries to take this from me, I'll fight them for it. Who could turn down being a class monitor with a monthly salary of over 200,000 yuan? Chen Shu rubbed his hands together and cast a suggestive glance at Shen Wushuang. Shen Wushuang looked helpless and pulled out 2 exquisite beast control pearls from his pocket, handing them to Chen Shu. Rest assured, everyone, I'll do my best, Chen Shu said confidently as he accepted the pearls. Just then, Wang Yun suddenly spoke up. Teacher, isn't that a bit biased? Shen Wushuang calmly replied, everything depends on strength. If you surpass him, the class monitor position is yours. He then turned to Chen Shu. Start the lesson. Chen Shu looked puzzled. Lesson? What lesson? Shen Wushuang's face twitched with a hint of annoyance. Are you trying to back out on the spot? Teacher, I think that requires a different price. Chen Shu tried to negotiate. Forget it. Give me back the pearls. Shen Wushuang made a motion to snatch the beast control pearls back. I'll teach. I'll teach. Chen Shu quickly agreed, tightly clutching the pearls. He hurried over to Xiaoyu and pointed at her flamebird. Xiaoyu, your flamebird's fireball technique can be used more flexibly. Try holding it in its mouth to form a larger fireball, or releasing it from other positions, like... Before he could finish, Chen Shu reached out to fiddle with the flamebird's feathers, curious if it could release fireballs from its backside. The flamebird instantly became furious, flapping its wings and soaring high into the sky, screeching loudly. Are you out of your mind? Su Xiaoyu said, exasperated. Do you think fireballs come out of its butt? Unexpectedly, Shen Wushuang's eyes lit up. Xiaoyu, give it a try. If it works, it would be quite a surprise. As long as it helps you win, it doesn't matter where the fireball comes from. Next, Chen Shu approached Tang Lai and scrutinized his wind beast. Although Tang Lai was reluctant to accept guidance, he complied due to the teacher's order. After a moment of thought, Chen Shu casually said, it's hopeless. You might as well start over. Are you kidding me? An rank contract spirit, and you tell me to start over? Tang Lai cursed inwardly. Chen Shu continued to critique other students' contract spirits, aiming to inspire independent thinking. However, ideas and practice often diverged. The class had at least rank contract spirits, full of potential but generally disobedient. Only Chen Shu's slime perfectly executed his commands not because it was smart, but because it was too dumb to do anything else. By the end of the day, the whole class was practicing controlling their contract spirits, a mandatory course for trainee beast tamers. Let's go grab some food. Chen Shu called out to his friends as they left the beast control hall. Wait, I need to pick something up at the school gate, Su Xingxing suddenly said. Chen Shu and Xie Su Nan were surprised to see a black sports car parked at the gate, attracting the attention of passers-by. An elderly man in a tailcoat stepped out, holding a small box. Young master, here are the beast control pearls you requested. Su Xingxing took the box and dashed back to the campus. Wow, a real-life young master. Chen Shu's eyes widened in shock as he watched Su Xingxing. Xie Su Nan teased, Xingxing, do you have stomach problems? Insomnia? A cleanliness obsession? Is your real last name Gu? Huh, what are you talking about? Su Xingxing was baffled. Chen Shu joined in the fun. Xingxing, do you say humph? Come out on your own when you're constipated? You both are seriously crazy. Su Xingxing was speechless. Outside the school gate, the elderly man watched Su Xingxing's retreating figure and sighed softly. It's been a while since I've seen the young master this happy. Xingxing, with such a wealthy family, why do you work part-time at a mental hospital? Chen Shu said as he accepted the 7 beast control pearls Su Xingxing handed him, worth a total of 1.05 million yuan, comparable to Shen Wushuang's reward. Chen Pai, what are you saying? We're the ones working part-time. Xingxing is experiencing life, Xie Sunan corrected. The 3 of them chatted and laughed, not distancing themselves because of Su Xingxing's wealth. Chen Shu had a system backing him, making it easy for him to become strong. Xie Sunan had divine skills, making even the wealthiest people wary of her. Back in the dormitory, Chen Shu swallowed all 7 beast control pearls in one go. The pearls melted instantly, tasteless and formless. But his beast control power surged, bringing him closer to becoming an 8th level beast tamer. The higher the level, the harder it was to break through. Su Xiaoyu, despite her wealthy background, had been stuck at the 7th level for months. Su Xingxing was also at the 7th level, unless his family was willing to spend millions on beast control pearls. But with that much money, why not buy a lord-level beast to learn skills instead? While Chen Shu was resting in the dormitory, his phone suddenly rang. Hello, Uncle Wang? Come to the Spirit Control Bureau tomorrow. There's something I need to discuss with you. Could it be a bonus? Chen Shu put away his phone, sent a leave request to Xin Wushuang, and went to sleep. Meanwhile, Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing began meditating to enhance their beast control power. The next morning, the special training class gathered again at the beast control hall. Xin Wushuang announced, in September, your task is to master the flexible use of skills. Next month, I'll take you to an alternate dimension for training. Only by mastering your skills can you ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, everyone was excited and filled with anticipation. Most of the class had never set foot in an alternate dimension, only hearing about it from others. I hope you all practice diligently during this time. Xin Wushuang continued. Next month's competition results will be based on your performance in the alternate dimension. The class monitor will oversee this. He looked around but didn't see Chen Shu. Where's Chen Shu? Xie Sunan replied. Mr. Shun. Chen Shu took a leave. Xin Wushuang frowned. Leave? Why wasn't I informed? He said he sent you a message yesterday. Xin Wushuang checked his phone and indeed found a message from Chen Shu. Mr. Shun, I might be sick tomorrow, so I'm taking a day off. Note: this is a notification, not a request. Chen Shu whistled cheerfully as he left the school, thinking to himself, if I can handle Feng Xi online, what's Xin Wushuang to me? Driver. To the Jinling Bureau. Chen Shu flagged down a taxi. Just as he was about to get in, he was startled by the driver's attire. Whoa, why are you wearing chainmail? The driver jangled the chainmail and laughed. Safety first. Chen Shu twitched a bit at the absurdity of it all. An hour later, Chen Shu stood at the entrance of the Jinling Bureau, recalling the last time he was mistaken for a fake medicine peddler. As soon as he stepped into the hall, Wang Qian approached him with a serious expression. Chen Shu, does your family own a tank? Chen Shu was baffled. What are you talking about? Wang Qian explained. The bodies of 8 criminals were crushed by something heavy. Preliminary analysis suggests someone drove a tank over them. Uncle Wang, come on. Chen Shu couldn't help but retort. Who would dare drive a tank in the city? He thought to himself. Wang Qian's imagination was so vivid, he should be writing novels. Wang Qian waved his hand dismissively. All right, that's not why I called you here. We've identified who's trying to kill you. Chen Shu perked up. Who? The Xiaxing pharmaceutical company in the city. Wang Qian said thoughtfully. They're a major pharmaceutical company in Nanjing. Do you have any business conflicts with them? Chen Shu suddenly realized it. Of course, he was being targeted by the pharmaceutical company. He made up a story. I just set up a small stall in the black market. Maybe it affected them. Wang Qian was skeptical. No way. How could a small stall affect them? Chen Shu stammered. Maybe my stall was a bit big. Come on. How big could a stall be? Chen Shu recalled and replied honestly. I sold over 2,000 bottles of strength elixirs in 10 days. Wang Qian, who was drinking water, choked. Your stall is a chain store? Now he understood why Xiaxing Pharmaceutical would want him dead. They had just changed strategies, invested heavily to dominate the strength elixir market in Nanjing, only to be disrupted by a student. Anyone would be furious. Wang Qian said seriously, we need to gather evidence to arrest the higher-ups at Xiaxing Pharmaceutical. You should lay low for now. No matter how big the company, if they break the law, the Jinling Bureau will handle it. Also, the bounty for the 8 criminals amounts to 50,000 Huaxia yuan. He then instructed someone to transfer the 50,000 to Chen Shu's bank account. Chen Shu's eyes gleamed with greed. Is that it? Weren't there 8 of them? Wang Qian sighed. Not everyone is worth 10,000. 50,000 is already good. Although they were all wanted criminals, only a level 9 beast master has a 10,000 bounty. Chen Shu suddenly leaned in and whispered, Uncle Wang, does the Jinling Bureau sell tanks? With shells included? Wang Qian's face twitched. Get out. Chen Shu left the Jinling Bureau, delighted with his 50,000. He researched Xiaxing Pharmaceutical online and found out their main product was strength elixirs. Now that they were under the Bureau's scrutiny, they wouldn't last long. When that happens, the strength elixir market in Nanjing would be up for grabs, and as the black market's elixir king, he'd take his share. Chen Shu dialed a number. Hey, brother Tianba, I don't need blood packs. Just gather your men. We've got some big plans. Half an hour later, Chen Shu met Wang Tianba and 5 others at a restaurant. These were the people who helped him run his stall. Brother Tianba, what have you been up to? Chen Shu asked. Wang Tianba thought for a moment. Rectangular object relocation engineer. Oh? Chen Shu was puzzled. What engineer? Wang Tianba scratched his head. A bricklayer. Chen Shu twitched. Come on. What about the others? Xiao Wang is a regional safety inspector. Xiao Lu is a shared computer financial director. Xiao Zhang studies human epidermal dirt science, and Xiao Deng is a wilderness survival pioneer. Hold on, hold on. Chen Shu rubbed his temples. Speak plainly. Wang Tianba chuckled awkwardly. A security guard, a network administrator, a bathhouse worker, and an unemployed drifter. Chen Shu sighed. Brother, can we be real here? Stop with the fancy titles. Chun, what do you do? They asked curiously. Me? If I put it nicely, I'm a love and peace spreader in Nanjing. Huh, what? They were confused. Chen Shu said calmly, a notorious criminal in Nanjing. Everyone jumped up in shock. Come on, you're a criminal? Chen Shu quickly held Wang Tianba back. No, I'm a good guy. I punish evil. So, you're the worst of the worst? Chen Shu's face twitched as he changed the topic. All right, enough jokes. I have a real job for you. I plan to expand my stall into a store in the black market, specializing in strength elixirs, and I want to hire you as employees. Everyone was interested. A stall was temporary, but a store meant a steady job. As long as there was money, they didn't care if the boss was a notorious criminal. Chen Shu explained his plan. Since it was a pharmacy, they needed a pharmacist and staff. He would be the pharmacist since hiring others was too expensive, and they couldn't match his production. Because he had school, the store would only sell premium strength elixirs. The raw materials would be sourced from the Beastmaster Association. After discussing the details, they went to the black market in the afternoon. Is this shop for rent? Chen Shu eyed a well-located and spacious store. The attendant stood up. Please wait, I need to get the boss. Hey, it's you. Chen Shu recognized the attendant. It was the same person from the store where he first sold his strength elixirs. Back then, his 5,000 elixirs only sold for 3,000, and the attendant had the audacity to display them with a 5,000 tag right in front of him. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. Your store going out of business? The attendant sighed. Sigh. Xia Xing has been doing crazy promotions, and our strength elixirs aren't selling. Chen Shu grinned. That's really unfortunate. Before long, the boss arrived at the shop. After some haggling, they finally agreed on a rent of 150,000 yuan per month. The black market was bustling with people, practically the second city center of Nanjing, and with all the businesses here related to beast taming, the rent naturally soared. Just 3 months of rent amounted to 450,000 yuan, leaving Chen Shu's balance woefully insufficient. Seeing this, the original shop assistant plastered a fawning smile on his face and hurriedly asked, Boss, are you hiring? Chen Shu casually replied, Sure, doing the same job as before. 400 a month, half salary during the 1-year probation. The assistant's face twitched, and he silently turned to leave, thinking, So you never really valued me, huh? Wang Tianba, noticing this, cautiously asked, Chen Xiao, are you really hiring? Of course not. Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively. This small shop is enough. Then, Chen Shu directed everyone to tidy up the shop and quickly headed to the Beast Tamer Association. He reposted the purchase task for power flowers, still priced at 30,000 yuan each, but limited to 4 per day. After the incident with the Xiangxing company, Chen Shu didn't dare disrupt the market too much. He was worried about attracting the attention of the authorities and potential competitors. For power flowers a day wouldn't cause much of a stir. He planned to sell only 10 bottles of premium power elixir daily, ensuring a balance between profit, time management, and risk avoidance. Chen Shu then took Wang Tianba and others to purchase the ingredients for the elixir, mainly to familiarize them with the process. In the future, Chen Shu would only need to make the elixir once a day to ensure a stable monthly income. After a whole day of work, Wang Tianba and the others finally got the hang of it. Chen Shu announced, Our shop will open in a while, so for now, everyone can take a break. Although Xiangxing Elixir Company hadn't gone bankrupt yet, he needed to lay low for a while. In the evening, Chen Shu returned to school, had a quick dinner in the cafeteria, and went back to his dorm. As soon as he entered, he saw Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing looking at him with strange expressions, as if they had something to say. After a moment, Xie Sunan spoke up, Chen Pai, you acted without permission today. Teacher Shan is a bit upset. Chen Shu nonchalantly replied, What's a little class teacher got to do with the class monitor's matters? Su Xingxing couldn't help but ask, Chen Pai, aren't you afraid at all? Afraid? I'm the notorious bandit of Nanjing. Why would I fear a mere teacher? Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively. Su Xingxing's mouth twitched, showing a hint of fear in his eyes. He whispered, Chen Pai, don't you feel a bit cold on your scalp? Cold? Chen Shu touched his head, feeling a bit damp. Is the dorm leaking? No, it's the first floor. He frowned and looked up at the ceiling. In an instant, a menacing snake head was glaring at him, drool dripping from its mouth, with a wicked smile on its lips. Oh my god! Chen Shu's arrogant expression froze. Almost reflexively, he summoned his slime. quickly jumped onto its head and tightly gripped its nostrils. Take off. Take off immediately. The slime exhaled gusts of wind, instantly activating its combination skill. But just as they were about to fly out of the dorm balcony, the black and white giant python wrapped around them, pulling the slime back to the ground. Boom. Chen Shu and his contracted creature crashed heavily onto the dorm floor. Isn't this the notorious bandit of Nanjing? Shen Wushuang leisurely walked in from outside the dorm, a faint smile on her lips. Lying on the floor, options appeared before Chen Shu. Option 1. Cry and admit your mistake. A real man can bend and stretch. Reward: moderate beast taming power. Option 2. Shout angrily, you ambushed me. You can't play fair, you little trash. Reward: death elixir. Option 3. Pretend to be seriously injured and seek sympathy. Reward: unlock new elixir recipe, jumping elixir. Chen Shu lay on the ground, quickly weighing his options. Although he was tempted to choose the second option, the death elixir reward seemed to be a grim hint. In the end, he decided to go with the third option. Chen Shu lay motionless, pretending to be unconscious. Chen Pai. Shen Wushuang frowned and approached to check. That's odd. His body is usually tough since he's like this. Let's just bury him. Chen Shu's heart skipped a beat, thinking, you really are decisive, aren't you? The black and white giant python wrapped around his body and left the dorm, heading to the back mountain of the school. Just as the python started digging, Chen Shu's body twitched. He slightly opened his eyes and began coughing. A cough shattered the silence of the classroom. With difficulty, Chen Shu spoke up, teacher, I think there's still a chance for me. Shen Wushuang crossed her arms, a cold smile playing on her lips. Her voice was as sharp as a blade. It's not about what you think, it's about what I think. Today is an auspicious day. You must be buried. Damn it. Chen Shu couldn't help but curse, his lips twitching. You even need an auspicious day to bury someone? Teacher, I'm fine, really fine. Before he could finish, Chen Shu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The crimson liquid splattered on the ground, creating a shocking scene. In reality, it was a new blood pack from Wang Tianba, and it worked remarkably well. Chen Shu chuckled inwardly. Let's see if you panic now. Shen Wushuang's expression turned serious as she quickly approached Chen Shu. She leaned in and sniffed lightly. Suddenly, a knowing smile spread across her face. Dig. Keep digging. There's no way we're not burying today. Chen Shu felt a wave of frustration and silently cursed. How did you figure it out so fast? Can you at least respect Wang Tianba's research efforts? A system notification chimed in. Reward received. Jumping potion blueprint. Even though she saw through Chen Shu's trick in an instant, that spitting blood scene stirred a trace of sympathy in Shen Wushuang. Teacher, I was wrong. Chen Shu shivered as the pit beside him grew deeper, the night wind chilling him. He watched Shen Wushuang's skilled digging and wondered. Aren't you supposed to be a giant serpent? Why are you so good at digging? Have you buried many people before? Shen Wushuang smiled, but her tone was firm. You know you were wrong? Is that an announcement or a negotiation? An announcement. Chen Shu tried to sound tough, saying the most cowardly words in the hardest tone. I said I was wrong. So I was wrong. Shen Wushuang narrowed her eyes and pressed on. Be honest. Where did you go today? To see a doctor, really? Chen Shu hurriedly replied. With such a healthy body, you're sick? Shen Wushuang raised an eyebrow. Mental illness? No. Chen Shu quickly denied. How could I have mental issues? The doctor said my illness is very rare and needs long-term treatment. Shen Wushuang grew interested and asked, oh? What exactly is the illness? Chen Shu hesitated and blurted out, viral gasping. Dig. Keep digging. Shen Wushuang's mouth twitched, unable to hold back her laughter at Chen Shu's nonsense. You really are something, coming up with viral gasping. I was wrong. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. Chen Shu shouted in a panic, his body sinking into the soft soil. The surrounding silence was terrifying, and a chill crawled up his spine. It felt like the perfect setting for a crime on a dark, windy night. With no other choice, he confessed everything about the Spirit Control Bureau to Shen Wushuang. You've even arrested criminals? Shen Wushuang asked, her eyebrows furrowed in suspicion. You're not selling out your own comrades, are you? Chen Shu was speechless, thinking to himself, what is this nonsense? Do I really look like a criminal? In the end, Shen Wushuang reluctantly accepted his explanation. But as punishment, Chen Shu had to squat in the dirt pit for half an hour before being let out. Back in the dormitory, Chen Shu let out a long sigh of relief and remarked, finally, I'm back. Now I truly understand the value of life. Xie Sunan looked at his dirt-covered appearance and curiously asked, Chen Pai, why are you covered in mud? You don't get it. I was getting close to nature. Chen Shu snapped, taking off his dirty clothes to take a shower. He turned to his roommates and complained, I mean, you guys, why didn't you warn me about the danger? Who would dare? His roommates exchanged glances. That snake was terrifying. You didn't see it, but before you came back, it was gnashing its teeth the whole time. Obviously, both of them were equally traumatized, which explained their expressions when Chen Shu returned. The next morning, Chen Shu obediently went to the beast training hall. He couldn't help but miss the carefree days in Class 5 of the Beast Control Department, where no one cared about anything and freedom was abundant. You've got some nerve, don't you? Chen Shu thought to himself as he looked at Shen Wushuang on the stage, silently vowing to bury that black and white giant python for 10 days, once he got the chance. Chen Pai, come up and supervise. Shen Wushuang called out. Coming. Chen Shu immediately put on a smile and quickly walked up to the stage. Shen Wushuang said sternly, today's task is to practice your skills. Don't think that just because it's not on the final exam, it's not important. These are all ways to improve your strength. Oh, the students below responded listlessly. Clearly, practicing skills was too tedious for them. Shen Wushuang frowned and then said, the reason Shen Pai can beat you is because he knows how to use his skills. If you practice diligently, beating him won't be just a dream. This seemed to inject energy into the class. The students instantly became revitalized and full of spirit. Chen Shu's mouth twitched, thinking, is that really necessary? Especially you, Xie Sunan. Why are you so diligent? Seeing this, Chen Shu decided to light a fire under them. He clasped his hands behind his back and began mercilessly critiquing his classmates. Du Long, can you even use earth spikes and ground wave? Your earth dragon looks more like an earthworm. Tang Xiao, has your windrunner beast not rebooted yet? Give it up. Wang Yun, what's your desert crocodile doing? Its tail swipe is so bad it might as well be performing at the senior citizens' square. With a mischievous grin, Chen Shu continued to provoke them. Want to surpass me, Chen Shu? I think your chances are about as good as becoming a national beast master. His words ignited their fighting spirit, and everyone in the beast training hall started working even harder on their skills. Chen Shu wasn't idle either. He summoned his slime to practice skills and improve its obedience. After all, high obedience meant low latency in games. Who wouldn't want that? Days flew by. During the day, Chen Shu taunted his classmates and practiced his skills. At night, he was busy handling various formalities for the black market shop. On a weekend evening, Chen Shu didn't go home but went to the black market shop with Wang Tianba and others. Today, we celebrate the collapse of Xiaxing Potion Company. Chen Shu beamed, having received the news from Wang Qian the day before. Before other companies catch on, let's get our shop up and running. Also, today marks the grand opening of our mighty potion shop. Clap, clap, clap. Wang Tianba and the other 6 clapped, but the applause was somewhat lackluster. Wang Tianba suddenly said, Chen Xiao, I think there's a problem. What problem? To be fair, as a potion shop, we should at least have some potions, right? Only then did everyone realize they were standing in an empty shop with nothing but a shelf, a table, and a few chairs. What's the rush? Chen Shu said calmly, wait a moment. With that, he dashed towards the public restroom in the black market. The 6 of them were left dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered looks, unsure of what to say. After a while, Wang Tianba hesitantly asked, is Chen Xiao going to the restroom or getting supplies? Probably not getting supplies. The others began to doubt as well. Chen Shu reached the familiar stall in the public restroom, recalling the first time he mixed potions there and how someone had taken a video and posted it online. Months had passed, yet the legend of the public restroom pharmacist in Nanjing City still circulated. Chen Shu stood at his makeshift workstation, carefully arranging various ingredients. His eyes rested on 4 precious power flowers, the main ingredients that had nearly depleted his savings. Just yesterday, Chen Shu had lost his wallet. When the police returned it, his heart tightened. Sir, everything except the cash is intact, the officer kindly reminded him. A hint of melancholy flashed across Chen Shu's face, but he dared not reveal the truth. The wallet had been empty to begin with. Everything hinges on this. Chen Shu took a deep breath and entered a focused state of concoction. Creating a top-grade power elixir was no easy task, but after an hour of meticulous work, 10 golden bottles of elixir were finally complete. Elated, Chen Shu carried the box of elixirs back to his shop. As soon as he stepped through the door, Wang Tianba and the others instinctively jumped back, their eyes filled with fear. Chen Xiao, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Wang Tianba stammered. What's inappropriate? Chen Shu asked, puzzled. I have all the necessary permits. Of course, I should sell the elixir. Are you sure that's an elixir, not urine? The others couldn't help but twitch their mouths, considering Chen Shu had just come from a public restroom. Rubbish. This is pure top-grade power elixir. Chen Shu snapped, then carefully placed the 10 bottles on the shop's only shelf. Although the shop appeared somewhat empty, to Chen Shu, this was its unique charm. We'll sell just these 10 bottles each day, create some scarcity. Chen Shu said enthusiastically, as he set the price tags each bottle for only 28,888 yuan, slightly cheaper than the market rate. He calculated this would attract customers without affecting the overall market for power elixirs. Chen Shu quickly did the math. The cost of top-grade power elixirs was about 150,000 yuan, and the selling price nearly 300,000 yuan, yielding over 100,000 yuan in pure profit each day. Just one batch a day could bring in over 3 million yuan a month, equivalent to the value of a lord-level fierce beast. All right, you all go out and shout these slogans. Chen Shu handed a piece of paper with promotional phrases to the 6 men. Chen Xiao, do we really have to shout? Wang Tianba hesitated. Of course, you have to shout. Chen Shu insisted. So, Wang Tianba and the others took their megaphones and started shouting at the shop entrance. Want your pet to be unbeatable? Drink power elixir. 1 bottle clears the mind. 2 bottles, never tired. 3 bottles, live forever. Power elixir, tastes amazing. When I grow up, I want to fight fierce beasts in another dimension, and my master gives me my favorite power elixir. I want to be the strongest contract spirit, and my master gives me my favorite power elixir. The shouts echoed through the street, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Standing at the shop door, Chen Shu beamed with confidence, eagerly anticipating the rush of customers. The market echoed with the captivating calls, drawing the attention of passing pedestrians who were soon fixated on the power elixir shop. Outside, a wooden sign prominently displayed, Premium Power Elixirs, only 28,888 per bottle, limited to 10 bottles per day. Instantly, the crowd surged forward. Is this really premium power elixir? Someone doubted. Chen Shu shouted, absolutely authentic. 10 times your money back if it's fake. Are you going to give me 11 fake bottles then? Another person joked. Chen Shu, unfazed, continued, come on, it's the real deal. Guaranteed by Wang Qian from the Spirit Bureau. He invoked Wang Qian's name again, implying that any fake products could be reported directly to the Spirit Bureau. After all, a shop had more credibility than a street vendor. To Chen Shu's surprise, even though people believed him, there were still no takers. The reason was simple, money. To reach the maximum effect of the premium power elixir, one needed 40 bottles, costing over 1 million. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. Wealthy people, on the other hand, preferred to buy from reputable city stores where authenticity was guaranteed. By the end of the night, Chen Shu had sold only 1 bottle. Damn it, miscalculation, he cursed, realizing he had been too naive. Acting swiftly, Chen Shu pulled out a new wooden sign and wrote, today, I'm making a decision that defies my ancestors. Premium power elixirs, 25,000 per bottle, limited to 5 bottles. Why the limit? Because I'm afraid my ancestors will visit me at night. He nodded in satisfaction, confident that this would attract people. As a small shop, he couldn't compete with century-old establishments, so he planned to cut prices. 5 bottles a day wouldn't flood the market. Once the shop's reputation improved, he could raise prices and increase supply. This was a common business tactic. Attract customers with discounts, then increase prices. Late at night, in room 102 of Nanjiang Second High School's dormitory, Chen Pai, what have you been up to lately? You come back exhausted every night. Don't tell me you're, Xie inquired. Of course, I've been making, Chen Shu paused, money? Su Xingxing advised, it's our senior year. Beast mastery grades are what's important. Chen Shu scoffed, don't talk to me about beast mastery. All I care about now is making money. With that, he quickly washed up and fell asleep. Xie sighed. Chen Pai is wasting his talent. Su Xingxing agreed. Yeah, at this rate, everyone in class will surpass him within a month. We're the only ones with both talent and hard work. The two shared a knowing smile and prepared to practice their beast mastery. Just then, a sudden aura emanated from the sleeping Chen Shu, transforming him entirely. Huh. Both of them stared in disbelief. Su Xingxing swallowed hard. Old Xie, does it seem like he broke through? Xie, equally astonished, replied, it seems so. Chen Shu was already a level 7 beastmaster. Breaking through to level 8 would make him the undisputed top student in the special training class. But he was clearly asleep. Their shock slowly turned into despair. Their motivation to practice vanished. It's disheartening enough when someone better than you works harder, but it's even worse when someone less diligent is still more successful. Old Xie, should we keep practicing? Practice my ass, let's sleep. I want to break through too. Xie flopped onto his bed, heartbroken by Chen Shu's progress. Su Xingxing, equally dejected, gazed at the moonlight outside the balcony, feeling melancholic. He even considered spending a couple of million to force a breakthrough. The next morning, feeling great, Chen Shu exclaimed, feeling refreshed and energized. What are you two up to? He immediately noticed Xie and Su Xingxing looking sleep-deprived with dark circles under their eyes. Though they went to bed, they had been too restless to sleep. Some things just get harder to let go the more you think about them. Xie asked expressionlessly, do you know what happened last night? Chen Shu looked around. What? Did that giant python come back? Su Xingxing sighed and shook his head. Did you break through? Chen Shu checked himself and confirmed he had indeed reached level 8 Beastmaster. He replied matter-of-factly, yeah, I broke through. So what? Aren't you surprised? The two of them stared, feeling another blow to their spirits. Chen Shu curled his lips in disdain. What's the big deal? An 8th level Beastmaster? Isn't that something anyone can achieve? Upon hearing this, Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing sighed deeply, exchanging helpless glances. They thought to themselves that life had become unbearable. They couldn't help but lament that despite their hard work and training every day, they still couldn't match the progress Chen Shu made just by sleeping. Noticing their reaction, Chen Shu earnestly said, I told you, sleeping and even squatting are forms of training. Do you believe me now? The three of them headed to the beast hall together. Along the way, Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing trudged wearily, casting resentful glances at Chen Shu. Their demeanor drew curious and puzzled looks from passers-by. Shen Wushuang approached from the front, about to speak, when someone raised their hand. Dulong, what is it? Shen Wushuang asked. Dulong stood up, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Teacher, today, I want to challenge Chen Shu. He looked provocatively at Chen Shu below and continued. Since the teacher said that the strongest should be the class monitor, I believe that should be me. As soon as he finished speaking, Dulong quickly summoned his earth dragon. The majestic beast immediately drew everyone's attention. Shen Wushuang's lips curled into a faint smile as he turned his gaze to Chen Shu. Chen Shu, what do you say? The special training class should be competitive. Only then can students fully unleash their potential. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, thinking, someone wants to challenge me right after my breakthrough? It's like walking into the line of fire. He cleared his throat and said, I'm willing to accept, but we should set some standards. We can't have just anyone challenging me, right? He spread his hands and sighed. I need to study too, teacher. Shen Wushuang nodded. Fair enough. How about using a beast orb as the wager? Each student in the special training class receives a high-grade beast orb every month to accelerate their progress. I have no objections. Dulong agreed confidently. Although only a week had passed, his understanding of his skills had significantly improved. At that moment, 3 options suddenly appeared before Chen Shu. Option 1. Refuse the challenge and seriously ask, are you worthy? Reward, moderate amount of beast force. Option 2. Accept the challenge and give the earth dragon a thorough beating. Reward, 5 power flowers. Option 3. Pretend to refuse, then launch a surprise attack, displaying a bandit's audacity. Reward, 1 to the skill rebound force. Chen Shu's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. He knew his slime was enough to intimidate any opponent. Dulong wanted to challenge him, but Chen Shu paused deliberately to catch his attention. Just as Dulong was about to use a taunt, a yellow figure suddenly appeared above his earth dragon. What the heck? You sneak attack again, Dulong exclaimed. A massive slime, over 10 meters tall, descended instantly. Its eyes were resolute, its expression strained as if it were constipated, seemingly trying to demonstrate its power to the earth dragon. Dulong couldn't react in time, but the earth dragon was more vigilant. It quickly formed a sharp earth spike aimed at the enormous creature above. However, the slime opened its mouth and unleashed a gust of wind, altering its landing point just enough to avoid the attack. Shen Wushuang nodded in approval, impressed by Chen Shu's skillful maneuver. The onlookers were astonished to see that the slime seemed to have grown even larger, its oppressive presence intensifying. An 8th level beast tamer? Shen Wushuang sensed the beast taming power emanating from Chen Shu and realized he had made a breakthrough. Su Xiaoyu and Tang Lai exchanged surprised glances. I remember his beast taming talent was ordinary, Shen Wushuang muttered, finding it incredible that this boy, who had contracted an level spirit, had such strength. Dulong tried to stay calm and shouted to encourage himself and his earth dragon. However, before he could finish, a loud crash echoed as the earth dragon was knocked to the edge of the arena. Its complex gaze seemed to express frustration at its master's blind confidence. Chen Shu sighed. Is that all you got? Yet, he felt a surge of invincibility within. Furious, Dulong ordered his earth dragon to launch a fierce attack. The earth dragon charged, causing the ground to tremble, attempting to limit the slime's movement. But the slime seemed indifferent, yawning before falling asleep. The earth dragon, enraged, slapped its paws at the slime, only to have them shattered, blood splattering. It desperately attacked with every part of its body but couldn't break through the slime's defense, eventually exhausting itself. Feigning concern, Chen Shu tried to stop the fight, but Dulong, nearly spitting blood, had to concede. Chen Shu seized the moment to step to the front of the class, issuing a challenge. The winner would receive 10 premium beast taming beads, while the loser had to give up 1. His gaze swept over Tang Lai and the others, including Su Xiaoyu, as if searching for fresh meat. Suddenly, he pointed to the back row and said to Xie Sunan, Hey, Xie Sunan, Sit down. This doesn't concern you. Seeing no one step forward, Chen Shu pretended to sigh. Just then, Hong Ming stood up, releasing a ferocious rampage ape. However, within a minute, the rampage ape was pinned to the ground by the slime, barely alive. Hong Ming, heartbroken, accused Chen Shu of being too ruthless. Chen Shu laughed, explaining that it was the rampage ape's fault for not dodging. Shen Wushuang reluctantly told Hong Ming to take his contracted spirit to the school doctor. Chen Shu rubbed his hands together, ready for the next challenger. Tang Lai subtly signaled Wang Yun to step up, planning to wear down the slime with a series of battles. Despite his reluctance, Wang Yun stepped forward, loudly declaring his defiance against Chen Shu. Passing by Hong Ming, he quietly asked for help in scheduling his turn, clearly lacking confidence in the upcoming fight. Hong Ming nodded and leaned closer to Tang Lai, whispering, "Boss, do you need me to help you register?" Smack! Tang Lai slapped Hong Ming on the head and said irritably, "Register for what?" Hong Ming looked puzzled, muttering to himself, "Register for what?" and left the beast hall with a head full of questions. "Let's go," Wang Yun commanded, summoning a desert crocodile. As soon as the massive creature appeared, it swung its thick tail and charged at the sleeping slime. Bang! The powerful tail struck the slime, but to everyone's surprise, the impact sent a shockwave back, causing the crocodile pain. It let out a howl, clearly not expecting the slime to have such strong counterforce. Wang Yun frowned, trying various attack methods, but none could penetrate the slime's defense. The seemingly soft, gooey substance was as impenetrable as a fortress, rendering the crocodile's attacks useless. Chen Shu lazily said, "Wang Yun, why not just give me the beast orb? You think I'm afraid of you?" Wang Yun gritted his teeth, determined to fight to the end. At that moment, the slime suddenly opened its eyes, and its massive body charged like an out-of-control battleship towards the desert crocodile. Boom! The crocodile was sent flying, spraying blood, and landed on the ground convulsing. "Chen Shu, you're ruthless." Wang Yun reluctantly recalled his crocodile, inwardly relieved that he had Hong Ming register in advance. Just as Chen Shu was feeling smug, the slime shrank back to just over 2 meters tall, indicating that its giant form's duration had ended. Tang Lai's eyes lit up as he seized the opportunity and shouted, "It's my turn to shine. You bully my brothers, insult my class. I, Tang Lai, will not tolerate this." The wind beast appeared on the battle platform instantly, its claws glowing green as it attacked the no-normal-sized slime. However, the slime once again fell asleep, impervious to the wind beast's assaults. As Tang Lai racked his brain for a strategy, the slime activated its sleep kill skill. Snoring loudly, it expelled a gust of wind and lifted off the ground. Tang Lai was dumbfounded. It can fly while sleeping? What kind of creature is this? The wind beast hurriedly used its windbind skill, its wings glowing green, and its speed increased dramatically. But the slime's body flashed gold, activating its invincibility skill, and it broke free instantly. Boom! The wind beast let out a cry, feathers flying, and crashed down from the platform. Tang Lai pointed at Chen Shu, struggling to find words. "Do you have any manners?" Chen Shu smiled, pointing at the fallen wind beast. "Tang Xiao, while your two lackeys haven't gone far, go get in line. Just wait. I will be back," Tang Lai said, collecting his wind beast and running towards the school infirmary. Chen Shu walked up to the crowd, arrogantly shouting, "Is there anyone else?" As soon as he finished speaking, the slime suddenly vomited a pool of colorless liquid and started rolling around weakly. "Oh no! Xiao Huang, are you okay?" Chen Shu dashed to the battle platform, his face full of concern. Moments later, after a careful inspection, he said gravely, "Sorry, the slime is a bit injured. Today's match." Before he could finish, Lin Xingchen from the class suddenly stood up, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. "Class monitor, I challenge you," he proclaimed loudly, full of vigor. Chen Shu thought to himself, this guy is such a troublemaker. He immediately recognized this rebellious character as the same decisive troublemaker from the cafeteria. "Are you trying to take advantage of the situation?" Chen Shu asked coldly, his brows furrowed. Lin Xingchen shrugged off the accusation with a smirk. "Didn't the class monitor say anyone could challenge? Well, that's me." With that, he swiftly summoned his contracted spirit. A majestic, pure white lion stepped onto the stage, exuding an imposing presence. Another A-class contracted spirit, the radiant lion. Chen Shu was inwardly astonished. Though Lin Xingchen was cunning and sly, his talent was undeniable. In the original first class of beast tamers, aside from the top two, Su Xiaoyu and Tang Lai, the third spot was practically his for the taking. Chen Shu's face darkened as he said in a low voice, "Lin, don't you think this is a bit unfair?" Lin Xingchen sneered, retorting, "Is the class monitor going back on his word?" His words sparked a wave of murmurs and agreement from the surrounding students. "Fine, let's fight." Chen Shu gritted his teeth and quickly left the stage, leaving the injured slime to face the radiant lion. The slime's body suddenly began to swell, activating its gigantification skill once more. Its size ballooned, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, like a small mountain standing in the arena. Seeing this, Lin Xingchen reassured himself, it's heavily injured. It can't last long. Then he commanded, Radiant Lion, use your innate skill. Light Lion Roar. Roar. The Radiant Lion let out a mighty howl, and a miniature lion made of light appeared out of thin air, leaping toward the slime. The Light Lion Roar not only dealt damage but also had a controlling effect, making it a formidable skill. However, the slime seemed unfazed. It suddenly launched its ramming skill, its previously slow speed increasing exponentially. The entire stage trembled with a series of thunderous booms. The terrifying shockwave obliterated the Light Lion, not even allowing it a second of control. The Radiant Lion trembled at the sight, its body shaking. It glanced back at Lin Xingchen, its eyes filled with confusion and fear. Master, are you sure this is an injured slime? The massive size of the slime made it difficult to dodge attacks effectively, but it also increased its attack range. Slower contract spirits had no chance of avoiding its charge. The blazing lion let out a wail like a kitten before being sent flying off the stage, crashing heavily to the ground below. Chen Shu felt a surge of joy inside. Another top-grade beast-taming pearl was in his grasp. However, he maintained a serious expression on his face, feigning concern as he approached the slime. The slime spat out another large mouthful of colorless liquid, its big eyes narrowing to slits, looking utterly weakened. No more. No more. Chen Shu immediately declared, my slime is severely injured. Losing would cost me 10 top-grade beast-taming pearls, a total of 1.12 million. I can't afford that. He emphasized the 1.12 million, causing the crowd around him to feel a rush of excitement. No way. You set the rules, you can't back out now. The chubby Sun Xiang stood up excitedly, summoning his golden claw beast. Chen Shu laughed wildly in his heart. He hadn't expected it to be this easy. Yet, his face showed a look of extreme reluctance, as if caught between a rock and a hard place, before he finally nodded with great difficulty. Shen Wushuang, standing nearby, twitched his mouth and shook his head, thinking, how many times is that slime going to spit? Doesn't it get tired? Looking at the excited students, he sighed inwardly, thinking they were all too gullible. Sure enough, the golden claw beast was also sent flying off the stage with a wail. The slime appeared even more injured, panting heavily. Although some people began to notice something was off, Chen Shu kept emphasizing the allure of 10 top-grade beast-taming pearls, as if obtaining them would guarantee a spot at Huaxia Academy. One by one, students took to the stage, hoping to defeat the seemingly exhausted slime, but reality was harsh. Out of the 24 students in the class, 17 were ultimately knocked out by the slime's charge. Sigh, my slime can't go on. It needs treatment. Chen Shu put on a pained expression, scanning the remaining students. But they remained unmoved, simply watching his performance. Chen Shu started calling names. Xiaoyu, aren't you going to give it a try? It's 1.12 million. No way. Su Xiaoyu refused decisively. She knew Chen Shu's tricks too well. Class representative Xia, how about you? He turned to Xia Bing, the former class rep, but she also didn't fall for it. Lone King, don't you need the money for your sister's beast tamer awakening? Wang Qinghan ignored him, thinking, you're the real Lone King here. Sigh, what a pity. Chen Shu sighed, having managed to dominate the entire class with his skills, system boosts, and the suppression of his level 8 contract spirit. Suddenly, Chen Shu noticed Xiesunan standing up and immediately shouted, Xiesunan, sit down? What do you think you're doing? He thought to himself, you're a bit tricky. I'll deal with your bug butterfly once I find a way to counter it. Alright, today's match ends here. Chen Shu happily concluded the contest, turning to Shen Wushuang, teacher, just give me 18 top-grade beast-taming pearls for this month. 17 pearls amounted to 2.04 million, faster than a robbery. Unfortunately, he couldn't hold such contests every month. The class would be on guard, at least until they improved their skills. The students continued practicing their skills as Chen Shu waved them off and returned to his 6-person team. The school infirmary was already packed with students from the special training class. The school doctor frowned and sighed. Line up, everyone. I didn't expect so many contract spirits to get injured today. Who did this? The last time something like this happened was 3 years ago with Feng Si. Doctor, it was Chen Shu, who used to follow Feng Si around, said a seasoned student from Nanjiang No. 2 High School. When Feng Si was around, the entire junior high was in chaos thanks to Chen Shu and Zhang Dali. They thought things would calm down after Feng Si left, but Chen Shu had grown stronger. Chen Shu? The doctor's eyes lit up in recognition. So it's their tradition. 3 years ago, Feng Si also beat up the entire class in a brutal brawl. That evening, Chen Shu went to his shop in the black market. As expected, a price drop of 5,000 yuan led to all 5 bottles of top-grade strength potions selling out. Although the profit was only 50,000 yuan, it totaled 1.5 million a month. Chen Shu wasn't in a hurry. Even in college, he could have Wang Tianba and others manage the shop. Help me buy some raw materials, kaihui fruit, qingye flour, and jumping fruit, Chen Shu instructed. He could now brew strength potions, size potions, defense potions, speed burst potions, intelligence potions, and jumping potions. The first 3 had already maxed out the slime's capacity, but he hadn't used the latter 3 much. He had learned the speed burst potion while running with the thief Li Hua, the intelligence potion before the final exams, and the jumping potion when Shen Wushuang buried him in a pit. Although the intelligence and speed burst potions weren't very effective for the slime, Chen Shu decided to give them to it since they weren't costly. The jumping potion could increase the height of his violent slam, indirectly boosting hang time and skill damage. Keep the shop's income for buying more materials, Chen Shu said, trusting Wang Tianba completely. Your monthly wage is 10,000 yuan, and as the manager, you get 20,000 yuan. Chen Shu left the shop, leaving the specific arrangements to Wang Tianba. He only needed to brew strength potions at school twice a week. The rest was handled by others. Peaceful days passed slowly. Chen Shu's routine involved provoking people, brewing potions, disciplining troublemakers, and occasionally studying. 3 weeks flew by, and the special training class students became increasingly excited. Shen Wushuang had promised to take them on an adventure to a different dimension in October. Chen Shu was also looking forward to it. Bullying weaklings every day was getting boring. He missed the thrill of fighting the Ice Rabbit Lord. At the end of September, the students in the special training class gathered in the Beast Hall, whispering among themselves, with an air of anticipation and nervousness. Shen Wushuang strode in, immediately capturing everyone's attention. In October, Shen Wushuang began straightforwardly. I will be taking you to the standard level alternate dimensions canyon. His voice echoed in the quiet hall. A special reminder. Make sure to prepare all kinds of warm clothing. In the alternate dimension, you'll not only face powerful beasts, but also harsh environments. Shen Wushuang's gaze swept over the crowd and finally landed on the trio in the back Chen Shu, Xie Sunan, and Su Xingxing. He emphasized, leave all the unnecessary stuff behind. Chen Shu cleared his throat and turned to his companions. Old Xie, little Xing, did you hear that? No need to bring butcher knives or straitjackets. Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing both glared at Chen Shu, their eyes saying, you have no right to lecture us. Dismissed for today. Gather here again the day after tomorrow, Shen Wushuang announced. The students cheered, their faces beaming with excitement. The trio of Chen Shu, Xie Sunan, and Su Xingxing walked out of the Beast Hall, arms around each other's shoulders, ready to discuss their preparations. Have you guys ever been to an alternate dimension? Chen Shu asked. Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan shook their heads simultaneously. No. Chen Shu sighed. You guys really haven't seen the world. He looked at Su Xingxing. You're a rich second generation. Of course, you don't have to go yourself. Then he turned to Xie Sunan. You only take city tasks, planning to hang Love's Radiance on beasts in the alternate dimension? Have you been there? The two looked at Chen Shu skeptically. Standing tall, Chen Shu began to boast about his glorious deeds. Ask around. Is the Qing'an forest chaotic or not? The bandits of Nanjiang call the shots. He vividly described his legendary experience of urinating on the head of an ice hare lord. Though they were skeptical, Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan thought that if anyone could pull off such ridiculous acts, it would be Chen Shu. Chen Pai, what should we bring then? Xie Sunan asked. Chen Shu, in a veteran's tone, replied, it's simple. Old Xie, you bring pots, pans, and various seasonings. Best if you can prepare a grill too. He then turned to Su Xingxing. Little Xing, you don't need to bring anything. Just hire a silver-level beast master from your family, and we can wreak havoc in the alternate dimension. The two stared at Chen Shu, dumbfounded, as if they were looking at an idiot. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. Don't believe the veteran? Xie Sunan suddenly looked behind Chen Shu. Teacher Shen, what do you think? Chen Shu shivered and quickly turned around, only to see Shen Wushuang standing there expressionless. Don't rush, Shen Wushuang said calmly, patting Chen Shu's shoulder. The black-white python is digging a pit. Just as Chen Shu was about to flee, Shen Wushuang held him in place. Chen Shu grimaced, teacher, I was wrong. Hiring a silver-level beast master, Shen Wushuang couldn't help but scoff. Why not hire a legendary beast master and clear out the whole alternate dimension? Chen Shu's eyes twinkled. Actually, I thought about it, but I was worried little Xing's family couldn't afford it. Bang! Shen Wushuang flicked Chen Shu's forehead. Behave yourself in the alternate dimension. Don't get others into trouble, understand? Got it, understood. Chen Shu nodded obediently. Shen Wushuang advised, make sure to prepare warm clothes, tents, sleeping bags, and the like. Chen Shu sighed inwardly. His plan to have Su Xingxing hire a bodyguard was thwarted. The three went home to start packing. Back in his room, Chen Shu was browsing information about Ice Canyon while calling out, "Mom, Dad, I'm home." Ice Canyon, located in the outskirts of Qingyang City, is a standard-level alternate dimension with harsher conditions than Qingyuan Forest. The temperature ranges from 0 to 10 degrees Celsius year-round. Chen Shu thought, I didn't expect to need winter clothes in the fall. Though the environment is harsh, it's only comparable to a blue star winter. In contrast, the northern Huagua's destruction-level alternate dimension, extreme ice abyss, is genuinely life-threateningly cold. Chen Shu summoned his slime and fed it several bottles of green liquid jumping potion. Over the past month, he had given the slime a large amount of jumping, speed burst, and intelligence potions, all of which had reached their limits. To achieve this, he sold all his high-grade beast orbs, reducing his savings from 3 million to just a few 100,000. Looking at the dopey slime, Chen Shu felt a bit helpless. I should have skipped the intelligence potions. 40 bottles of intelligence potions, and no effect at all. The slime continued to sleep soundly, oblivious to Chen Shu's words. Sigh. I envy you. Living like a fool. Chen Shu muttered as he packed his bags. He prepared warm clothes, urea bags, thinking of converting them into sleeping bags, and a bunch of grilling tools and seasonings. His large military backpack was stuffed to the brim. Luckily, he was strong enough to carry it. Just then, his father walked into the room and exclaimed upon seeing the slime. What the heck? Where did this poop come from? The slime, just waking up, looked at Chen's father with a wronged expression. Chen Shu explained helplessly, Dad, what are you saying? This is Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang. His father widened his eyes, staring at the slime in disbelief, creating an awkward moment. You didn't inject it with water, did you? His father asked suspiciously. I've heard of injected pork, but never an injected slime. Come on, that's impossible. Chen Shu shook his head. But Xiao Huang's got a lot of water in its brain. The slime looked at Chen Shu with a dumbfounded expression, not understanding what they were saying but feeling that the conversation was very impolite. Mr. Chen curiously touched the plump body of the slime, furrowing his brows. Did you use some kind of growth hormone? Chen Shu nonchalantly shrugged. How could I? Xiao Huang is now an 8th level contract spirit. Isn't it normal for it to grow this big? If I wasn't worried about our house getting damaged, I'd show you its strongest form. Hearing this, Mr. Chen was taken aback and looked Chen Shu up and down. 8th level? As a 1st level beast tamer, I know how tough the training is. How did you go from 0 to 8th level in just a few months? Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride in his voice. Your son is now the class leader of the special training class. You know what that means. Mr. Chen's face was full of doubt. You? Class leader? The class leader of the special training class means you're first in your grade, maybe even good enough to get into Huaxia Academy. He paused. Of course, being an 8th level beast tamer, it's reasonable to be first in your grade. But do they only look at strength and not character when choosing the class leader? Chen Shu's expression froze. Dad, what do you mean? Are you doubting your son's character? He straightened up and said seriously, of course, they look at character. My classmates get along well with me. 3 weeks ago, they even gave me resources for training. The teachers value me too, recently letting me experience the wonders of nature. Mr. Chen nodded, feeling something was off but couldn't pinpoint what. Suddenly, Chen Shu remembered something. Oh right, Dad. Xiao Huang has been a bit malnourished lately. When are we cooking that fish at home? Mr. Chen smirked. Are you kidding me? It's already fat as a ball, and you say it's malnourished? Besides, we don't have any fish at home. The red fish in the tank. Xiao Huang's been eyeing it for a while. That's my contract spirit. Mr. Chen's face changed, and he began searching around. Where's my belt? Where's my belt? Wrong. Chen Shu hurriedly put the slime away and ran out the door. I won't be back for lunch. As he got downstairs, Chen Shu ran into Nyonyo's mom. He greeted her with a smile. Hi, Aunt Wang, just back from grocery shopping? He kept glancing back, fearing the belt might follow. Aunt Wang nodded and smiled. Yes, Xiao Chun, are you heading out for lunch? She seemed a bit embarrassed. Xiao Chun, are you free right now? I need a favor. Sure. Aunt Wang, what do you need? Nyonyo's dad is working overtime today, and I need to prepare lunch. Can you pick Nyonyo up from school? No problem. Chen Shu agreed readily. Just then, Mr. Chen came down with the belt. Chen Shu's face changed, and he started running for his life. Once outside the community, Chen Shu took a deep breath, savoring the sense of freedom. He got into a taxi and headed to Chengnan Elementary School, arriving half an hour later. Standing at the school gate, Chen Shu sighed. I wonder if anyone still remembers me. He had attended this school and graduated 5 years ago. The security guard stopped him. Hold on, are you a parent? The guard scrutinized Chen Shu, finding him familiar, and took out his phone as if searching for something. Chen Shu glanced at the phone screen and was dumbfounded. Why the heck are you searching the wanted list? Mr. Liu, I'm Chen Shu. Chen Shu stood tall, ready for praise. The guard suddenly realized. Chen Shu, who graduated 5 years ago. That's me. The guard stepped back and eagerly checked the wanted list. Chen Shu sighed. Mr. Liu, you're taking this toilet humor too far. Moments later, the guard asked in confusion, why aren't you on this list? Give me a break. I'm here to pick up my sister. Chen Shu ignored him and walked into the school. While waiting outside the first-grade classroom, Chen Shu thought to himself, how can an outstanding student be so unappreciated? It's sad, really. Soon, Nyo came out, smiling. Brother Chen Shu, why are you picking me up? Chen Shu lifted her up. Your dad is working overtime, so I came to get you. His tall figure stood out in the elementary school, drawing envious glances. Outside the school building, Chen Shu noticed two familiar figures. Lone King. Wang Qinghan looked up and forced a smile. Her sister, Wang Qingxue, had red, tearful eyes, looking very upset. What happened? Chen Shu asked with concern. Wang Qinghan shook her head. Nothing, just a little conflict with a classmate. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. Conflict? Just mention my name. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Who are you? Mention your name. Do you think you're somebody important? Two people came down the stairs, one a young student, the other about Chen Shu's age. The older one sneered. I don't recall seeing you around. Chen Shu suppressed his anger and said calmly, I'm a student at Nanjing Second High. Chen Shu? The older boy crossed his arms arrogantly. Nanjing Third High's special training class member, Su Chong. Chen Shu calmly asked, did your little brother bully someone? The young boy muttered, she ignored me, so I just called her an orphan. Besides, she is an orphan. Chen Shu's face darkened, and he stepped forward, delivering a hard slap. Su Chong quickly tried to block. What are you doing? Smack. The young boy took the slap squarely and began crying in frustration. Chen Shu sneered. So arrogant at such a young age. What will you be like when you grow up? Su Chang's eyes burned with anger. His fists clenched, ready to strike. However, faced with Chen Shu's imposing figure, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. You're a beast master, aren't you? If you have the guts, meet me at the beast arena for a fight. Su Chong challenged, his voice carrying a barely noticeable tremor. 3 options instantly appeared before Chen Shu's eyes. Option 1. Avoid the fight and leave. Reward, a small amount of beast power. Option 2. Accept the challenge. Reward, 2 bottles of basic cell serum. Option 3. Severely injure the opponent's contracted beast. Reward, Slime's attributes increase by 5. You brought this on yourself, don't blame me. Chen Shu agreed without hesitation. Even if the third reward was relatively minor, he would choose it without a second thought. Direct action always carried risks and could lead to unnecessary trouble. But dealing with a contracted beast was different. As long as it wasn't fatal, any injury would be the opponent's burden to bear. Wang Qinghan couldn't help but try to dissuade him. Chen Shu, let's just drop this. It's just childish talk. Despite her somewhat aloof nature, she was gentle and didn't want to see things escalate. Chen Shu shook his head, his expression serious. Childish talk can still be a knife. The group left South City Elementary School and headed to the nearby Beast Arena. After paying a small fee for the venue, they could use the arena for their battle. Su Chong sneered as he summoned his contracted beast. A 3-meter-long purple tiger appeared out of thin air, its eyes glowing with purple light, exuding a menacing aura. An erranked thunder tiger? Chen Shu squinted, understanding the situation. No wonder Su Chong was so arrogant. Not only was his beast erranked, but its aura had also reached level 7. Even in the special training class, Su Chang's strength was among the top, on par with Su Xiaoyu and others. Still dare to compete? Su Chang's lips curled into a contemptuous smile, and the thunder tiger turned its gaze to Chen Shu, its eyes full of ferocity. Chen Shu grinned, his tone relaxed. I advise you to book a slot at the emergency department of the city's central hospital. Su Chong was taken aback for a moment, then sneered. You should book one for yourself? Chen Shu nodded calmly. I hope you can keep that attitude later. A massive slime suddenly appeared on the arena platform, its size comparable to the thunder tiger, though its aura was much weaker. And franked slime? Su Chong scoffed. As a level 7 beast master, he couldn't sense the beast power within Chen Shu. Chen Shu said calmly, today, you'll definitely end up in the city's central hospital. Not even Jesus can stop it. Mark my words. The thunder tiger's limbs began to glow with purple light, electricity crackling around it. Compared to other elements, lightning had the highest destructive power. Die! The thunder tiger roared, pouncing toward the slime, intent on tearing it to pieces. Facing the charging thunder tiger, the slime lazily yawned and suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, a 15-meter-tall behemoth stood before everyone, making the once fearsome thunder tiger look like a trembling kitten. What the hell? Su Chang's eyes widened, his heart racing. The sight of the slime gave off an indescribable sense of oppression. Sensing its master's anger, the slime glared and launched a sudden charge. Dodge! Suchong shouted, but it was too late. Faced with this mountain, the Thunder Tiger was completely stunned. With a loud crash, the Thunder Tiger was sent flying, blood spurting from its mouth. As expected of an erranked beast, even the blood it spat out was more than that of ordinary beasts. According to the rules of the arena, the Thunder Tiger had already lost. But the slime clearly had no intention of stopping. It leaped high into the air. Oh crap! Suchong shuddered. If that massive thing landed, the Thunder Tiger would be seriously injured. He was about to recall his beast and admit defeat. Chen Shu, seeing through his intention, coldly warned, if you dare recall it, the next one to be sat on will be you. Su Chang's face stiffened, and he swallowed hard. If that massive thing sat on him, he would be crushed instantly. Although he knew Chen Shu wouldn't actually do it, as it would be akin to murder, Suchong didn't dare to take the risk. Especially with Chen Shu's menacing tone, he seemed like a desperate man with nothing to lose. With another crash, the slime landed heavily on the Thunder Tiger, its massive body pressing down and grinding. The faint sound of bones cracking could be heard. When dealing with people from the special training class, Chen Shu would hold back, as Shen Wushuang was watching. But now, he had no reason to restrain himself. Seconds ticked by, and sweat began to bead on Su Chang's forehead. His heart ached, but he didn't dare recall the Thunder Tiger, forced to watch helplessly as the slime continued its onslaught. Chen Shu's expression remained calm as he walked over to Suchong. What do you want? Suchong involuntarily took a step back. Without warning, Chen Shu slapped Su Chang's brother hard across the face. Taking advantage of your brother to do whatever you want? Chen Shu smiled warmly, looking incredibly sunny. However, this smile made Suchong and his brother instantly feel a chill, their hearts filled with alarm. This was not the demeanor of an ordinary student. Chen Shu continued, I'm helping you here. If you keep being this arrogant, what will you do when you encounter someone truly ruthless? His tone was light, but the warning was unmistakable. The two brothers swallowed hard in unison, with only one thought in their minds. Is there anyone more ruthless than you? Time was almost up, and Chen Shu put away his slime. The only thing left on the ground was Lei Hu, barely alive and covered in blood, a pitiful sight. Chen Shu grinned. Chen Shu, always keep my promises. I said I'd send you to the hospital, and that's where you're going. He glanced at Lei Hu and said to Suchong, take him away. Suchong, trembling, finally collected the near-dead Lei Hu. Chen Shu's tone softened as he patted the boy's head. Remember, from now on, Wang Qingxue is in charge of your class, got it? Yes. Su Chang's younger brother nodded dumbly, mustering the courage to ask, are you Chen Shu? I've heard the teacher mention you. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. What did the teacher say? Not to mess with you. And what else? And not to mess with Fong Si. Smack. Chen Shu slapped him again. And you still didn't listen to the teacher. The boy covered his face, too aggrieved to speak. Chen Shu emphasized one last time. From now on, Wang Qingxue is like a sister to me, Chen Shu. Understand? The Su brothers nodded in unison, and only then did Chen Shu and his group leave the beast taming pavilion. Su Chang's Lei Hu was severely injured. Without medical intervention, it would take at least 6 months to recover. This delay would essentially ruin his senior year. Unless they used the hospital's special medicine, which was prohibitively expensive for an average family, they'd have to choose between saving money or Su Chang's future. Wang Qinghan spoke up, Chen Shu. Thank you. She had little time to take care of her younger sister due to her own studies, causing Wang Qingxue to suffer a lot. The harsh words from others were hard even for adults to handle, let alone a 10-year-old child. Sometimes, a careless remark could become a lifelong shadow for someone else. Chen Shu waved it off casually. No problem. Sister Fong Si asked me to look after you. As it got late, Chen Shu took the three of them out for a meal. 2 days flew by. Chen Shu didn't wander around but stayed home, diligently researching the ice valley. However, his focus seemed a bit unique, mainly studying which beast meat would be best for grilling. On the 3rd day, Chen Shu packed a large military backpack and headed to Nanjiang No. 2 High School. His father, Chun Ping, watched him leave with a complex expression, reminding him, be careful. As parents, they wanted their child to become a beast tamer but also worried about the dangers. Despite the glamorous image of beast tamers, there were significant risks involved. Chen Shu nodded and continued on his way. Early in the morning, the special training class gathered at the beast taming pavilion. Besides the students, many parents accompanied them. Though they were mentally prepared for their children to venture into another dimension, they couldn't help but feel anxious at this moment. Many parents surrounded Shen Wushuang, pleading, Teacher Shun, please take good care of the children. Shen Wushuang nodded. Don't worry, the spirit guard will send personnel to protect them. As a government educational institution, The school received annual support from the Spirit Guard to ensure student safety. A bus pulled up at the entrance of the beast taming pavilion, and the students boarded, starting their journey to the Ice Valley. Chen Shu and his friends sat in the back row. Xie couldn't help but complain. Hey, Xiaoxing, why are we wearing down jackets in the middle of summer? She glanced at Su Xingxing beside her, who was sweating profusely in a red down jacket, looking increasingly like a madman. Su Xingxing looked innocent. Didn't the teacher say to bring warm clothes? Chen Shu sighed and asked seriously, Xiaoxing, when you restarted your life in your past life, did you put all your points into family wealth and none into intelligence? The students on the bus were all bubbling with excitement, looking around eagerly like elementary school kids about to go on a spring outing. Suddenly, Shen Wushuang, who was seated in the front row, sensed something unusual. He turned around sharply and saw Chen Shu had already laid out an entire set of pots, pans, various dishes, and a bag of hot pot seasoning. Qing Han, help me start the fire. We'll be having hot pot for lunch, Chen Shu said casually. Wang Qinghan was momentarily stunned and asked uncertainly, is this allowed? Chen Shu nodded nonchalantly. No problem. I've cooked snail noodles on the bus before. As soon as he finished speaking, a fire elemental spirit appeared instantly, and everyone around felt a wave of heat, causing them to back away. Shen Wushuang's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat drenched his back. Quick, put away the contracted spirit, he shouted urgently. Wang Qinghan immediately retracted the fire elemental spirit upon hearing this. Shen Wushuang's mouth twitched as he turned to Chen Shu, his tone filled with exasperation. Are you out of your mind? Cooking hot pot on a bus with a contracted spirit? Aren't you afraid it will explode? Chen Shu was taken aback for a moment and explained, Qinghan, you only need to summon a small part of the fire elemental spirit's body. Wang Qinghan looked confused and spread his hands, indicating he didn't know how. That's partial summoning. High school students can't do that, Shen Wushuang said helplessly. It's not hard, Chen Shu said, and suddenly, two big, cute eyes appeared in front of Shen Wushuang. Holy crap, what's that? Shen Wushuang jumped back in fright, and then realized it was a slime's eyes. You can do partial summoning? Shen Wushuang's eyes widened, looking as if he'd seen a ghost. Don't make a fuss. Chen Shu retracted the slime, secretly thinking about the trick Fong Si had taught him, though he hadn't quite mastered it yet. Shen Wushuang finally calmed down but kept casting curious glances at Chen Shu. Just because you can doesn't mean others can. Put all this stuff away. What did you even bring? Chen Shu had no choice but to pack everything up. It seemed that having hot pot was out of the question. Don't summon contracted spirits on the bus, especially fire ones. Look at how hot everyone got, Shen Wushuang sighed, rubbing his temples. And Su Xingxing, can you take off your down jacket first? He felt that these students were the most troublesome he'd ever led. He thought about how he had assured the parents of the students' safety at the school gate. If the bus exploded right after leaving the school, sending all the students spiraling into the sky, the scene would be unimaginable. Shen Wushuang decided not to sit in the front row anymore, but instead sat right next to Chen Shu, keeping a close eye on him the whole way, not daring to take a nap. In the afternoon, the special training class finally arrived safely at Binggu Town in Qingyang City. Like Qingyuan Town, it was a town established outside an alternate dimension, responsible for resource trading and providing supplies for beast tamers. We'll rest in town tonight and set off for the Ice Canyon early tomorrow, Shen Wushuang reminded them again. Make sure you're prepared with warm clothing, sleeping bags, tents, food, and water. After settling into their accommodations, Shen Wushuang allowed everyone to wander around the town but specifically warned Chen Shu and his two friends. Don't blow up Binggu Town. Chen Shu muttered to himself, am I really that reckless? The three left the hotel and sampled the unique fierce beast cuisine of Binggu Town. Although it was already October and autumn had set in, the temperature here was much lower, and passers-by were wearing long-sleeved jackets, clearly influenced by the nearby ice canyon. Let's go accept a mission. Chen Shu was eager, hoping to get a mission involving a Lord-level fierce beast. At the Beast Tamers Association mission hall, Chen Shu got straight to the point. Do you have any missions involving Lord-level fierce beasts? Everyone in the hall turned to look, initially thinking some big shot had arrived. But upon seeing three young people, they all showed doubtful expressions. The service staff hesitated and said, we have a mission to hunt a Lord-level frost giant wolf. The three took the mission slip and saw the detailed task. Hunt the black iron-level frost giant wolf lord and submit its intact heart. The difficulty was extremely high. This was a privately issued mission requiring a Fivethizandiuan deposit and offered a reward of 4 million Huaxia currency. The mission's challenges included the frost giant wolf's strong pack mentality, expertise in ice and snow combat, and the lord's violent nature. With one lord already fallen, the remaining lords would be more vigilant. The mission note emphasized not to take it unless absolutely confident in their abilities. It's not an official mission, Chen Shu frowned, meaning they would have to pay the deposit. Xie Sunan shook his head. Too expensive. Let's forget it. The Favethazanian deposit was no small amount, not to mention hunting a black iron level lord. With the three of them, it was impossible unless they could convince Shen Wushuang to help. I'll take the mission. Just as the two were hesitating, Su Xingxing suddenly declared. The service staff reminded again. This mission requires a Favethazanian deposit. Su Xingxing frowned slightly. If others saw me, they'd think I couldn't afford it. We'll each take one. He swiftly pulled out a bank card. Chen Shu and Xie Sunan were dumbfounded. Is this the aura of a rich second generation? Sorry, each person can only take one mission. The service staff was somewhat surprised by the young man's generosity. Xie Sunan tried to persuade him softly. Xingxing, we just came to see if there were any easy missions and show off a bit. We can't handle this one. Su Xingxing waved it off nonchalantly. It's fine. It's my first mission, so it has to be high-end. 5,000 yuan just for fun. Chen Shu and Xie Sunan exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. Is this the joy of being wealthy? As the three were about to accept their mission, a mocking voice suddenly echoed. Oh, who do we have here? It's you, kid. In a rush to get reincarnated. Are we? Chen Shu turned around to see a burly man in black, arms crossed and a sneer playing on his lips. Chen Shu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recognized him. It was Huang Wei, the archenemy of Zhou Shi's beast taming squad. Recalling the lesson they had taught him before, Chen Shu couldn't help but smirk. Brother Weasel, is that you? Haven't seen you in 2 months, and you've let yourself go? Chen Shu said in a deliberately flippant tone. Huang Wei's mouth twitched, a flash of anger in his eyes. You're the weasel, you little punk. Still got that filthy mouth, huh? Feigning humility, Chen Shu casually replied. Just so-so, third in Nanjiang. Huang Wei sneered, a glint of malice in his eyes. Coincidentally, I'm headed to the Ice Canyon too. Zhou Shi can't protect you there. With that, he turned to leave. At that moment, a hand suddenly clamped down on Huang Wei's shoulder. Startled, Huang Wei turned to see a stern-faced man behind him. You? Huang Wei's expression froze. Shen Wushuang's face remained calm, his tone carrying a hint of warning. What? Bullying my students now? Chen Shu and his friends hadn't expected to run into Shen Wushuang here, but it wasn't a coincidence. Shen Wushuang had been secretly following them, worried they might get into trouble. Shen Wushuang. Huang Wei's face stiffened, instantly recalling the man's reputation. Shen Wushuang nodded slightly, his voice gentle yet commanding. Good that you recognize me. Stop any funny business, or I'll bury you in the Ice Canyon. Huang Wei shot a glare at Chen Shu before reluctantly leaving. Shen Wushuang turned to his 3 students, frowning. Causing trouble again? Huh? Why provoke a black iron beast tamer? Chen Shu hurried to explain. It's really not our fault, just some old grudge. Who knew he'd hold such a grudge? He had thought they'd never see Huang Wei again, but running into him on their second trip to the other world was unexpected. When Shen Wushuang saw the mission they had accepted, his eyes widened. Do you have a death wish? Even I wouldn't take on a frost wolf lord. And you 3 trainee beast tamers think you can handle it? Chen Shu quickly defended. We just accepted it for fun. Then, curiously, he asked, Mr. Shen, can you defeat a black iron level lord beast? Fong Si once thrashed a lord level black armored beetle. Shen Wushuang shook his head. I can't kill one. If you must take a mission, choose something simpler, like gathering herbs or hunting ordinary beasts. The 3 nodded in agreement, but in their minds, they were calculating. Shen Wushuang said he couldn't kill it, not that he couldn't fight it. Unbeknownst to Shen Wushuang, Chen Shu was already plotting. They browsed the mission list again and finally selected 2 tasks, collecting ice leaf flowers and hunting roaring lions. Chen Shu also swapped the first prize in their class competition from mutant roaring lion organs to a beast taming pearl. After leaving the mission hall, Chen Shu suddenly asked, Xiaoxing, your family is so rich. Why don't you get some custom attack skills for your Thunderbird? Su Xingxing replied calmly, I have 3 custom skills already. This statement surprised not only Chen Shu but also Shen Wushuang. Filthy rich people. I'm out. Chen Shu exclaimed dramatically. The 4 began wandering around Ice Valley Town. Every town outside the other world had its own unique charm, opening their eyes to new sights. Shen Wushuang, though long accustomed to such places, still stayed close to prevent any unexpected incidents. Suddenly, Chen Shu asked, Mr. Shen, do you think I can get into Huaxia Academy? Shen Wushuang paused, thinking for a moment before diplomatically replying, There's a chance. Chen Shu detected the underlying meaning. Is it because of my contracted spirit? Has there ever been a case of an F-grade contracted spirit being admitted to Huaxia Academy? Shen Wushuang frowned, not wanting to dampen his student spirits, but knowing Chen Shu would eventually find out online, he shook his head. To his surprise, Chen Shu didn't seem disheartened, but rather excited. Shen Wushuang asked, Why are you so happy? Chen Shu grinned, his eyes sparkling with confidence. It's great that there's no precedent. That way, I can really show my worth. Shen Wushuang frowned, a hint of warning in his tone. You? You really are confident, aren't you? Don't blame the road if you can't walk it. The smile on Chen Shu's face didn't fade. He gently patted Shen Wushuang's shoulder, his voice firm. Miracles are made by people. As long as we work hard, there's always hope, right? Shen Wushuang's eyes widened in surprise at his words. Half joking, half serious, he touched Chen Shu's forehead. Have you been possessed? All this positivity seems out of character for you. I was going to comfort you, but here you are comforting me. The four of them chatted while strolling through the streets of Ice Valley Town, taking in all the sights. The buildings on either side were quaint and elegant, with a faint scent of snow and ice in the air. Back at the hotel, Su Xingxing couldn't help but complain. Why is the school so stingy? 3 people to a room. Xie Sunan nodded in agreement, looking equally displeased. Seriously, and it's not even co-ed. Chen Shu's mouth twitched slightly at their comments, thinking to himself, what are you imagining? But he quickly reassured them. At least the room is big, and they added an extra bed. Suddenly, Chen Shu got excited and loudly declared, once we're in the alternate dimension, follow my lead. Ice Canyon, tremble beneath my feet. His bold proclamation was met with exasperated gestures from the other two. Early the next morning, Shen Wushuang woke the 3 of them up. Yawning, Chen Shu asked reluctantly, do we really have to get up this early, Mr. Shen? Shen Wushuang replied sternly, the whole class is gathered. You're the last ones. The 3 quickly got ready, shouldered their backpacks, and hurried to the hotel entrance. The other 21 classmates were already waiting, their eyes turning towards the latecomers. Chen Shu noticed many of them had dark circles under their eyes, likely from a mix of nerves and excitement. He was grateful that he and his roommates had managed to keep their cool. With a command from Shen Wushuang, let's go. The class set off towards the back of the town. Along the way, many beast tamers watched them with envy, knowing that only the elite students got to train in the alternate dimension, promising bright futures. Deep within the town, a towering building loomed in the thick fog. Without paying any entrance fees, the group headed straight to the portal to the alternate dimension. As they got closer to the mist-shrouded structure, everyone's heartbeats quickened. An unknown adventure awaited them, and they were about to step into a whole new world. As soon as everyone stepped into the alternate dimension, they were greeted by a vast expanse of white. A bone-chilling wind swept through, causing them all to shiver involuntarily and exclaim, damn, it's really cold. Chen Shu quickly donned his thermal gear, and the others followed suit, hastily putting on their warm clothing. Once the cold had somewhat subsided, Chen Shu took a moment to survey their surroundings. They had arrived in a small village blanketed in snow, as if they had been instantly transported to the depths of winter in the north. Spirit guards patrolled the area with their contracted spirits, constantly on the lookout for potential dangers. Chen Shu's gaze landed on Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing, and he couldn't help but laugh. Su Xingxing was wearing a bright red down jacket, while Xie Sunan was dressed in green. Standing side by side, they made quite the striking contrast. Chen Shu teased, red and green together. What a sight! At that moment, Shen Wushuang spoke up. This training exercise will last for half a month. Remember, do not venture too deep into the canyon. Stay within 500 meters to avoid encountering black iron-level beasts. Also, no one is to act alone. You will be grouped into teams of 3 based on your dorm assignments. He paused before continuing. This adventure is part of our class competition for October. The team with the greatest achievements will win beast taming resources worth 2 million Huaxia yuan. This announcement filled the students with enthusiasm and determination. Shen Wushuang added, each team will have a black iron-level beast tamer accompanying them. If you encounter life-threatening danger, they will intervene and bring you back to the spirit guard base, ending your training. Chen Shu nodded in agreement, thinking this was a sensible arrangement. Most of his classmates had never experienced an alternate dimension before, and without protection, their survival rate would be dangerously low. Now, the training officially begins. With Shen Wushuang's declaration, the students quickly dispersed into teams of 3, heading out of the small village. Su Xingxing glanced back at Chen Shu, who was still standing there, and asked, Chen Shu, why aren't you moving? Chen Shu chuckled and replied, are you kidding? We're flying, of course. Where's your Thunderbird? Only then did the two realize that they were in an alternate dimension where they had no restrictions. The Thunderbird appeared instantly, carrying the 3 of them into the sky. Higher! Go higher! They shouted excitedly. In the city, they would never dare to fly so recklessly. Snowflakes danced around them, and the world below was a vast expanse of white. Today marks the beginning of our conquest of the Ice Canyon, they yelled with fervor. However, just then, a snow eagle swooped down from above, its talons gleaming with a deadly light and its eyes filled with menace. Shit, a black iron-level beast. Run! The 3 of them were terrified, their earlier bravado vanishing instantly. The Thunderbird's eyes flashed blue, and it suddenly accelerated. It remained calm, even spitting at the snow eagle before diving rapidly. In no time, the Thunderbird had brought them back to their starting point. Shen Wushuang looked puzzled. What's going on with you three? You just left and now you're back? Chen Shu pointed upwards helplessly. The Snow Eagle, enraged by the Thunderbird's provocation, was now diving straight toward the Spirit Guard base. However, before it could get within a kilometer, several powerful contracted spirits surrounded it and tore it to pieces, its blood raining down. What a fearless beast, Shen Wushuang remarked, looking at the bloody sky. He then announced, congratulations, your training is over. Chen Shu's face twitched. We haven't even started. No need to start. It's already over. Mr. Shun, give us another chance. Are you expecting us to play cards here for half a month? Chen Shu couldn't believe their training was ending so quickly it felt like a joke. After a moment of thought, Shen Wushuang relented. All right, I'll give you another chance. If something like this happens again, it's over for good. He hadn't expected their luck to be so terrible, encountering a black iron-level beast right above the base. For the beasts of the alternate dimension, the Spirit Guard base was like a forbidden zone, usually avoided at all costs. Fly lower this time, Chen Shu advised. The three of them prepared once more, opting for low-altitude flight this time. The mutated Thunderbird was incredibly fast and had excellent stamina, making it the perfect mount. The Spirit Guard base was situated in a small basin above the canyon. As soon as they left the base, the full expanse of the ice canyon came into view. The entire canyon was blanketed in snow, with the occasional roar of beasts echoing through it. Su Xingxing asked, Chen Shu, which direction should we go? Just as Chen Shu was about to answer, three options appeared before him. Option 1. Say, someone has to slack off, why not us, and hunt near the Spirit Guard base. Reward, significant beast taming power. Option 2. Hunt within the designated area and play it safe. Reward, Wind Whisper 1. Option 3. Venture below the 500-meter mark in the canyon and survive for 3 days. Chen Shu's expression turned resolute as he decisively commanded, head straight for the bottom of the canyon. Xie Sunan frowned, his lips twitching with concern. I think this might be a bad idea, but Chen Shu was unwavering. Don't worry, Xiao Xing's bird is fast. Most black iron-level beasts can't catch up. Just look at how the Thunderbird dared to spit at the Snow Eagle earlier. It shows that most black iron beasts can't keep up with it. Braving the howling wind and snow, the three of them rode the Thunderbird, diving straight into the depths of the canyon. Chen Shu turned and asked, Old Xie, do your bugs and butterflies have any other uses besides being disgusting? Xie Sunan retorted indignantly, disgusting? They're spreading the light of love. He paused to think, then added, they can also search the surroundings and mark specific beasts. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow and pressed, you can detect beasts around us? Of course, Xie Sunan replied confidently. For instance, right below us, there's a group of beasts. Hearing this, Chen Shu and Su Xingxing were momentarily stunned, and the Thunderbird instantly accelerated. Suddenly, ice balls whistled up from below, but the Thunderbird swiftly dodged them. Why didn't you say something earlier? Chen Shu shouted angrily, looking down. Below, a group of large insects with transparent shells glared menacingly at the sky, their eyes filled with rage. They were the feared beasts of the Ice Canyon ice marrow beetles. Damn it, so brazen. Chen Shu cursed, his gaze drawn to the pure snow lotuses amidst the beetle horde. Su Xingxing, focused on controlling the Thunderbird, asked, Chen Pai, what's the plan? What else? Attack. Chen Shu commanded without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the mutated Thunderbird immediately descended, landing on a flat area a kilometer away. Chen Shu quickly summoned a golden slime, which rapidly expanded into a massive creature. Charge! Smash them to bits! Chen Shu shouted fiercely. The slime activated its Dream Kill skill, significantly boosting its defense. Then, it initiated its charge. Boom, boom, boom. The slime turned into a colossal projectile, barreling towards the ice marrow beetle swarm. In this otherworldly space, Chen Shu had no reservations, driven by a single thought. Crush these beasts as much as possible. The ice core beetles moved slowly, unable to dodge the slime's attack. Blue light emanated from their mouths, forming icy spheres. These spheres were more powerful than those of the ice hares, boosted by the icy environment. Bang, bang, bang. The icy spheres hit the slime one after another, shattering on impact and covering it in blue frost, slowing it down. However, in an instant, the slime glowed with a bright golden light, radiating a holy aura. Its invincibility skill activated, dispelling the slowing effect. Thanks to its strong defense, the damage from the icy spheres was almost nullified. Boom. Like a bowling ball, the slime crashed into several ice core beetles, sending them flying. Chen Shu focused on controlling the slime in battle and shouted, Old Xie, keep an eye on the surrounding beasts. Xiao Xing, be ready to take off if there's any danger. The slime rampaged through the beasts like a wolf among sheep. Despite being on the same level, its strength was in a different league. It snored thunderously while its body continuously collided and crushed everything, causing the ground to tremble slightly. "You're all dead meat." Chen Shu grinned, amazed by the slime's power. When the charging skill ended, the slime stood still. The ice core beetles thought it was their chance to counterattack and swarmed forward, biting with their sharp teeth. Crack! The sound of breaking teeth echoed as the beetles' fangs shattered against the slime, leaving them dumbfounded. What on earth was this creature? The slime continued to nap, waiting for its charging skill to cool down, then transformed into a powerful missile once more. The ice core beetles panicked and let out sharp screeches. "Scream all you want. The louder, the better." Chen Shu's face twisted into an evil grin, drawing strange looks from Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing. Was he unleashing his true nature? Realizing they were no match, the ice core beetles scattered in all directions. The slime, still half asleep, relentlessly pursued them. Chen Shu took the opportunity to use a small shovel to harvest ice lotuses, the main ingredient for ice attribute potions. At that moment, Xie Sunan's expression changed. "Chen Shu, someone's behind us." Several hundred meters away, Tang Lai's team approached silently. They had already spotted Chen Shu's slime. "Get on the bird." Chen Shu and his team immediately climbed onto the back of the mutated Thunderbird. Almost simultaneously, a giant tail whipped towards them, but the Thunderbird narrowly dodged it. Such quick reflexes? Tang Lai was momentarily stunned, unaware that Xie Sunan had already spotted them. "Tang Xiao, you're resorting to sneak attacks." Chen Shu grinned, surprised by Tang Lai's cunning. According to the competition rules, if a life-threatening crisis arose, a black iron-level beast master would intervene to save them, resulting in elimination. And life-threatening crises included both beast attacks and competition between teams. Good awareness. But you won't be so lucky next time." Tang Lai muttered, though he didn't fear Chen Shu. They had 3 members, while only Chen Shu had combat ability. If they could temporarily hold off the slime, the wind beast could directly attack the trio, and its windbind skill was specifically effective against the mutated Thunderbird. "There won't be a next time." Chen Shu's eyes gleamed as he grinned. "How about a snow avalanche for Tang Xiao?" Boom, boom, boom. The slime abandoned its pursuit of the ice core beetles and began ramming into a nearby mountainside. The snow on the mountain began to shake, as if about to slide down. "Damn, you bastard!" Tang Lai's team panicked and fled in the opposite direction. Moments later, the snow on the mountain began to slide, its speed increasing rapidly, triggering avalanches on several nearby peaks. The thunderous collapse echoed, even causing Chen Shu to tremble as he quickly recalled the slime. The world seemed filled with the deafening roar of the avalanche, with more snow falling and sliding down. Chen Shu hadn't anticipated such a massive commotion. In reality, the ice canyon experienced a major avalanche every few years. Chen Shu had merely accelerated the process slightly. High above, Shen Wushuang stood on his powerful ice wand, looking down at the avalanche. "Damn, I knew this guy was up to no good." His black and white giant python was just a defensive contract spirit. His true combat strength came from his first contract spirit, the Glass Icelwan. "Looks like more people will be eliminated." Shen Wushuang watched coldly. His duty was to ensure the safety of Chen Shu and his team. But as the instigator, how could he be in any danger? The Thunderbird flew at an incredible speed, carrying the trio away from the danger zone. Wang Yuan was in a panic. What about Tang Xiao? What about him? "Use your damn mouth to talk." Tang Lai was equally frantic, shouting for help. His wind beast was different from the Thunderbird. It couldn't carry 3 people. If one person was eliminated, the whole team would be wiped out. In the distance, a 6-member beast master team was on the move. An older man cursed loudly. "Damn it! Today isn't supposed to be avalanche day. Which disaster caused it to happen early? Find a cave in the mountain wall. Quick." The Beastmaster team quickly sprang into action. The ice canyon's walls were riddled with caves, most of them beast dens. As long as they could hide in one before the avalanche hit, they would be safe. With the strength of their contract spirits, they could easily break through the snow later. But if they couldn't find a cave, they were in trouble. The avalanche's force would sweep ordinary people away, potentially killing them or leaving them unconscious and unable to summon their contract spirits. Experienced beast masters quickly found nearby caves, but the students in the special training class were at a loss. Staring at the terrifying avalanche, Tang Xiao could only mutter, "Damn it." The Spirit Guard army, which had been following the trio, intervened and rescued them. Besides Tang Lai's team, 3 other teams were also eliminated. Chen Shu's avalanche had wiped out half the participants. The trio reached a safe location. "Achoo!" Chen Shu sneezed. "Damn, am I getting weak?" Xie Sunan, still hearing the avalanche's roar in his ears, muttered, "I think too many people are cursing you." Su Xingxing nodded in agreement. Chen Shu hadn't expected such a massive effect and defended himself. "It's the snowflake's fault, not mine." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.